This is Audible.
Blackstone Publishing presents Black Wind, a novel, by F. Paul Wilson. This book is read by Brian Nishi. Author's Note: Captain Ellis M. Zacharias, General Leslie R. Groves, General Curtis LeMay, and Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto are historical figures who appear as characters here. To varying degrees, least of all with Captain Zacharias, who is on record as having issued the warnings he gives in this novel, more so with Generals Groves and LeMay, I have taken dramatic license with their participation in some of the events I describe. However, I made every possible effort to keep the work historically accurate. In Japan, the surname is customarily given first. For the sake of clarity, I have reversed the order in Black Wind. Finally, no remnant of the kakureta kao is known to exist in modern-day Japan. Frank Slater's Foreword. Slater-san Plantation, Maui. This is a posthumous memoir. Long ago, I gave my word not to utter a word of this story for as long as I lived. Strange to be sitting here writing this now and knowing that if someone is listening to it, I'm dead. So be it. Here's the story of the late Frank Slater, me. It's not going to be easy to tell. Mostly, it's about the war. Not those skirmishes in Korea and Vietnam. The big one, World War II. It concerns the kakureta kao, a mystical order of monks who were instrumental in fueling the war and committing some ghastly atrocities during its course. It also concerns two Japanese, a man and a woman. The woman I have loved more than life itself. The man I grew up with, loved like a brother, and then deserted when he most needed me. I told you this wasn't going to be easy. But it will be true. It will be the truest damn thing you've ever listened to. Whatever else you've heard or read that contradicts what I say here is a lie. People have said otherwise, but they were telling lies. Maybe not deliberate lies, but repeating lies created by others who needed to safeguard their reputations or their places in history. This is the real truth. I know because I was there. And if I wasn't on the spot every moment, I got it straight from someone who was, or from documents that once belonged to the kakureta kao. This is my testament. I'm writing it to set the record straight once and for all, and I'm arranging for it to be released immediately after my death when I'm finally beyond their reach, when they can't threaten or cajole or coerce me into retracting a single word. They. Even as I dictate this, I hear that word they, and I think to myself, you sound paranoid, Frank. Maybe so. Listen on. Decide for yourself. It's about war and peace, about honor and betrayal, about searching for and finding your place in the world. It's about me. It's about my boyhood friend, Matsuo Okumo, and about the woman we both loved. It's all true. I swear it. Signed, Francis Xavier Slater, Jr. It begins with Matsuo, who, as a teenager, had many troubled nights. Part 1. 1926. The Year of the Tiger. July, San Francisco. A slithering sound awoke him. Matsuo shot up to a crouch on the futon and strained to see through the room's inky blackness. Not again. Please, not again. Out of the darkness, the voices began their whispering. Are you the one? The one who bears the seeds? Are you the one to die? And then he saw them, limned by the faint light from the hallway, wizened, near-naked forms with bare, glistening scalps, their faces dark blanks except for an occasional shining pair of eyes. All carried knives that gleamed in the darkness. All except one. A tall, gaunt, hooded figure stood in the bedroom doorway. Its face, too, was entirely in shadow, except for a pair of glowing eyes burning softly as the creatures inched toward him along the floor. Some crawled, some crept, some dragged themselves along, and one writhed along the floor with a knife blade clamped between his teeth in an obscene parody of a snake. They slithered closer, their voices rising. Yes, he's the one who bears the seeds. He dies. He dies now. Kill him. One reared up and thrust his dagger unerringly toward Matsuo's throat, and he woke up, gasping, trembling, drenched with sweat. The dream again. For a few months it had stopped, but now it was back. Only a dream, he kept telling himself, but he could not escape the terror or stop his trembling. He did not want to be alone, but he could not tell Nagata. He had described the dream to him once, and had been told never to mention it again. It had been the first and only time he had ever seen the old samurai afraid. Only one thing ever helped. Matsuo crept out of his room to the small Shinto shrine where Nagata kept his daisho, his pair of samurai swords. Daisho meant big, little, a perfect name for the blades. He placed his hand on the bigger sword, the katana, and felt his trembling cease and the terror fade. Now he felt safe. He did not know what it was about these swords, but they never failed to give him comfort. He lifted the katana, heavy, almost 10 pounds, and carried it back to his room where he placed it on the futon and lay next it. Sleep was slow in returning, but with his hand resting on the pearl inlay of the black enameled scabbard, he knew if he was patient it would come. And when it did, it would be peaceful. My folks called me Frankie. The kids called me Spot. On the morning of July 10th, my 16th birthday, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror and stared at the source of my nickname. I'd done this countless times. I didn't see my ears, nose, mouth, none of which were remarkable. Nor did I see my blue eyes or sandy brown hair. Only that awful purple mark. It's known in my family as the Slater stain. All Slater males carry it on their faces to varying degrees. The medical books call it a capillary hemangioma, which tells you nothing. Grandma Slater always called it a port wine stain, which pretty much captures the look of it. Imagine spilling a glass of burgundy onto a white linen tablecloth and letting it sit there overnight. That's a good picture of the Slater stain. My father and my uncles had little ones, barely visible at their hairlines. I had all the luck. Mine was as wide as my hand, and it ran from my left upper eyelid through my hairline to the top of my scalp. No words can convey the loathing I felt for that mark. I tried combing my hair over it, but my hair would never quite reach. I even went so far once as to borrow my mother's makeup powder to cover it, but the result was hideous. I would have peeled that purple skin right off my face if I hadn't known that the resulting scar would have left me even more disfigured. I'd cried many times over that mark, and over the nickname it earned me. It kept me from being a regular chum, one of the boys, the only thing keeping me out of Mick McGarrigle's gang. He'd like me if not for that. And so would the girls. And so I stood there, dreaming someone would come along and offer me a birthday wish. Anything I wanted: gold, jewels, power, fame, my heart's desire. I wouldn't have a moment's hesitation. I knew exactly what I'd wish for. "Frankie!" I recognized the voice. Matsuo, calling from outside. Matsuo never called me Spot. I stuck my head out the bathroom window. I was on the second floor. Matsuo was standing on the grass over to the left, below my bedroom window. "Hello, below! Want to come over?" he said, his amber Japanese face tilting up. He was smiling, but his eyes looked a little hollow, like he hadn't been sleeping too well. He was dressed like me, in a short-sleeved shirt and knee-length pants. I had few friends. In fact, to be honest, I had only one. And most likely, I would not have been friends with Matsuo if he hadn't lived here on the grounds of my family home. I was that shy. "I can't today. My father's taking me sailing." The new Lightning had arrived last week, and Dad was going to start teaching me how to sail. "Come out till he gets back." "Back?" I had a sinking feeling. "Where'd he go?" Matsuo shrugged. "I just saw him driving out." I ran downstairs. Mom was in the dining room where everything was mahogany and crystal, talking to Obasan. Mom's hair was twisted up in countless tight little curlers. Her face looked tight and pinched without her hair around it. She was sitting at the long table under the chandelier, smoking a cigarette in a little ivory holder and going over a list with Obasan. "Happy birthday, Master Frankie," Obasan said in her thickly accented English. She smiled and bowed. I bowed back. "Arigato." "Yes, darling," Mom said, wrapping an arm around my waist and giving me a quick hug. "Happy 16th. "Arigato," I said again. "Speak English, dear." "I like speaking Japanese." "You do Obasan no service by speaking Japanese to her. She's in America now and wants to learn to speak English. Isn't that right, Obasan?" Obasan said, "Yes, ma'am," to Mom, but winked at me. Obasan was an ever-cheerful woman. The normally slimming effect of a kimono was lost on her portly frame. She was our cook, as well as Matsuo's aunt. Her real name was Kimura, but Matsuo had called her Obasan, Oba being the Japanese word for aunt, as long as anyone could remember, and that was now her name around our house. "Where's Dad?" "He had to meet with Commander Foster." I felt a lump swelling in my throat. "But we were supposed to go sailing." "Oh, darling, he didn't forget. It's just that there were some last-minute problems with this new contract, and he had to iron them out. I hate it when they bother him with business matters on the weekend, but he had to go." I hated it, too. Dad was always getting called away. "Maybe this afternoon," I said. "I'm afraid it will be too late then, dear. You know we've got all these people coming for cocktails and dinner at 5. There won't be time. But he'll make it up to you. You know that." Trouble was, I didn't know any such thing. "And as soon as he comes back, we'll have your birthday cake. Okay?" Okay. I didn't have much choice. "Swell. Now you just go out and play for a while. I've got to plan tonight's menu with Obasan." I waved and ran outside, determined to hide my disappointment. I had been waiting all week for today. My birthday. Sailing with my dad, just the two of us on the water with no phones and no telegrams. I walked to the ocean edge of the yard and looked down to where the brand-new Lightning sat on rollers on the thin strip of beach 50 feet below. A sob was hiding somewhere within me. I didn't look for it. I had learned from Matsuo and Nagata that the face within is not the face for the world. Matsuo came running up. "You're not going sailing at all?" he said when he stopped beside me. I guess I still needed practice keeping my two faces separate. I shook my head, not yet ready to trust myself to speak. "I think you made a good decision," Matsuo said, shading his eyes as he looked out over the Pacific. "It looks choppy. Too much wind to learn sailing. Wise to wait until tomorrow, when it will be calmer." I looked north past the deep brown stone of the Presidio to where the morning sun lit the fog flowing through the Golden Gate, then out to the misty Pacific, calm and gently rolling toward shore under an easterly breeze that couldn't have topped 5 knots. I glanced at Matsuo and had to smile. This was the truest friend a fellow could ever have. He had a lean face and body, dark brown eyes, and short black hair. He was my age and almost as tall. Only in the past year had I begun to stretch past him in height, and only by 1/2 an inch at that. But while I clomped along, Matsuo moved like a cat. His mind was as agile as his body, and he spoke English as well as any American. And why not? He may have been born in Japan, but he grew up here. He had been speaking English almost as long as I had. I threw my arm over his shoulder. "What does Nagata-san have in store for us today, chum?" "Ikebana." "Again?" I disliked the lessons in flower arranging. They seemed sissy-ish. So did the origami lessons and paper folding, but at least they were fun. I say seemed sissy-ish because nothing Nagata did could by any stretch be called sissy-ish. If he wanted to teach us flower arranging and the tea ceremony and anything else, I would go along just to be in his presence and hear the tales he told. As we climbed the outside stairs to the rooms over the 2-car garage, I peeked into the window to see if Dad had taken the Franklin. Yes, it was gone. Dad loved his new Series 11 sedan and never missed a chance to show it off to his customers. After all, it cost almost $3,000. We reached the 2nd floor and stopped on the landing to take off our shoes. The garage used to be a stable, and on hot days like this, you could still catch a whiff of horse odors drifting up from the ground floor like restless ghosts from the past. Nagata's fooding hung from the eaves over the stairs and tinkled delicately in the breeze. Instead of the usual 3, I noticed a 4th wind chime. "A new fooding?" "Yes." Matsuo reached up and removed it from its hook. "For you," he said, extending it toward me. "For your birthday." A brass bell, hammered into a shape that roughly resembled a fish, hung by a fine wire from the center of a free-floating pagoda roof. Suspended from the bell's clapper by another wire was an elaborate brass ideogram that caught the breeze and swung the clapper. Music. "I made it myself. Nagata-san taught me how." I took it and clapped him on the shoulder with my other hand. I was touched. "Arigato. I know just where to hang it." It would go right outside my bedroom window, where the breeze off the Pacific would keep it ringing. I followed Matsuo into the servant quarters where he lived with his aunt, Obasan, and his uncle, the family gardener, Takijiro Nagata. Those rooms were another reality, a spacious, Spartan world of bare white walls, spare, low-slung tables, and floor cushions, a world full of light and air, where shoes were left behind and bare feet trod the creaking, rush-covered straw tatami from one wall to the other. A world I had come to know and love far more than the streets of San Francisco outside. Nagata rose and bowed from behind a low table where he had collected a group of potted gladiolas from the nursery, an assortment of leafy plants, some twigs, a mound of earth, and 3 empty vases. He spoke in Japanese, slowly, to be sure I could understand. "I am honored you should come here on your birthday," he said. May it be a most happy one. I returned the bow as he had taught me many years ago and thanked him in Japanese. We all knelt at the table, and Matsuo and I began to follow Nagata's lead in the arrangements. We filled the vases with moist earth, for ikebana is not an art of death, but of life. We worked with living plants in their budding stage, listening to Nagata as he spoke of letting the essentials of the art flow through our eyes and arms and fingers to the vase, to the arrangement, to see the meaning in the point of a leaf, in the curve of a branch, in the open spaces left between, to achieve harmony in the juxtaposition of color and texture and emptiness. As we worked, I kept glancing at Nagata, a constant source of fascination. Such contrasts. His short, thick fingers could work so delicately with the flowers and were a positive marvel with paper, which he could fold into fragile birds and animals of infinite variety. Yet, they could also lift huge chunks of lava stone in Dad's garden and twist and wire the trunks and branches of small trees into exotic weathered forms. He could weep at the beauty of a falling leaf, spend hours staring into the sunset over the Pacific or contemplating the surface of a stone. But he had another side, one he kept hidden. One morning last spring, I was up early and spotted him in the dim light of dawn as he strode down the path to the beach at the bottom of the bluff. There, naked but for the brief white fundoshi girding his loins, his big belly protruding like a copper bowl, his face and balding scalp glistening with sweat, his arm and chest muscles bulging, he would wield his engraved katana in a dance of death. The gleaming sword would flash like lightning. He would fill the air with guttural cries as he defended himself against invisible enemies or attacked them with two-handed strokes of brutal grace that would surely have cut any flesh-and-blood opponent in half. I had never imagined that a single human being could be so fierce and so deadly. My father's gardener, the soft-spoken man who taught me paper folding and the tea ceremony and the Japanese language, was also a kind of killing machine. This stirred my imagination endlessly. I imagined that my father had secretly hired him to protect us, that by day he was a humble gardener, but by the light of the moon he was a fierce samurai warrior who tirelessly prowled the grounds, keeping the household safe from whatever might threaten us. Since then, I had spied on him many times. "Tell us about the war again," Matsuo said, as we arranged our blossoms. "Again?" Nagata said. "Don't you ever tire of those stories?" "Never," we chorused. He laughed and began the now familiar tale of his part in the Japanese Third Army's assault on Port Arthur during the Russo-Japanese War in 1904. As usual, he began with the sneak attack on the Russian fleet by Japanese torpedo boats that opened the hostilities, then proceeded to recount the bayonet charge that finally won the day at enormous cost. Nagata spoke feelingly of his disdain for the rifle and how he had joined the charge armed only with his two swords. I glanced over at the small Shinto shrine, little more than a raised platform before a small painted screen in the corner, where his daisho sat on the black lacquered rack, the big katana mounted over the shorter wakizashi. To think that those swords had actually killed someone, many someones, according to Nagata, who claimed the blades were hundreds of years old. Our flower arrangements were finally finished. Nagata's was beautiful. A perfect balance of budding gladiolas with leaves and arching twigs winding over and through the design. Next to his, Matsuo's and mine looked like wild brambles. We all shared some cold rice balls and vegetables Obasan had left behind. I cleaned my plate, especially my rice, remembering Obasan's persistent warning that every wasted grain became a wart on a loved one's face. When the meal was over, we stood and I bowed, offering my host the humblest of thank yous. Katajikenai, Nagata-san. He bowed in return. Then Matsuo said to me, I have to go to work. So early? Izumi-san wants me to give the store a good sweeping before it gets too crowded this afternoon. I was disappointed. Now I'd have to spend the day alone. In the summer, Matsuo worked in Japantown most mornings and every Saturday afternoon, but usually he didn't have to go in this early. Come with me. Oh, I don't know. I got bored hanging around the store while Matsuo worked. I liked to practice my Japanese on the Issei who bought vegetables at Izumi's yaoya, but that got tiring after a while. Come with me, Frankie, Matsuo said with an intense expression. Okay, sure. I hung my fooding on the hook outside the door until later, put on my shoes, and followed Matsuo down the driveway. We had a fair distance to walk to the 16 or so square blocks on the southern slope of Pacific Heights, known as Nihonmachi to its residents, Japantown to the rest of us. We headed over toward California Street. The houses up here in Seacliff, where I lived, were big and new with lawns and gardens. They got smaller and closer together as we neared California, where we stole aboard a passing cable car, clinging to the brass rail and squatting low in the back steps until the conductor spotted us and kicked us off. It was mostly downhill from Seacliff to Nihonmachi, but 40 blocks is 40 blocks. We walked down for a while, eyes ahead to the long upward slope waiting for us. The sun was bright and hot, glaring off the sidewalks and the curved glass windows of the turrets of the Victorian houses lined side by side along our way. These were old, some falling apart, some in excellent repair. They had been old before we were born, survivors of the great quake and fire back in '03. We were clinging to our third California Street cable car when we reached Japantown. I readied myself to jump off at Fillmore, but Matsuo grabbed my arm and shook his head. So we hung on all the way up the near vertical slope of Nob Hill, where the imposing bulks of Grace Cathedral and the Union Pacific Club and the ritzy hotels ruled. I could see the bay glittering behind the tower of the ferry building far below as we crested the hill and began the giddy descent. Matsuo nudged me off when we reached Powell Street. "Where are we going?" He smiled. "Follow me." As usual, I did. We hopped a southbound cable car for the steep ride down to Market Street, where we jumped off again. I now had a pretty good idea what Matsuo had in mind. The guy was crazy about movies, and Market Street had most of the city's theaters: the President, the Imperial, the Capitol, the St. Francis, the Granada, the California, and the Golden Gate, all within a few blocks. We were both immediately attracted by the posters at the St. Francis for The Flaming Frontier, all about Custer's Last Stand. The poster of Olive Borden in a sarong for Yellow Fingers at the California was tempting, but we kept looking. The city was pancake flat down here, and the walking was easy. We strolled up and down Market, perusing the posters, and passed a small shop with a smashed front window. I could still read Nakamura Laundry on the upper part of the glass. A board had been nailed up to cover the break, and someone had stuck a poster to the board. We stopped to read it. Japs. You came to care for lawns, we stood for it. You came to work in truck gardens, we stood for it. You sent your children to our public schools, we stood for it. You moved a few families in our midst, we stood for it. You tried to open businesses in all our neighborhoods, but we won't stand for it. You impose more on us each day until you have gone your limit. We don't want you with us, so get busy, Japs, and get out of San Francisco. I looked at Matsuo, but his face was impassive. He glanced at me with a wry smile and shrugged. Some of Mr. Hurst's friends, I imagine. I forced a laugh. This sort of thing embarrassed me. The Anti-Japanese Laundry League had been quieter since the Immigration Act reduced the Japanese quota to 0 2 years ago, but its nastiness still popped up once in a while. I supposed they were angry that the government hadn't kicked out the Japanese who were already here. We walked on and, because of its suggestive poster, finally settled on Pola Negri in Good and Naughty at the Granada. We faced a major problem, however. "I'm broke," I said, checking my pockets. "How about you?" "Me too." But he gave me a sly smile as he pulled a paperclip out of his pocket. "That never stopped us before." Obviously, Matsuo had been planning on a matinee for a while, but he had to be sneaky about it. Nagata disapproved of movies. "What about work?" "I can be late." I couldn't help laughing. "Let's go." We ran through the alley to the rear of the building, where a warped old delivery door led to the basement. Matsuo straightened the paperclip, rebent it his own way, then began to play it in and out of the lock, twisting it this way and that with his eyes closed. Suddenly came a soft click. The door swung open, and we were in. The Granada hadn't put on a live performance in years, so we were alone backstage with the dark and the dust. When the show started, we sneaked up into the ghost-lit area behind the screen and belly-crawled down from the stage to the seats. No one saw us. We sat in the third row and watched Charlie Chaplin dunk a man's beard in soup. Matsuo guffawed so hard I thought he would choke. His uncontrolled laughter got me going too, until I was afraid the ushers would come by and ask us for our tickets. Chaplin always did that to him. I think the little man's complete lack of reserve and total disregard for common decorum outraged Matsuo's Japanese sensibilities to the point where he had to laugh hysterically or flee the theater. Then came the feature. During the credits, Matsuo nudged me out of my seat, and we trotted up a side aisle to the balcony stairs. Up in the loge, he reached into his shirt and pulled out a familiar green pack, Lucky Strikes. We lit one of the rumpled cigarettes and passed it back and forth between us. I practiced my smoke rings, and Matsuo made no sound from then on. Pola Negri was on the screen, and he was mesmerized. We finished a second cigarette by the time the end appeared. "Good movie," he said, as we wandered out toward daylight. "It was okay." I hadn't found it particularly interesting. In fact, I was disappointed. The poster had been far more risque than the movie itself. But I was feeling good, even a little lightheaded from that second cigarette. Then I spotted a familiar figure outside, and everything changed. "Let's wait here for a while," I said, stopping at the top of the front ramp that led to the street. "What's wrong?" I pointed to a group of boys leaning on a car outside the theater. "Look." Mick McGarrigle and his crew were hanging around out front. Beefy and round-faced, with red hair sprouting at all angles from under the dirty plaid cloth cap he always wore. He was a year older and at least an inch taller than either of us, although he was still in our grade level at school. Mick terrified me. I had only to catch sight of him, even from this far away, and I'd feel a need to pee. Mick, my nemesis from first grade. He had taken one look at my port wine stain, and that was it. I became Spot, his favorite target. Maybe if I had been a different sort, I could have changed things before they got this bad. Maybe if I had taken a swing at his nose every time he called me Spot, back when we were 6 years old, he might have found another target. But I had only cried and turned tail. Maybe because I felt like someone named Spot. It was too late to change matters now. Our roles were set. Mick was the bully, I was the victim. God, how I hated it. I dreamed of striking back, vowing to launch myself at his throat the next time he called me Spot. But I never did. Just seeing him made me feel like a whipped pup. Matsuo was his other favorite target. At times it seemed as if we were both born to be picked on by Mick McGarrigle. Lots of kids picked on Matsuo, though, just because he was Japanese. Dad once explained that to me in his usual style by saying, "The country is going through a particularly virulent period of xenophobia, especially here in California." I eventually got him to explain that he meant that people hated foreigners just because they were foreign. Maybe that was why Matsuo never fought back. He probably knew he would catch the blame for any fight, no matter what the provocation. So Mick pushed him around, just like me. But somehow, Matsuo never seemed like a victim. We waited and waited. I was about to suggest sneaking out the back way when Mick and his 4 pack dogs finally moved on. We came out blinking in the sunlight, ready to make our way uphill to Nihonmachi, when I heard the nasty, grating voice that never failed to form spicules of ice in my stomach.
Well, well, if it ain't Chinky Boy and his pet dog Spot.
I turned and saw Mick stepping out from where he and his boys had been leaning against the wall. He blocked our way. The blue eyes that peered out from the massive freckles under the peak of his cap held the unmistakable vicious glint that bullies always seem to develop. Mick watched Spot Slater's face pale to a sick white when he turned and saw him. He called it the white look, white with fear. Only a few kids could he count on every time for the white look, and Slater was one. He used to hate them for being such panty-waists, but now he felt mostly contempt and something akin to affection. The white look was like a kind of dope. Every so often, Mick needed a dose to make him feel good, needed to know that all he had to do was appear on a street or a playground, and certain kids would want to be sick. It also meant that he had to do something to the kid to keep him ripe. Let him pass too often without something to remember Mick McGarrigle by, and pretty soon the white look would die out. He'd seen Slater duck back into the Granada and had decided to wait. It was a dull Saturday, and he needed a dose.
Hey!
He shouted, and gave Slater and the Jap kid each a shove hefty enough to send them sprawling.
You was getting your shadows on me.
Jack, Jerry, Vinny, and Al all got a laugh out of that. Good old Spot Slater looked like he was going to pee in his pants. His eyes were down on the ground, staring at everybody's shoes. The Jap kid pulled on Spot's arm. "Come on," he said in a low voice. "We'll go this way." They turned and started to walk off the other way, but not before the Jap kid flashed Mick his own look, the one he always flashed, as if to say Mick McGarrigle was a piece of shit. God, how he hated Japs. All Japs, but especially this one, this Matsuo Okumo, or whatever his name was. Mick called him Chinky Boy because Matsuo seemed to hate being taken for Chinese. Mick didn't know why. According to his father, Japs were 1,000 times worse than Chinks. Chinks at least knew their place, but Japs were why Pop was out of work so much. At least that was what he said. And when he was out of work, he drank more. And when Pop was on a bender, everyone knew, Mom and all the kids, to walk on eggshells. Sometimes he could make Pop laugh and get him in a good mood by telling him how he had made some Jap kid or a rich sissy like Spot Slater crawl. And then Pop might take him down to O'Boyle's pool hall and show him some shots. But sometimes nothing would get him in a good mood. Mick felt a sudden burst of rage watching Spot and Chinky Boy move off. He ran up and wrapped an arm across Spot's throat and whipped him around so he was facing the guys.
Look at here,
he shouted, using his free hand to pull Spot's hair up off his forehead.
I had a dog once with a spot like this, only the dog's was brown. He was kind of cute. But this is ugly.
The guys roared. Mick glanced around at Spot's face and saw how red it was. A little bit tighter, and maybe he'd start blubbering like a girl. Mick held him securely around the neck, but took no special precautions against him. Some other kid, held this way, might kick backward or drive an elbow into Mick's belly, but not Spot. Spot was too well trained. Spot knew Mick would beat him bloody if he tried anything stupid. Then Mick heard a voice, close to his ear, cutting through the guy's laughter. "Hey, Mick, how about it? You and me behind the theater." That little Jap bastard. The voice chilled him. So calm, so cool, like nothing in this world scared him. Mick let Spot go and faced him. He could see dark fires alight in the Jap's eyes.
"You looking for a fight, Chinky boy?"
"Just you and me, alone, behind the theater. Just the two of us. We'll see who walks back out." Mick's mind raced. He hadn't expected this. The Jap had never pulled anything like this before. At least he wasn't doing nothing but talking so far. Usually the Jap didn't even talk. That day last winter in the boys' room at school, when the Jap had come in while Mick was sneaking a smoke, he hadn't talked much then either. He took one look at Mick and walked by like Mick wasn't even there. Just like Pop always said, these Japs don't know their place. It had got Mick mad. No one else about, so Mick decided to stick Chinky Boy's head in one of the toilets. That would give Pop a laugh for sure. He had gone over to start things off by giving the little yellow face a casual shove as a kind of warm-up. But as soon as his hand touched the Jap, he felt himself twisted around and slammed against the wall. He thought he must have slipped, so he charged right back, but this time he felt his arm grabbed and his feet coming up off the tiles as the Jap rolled him over his hip and somehow threw him. He landed flat on his back on the floor. With all the wind knocked out of him, he fought for breath while the Jap kid looked down at him with that expressionless, slanty-eyed face of his and walked out, not saying a word. Mick knew he couldn't face anything like that behind the Granada, and especially not out here in front of the guys. They would help him out for sure, but he hated the thought of them knowing he needed help handling anyone. "Don't make me laugh," he said, good and loud, slapping his thigh. "I'd be afraid I'd kill you. And besides, my dad'd kill me for getting chink blood on my hands." As the guys laughed at this, he shoved Spot toward the Jap. "Take your pet back to Japtown while you can still walk, Chinky boy." Mick signaled to the gang to follow, and they all trotted up behind him. But as he crossed Market Street, he glanced back at the Jap and the rich kid. He saw Spot sneak a backward look of his own, but the Jap kept on walking, like nothing had happened. God, how he hated Japs. It took me a block or two to overcome my shame. I finally spoke to Matsuo as we turned a corner. "Why is he afraid of you?" "All bullies are cowards inside. Surely you know that, Frankie." "I've been told that, but I've never seen it." "It's true. Nagata says so." Matsuo's eyes were guileless as he spoke, but I had a definite feeling he was holding something back. "I honor Nagata-san's words," I said, "but I know that if I had invited Mick behind the theater, he'd have been there in a flash." Matsuo shrugged. "Maybe." Something wasn't adding up. After Mick had let me go at Matsuo's challenge, I saw something flit across his pudgy, bully face, something I never thought I'd see there. Fear. Mick was afraid to face Matsuo alone. Why? He had used Matsuo as a public punching bag for half of his life. It didn't make sense. I wondered what I'd learn if I kept a closer eye on my friend. Matsuo swept the floor of Izumi-san's store and thought about the nightmare. It had left him alone since the spring, and now it was back. Those hideous, crawling, creeping forms. Why should they want to kill him? What did it all mean? It made him afraid to go to sleep. Only the katana seemed to protect him from the dream. That was eerie. Almost as eerie as the dream itself. He would have preferred to dream of Japan. Although born there, he had lived in America since infancy and had no memory of home. But he knew from Nagata's stories that it was a wonderful, magical place, close to the hearts of the gods, where the land trembled and the mountains spewed forth smoke and fire. And Nagata should know. He had lived there all his life before coming to America to raise Matsuo according to father's wishes. Besides all that, Japan was where father lived. Baron Okumo, who existed only in photos and in the stories Nagata told about him. His brother, Hiroki, 4 years his senior, was there too. All he knew about his brother he had learned from Nagata, who had last seen him as a small boy. Japan sounded like paradise. But then, anywhere would be better than living here among these mean-spirited Westerners. "Haku, haku," Izumi said, gesturing to Matsuo's immobile broom. He waved a skeletal hand before Matsuo's eyes as he passed. White-haired, reed-thin in his tattered, stained work kimono, Izumi the green grocer hustled back and forth through his shop, his wooden geta clacking on the floor as he greeted customers, helped them make their selections, checked the bins and dumps to see that they remained filled to overflowing with their proper fruits and vegetables, with the best on top, always the best on top. Despite Nagata's concerted effort to instill a contempt for all members of the merchant class, who, according to tradition, were one step above the outcasts and untouchables, Matsuo felt a genuine affection for old Izumi-san. He was as generous as he was gruff, a hard taskmaster who worked harder than any of his employees. And every year, on the 5th day of the 5th month, Boys' Day, he hoisted a stout bamboo pole before his shop and flew koinobori, brightly colored carp-shaped streamers, one for every boy who worked for him. But though Nagata despised merchants, he made Matsuo come to Japantown to work here regularly, for it was in accordance with father's wishes that he be exposed to as many issei as possible while he lived here. "Let him come to know America like an American, but keep him Japanese." Nagata had repeated the Baron's words to him times beyond number, and so Matsuo worked in Izumi's yaoya. "Matsuo!" He looked up and saw Sachi urgently motioning him toward the front of the store. Sachi was Izumi's grandson, a year younger than Matsuo and more than a bit on the chunky side. He was standing next to an impatient-looking middle-aged woman. "See if you can figure out what she wants," he said as Matsuo came up. "I can't." "Sure, boss." Matsuo listened to the woman. Her Japanese accent was unfamiliar to him, but still it was clear that all she wanted was some wasabi root. He found some for her, and she thanked him profusely. "She's in America now," Sachi said when the woman had gone. "She should learn English." "Maybe you should learn some Japanese, boss," Matsuo said with a wink. Sachi understood a smattering, but could speak barely a word. He and Sachi had been having this conversation for years. Each knew the other's responses by heart, but that didn't stop them from replaying it time and again. "No thanks." "It's your heritage. You shouldn't forsake it." "Why not? I'm an American. You won't catch me pining away for Japan. I was born here and I'm staying. Learning Japanese is nothing but a big waste of time." "Anything you say, boss." Matsuo went back to sweeping while Sachi returned to the front counter. He called Sachi boss because he was the legal owner of Izumi's store. Matsuo also used the term as a barb against the anti-Japanese laws of Sachi's beloved America. The 1920 Alien Land Law forbade any alien from owning land. 2 years later, The Supreme Court supported a decision that declared all Japanese aliens ineligible for naturalization, thereby permanently excluding them from citizenship. As a result, no Issei, those born in Japan like Nagata and Matsuo and Izumi, could own a home or a farm or a store. But an American-born Nisei, like Sachi, was automatically a citizen. So some years ago, the store had been put in his name. The unfairness of it all made Matsuo grind his teeth every time he thought about it, but Sachi took it all in stride. He turned a deaf ear to Matsuo's railings against the United States and powerful California Jap haters like William Randolph Hearst and his San Francisco Examiner. The bigotry that made Matsuo long to return to Japan seemed only to harden Sachi's resolve to carve out a place for himself in a land that hated him. Frankie helped him stack the new shipment of oranges in the front trays under the sidewalk awning. Matsuo wished all Americans were like Frankie. Maybe then he could walk the streets without feeling the weight of all those stares, all those eyes watching him with suspicion, waiting for him to make a wrong move, ready to pounce on him. Maybe then he could buy a piece of candy at the newsstand without being elbowed aside by the white customers and ignored by the proprietor until he was the only one left. Yet even without the 1,000 daily slights of life as a gaijin in America, he would still long for Japan. As he and Frankie carried the empty crates toward the back, an all too familiar voice called out behind them.
Hey, Chinky boy!
Mick and his gang. The 5 of them were standing at the front of the store, each with an orange in his hand. As Matsuo watched, Mick tore open his orange and took a big, sloppy bite out of the middle. His chums followed suit.
Real good, Chinky boy,
he said, with the juice dripping down his chin.
Good fruit. American fruit. You ain't good enough to sell this. You should be selling little shriveled-up chink apples.
Izumi suddenly appeared from the back, brandishing a broom handle.
You, boy, pay for orangey now.
Mick laughed.
Not from your store, yellowface.
He threw the orange at the old man. As usual, the gang followed Mick's lead and began pelting Izumi with the fruit. But they slowed the old shopkeeper's charge only momentarily. As he neared them, wielding his broom handle like a bowl, they turned and ran off, jeering. On his way down the sidewalk, Mick kicked a corner support out from under one of the standing fruit trays. It collapsed, sending cantaloupes and oranges rolling in all directions along the sidewalk. Izumi began chasing the fruit instead of the boys. Matsuo and Sachi helped. So did Frankie, although Matsuo noted that his friend waited until Mick was well gone. Poor Frankie. His terror of Mick was a palpable thing. He wished he could relieve his one white friend of his paralyzing fear.
You should call the police,
Sachi said, visibly angry.
Shikata ga nai,
Izumi said, as he always did when harassed.
Shikata ga nai.
But it could be helped, Matsuo thought, as he righted the tray and reset the support. He could help, but he was not allowed to. For the 1,000th time, he wished he was free to give Mick what he deserved. This afternoon, when Mick took Frankie in that stranglehold, Matsuo had almost lost control. One swift jab to the left or right of the bully's spine, where Nagata said the kidneys lived, would have ended the scene in an instant. But Matsuo yearned for a slower reckoning. He wished to reduce the bigger boy to blubbering tears, pleas for mercy, to a lump of battered flesh, to humiliate him in front of his friends the way he humiliated Frankie, the way he tried to humiliate Matsuo. But that was a dream, one he would never see. Nagata forbade it. He taught Matsuo the arts of combat on the strict condition that he never used them in America. Matsuo's expertise at jujutsu and his growing proficiency with the sword, the staff, and the bow and arrow were skills that he had sworn to keep hidden in this land. Nagata never seemed concerned with Matsuo's tales of the batterings and indignities he suffered at the hands of Mick and his gang. He simply kept repeating his warning never to draw attention to himself. Never. And so Matsuo played the coward. His shino-on, his obligation to his teacher, Nagata, restrained him from breaking every bone in Mick McGarrigle's body. But today he had almost lost control, just as he had lost it in the boys' room last winter. The look in Mick's eyes as he had lain gasping on the tile floor was that of someone who thought he had picked up a harmless garter snake only to find that he held a poisonous pit viper. But for all the satisfaction of that moment, Matsuo knew now that he had made a mistake. He had allowed Mick to see his inner face. He had shown him the fire within, and now Mick wanted to extinguish it. Mick had doubled and redoubled his insults and petty attacks, but had never again confronted Matsuo alone. Mick's bully sense had grasped that Matsuo would not fight back in public, and Mick took full advantage of that. A war, one in which Matsuo was not allowed to fight. There seemed no way out, except to return to Japan. Nagata had promised him that he would return to meet his father and brother before he began college. 2 more years to go. 2 more years of war. He sighed and began restacking the cantaloupes. That night, I had to bounce 3 pebbles off Matsuo's bedroom window before he finally heard one. I waved my free hand in wide arcs, hoping he would spot me in the fog. "Come on down," I whispered as he lifted the sash, "and bring the luckies." He came out a few minutes later, barefoot and wearing a light kimono. "What is it?" I held up the quart jar I had spirited out of my folks' kitchen. "Here, have a taste." He took it, unscrewed the top, and sniffed. "Orange juice, and something else." "The something else is vodka." "Vodka? Isn't that a liquor?" "Yeah, like gin, only not as smelly. Put vodka in orange juice and it's called a screwdriver." At least, that was what they were calling the mix at my folks' dinner party. Matsuo made a face. "They named a drink after a tool? Just take a swig, will you? It's good." "It's safe?" "Of course. You know my father only buys the best bootleg. Imported only. No basement stuff." Matsuo took a drink and nodded appreciatively. "It's good." He drank again. "It's very good." Matsuo spoke slowly and carefully, but still could not overcome the slur in his voice. "We must find a way to bring Mick to justice." We sat in the bushes between the Japanese garden and the patio and watched the party through the arched windows of my white stucco-walled Spanish-style house. Dad had had everybody out to see his Zen garden before dinner, and now they were all in the living room. Dinner was over. At first, the Navy men had stayed in a group with my father, drinking and talking at one end of the room, while the women put on the record player and danced the Charleston at the other. But now they all were gathered around the piano singing, "I Found $1 Million Baby in the 5 and 10 cent store," and "Bye-bye, Blackbird." All seemed to be feeling pretty good. Matsuo and I weren't feeling too bad ourselves. We had finished off the screwdrivers and were sharing a lucky strike. Matsuo had had less than I, but seemed to be feeling it more. Even in the faint light from the house, I could see that his face was flushed a deep red. Suddenly, he had started talking about Mick. "Who will bell the cat?" I said. Matsuo didn't seem to hear me. He seemed to be in his own world. "We must bide our time like the 47 Ronin and wait until the moment is right. And then, when Mick least expects it, we must strike." I knew that story by heart. Nagata had told it to us many times. But I didn't see how my favorite Japanese epic applied here. I reviewed it in my mind. In 1703, Lord Kida deceived Lord Asano into violating his chu, his duty to the shogunate. Lord Asano committed seppuku to right the wrong. His fief was confiscated, leaving his samurai retainers masterless, and thereafter called ronin. 47 of these ronin entered into a blood pact to avenge their lord. But to throw the powerful Lord Kida off guard, they played the part of wastrels and drunkards. They became despised by all because they neither committed seppuku like their lord, nor did they strike against the man who had engineered their master's death. But when the time was right, when Lord Kida and his retainers were lulled into a false sense of security, they rose up as one and avenged their fallen master by taking Lord Kida's head. "The lesson," Nagata would always say, "lies not in the bloodshed and deceit. It lies in giri, the obligation, the debt, to one's master." The 47 put giri to their master above all. Consequently, they violated chu, the unrepayable debt to the emperor, the law of Japan, by slaying a lord without the shogun's permission. Lord Kida's death satisfied their giri to their master. Only their own deaths would satisfy chu. So all 47 committed seppuku in the Sengakuji temple. The story's melodrama fascinated me, but I also saw it as a primer for the twists and turns of the Japanese concept of on, one's accumulation of debts and obligations. Matsuo had been exposed to the patterns of on since birth, and even he wasn't completely clear on them. I was a Johnny-come-lately and felt I had almost no chance of grasping the full meaning. But I understood some of the levels of on. The highest were chu, to the emperor, and oya, to one's parents, neither of which could ever be fully repaid. Others were various forms of incurred debt, giri, which had to be repaid tit for tat, such as giri to one's name and one's master and one's teacher, and so on. "I don't get the connection," I said. "We must satisfy the giri to our names." "How?" Instead of answering me, he said, "I have to go now." His voice sounded strained. "Why?" "Because I am going to be sick." He got up and staggered off toward the garage. As I watched him go, I mulled what he had said about the 47 ronin. Did he mean we should pretend to be cowardly wastrels afraid to fight back? I didn't have to do any pretending for that. Or had he been talking about himself? Was Matsuo some sort of secret samurai waiting to satisfy our giri? What an exciting thought. It kept me awake most of the night. Matsuo knelt before Nagata's daisho and made an offering of his breakfast fish and rice at the shrine. He could not bring himself to eat this morning. He could not remember ever feeling this sick in his entire life. His stomach quivered and his head throbbed as if the giant bell in Grace Cathedral were clanging inside it. He swore never again to touch another screwdriver or any other form of Western liquor. Only sake or plum wine for him from now on, and even those in small amounts. Matsuo reached up and lifted Nagata's katana from its resting place. He pulled the scabbard halfway back and studied the strange, mottled finish on the blade. Nagata said it was a Masamune blade, though it was inscribed with the ideogram for gaijin, stranger. The only blades that could hold a candle to Masamune's were those made by a rival swordsmith, Murasama. It was said that when a Murasama blade was plunged into a running stream, the floating leaves and twigs that brushed against its edge were cut in two. But it was said that when the same was done with a Masamune blade, its edge was so keen that floating leaves and twigs avoided it and passed on either side. This blade held a power that went beyond sharpness, strength, and flexibility. Matsuo swore to save all his money and buy one like it for himself when he returned to Japan. But he knew there was no other in the world like this one. According to Nagata, Masamune had fashioned this particular blade from another sword given him centuries ago by a wandering gaijin. The original had been made of a very special metal from a stone that had fallen from the sky, and Masamune had hammered and folded and reshaped it into its present form. It must have been a magic sword, Matsuo thought, for he sensed the hidden power in Nagata's daisho. He could feel it shimmer through his nerve endings when he held the blade. "Dreaming of beheading your enemies?" said a voice behind him. Matsuo quickly thrust the blade back to rest within its scabbard and replaced it on the katanakake, then turned to face Nagata, fresh from his morning bath. "No, sensei. I would need only my hands to defeat my enemy. But I cannot use them." He gave Nagata a sidelong look. "Although Giri to my name might demand that I use my hands just once." "Giri demands no such thing. Oya and Shino-on, your duties to your father and your teacher, demand that you play the part of an ordinary poor Issei boy and draw no attention to yourself. You stand out enough merely by being Japanese. If you use the jujutsu and bujutsu I have taught you, you will injure an American, perhaps severely. You might then become a focus for the hatred of Orientals in this city. What if someone like Hurst-san decided to attack you in the Examiner? What if this brought to light the identity of your father? Such an incident could cause the Baron great embarrassment, and I would be disgraced because I am responsible for you. I would have no recourse but to bring you home to our land and commit seppuku." Matsuo felt as if he had been doused with ice water. To be the cause of Nagata's death, the thought left him speechless. "Besides," Nagata continued, "there are ways other than brute force to satisfy Giri. You would do well to follow the wisdom I learned when I studied at the Tenshin Shoden Katori Shintoryu as a boy. I learned bujutsu, all the martial arts, just as you are learning. These arts are designed for one purpose, to kill. But to rely on brute force alone is the way of animals. We learn to kill, yes, but we must also learn that it is not necessary to reveal our strength. We must reach for and grasp a higher form of wisdom and keep our brute power hidden." So said Cho Isai Sensei, founder of Katori Shintoryu. They are words we must both live by. So, look upon your trials here as tests of your shuyo, Nagata said, thumping his ample belly. But enough of this. It is time to work in the garden. He turned and strode toward the door. Shuyo, self-discipline. Matsuo wished he had more. Everyone knew that shuyo built up the belly, the seat of control. Matsuo rubbed a hand over his flat abdomen, then followed Nagata out to the garden. "Your rake is asleep," Nagata said. "Wake it up." The morning air did nothing to improve the way Matsuo felt. The light of the rising sun was a knife blade through his eyes and into his brain. The soft, steady strokes of Nagata's rake through the fine stones were a thunderous rumble in his head. Matsuo forced himself to follow his sensei's lead, dragging his wide-toothed rake to form parallel lines in the small stones, arrows straight in the open spaces, but gently curving around the bases of the lava stones and twisted trees. When the raking was done, Nagata squatted and slowly made his way around the perimeter of the garden, walking like a crab. When he completed the circuit, he stood with hands on hips and smiled.
It is done. It is good.
Matsuo had watched him spend weeks arranging the varied lava rocks, moving this one 3 inches to the left, that one an inch to the right. What was so special about the placement of the rocks that Nagata had to spend a whole month at it? Why is it good?
Sit, Nagata said, and Matsuo sat. Look out across my sea of raked stones. Feel the tranquility of the surface while you sense the currents below. Count the large stones.
Matsuo counted.
8. Move somewhere else. Anywhere.
When Matsuo chose another spot, Nagata said, "Count the large stones again."
Matsuo shrugged and counted. 8. Are they the same stones?
Of course. Matsuo caught himself. No, they weren't the same 8. Wait, he stood. The stone at the far edge there. I could see it before, but now it is hidden behind this big one here. And that crooked one over there on the left is visible now, but I didn't see it the first time. Nagata nodded with pleasure.
Move around. Sit anywhere along the edge. Tell me what you see.
Matsuo tried viewing the rocks from every conceivable angle. 9 rocks dwelled in the stony sea, but no matter where he sat, only 8 were visible. Each of the 9 had its turn in view as he changed position, but never more than 8 were visible at any one time, no matter where he sat.
What does this tell you, son of the Baron?
Matsuo thought a moment. Then, that wherever one goes in life, no matter how hard one searches and how clear one imagines the view, something is always hidden.
Excellent. I am truly proud of you.
Matsuo watched Nagata as he stood with his arms folded atop his potbelly and surveyed his latest addition to the Slater property. And I am proud of you, sensei. Nagata-san, he said after a moment, why do you work so hard in Frankie's father's garden? Nagata looked at him and smiled serenely.
Has Slater-san picked out a single shrub or turned a single spade of earth here? Has he contributed the smallest shred of himself to the garden? Oh, yes, certainly it resides on his land. And he said to me, do something with the west corner. But that was all, no more. He may call this his Japanese garden, and he may show it to all his friends, but Matsuo, there is nothing of him here. This is my garden.
You don't like Slater-san?
In truth, I do not think of Slater-san. He is wealthy, but he is empty, like a hollow shell on the shore. Shake him, and nothing falls out. Hold him up to your ear, and you will hear only the whisper of the blood rushing through your head.
But you work for him. Matsuo instantly recognized his error and wished the words back in his mouth, but it was too late. Nagata's face clouded, and his voice grew stern.
I serve only your father, the Baron. He and no one else is my master. I use Slater-san as a means of raising you among Americans as your father commanded. Nothing more.
Forgive my thoughtless words, sensei. Like the Westerners around us, my tongue flies ahead of my thoughts.
Perhaps you should meditate on that while you weed.
Weed? But you promised to practice with the bokken with me today.
Your spirit needs honing more than your skills with the wooden sword. I sometimes feel I am failing your father in his command to raise you here, yet keep you Japanese.
He swept a hand out over the expanse of his work.
Consider my garden. It is like Japanese life. It is ordered. It is clean. It has a design. Each rock, each plant, each tree has its place. Each was removed from its nursery or from nature and assumes its proper station in the garden. American life is a weed patch where every member must find its place. Some spend their entire lives searching and never find their place. In Japan, there is no need to look for one's proper station. One is born into it. I was born into mine. You were born into yours. Mine is to be Baron Okumo's samurai retainer. Yours is to fill the special role he has planned for you, known only to him. The garden tells you all this. Watch the garden as you work here. It can teach you much. It is life, the life you must lead. And there are always surprises. He pointed to the base of the cedar fence. Look there, for instance. See that bit of green poking between the wooden slats? Matsuo scanned the base of the fence until he saw it. A tiny branch had wormed its way between the apparently flush border of two cedar boards and had sprouted a single leaf. I see. What does it say to you? Matsuo would have given 2 fingers from his left hand to be able to compose a haiku on the spot, but the words would not fall into the proper places. Finally, he said, "The tiny plant has persevered where others failed, finding a passage where seemingly none existed, and has won a place in the sun from the land of shadow." Nagata's face lighted with pleasure, and that in turn warmed Matsuo. Whatever pleased his sensei pleased him. Excellent. You see, even in the simple fence around a garden, one can find courage and victory over seemingly insurmountable odds. Can we practice with the bokken now? Nagata laughed from deep in his belly. Yes, when the Slaters make their Sunday trip to church, we will practice. Now, weed, and do not mention the bokken again. The clacking sound drew me around to the rear of the garage. I hadn't been feeling too good that morning, so Mom and Dad left me behind when they went to church. I felt better after a roll and some juice, so I went out looking for Matsuo. I found him when I found the source of the noise. They were using wooden swords, lengths of oak the exact size and shape of the big katana of Nagata's daisho. I had always known Matsuo to be quick and agile, but I had never seen him like this. He moved like a tiger, aiming vicious 2-handed thrusts and slashes at Nagata with his wooden sword, while the older, heavier man, who by all appearances should have been at a disadvantage, kept him at bay with parries and dodges that seemed to require no more than a bend of the wrist or a simple sidestep. Matsuo was soaked with perspiration. Nagata was cool and dry. Fascinated, I hunkered down in a clump of bushes and watched. Matsuo called on every ounce of speed and agility he had to penetrate Nagata's defense, but to no avail. With an effort, he bottled his frustration, knowing that emotions would only betray his sword. He had to remember what Nagata had taught him, to send his essence along the wooden blade and make himself one with it. Control the breath, control all thought, control every movement. He stepped back, holding his bokken at the ready, its long handle gripped with both hands while its blade was aligned vertically with his right shoulder. He paused to compose himself. Nagata waited for him. Matsuo let himself flow into his sword, making it an extension of his hands. But as he did, a movement at the shaded corner of the garage caught his eye and he looked. Frankie's face peered out from the bushes. But that couldn't be. Frankie was at church with his parents. That was why he and Nagata had waited until the big car had gone. They never practiced when anyone was home. An idea suddenly exploded in Matsuo's brain, a plan that was beautiful in its simplicity,
yet it might solve so many problems. As he stood there contemplating it, he felt a sudden stinging pain on the left side of his neck.
"Your head rolls serenely downhill," Nagata said.
He stepped back and wiped imaginary blood from his wooden blade before he thrust it into his belt. Frankie's face disappeared into the bush as Matsuo rubbed his neck.
"What happened to you?" Nagata said. "You were doing very well. That last was perhaps your best attack yet, and then you let your guard down completely."
Matsuo bowed to Nagata. "I was distracted by a thought."
"You should be far beyond that point," Nagata said with annoyance. "In battle, too much thought is death. You must act, and you must train until the action becomes part of your very nature."
"I am truly sorry, Sensei, but it was such a wonderful thought." Nagata did not ask him the nature of the thought, and Matsuo did not volunteer it. But it had been truly ingenious. It would satisfy Giri in the matter of Mick without neglecting the various on to his father and Nagata, and it would help his friend Frankie too. He smiled. Yes, a most wonderful thought. From Mystical Japan by Francois Fallon. As we have seen, religion in Japan has virtually nothing to do with ancestor worship, despite that prevailing misconception. They merely recognize their on, their debt or obligation to what has gone before. There is no good or evil in their religion, only the various levels of on. Unlike so many of its Western counterparts, Japanese religion is a joyous, colorful, festive part of everyday life. There is, however, a notable exception to this rule: the kakureta kao, the Order of the Hidden Face. This mystical sect gained its place in the history of Japan in the 16th century during the days of the Nobunaga shogunate. The shoguns had wrested the reins of government from the emperor and kept him secluded in Kyoto while they ruled with an iron fist. After Nobunaga took control of Kyoto and the shogunate in 1568, he set about the task of consolidating his hold by ridding the land of all traces of the emperor's temporal power. He accomplished this by destroying not only those who opposed him, but also those who would not join him. Nobunaga wanted no challenges from without or within. He began a program of burning all the Buddhist monasteries in the land. His armies, however, did not limit themselves to the Buddhists. After destroying the great Enryakuji temple of Mount Hiei and slaughtering every living soul within, they attacked every Kakureta Kao temple in their path as they fanned out north, west, and south of Kyoto in their sweep of Honshu. It soon became apparent that the Buddhists were not Nobunaga's real target. It was the Kakureta Kao, and with good reason. The order was the most ancient of all, predating Buddhism and Shintoism. As legend has it, Susanoo, the sword god, the direct ancestor of the emperor, brought the Hidden Face order into existence in the time of Jimmu, the first emperor, and charged it with the mission of protecting the Son of Heaven and preserving his power in the world. The various temples of the Kakureta Kao had been agitating for the restoration of the imperial line, and so the shogun had, in effect, declared war on the order along with the Buddhists. Unlike the Buddhists, however, the Hidden Face fought back. The few fighters of their number battled fiercely, but their zeal and determination could not overcome the overwhelming numbers arrayed against them, nor make up for the fact that their monasteries were not designed to withstand full-scale military assaults. Nobunaga's armies took a terrible toll, razing each monastery to the ground after slaughtering any monks who might have survived the siege. Finally, only one monastery remained, the oldest, largest, and best fortified, near Nanao, on the thumb-like peninsula that juts off Honshu's west coast into the Sea of Japan. The monks ask the people of Japan, daimyo and peasant alike, to rise up and restore the emperor to power in Edo. Their call to arms fell upon deaf ears, and so, as legend has it, the monks delved into the cache of ancient lore that was their legacy from the god of swords, and found a means to defend themselves. As the shogun's armies neared the gates of the monastery, something happened. Folklore is vague about the exact nature of the event, but most tales agree that darkness descended and some sort of mystical wind rose up around the last temple. Some sources call it the wind that bends not the trees. Others refer to it as another kamikaze, or divine wind, like the one that saved Japan by sinking Kublai Khan's invading fleet at the end of the 13th century. But the most commonly accepted name appears to be Kuroikaze, the black wind. The Kuroikaze was apparently far more devastating than a mere storm of air. The legends are unclear as to exactly what havoc it wrought, but the historical records of the shogunate reveal that less than half the army returned to Edo alive. Nobunaga left the Kakureta Kao alone after that, and was eventually slain by his own generals in 1582. The Hidden Face sect limped through the following centuries, never regaining its power or prominence. It is reduced today to a single temple, a 5-storied pagoda in Tokyo, not far from the imperial palace. The members of the inner circles of the sect never leave the temple, and no one is allowed inside other than the select children who are educated there as acolytes. What goes on within is completely shrouded in mystery. Copyright 1926, Pressari, Paris. August, Tokyo. Under the spell of the drugs, the monk lay on the stained futon and moaned. Hiroki watched with dry mouth and dripping armpits. Throughout his childhood and adolescence, he had heard rumors of this room on the top floor of the temple, but this was the first time he had ever seen it. Its ceiling seemed to stretch into limitless empty black space. The darkness around him was relieved only by the 4 candles placed at the corners of the futon, and these illuminated only the fronts of the 24 or so robed and hooded figures, some standing, some sitting, some lying on the floor, encircling their fellow monk. Rare to see so many members of the inner circles together in one room. All were robed uniformly in dark blue. Their silk masks were the only part of their apparel that distinguished one from the other. But Hiroki knew many of them by the shapes of their bodies. Those without hands or feet, or legs or arms, were easily recognized. So were the eyeless ones. The tongueless, earless, and noseless monks were more difficult. He wondered how he would feel standing here now in this dark room with these deformed, mutilated holy men if he had not been coming to the temple on an almost daily basis for as long as he could remember. Hiroki turned his attention to the monk on the futon. This one, a seer, lay naked but for his mask and fundoshi. He writhed in seeming agony. His scrawny limbs flexed and straightened with spasmodic jerks. As he turned this way and that, the candlelight flickered into the recesses of his empty eye sockets. Suddenly, he stopped and fell limp. Even his breathing stopped. The room became silent as a tomb. Hiroki glanced at Yajima standing next to him. His fellow acolyte's full face was pale, his lips drawn into a tight line. He searched the hooded figures for the eyes of Shimazu, his sensei, found them through the eye-holes of a red silk mask across from him, and with his own eyes asked a silent, frightened question. Shimazu's green eyes blinked as he nodded reassuringly. And then Hiroki's attention was drawn to the futon again as the seer's lungs filled with a great whistling gasp. Hiroki backed up half a step as the seer levered up to a sitting position and stared around the room with those empty sockets. He seemed to be looking elsewhere, elsewhen. "Death!" he cried. "The son of the sun dies with the year. A quiet time follows as a new emperor, a new son of heaven, accedes the throne of the sun. Then war. I see war. I see the Son of Heaven at war with all nations. I see fleets on the sea, fleets in the air, spanning the 5 continents and the 7 seas. All nations feel the sting of Japan's lash. The Son of Heaven is everywhere," he smiled, showing crooked yellow teeth, "and everywhere victorious." The smile faded, and his voice lowered in volume. "No, not everywhere. There is defeat. There come many defeats. I see Tokyo burning once more. The future looks dark. Defeat follows defeat. The Empire's forces are driven back, yet the land remains unsullied. No gaijin foot trods our soil. The Emperor remains untouched, yet even so, there is no hope," he sobbed. "All is lost. But wait! When all looks blackest, blackness will save us. The Kuroikaze, born by a noble firstborn, shall return to strike down all who oppose the imperial will." Suddenly he screamed and flung himself backward with both arms shielding eyes he no longer possessed. "The light! The light of the sun! It blinds!" The seer fainted, collapsing like an empty husk. Before he could react, Hiroki felt a hand on his shoulder. He and Yajima were guided away from the upper room and the rest of the monks. Shimazu led them down the steps to the tiny classroom on the 3rd level where they had spent much of their acolyteship. "What does it mean, sensei?" Hiroki said when they were alone. His heart was pounding in time with the whirling of his mind. "I don't understand." "Always it is the same," the master said, his voice slightly muffled as ever by the embroidered red silk mask he wore. Hiroki had wondered at times if he would recognize the voice if it spoke to him through clear air with no fabric to distort it. He knew, though, that he would never fail to recognize Shimazu's high, thin shoulders and his gaunt, long-fingered hands. "No matter which seer has the vision, it is always the same." Hiroki held his tongue, knowing that soon his master would explain all he thought they should know. Finally, he spoke. "What is your dearest ambition?" Hiroki didn't hesitate. The answer had been drilled into him since early childhood. He and Yajima answered in unison. "To die for the Emperor!" Hiroki paused, unsure whether to speak, but he had to ask. "A new son of heaven, sensei?" "Always you listen carefully." His voice was grave. "Too carefully sometimes. Yes, a new emperor. The Emperor Taisho will die within the year, and Crown Prince Hirohito will assume the throne of heaven." Hiroki was truly speechless now. "You too have been privileged tonight. You have been permitted to witness a rite that has been reserved only for the 4 inner circles of the Kakureta Kao. This has been allowed for 2 reasons. First, because you approach your 21st birthdays and have proved yourselves to be admirably discreet and worthy of continued presence in the order. Second, because the Kakureta Kao has need of your services in the outside world, where members such as I can rarely venture. Shimazu paused for breath, and Hiroki had to catch himself from falling as he leaned forward in anticipation of the monk's next words. The order needed him? Ever since he could remember, his father had told him that he needed the order. As you heard, the monk said, there will be war. A war we shall win. Hiroki's puzzled expression must have mirrored Yajima's. Shimazu explained. You heard it yourself. Initial victories followed by defeats, then the appearance of the Kuroikaze, then the all-pervasive blinding light of the sun, which can only mean the triumph of the Emperor, the god of the sun of heaven. Yes! Hiroki cried. Now he understood. The light at the end of the vision. It could mean nothing else but... When, sensei? Yajima said. When? Hiroki, too, hungered for the answer. In our lifetimes. We know no more than that. But we know we can trust the visions. Did they not warn us of the Kanto Daishinsai? Hiroki bowed. The vision had certainly been correct about the great Kanto earthquake 2 years ago, and for that he would be eternally grateful. He had been able to warn his family and see them move to the summer residence on Sagami Bay well before the quake struck on the 1st of September. The devastation had exceeded his worst imaginings. Tsunamis swelled from the seas and swept away the harbor dwellings, toppling even the great Daibutsu, the giant bronze statue of the Buddha at Kamakura. And then the fires, the flowers of Edo, began. Hot coals from hundreds of toppled hibachi ignited the tinder wood and paper walls of the countless houses toppled by the quake. Tokyo ignited like well-aged kindling. Tatsumaki, dragon tails of fire, tore through the city like blazing tornadoes, igniting broken gas mains and spilled petroleum, driving people into the rivers and the sea, where those who were not drowned were immolated by burning oil floating on the water. When the fires finally were brought under control days later, over 100,000 were dead, and 3/4 of the city lay in ruins. What is your wish, sensei? We have learned through the visions that the Kuroikaze will be crucial to victory in the coming war. Which will heap great honor on the order, Yajima blurted. Hiroki saw a crinkling of the skin around Shimazu's green eyes that he had come to interpret as an indulgent smile. He envied Yajima as a recipient of that rare hidden smile. Yes, Yajima. The order will once again hold the place of honor in the heart of the Son of Heaven that it earned in the days of the Nobunaga shogunate. If, sensei? Hiroki said. Shimazu sighed. I have decided to trust the 2 of you with a secret, the gravest secret of the order. The outside world knows little or nothing of us. Even the emperors have paid little heed to us during the past century, and would dismiss us entirely if what I am about to tell you was to become public knowledge. I don't want either of you to answer right away. I want you to consider carefully whether you wish to carry the weight of this secret. Until now, only a handful of fully ordained monks above the level of the 5th circle have been privileged with this knowledge. Hiroki closed his eyes and composed his features into an aspect of careful consideration. Of course he could be trusted with the secret. He craved the burden. He could have told his teacher so immediately, but he wanted to appear properly pensive about the honor being offered. But what could it be? Just before broaching the subject of the secret, Shimazu-san had been discussing the kuroikaze. Did it concern the black winds? Yes, that had to be it.
I do not want your decision now, Shimazu said. I will give you both until tomorrow to make up your minds.
Hiroki hid his frustration. Tomorrow? He wanted to know now. But Shimazu's slow nod was a sign that they should leave him. They rose, bowed, and left the small teaching room together. "What do you think the secret could be?" Yajima said as they walked to the central stairway. He was heavy-set, bordering on fat, with stubby fingers and the start of a belly. But he was not a jovial sort. Yajima was serious, studious, and intensely devoted to the order. "I can't imagine, but it sounds ominous. I'll probably be up all night thinking about it." "I too," Yajima said softly. They bowed as they passed a legless monk dragging himself along the floor by his hands. His eyes blinked at them through the eye holes in his mask. They made their way carefully down the candlelit stairway that wound through the core of the square, 5-storied pagoda. The stairs were surrounded by rooms and hallways on each floor. No electricity in the Kakureta Kao temple, no telephone service either. The windows were latticed and louvered to admit light and air, and to allow the monks to look out upon the city if they so wished, but they permitted no view of the inside. Everything here was much like it was 1,000 years ago when the original structure had been built. "Do you think learning the secret will delay my ascent into the 5th circle?" Yajima said. Hiroki stared at his friend. They had grown up together in the temple, 2 students of noble lineage, vying for the honor of Shimazu's approval. But it had been a rivalry without enmity. They were too evenly matched for one to dominate the other, so through the years of petty jealousies and spats and scuffles, a firm bond had developed between them. They rarely saw each other outside the temple, but were almost inseparable within it. "You're really going on in the order? I've told you that 100 times, Hiroki." "I know, but—" They bowed again as a monk without arms or legs passed in a wheelchair, giving directions to the eyeless monk who pushed him from behind along a second-floor corridor. "But I didn't think you really would." Hiroki shuddered at the thought of moving past the 4th circle. That was when they started cutting you up. The students and lay acolytes remained whole, as did the guards and the temple sensei. But the rest submitted themselves to the order's surgeons. 2 procedures were mandatory: castration and the surgical creation of skin folds at the edges of the face to hold the mask in place. Your face was never seen again after that. The mask could be changed at will, but only in the privacy of the monk's personal quarters. After that, the monk was given some choice as to which of his senses he wished to give up first. If, however, there was a disproportionate number of monks with fused nostrils at that time, he would be instructed to choose another sense for sacrifice. And then it would begin, the incremental whittling away of the body, and with it, the sensory world. And over the years, as the perceptions of each of the remaining senses was enhanced and developed to its maximum potential by drugs and rituals, another was removed. "I yearn for the chance to start on my path toward the hidden face, Hiroki. To actually see it someday." Hiroki nodded but said nothing. After years with the drugs and the rituals, when a monk's natural life was nearing its end, the final contact with the sensory world was severed, and the Kakureta Kao, the hidden face of the universe and of all reality, was revealed. Death followed soon after. "Not for me," Hiroki said to himself as they stepped out of the temple into the red splendor of the sunset. It might be truly wonderful to see the Kakureta Kao, but he was thankful that neither his father nor Shimazu had the inner circles of the order in mind for him. Father had placed him here to learn from the order things that could be learned nowhere else, and to put that knowledge to work in the outside world. Shimazu, too, wished to save him for the outside world, to be the order's voice on the Imperial Council. He waved goodbye to Yajima and went out to the bustling streets to look for a taxi or jinriksha home. He was lucky that his father and his sensei seemed to be of one mind as to his future. The only area in which they seemed to disagree was the matter of his marriage to Meiko Mazaki. Shimazu was bitterly opposed to any marriage for him. Hiroki sided with his father here. He wanted Meiko for his wife, and if necessary, he would defy his sensei to have her. Meiko! He suddenly remembered that he was supposed to meet father at Viscount Mazaki's summer home on Sagami Bay this evening. Time had flown. He hurried on, spurred by a desire to avoid embarrassing father by being late, and by the heated desire to see her. Meiko's face appeared before him. Meiko, with the flawless skin, the full lips, the perfect cheekbones, the huge dark eyes. To think that in a match arranged for purely political reasons, he should be paired with one so utterly lovely. Surely all the gods smiled down on him. Meiko, so young and delicate, she dominated his dreams at night and haunted his every waking moment outside the temple during the day. He broke into a run to find a taxi to the train station. Shimazu took the final sip of the drug the seers use and put the cup down. He sat cross-legged and waited as the familiar mustard-yellow fog wafted through his mind and colored his thoughts. He waited for enlightenment. Though virtually impossible for one with eyes and without intensive training to see into the future, he had tried this many times before and had been rewarded with an occasional vague impression of what was to come. He tried to encourage enlightenment by concentrating on something from the seer's visions. They said the Emperor Taisho did not have long to live. He dwelled on that. The Emperor's bizarre behavior was an embarrassment to the imperial line. He was mentally deranged. Perhaps it was the will of the gods that he not survive the year, clearing the way for Crown Prince Hirohito to... Something darted through his mind and disappeared. He emptied his thoughts. It would return if he did not search for it. And then he saw it. The yellow mist parted, and he was on the Tokyo docks, watching a teenage boy and an aging samurai walk down a gangplank. He looked around. The city was in mourning. The mist closed in and hid the boy from view as Shimazu tried to get another look at him. He opened his eyes. He had not really needed a second look. He had seen enough of the boy to recognize his resemblance to Hiroki. It was the younger Okumo entering Tokyo. The signs of mourning around the city could mean only one thing. Matsuo Okumo would be coming home shortly after the emperor's death. Shimazu took a deep breath through the silk of his mask. Events in the Order's 100-year plan were beginning to pick up momentum. The younger Okumo's return was a sign of that. Shimazu felt a spasm of dread shudder through him. His return also meant a momentous decision might soon be at hand. He knew he eventually must decide which of the Okumo brothers would die. For the duty of killing one of them had fallen to him many years ago. He knew he would be faithful to that duty. He prayed that Hiroki would not be the one. Meiko tried to be attentive to the conversation between her father, Hiroki, and Baron Okumo, but her mind wandered. It always turned out like this. The Baron would invite her and her parents over to the Okumo residence, or her father would invite the Baron and his wife and Hiroki to theirs. The visits had become more frequent lately since both families had summer residences here on Sagami Bay. But no matter where they met, the routine rarely varied. The never-mentioned purpose was to allow Hiroki and Meiko to become familiar with each other. But how could she learn about Hiroki when the two fathers drew him to the far side of the garden and entwined him in their incessant talk of politics? She squirmed slightly in her place on the teak engawa. She had tied her obi too tightly, and it was binding a fold of the new furisode kimono against her flank. To distract herself from the discomfort, she looked across the formal garden and down the slope to the bay. With the U-shape of their house's rear blocking off the rest of the slope above and to either side, it was almost as if Sagami Bay belonged to them alone. She smoothed the apricot fabric of her kimono and traced her finger along the delicate embroidered willow tree branches that swept from the hem up to and over her left shoulder. She counted the birds singing in the branches, and when she was sure she had found them all, she reluctantly tried to turn her attention to the conversation that so intrigued her father, her future father-in-law, and her future husband. They were talking of America, as usual, a subject that seemed to fascinate her father and the Baron. Hiroki was speaking. "The United States will need abject lessons in respect. They treat us like État now. Their immigration laws are a direct slap in the face to the Emperor." Strong words, Meiko thought. Did Americans really treat Japanese like untouchables? "On the surface, yes," said the Baron. "But the Exclusion Act merely confirmed what we already knew. They have singled us out because of our proven superiority. They fear us. If Japan men go to America and buy a farm, they become the best farmers in the land. If they start a factory, they soon produce superior merchandise for less cost. And that is the key to Japan's future. Anything the Americans can do, we can do better. Just as there is an order among individuals, there is an order among nations. And Japan's place is, as we all know, first in that order." Meiko stifled a sigh as her attention drifted back to the blue of the bay, flecked with the white of sailboats and the wakes of powerboats. Betrothal had seemed so exciting 2 years ago when she had been only 14 and Hiroki 18. She had never guessed that marriage plans were in the wind when the two families met for the first time and spent a seemingly casual evening together at the home of a mutual acquaintance. She had become suspicious at the second chance meeting at the annual Chrysanthemum Show in Tokyo, and noticed that all the arrangements had been made by go-betweens so that no breaking off of relations in the early stages would threaten the honor of either family. She knew that her father and the Baron, both noble members of the Satsuma clan, had been political allies in the past, but were now becoming fast friends as a result of the meetings. Clearly, a link was being forged between the Okumos and the Mazakis. The marriage of Hiroki and Meiko would formalize it. Meiko studied her future husband. She certainly could not deny that she had been paired with a handsome man. Hiroki's short-cropped hair and chiseled features were pleasing to look at. His smiles were rare, but when one broke through, it brightened his face like a burst of sunshine. He wore a brown haori open over a black kimono. She liked the way it accentuated his broad shoulders. But what thrilled her most was the way he looked at her. Most of the time he was properly diffident, showing no undue familiarity, but occasionally she would find him looking at her and would catch an unguarded emotion in his eyes. Meiko knew she was totally unschooled in the ways of men, but was quite sure she knew desire when she saw it. The mention of her name made her prick up her ears.
And I think your suggestion that she study in America is a good one, her father was saying to Baron Okumo.
The Baron clapped his hands once and nodded vigorously.
I knew you would see my point of view. Most excellent. Your arguments are most persuasive, her father said.
Meiko listened with mounting unease. Now she understood the visits of the go-between the past 2 days. Baron Okumo would never have broached such a subject directly. A go-between was dictated to protect himself and her father from slight, and her father was agreeing. It couldn't be.
You are most wise to perceive their merits, the Baron said, especially if your beautiful daughter is to wed Hiroki. If Japan is to ascend to her rightful place among the nations of the world, she will have to deal most often with America during her rise. It is a young, vigorous country that will have to be taught respect for its betters. As we all know, Western ways are strange, and few stranger than America's. When Hiroki comes to occupy an important place on the Imperial Council, a wife familiar with American ways will be of great value to him. Yes, her father said, that is quite clear.
Meiko was sure that neither the Baron nor Hiroki was aware of the change in her father's tone, but she noticed it immediately. Her father did not share the Baron's enthusiasm for an American education and was only paying lip service to it. But apparently, the go-between had made it clear that this was part of the marriage package. This was terrible. The Baron must have insisted on it, and no doubt had waived a significant part of the dowry in lieu of it. Whatever the arrangement, she realized with a sinking heart that she was going to America. The thought of leaving Japan horrified her. She was so happy here in the Gakushuin, the peers' school. To cross the Pacific and live among Americans. She was learning English, but the thought of having to speak and listen to it every day, to learn through it, she could not do it. She would wither and die in America. Yet she had to go. The joining of the Mazakis to the old and venerable Okumo house would bring great honor to her father, and she was the link. To question her father's decision would be unthinkable. She looked at Hiroki and knew from the consternation in his eyes that this was the first he, too, had heard of it. "But the marriage," he said to his father. "All in good time, my son. Meiko would make you a wonderful bride now, but just think how much more wonderful she will be when she returns from America." The Baron turned to Meiko's father. "I would not ask of you anything that I would not ask of myself. You may not know this, but I sent the younger of my 2 sons to be raised in America when he was but an infant. That is how important I believe America will be to the future of Japan. When Matsuo returns, he will share a place beside Hiroki on the Imperial Council, and together they will lead Japan to her proper place in the world." Meiko saw a shadow cross Hiroki's face and resentment fill his eyes at the mention of his younger brother. It vanished in an instant, but even in the midst of her own anguish at being sent away from her family to an alien land, Meiko could not help but wonder what enmity there could be between 2 brothers who did not know each other. The question was quickly overwhelmed by the mind-numbing prospect of journeying across the Pacific to live and learn in America for 4 years. She was angry with her father and furious with the Baron and his overbearing demands. Why could she not have some say in her future? She banished the thought immediately. To question her elders on a matter such as this was unthinkable. She must accept their decisions as if they were her own. But America! Hiroki passed through the gate to the Yoshiwara district and hurried along its narrow streets. He averted his face from passers-by. Had he been in Yotsuya, the geisha quarter, he would have looked for familiar faces and greeted them warmly. But here, in the red light district, he preferred to be just another passing stranger.
He did not want anyone to know of his regular visits to Yukiko or of his special arrangements with her. Seeing Meiko invariably raised an urgent need in him, and tonight more so than ever. She had looked so lovely, so desirable. He had wanted to reach out and stroke her cheek, to untie her obi and let the folds of her kimono fall open, to throw himself upon her, to... He further quickened his pace. He had sent word to Yukiko from his home to make sure she was free and to prepare herself for him in the usual manner. She knew what to do. When Hiroki knocked on her door on an ill-lit back street, she opened it immediately. When she saw him, she said, "Go away! You're not wanted here!" She tried to close the door on him, but Hiroki slammed his shoulder against it and forced his way in. Yukiko was a big woman, as tall as Hiroki, with large breasts and long-fingered hands. She dressed like an American flapper tonight. Short, bouncy skirt, a fluffy blouse, and a band around her forehead. And black stockings. Excitement expanded within him. "Get out!" she said in a low voice as he closed the door behind him. "I don't want you here!" Hiroki slapped her across the face, then pushed her across the room. Whenever she resisted him, he would hit her again and again, following her around the tiny room, continually beating her. With each blow, his excitement grew. Finally, she was whimpering and begging for him to stop. Panting with exertion and anticipation, he grabbed a handful of her blouse and yanked with all his strength. The flimsy fabric ripped easily. As he pulled the shreds from her, she turned away from him, crossing her arms over her black lace bra. She wailed as he tore the bra from her, exposing her high, full breasts. Then he ripped at the skirt. As she stood trembling before him, clad only in a black garter belt and stockings, the need exploded within him. He grabbed 2 handfuls of hair and forced her to her knees before him. As Yukiko began to do what she did best, Hiroki surveyed the torn clothes on the floor. Yukiko always charged him an extra heavy pillow price for a night like this, but it was worth it. As the pleasure crept through him, he closed his eyes and dreamed she was Meiko. "Have you reached your decision, Hiroki Okumo?" Shimazu said. Hiroki sat alone in his master's quarters, a tiny, bare-walled room in the subterranean level of the temple, furnished only with a low bureau with 2 drawers, a teak chest, and a futon rolled in the corner. 2 plain paper lanterns, chōchin, provided ample illumination, but did nothing to dispel the chilly dampness of the air in the room, nor the musty odor. Hiroki's eyes burned and his back ached from his night with Yukiko, but his head was clear and he was quiet inside. "I would be honored with the burden, Shimazu-sensei," he said. "Very well, then. What I tell you now, you must never repeat or discuss with anyone other than Yajima, who has also accepted the burden, or myself. You must never utter the slightest hint of it to any other living soul. Is that clear?" Hiroki nodded, feeling at once a thrill of exultation in his spine and a twist of fear in his bowels. What could need to be kept so dreadfully secret? "I shall carry it silently to my grave, sensei." "Listen carefully, then, and learn. You know well the story of the siege of the final monastery. What you do not know is that the order was almost eradicated during that siege. The decision to call up the Black Wind was made at the last minute due to the danger to the monastery itself. And even though the wind devastated our attackers, it appeared that Nobunaga's forces might still carry the day. Seeing this, the elder monk, Okamoto, feared that the sacred scrolls containing the directives from Susanoo and the means of calling up the Kuroikaze might fall into the hands of the shogun.
To prevent that, he gathered up the most valuable scrolls and fled into the countryside. He was never seen again. Hiroki didn't understand. But we won. Nobunaga retreated. The temple was victorious. Yes, we won the battle, but the shogun was still in power. And worse, we lost the secret of the black winds. Hiroki sat in mute shock, feeling as if someone had driven a spear through his body and pinned him to the tatami. The entire reputation of the order rested on the legend of the Kuroikaze and the unspoken knowledge that should the emperor ever have need of the black wind, the Kakureta Kao would be there to call it up for him. But the real truth was that the secret was gone, and it had been lost for centuries. "That explains it, then," Hiroki cried. "Explains what, young Okumo?" "Forgive me, sensei. I did not mean to speak." "You have had a revelation. Share it with your teacher that he might learn from you, or learn about you." Hiroki said, "I have always wondered, sensei, why the order, if it controlled the Kuroikaze, did not march to Kyoto after defeating the shogun's army and use the winds to end his rule and restore the imperial line." "You show a clever mind. Yes, now you know why the shogunate was allowed to endure. The means for ending it were lost to us." "But the seer's visions, you said that they all show that the black winds will return." Shimazu nodded. "The visions show what can be, not what must be. It is plain to all of us that the Kuroikaze will be crucial to our victory in the coming war, but I do not believe it will drop out of the air into our waiting upturned palms. No, if the black winds are to rise again and smite the enemies of the Son of Heaven, we must bend all our efforts to finding the ancient sacred scrolls. And since full members of the order may not venture out into the world, we must depend on those near us who can." Hiroki felt the weight of Shimazu's stare, and then he remembered the seer's words. "Shimazu-san, am I the noble firstborn the seer mentioned?" "Possibly so. Years ago, when our seers first began having these visions, we went to many of the nobles and tested their firstborn sons by the motsu." Shimazu's voice trailed off here, and he stared at Hiroki in a way that made him uncomfortable. The motsu, the holding, was a rite in which a seer under the influence of the vision drugs cradled a child of less than a year of age in his arms and looked into his future. Had mention of the motsu brought back a memory for Shimazu? "Sensei?" Yes, he shook himself. "The order asked to take certain babes into the temple to be educated as acolytes. Most parents refused, but a few with foresight agreed. Your father was one of them. Yajima's was another. I believe you or Yajima will be the one to restore the power of the Kuroikaze to us." Awed by the honor his sensei foresaw for him, Hiroki bowed until his forehead touched the floor. "I am not worthy of this trust." "I was confident the order could depend on you. And while you and Yajima search for the scrolls in the outer world, the inner members of the order shall comb all the records we have of the past to help direct your search." "The vision says we will find it." "Knowing the future does not clear the path, but sets more thorns upon it instead. We must ask questions in regard to these visions. Have we interpreted them properly? Is the future seen in the visions mutable by our actions or inactions? Can we sit back and do nothing, secure that the outcome of the conflict will favor us? Or must we go on, striving as diligently as we would have had we not the benefit of the seer's vision? I believe the latter choice must be ours." As ever, he sensed the great wisdom and insight in his master's words, the great power in his conviction. This was why he honored and revered him so. "Yes, sensei," Hiroki said, but Shimazu was barely listening. His voice rose, and his green eyes seemed to glaze over as he talked on. "Too long have we striven for the chance to go to war for the Emperor. It was in 1850 when we began our 100-year plan by planting the seeds of revolution against the Tokugawa shogunate. Our seeds bore fruit when the Emperor Meiji took the reins of power and returned the seat of government to Tokyo. Since then, it has been a matter of encouraging greater strength within the empire until we have power enough to challenge the white world in war and defeat it. We were not yet strong enough to enter the great war of the last decade, but we must be ready for the next one. We must drive the whites out of Asia completely. They are parasites, lice, leeches on the body of the empire. British, French, Dutch, Americans, all sucking the lifeblood from Asia and the floating worlds and sending it back to the West. It must stop. All of Asia and the floating worlds must be united under the Emperor to drive out the whites. You have walked the streets outside and seen how fashionable it is now to forsake the kimono and wear Western-style clothes, to have a Western-style room in one's home. The whites are slowly, insidiously destroying what is ours by westernizing Japan. The time is nearing for us to begin Nipponizing the world." Hiroki could only bow his agreement. He wanted to jump up and cheer, to embrace his master, but that would not be at all proper. Never had he seen Shimazu so angry or known him to reveal what must be a white-hot core of rage within. When he straightened up, Shimazu had returned to his placid self. "Before you leave, Hiroki, I would like to discuss 2 matters with you." "Yes, sensei?" "The first is your brother, Matsuo. Do you expect him from America soon?" Hiroki clenched his teeth. "Not that I know of, sensei." Matsuo again. His master questioned him regularly about his younger brother. "Why do you ask?" "I wish to meet with him. Make sure you bring him to me when he returns." Everyone seemed to be interested in Matsuo's return. He was sick of being asked about Matsuo. "And the other matter, sensei?" "I wish to discuss your life plan with you." Hiroki tensed. He knew what was coming. "Yes, sensei?" "As you know, I heartily encourage you to lead a secular life and take the place on the Imperial Council that your father has planned for you. I feel you will be of greater service to the Emperor and to the Order in that capacity than as a monk progressing through the inner circles. But as you also know, I do not feel this is a good time for you to be married. You have 2 great tasks before you: to take your place in the political structure of the empire, and to find the Kuroikaze scrolls. Marriage will divert your attention, dilute your resolve, distract you from your purposes. I trust you have come to a decision about your marriage?" Sudden relief flooded through Hiroki as he realized that a decision had indeed been made. Hiroki had not made it himself, but at least it was a decision that would please his master. "I will not be marrying for years to come, not until Meiko returns from her college education in America." Hiroki thought he saw a flash of anger in Shimazu's green eyes when there should have been approval. His voice remained neutral, however. "That is good. It will give you extra time to consider the decision." "Yes, sensei," Hiroki said, but he thought, "Nothing will change my mind. I will marry Meiko Mazaki, no matter what." Shimazu remained seated in his cross-legged position after Hiroki left, nursing his fury. Shimazu had sent a messenger from the temple to Baron Okumo instructing him to cancel the marriage arrangements, but the Baron apparently had other ideas. Hiroki could not be allowed to have a wife, especially one to whom he might become emotionally attached. Had Hiroki been indifferent to his betrothed, Shimazu would not have interfered, but he had sensed the attraction Hiroki harbored for this Meiko Mazaki. Such a union could prove to be a serious distraction in the young man's life, especially now. So many divergent threads were weaving together to form the tapestry of the empire's future. Dozens of the empire's leaders in the government, the military, and the zaibatsu had received tutelage to varying degrees from the order, and the number was growing with every year. Many future leaders were being tutored now. The loom was in constant motion. Shimazu had long sensed that Hiroki Okumo would be a central figure in the final pattern. He could not allow his head to be turned by a pretty face. But the Baron had defied the order. Instead of canceling the match, he had done what he thought was the next best thing. He had persuaded the girl's father to send her to America for 4 years of education. That seemed to be the Baron's solution to problems of this sort. Go to America. Not good enough, Shimazu thought. This was not the first time the Baron had defied the order. He no doubt saw the sojourn in America as a compromise. But he of all people should be aware that Hiroki's future was not a game, not a political bargaining session. There could be no compromise. Misfortune befell anyone who stood in the way of the Order's mission to bring the 8 corners of the world under Japan's roof. Baron Okumo should know that better than anyone. Had he not seen misfortune befall those in the Diet and in the various cabinets who stood in the way of Japan's transformation into a first-class military power these past 20 years? He knew it could not be purely accidental that so many of his opponents fell ill or were distracted by illness in their families at times of crucial votes, or that a cabinet minister hostile to Japan's military growth should die in his bed of a snake bite on the eve of a critical decision involving army funding. No. Baron Okumo had bargained with his firstborn for such accidents. He was a clever man. He had allowed the infant Hiroki to be brought to the temple for examination. Sensing that the seer had found the child valuable, he had bargained hard. His permission to allow his son to be trained and educated by the Kakureta Kao in exchange for success in his political endeavors. The pact had been made because the Baron shared the Order's outlook. He, too, wanted Japan to manage its own quarter of the world without Occidental interference. As long as his aims and the Order's coincided, he would continue to receive its support. Shimazu's long-fingered hands balled into fists. But the ingrate needed a lesson in humility. He needed a reminder as to the wellspring of his current prominence. The girl would sicken and die before she left for America. Shimazu rose to his feet and straightened his robe. It was meal time. The masked, broad-shouldered guard opened the door for Hiroki, and he emerged from the cool, dank confines of the temple into the steamy air of Tokyo in summer. He was assaulted by the lunchtime clatter of people and vehicles in motion on the street, the smell of exhaust and cooking food in the air, and winced in the brightness of the midday sun. "Hello, Hiroki." He looked and saw Yajima sitting on the temple steps. "Have you been waiting for me?" "Yes." He moved closer and spoke in a hushed, hurried tone. "I know that you have heard the secret now, and I wish to make a pact with you. I don't want our separate searches for that which we cannot name to come between us. I don't want to compete with you, Yajima," Hiroki said, and meant it. He had true affection for his pudgy friend. "Nor I with you, but I think, for the sake of the order, we should keep in close contact so that we do not duplicate our efforts." Hiroki smiled. "An excellent idea. I am with you wholeheartedly." "I warn you," Yajima said with a smile, "I will be searching as hard as I can, but I still wish you good luck." "And I wish you the same." They bowed to each other, then parted. Hiroki walked away thinking that he would have been overwhelmed by the prospect of searching for rolls of paper that had been lost for centuries had he not heard the seer say they would be found. He swore that he would be the one to unearth them, and when he returned them to the Order, his name would be praised throughout the Empire. And as a smaller but personally important bonus, at last he would hear the end of the incessant talk at home about Matsuo and all the wonderful things he would accomplish when he finally returned from America. He was sick to death of hearing about Matsuo. What about Hiroki and all the years he had spent with the Order to bring honor to the family? Even his own sensei had inquired about Matsuo's return. Sometimes he thought he hated his younger brother. December, San Francisco. Mick slammed the baseball bat into the cantaloupes again and again, smashing them to pulp. "Another fine Christmas," slam. "Dad comes in drunk as a skunk," slam. "Gets Ma to crying," slam. "Starts beating on me and the kids," slam. "Just another fine fucking Christmas," slam. So much for the cantaloupes. Mick staggered across the floor. He and the guys had got a bottle of bootleg Christmas cheer from O'Boyle's and had passed it around. Mick had had most of it. One thing had led to another, and they wound up in Japtown. And here they were, in the store where Chinky Boy worked. "Closed for Christmas," the sign said out front. What kind of shit was that? A heathen Jap closed for Christmas. It was sacrilegious. So they'd busted in the back for some fun. "Here, Mick, batter up!" He turned and saw Jerry underhanding an orange toward him. He took a wild home-run swing and missed, spinning and slipping in the smashed fruit all over the floor. The guys all laughed. "Try me again," Mick said, getting into a batter's stance. Jerry tossed another orange, and this time Mick connected, spraying everyone with juice, smashed rind and pulp. But their laughter was interrupted by a new voice, high-pitched, accented, angry. "What you do? Aye, what you boy do?" The skinny old Jap who owned the place. Where'd he come from? The guys began pelting him with fruit. The Jap picked up his broomstick and charged. They had a good time for a while, dodging him up and down the aisles, dumping bins, tossing fruit and vegetables at him. "You boy, go away!" he kept shouting in his squeaky voice as he chased them in his wooden sandals, swinging his stick. "You boy, please, go away!" Vinny started it. He would see how close he could get to the old Jap without getting hit with the broomstick. Jerry tried it next, then Al. They all got within inches. Mick gave it a go, dancing up to the Jap and sticking his tongue out. But he lost his footing on the slippery floor, and the old guy connected with a glancing blow to the head that sent Mick's cap flying. The guys roared. "Ha! You see?" the old Jap said. "You boy go now, not get hurt." Mick reached a hand up to his stinging scalp. It came away bloody. "You dirty son of a bitch!" he screamed. "I'll show you who gets hurt!" He charged in, swinging the bat. The old Jap tried to protect himself by putting up his skinny arms, but Mick just batted them aside, hearing one crack in the process. The old guy cried out in pain and grabbed his forearm. Now the way was clear for Mick to get even and give the old Jap a shot to the head, just like he had given Mick. He swung the bat hard. He felt it crunch into the side of the skull. The Jap went down like a sack of potatoes. "Oh, shit!" someone said behind him. Mick looked down at the Jap. Holy mother! He wasn't moving or breathing or doing anything. "Let's get out of here," another voice said. "Yeah," Mick was all for that. "But let's hide him somewhere first." Now I've done it, he thought. But he was old and didn't have long to go anyway, and he was only a Jap. He kept telling himself that. Only an old Jap. "Dad, try to punch me. Go ahead. Try it." "Don't be silly." "Come on. Don't be afraid. You won't hurt me." He smiled, then shrugged. "All right, if you insist." He didn't try to punch me, just give me a shove. I grabbed him by the wrist, spun him around, and had him in an arm lock before he knew what happened. I took real pleasure in my father's widened eyes. "Lucky shot!" He backed away and faced me again. "Bet you can't get away with that twice." I laughed. "Try me, big guy." The day after Christmas, and we were alone in the house. Mom was off visiting Aunt Christine, and we'd just finished snacking on some leftover apple pie. From my position in the dining room, I could see the tree in the living room window and the opened gifts still cluttered beneath it. The late afternoon sun poured through the bay windows, warming the tree and filling the house with the scent of fresh-cut pine. Instead of swinging at me this time, Dad charged in for a body tackle. I flipped him over my hip and he tumbled to the floor. "I'm impressed," he said, standing and brushing off his clothes. He smoothed his mustache with a thumb and forefinger. "Who taught you that?" "Matsuo," I said, dropping into my usual seat at the table. "And where'd he learn it?" "From Nagata." My father nodded. "What else has he been teaching you?" "How to throw, how to block, how to move, all sorts of swell stuff." I was getting good, but nowhere near as good as Matsuo. "Is all that so important?" "It is when you've got a guy like Mick McGarrigle dogging your heels." "You like Matsuo, don't you?" "He's my best pal, Dad." My daily lessons in jujitsu had brought us closer than ever. He was sharing a secret, an almost magic way of fighting, and I was improving every day. Maybe because I worked so hard at it. I knew that jujitsu could be the equalizer between me and the mix of the world. But no matter how good I got, Matsuo would always be 10 times better. He moved like liquid, like lightning. When we squared off against each other, he always seemed to know what I was going to do before I did it. Dad sighed. "I don't know, Frankie." "You don't know what, Dad?" "I don't know if it's such a good idea for you and Matsuo to be so inseparable." "Because he's Japanese?" My father's nod sent my blood to boiling. I shot to my feet. "You're just like everybody else." As I passed him on the way out of the room, he grabbed my arm and stopped me. "That's not fair, Frankie. Not fair at all. You haven't heard me out." I didn't want to hear any more. I felt tears starting in my eyes, and I didn't want him to see. But he held me fast, and finally I slumped back into my seat. "Listen to me, Frankie," he said, finding my eyes with his and holding them. "I have nothing against the Japanese. In fact, I like the Japanese. But I'm a minority here in California, and I worry that if trouble comes looking for Matsuo because he's Japanese, it just might find you too, because you're with him. If you like Japanese, how come you never hire any?" "I'd love to, believe me. Most people don't see them the way I do. They're clean, decent, hard-working people. If I had my way, I'd hire every single one I could find to work in the factory. They don't know anything about precision tool and die machining, but I'll bet it wouldn't take them long to learn." "Then why don't you?" I was interested in his answer, but more than that, This was my father talking to me. He hardly ever talked to me. He was always rushing here and there on business. We almost never got a chance to be together, and now here he was, sitting alone with me at the breakfast table, talking man to man. I almost didn't care now what he said. I just didn't want him to stop.
It's not that easy, Frankie.
Sure it is. Someday, when I'm boss at the factory, I'll hire a whole bunch of Japanese and show everybody.
Not if you want to have a company left.
Something in his voice gave me a chill. What do you mean?
The workers, the white Californians at least, won't stand for it. They don't want to see nips hired to take jobs that could go to their brothers and cousins and sons. You'd have a riot on the factory floor every day. Production would fall off, you'd miss deadlines, and your customers would start looking elsewhere for their precision steel parts. Soon, you'd be out of business.
I could hardly believe my ears. But you're the boss. You own the place. You can fire anyone who makes trouble.
Dad's smile was sad as he gave his head a slow shake. Years ago, I might have thought that too. I worked myself half to death to get that business going. Nobody thought there'd be much demand for precision parts after the war, but I figured there would always be some need. So I got together every cent I could beg, borrow, or steal, bought up used machinery at bargain prices, set them up in an old garage, and went looking for customers. Took me a while, but I found them, and I did good work for them. And so I got more customers and more machines, and now I've got fat military contracts and own a big factory where I employ 150 men in round-the-clock shifts. And what do I have to say about who I hire? Nothing.
But why not, Dad?
If I hire Japs and then have to fire them because of all the dissension their presence will cause, I'll feel like a heel. And it'll prove once and for all that I'm really no longer my own boss, a fact I don't like to face. If, on the other hand, I fire the white troublemakers, I'll be labeled as someone who favors foreigners over his countrymen. I won't have too many friends after that gets around, and worse, I'll run the risk of getting my car stoned as I drive through the factory gates, or maybe even being burned out of this house. At the very least, the old soldiers who make the deals for the Army and the Navy will get wind of it and decide I'm not the sort of man they want to buy from. If that happens, I'm out of business.
I sat there in shock. When I didn't say anything, he smiled and reached over and tousled my hair.
Sure you still want to take over the factory when you grow up?
I thought about that for a moment, then said, yes. I didn't have any friends besides Matsuo anyway. What did I have to lose? He sighed.
Well, maybe you won't have to worry about that. If some of the stock deals I'm getting into pay off, we'll be so rich that neither you nor I will ever have to even think about working for the rest of our days.
That would be swell, I said, smoothing my hair down over my forehead. On impulse, I lifted it up to bear the wine stain. Doesn't this ever go away? Dad lifted his hair to show his own mark. His was a small red crescent just below the hairline, barely visible. The rest was hidden beneath the hair on his scalp.
Nope. Your grandfather's never went away, and neither has mine.
But mine is so big and ugly. I pulled the hair back down over it.
I didn't know it bothered you so much.
The kids call me Spot. I saw sympathy and fury weave across his face.
I didn't know.
We sat in silence while I considered how many things my father didn't know about me. Maybe he was thinking the same thing. Finally, he said,
Someday I'm sure doctors will be able to do something about it. But as for right now,
I forced a smile. Right now, it's the only face I've got. He laughed.
Right. He slapped his palms on the table. Well, it was a good Christmas, wasn't it?
The best. Hope you like the muffler.
It's swell.
You're a hard guy to buy for. You have everything. A cloud passed over his face.
Not really, Frankie. Not yet. But I'm sure as hell trying.
I left him there, sitting and staring out the window, and went to find Matsuo. The late afternoon wind off the San Francisco Bay stung Matsuo's face, making his eyes water. He knew he should have dressed in more than a suit jacket and a scarf, but the cold didn't bother him. He guessed it was the warmth of this Christian holiday called Christmas that insulated him. A wonderful holiday, Christmas, or Kurisumasu, as the folks in Japantown called it. Such good feelings between people in this season. Even the Westerners who would usually scowl or snub a Japan boy had genuine smiles for him these days. Matsuo had adopted Nagata's mixture of Shintoism and Zen Buddhism, but would have gladly traded them for Christianity because of this one holiday. "Nagata-san!" he called from the ground to the floor above the garage. Frankie stood beside him. "I'm leaving now." Nagata stuck his head out the door.
"It is late, Matsuo," he said in Japanese. "You know I have warned you about being out after dark. It can wait until tomorrow."
"If you will permit, Sensei, I would like to collect my pay from Izumi-san today. Frankie is coming with me."
"Very well, but no dawdling. Return here directly."
Matsuo said, "Hai," and gave a little bow. "You went too fast for me there," Frankie said, as they walked side by side toward the trolley stop. "Why are we heading downtown?" "I have 2 weeks' pay due me. Maybe we can go to a movie tomorrow."
"Swell. If not, we can always practice some throws."
Matsuo had to smile at Frankie. His friend had become totally enthralled with jujutsu. He never seemed to tire of learning new throws or practicing and honing old ones. It had worked quite a change on him. A new self-confidence bloomed in his friend. He walked with his head high, his back straight, his shoulders square. He seemed more willing to look people in the eye. Matsuo was amazed at the progress Frankie had made in 4 short months. He had gone from an awkward, lead-footed novice to an agile, confident fighter, although one who had never been tested. He still had a lot to learn, and every so often Matsuo had to demonstrate just how far he had to go. Still, he was impressed with his friend's remarkable progress. The hoped-for confrontation with Mick had not occurred, however. The bully had not returned to school in September. Matsuo had caught glimpses of him and a few of his pals skulking around the downtown area during the past few months, and the talk among the boys in school was that Mick had been trying his hand at petty thievery with some success. Matsuo had been terribly frustrated at first by Mick's absence. His plan had been to turn Frankie into a fighter and let him give Mick a thrashing. It had seemed like a perfect solution. Not only would Frankie satisfy his own giri to his name, but through him, as Frankie's teacher, Matsuo would also satisfy his giri without neglecting the various on that constrained him. And in the process, his friend would develop new self-respect. He had considered it a stroke of genius, but his plans had come to naught. At least they were both being spared further insults. If nothing else, that was something to be thankful for. "Thinking about Mick?" Frankie said, as they stood and shivered at the trolley stop. "How did you know?" "Because whenever you do, you get real quiet and your jaw muscles bulge." Matsuo rubbed his jaw. Nagata always said he showed too much of his inner face. Frankie said, "If he came up to you right now and started pushing you around, what would you do?" Matsuo hid a sigh. He knew where this was leading. "I would step aside and let you squash him like a bug." "I don't know if I could do that," Frankie said with a laugh, "but I sure could give him one heck of a surprise." He paused, then said,
Not as big a surprise as you could, though.
Matsuo made no reply in the hope that Frankie would switch to another topic. He didn't.
I still can't figure out why you've let Mick push you around all these years. You're the best fighter I've ever seen. You could have mopped the floor with him any time you wanted to.
I can't mop the floor with anyone. I've told you. Nagata-san forbids me. Shino-on.
But that doesn't make sense, Matsuo. Nagata's an old warhorse. I can't see him allowing his nephew to get pushed around like that.
I have not lied to you, Matsuo said softly, struggling to hold on to his patience. Frankie quickly put a hand on his shoulder.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I just don't understand. And when I think about all the beatings we took when you could have...
It was not my choice, but it was my duty. Wakarimasu ka?
Oh, I understand that perfectly. I just don't understand why Nagata made that rule for you.
A sensei should not be questioned, Matsuo said, repressing a smile as he remembered all the times he had questioned Nagata's rules.
If you say so, Frankie said with apparent resignation.
The trolley came then, and once they were on it, Frankie said, I used your Christmas present already.
Really?
Matsuo was glad to be on the happy subject of Christmas. He had given Frankie an ivory hanko on Christmas Eve, explaining how to use the little seal and ink pad.
Where?
Frankie showed him the back of his left hand. There in red ink was the imprint of the hanko, a circle bordered with tiny castles pointing inward toward the ideogram for friend.
That's supposed to be used like a signature. I know, but I don't have anything to sign, and I wanted to use it. I sat at my father's desk this morning and filled a couple of sheets of paper with it.
He held it up close to his face and inspected it.
I really like it, Matsuo. I think it looks swell. I'm going to start using it on my homework. Everything I hand in will have my hanko on it. He smiled suddenly. Franco's hanko. I like the sound of that. Pretty soon I won't have to sign my name at all. Mrs. Evans will know it's me just from this.
It is a poor thing beside your gift to me, Matsuo said. As soon as spring comes, I'm going to find the proper place for it in the garden. Matsuo had been moved almost to tears by Frankie's gift. A rock. A special rock. One that Frankie had found nested in the slope by the bay on Thanksgiving Day and had saved for Matsuo. It had a streak of quartz running through its center and green swirls in the stone on either side of the streak. Frankie had said it looked like the stream running through the garden. The unique and personal nature of the gift had deeply touched Matsuo. The stone had meaning for no one in all of America, in all the world, except perhaps for Nagata. But it had not been given to Nagata. It had been given to Matsuo, and its specialness had made him ashamed of the little store-bought hanko he had given in return. He wondered how he had come to be honored with a friend as true as Frankie. Because it was the day after Christmas, the traffic made for a slow trip to Japantown. Matsuo chafed at the snail-like pace of the trolley through the car and pedestrian-clogged streets. The shadows were lengthening as the sun dropped to the horizon. He had promised Nagata to be home before dark. Finally, they reached Nihonmachi and jumped from the rear of the car. Together they raced along Geary Street to Izumi's yaoya, Matsuo in the lead until Frankie overtook him with a surprise burst of speed at the last minute. And then they both stopped dead. The store was closed. The produce trays in the front were empty. Matsuo tried the door and found it locked. "What's the matter?" a voice said behind them. Matsuo looked up and saw Sachi walking down the street in a new gray suit. "Where's your uncle?" Sachi shrugged. "I wasn't working today. Must have closed early." Matsuo wondered about that. Izumi-san loved his profits too much to close on such a busy day. Matsuo peered through the cloudy window into the darkened interior. Nothing moved. "You think he's all right?" "Sure," Sachi said. "Look,
I've got to get over to my aunt's for dinner. I'll be seeing you." He hurried off. Matsuo could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. "Let's go around back." They squeezed through the narrow, garbage-strewn passage to the rear of the building, where a rickety wooden stairway curved up to Izumi's rooms over the shop. Matsuo led the way up to another locked door. His persistent knocking was not answered. "How long has that window been broken?" Frankie said from behind him. He was leaning over the railing on the second-floor landing and staring down at the rear of the store. Matsuo looked down to where he pointed. His stomach lurched at the sight of the broken pane in the window beside the rear door. Without a word, he raced down and threw himself against the door. It burst open as soon as he made contact, not even latched. "Izumi-san!" Matsuo called from the doorway, his heart thudding in his throat. "Izumi-san!" The store was quiet. Quiet as a tomb. The odor of spoiling vegetables filled the closed space of the back room. Matsuo reached up and found the string for the light and pulled it, dreading what he might see. He glanced about, peering into the shadows that shifted and rolled in the light of the swaying bulb. The empty fruit and vegetable crates, which Izumi always insisted that he stacked so neatly here, were strewn about in chaos. A few were smashed. "What happened here?" Frankie said, coming up beside him. "I'm afraid to think." Matsuo saw the old two-box wall telephone nearby with the pad tacked up next to it and the pencil hanging on a string from the mouthpiece. On impulse, he began dialing. "Who you calling?" Frankie said. "Your house?" Matsuo was relieved to hear Kimura's voice on the other end. "Oba-san," he said in Japanese, "please tell Nagata-san I am down at the yaoya and something is wrong here. I think there's been a robbery." Kimura said she would tell him right away. Hoping that nothing worse than a robbery had happened, Matsuo hung up and moved slowly, cautiously through the store, pulling the lights on as he worked his way toward the front. The place was a shambles. All the bins overturned, smashed fruit everywhere, on the floor, the walls, the ceiling. "Looks like there was a fight," Frankie said. "Maybe," Matsuo said. "Or maybe somebody just wanted to wreck the place." He hoped that was the case. Then he saw Izumi's staff on the floor under a counter. He picked it up and found that he had only half of it. It had been broken in two. Looking further, he found the other piece deeper beneath the counter. Frankie said, "Uh-oh," and squatted to the floor under one of the lights. "This looks like blood." Matsuo hurried over and saw a thick brown splatter, half soaked into the wood. It smeared off toward the left. Matsuo followed it. Despite the chill in the air, he felt sweat begin to run. The brown smears led to a pile of old burlap bags in the corner. Something huddled beneath the pile. "Izumi-san?" Feeling sick, Matsuo slumped to his knees before the pile and reached out to it. His hand stopped in midair as if it had come up against an invisible wall. He dreaded what he would find. Every fiber of his being urged him to run, but he had to see, had to know. He pushed his hand forward, gripped a fistful of burlap, and pulled. He cried out as Izumi's slack, pale face stared up at him with glazed, lifeless eyes. Frankie's scream sounded over his left shoulder and blended with his own as his friend scrambled backward across the floor like a terrified spider. "My God, Matsuo! He's dead!" Matsuo steeled himself and moved closer, close enough to see the caked mass of dried blood over the side of Izumi's head. He felt sick, wanted to vomit, but he swallowed the surging bile and moved closer. Matsuo had never seen a dead body before, but he knew that the blood on the floor and on Izumi's scalp was not fresh. He had been dead a while. Matsuo had seen him on Christmas Eve, had helped him close up early. Was he murdered yesterday? Christmas Day? Who? That was the question. Nagata had warned him countless times of the Californian's hatred for Japanese, and he had experienced it in countless ways. But this... He felt something in his hand and looked to see the burlap bags that had formed Izumi's shroud. Furious, he hurled them to the floor. Something rolled out from the tangle. He stooped to pick it up. "What is it?" Frankie said from halfway across the room. He had not budged since the body was uncovered. "A cap?" A smear of blood ran along the narrow peak. Frankie edged forward. "Let's see." He turned the dirty plaid cloth cap over and over in his hands. "Gee, Matsuo, this looks just like... Mix." The fury leaped up in him. He screamed out his hatred and his anguish. In a blind rage, he began kicking and punching at the tables, the produce trays, the empty crates, striking them again and again until they cracked and broke, and then he kept on hitting them, smashing them to kindling. Damn California! Damn America! Damn Mick McGarrigle, and damn the senseless Ong that had prevented him from breaking McGarrigle's worthless skull all these years. He kept it up until his knuckles were numb and bloody and his legs ached. Then he slumped to the floor and sobbed. You okay, Matsuo?" He nodded, unable to speak. "We'll get the police," Frankie said. "Don't make me laugh," Matsuo shouted. "They'll do nothing." "Yes, they will. Look, we've got the cap, and we know whose it is. Half the people in San Francisco must know it's Mick's. It's even got bloodstains on it. We can prove Mick did it. And who will care? Just a lousy old Jap dead and another lousy Jap accusing a white boy. Who will believe me? Well, for one thing, I'll be with you. I'll make the charges. I'll tell them I'm the one who picked this cap out of the pile on top of the body. You won't be the one making the charges. It will be me. I'll be with you all the way." Matsuo looked at his friend. Frankie stood there with the bloody cap in his hand, obviously as angry and as sickened at Izumi's death as Matsuo. Maybe it was possible. Maybe, with a white boy making the accusation, Mick could be brought to justice. Matsuo still had grave doubts, but with Frankie doing the talking, at least there was a chance. And if the law wouldn't provide justice, he would have to find a way to kill Mick himself. Giri demanded it. "Let's go," he said to Frankie. He replaced the burlap sacks over Izumi's cold, still form and turned out all the lights as they headed for the back door. Matsuo debated for a moment whether or not to lock it, then decided against it. The window next to it was broken anyway. The sun had gone down, and it was dark behind the store. They were just starting down the alley when he realized they were not alone. "Where you two guys think you're going with my hat?" At the sound of Mick's voice, I yelped. I sounded like a little girl. And then the sight of those 6 forms materializing out of the shadows froze my blood. 3 came from the alley, and the other 3 from different points behind the store, surrounding us. I recognized Mick when he stepped up close to me. "I see you found it for me." He snatched it out of my hand. "Thanks, Spot. Someone stole it from me last night when I was a good 3 sheets to the wind. I didn't even realize it was gone till this morning. We was waiting till dark to look for it when we seen the lights on." I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "You killed him," Matsuo said in a low voice. The menace in it snapped Mick's head around, then he turned back to me. "I don't know what he's talking about. Do you, Spot?" I couldn't answer. "You'll pay," Matsuo said. Mick looked at me. "I figured he'd say that. Never could count on no chinky boy to know what was good for him. But you, Spot, you'll listen. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to turn around and run back to your big house on the hill and forget any of this ever happened. Understand?" My mind raced. We didn't have the cap anymore,
but I could still go to the police and tell them about it. At that moment, though, all I wanted in the world was to be out of there and on my way home. I finally found my voice. "Come on, Matsuo. Let's go."
Mick said. "Chinky boy, staying here. We're gonna teach him a few lessons."
"No," I said, and moved toward Matsuo. I saw it coming. Matsuo had showed me time and time again how to defend myself against that kind of punch, how to grab the opponent's wrist and turn his own strength against him, twisting him around and sending him to the floor with a painful thud. And I had done it countless times, sending Matsuo to the floor as we practiced. But I could not move. I could do nothing. And Mick rammed his fist into my belly with gut-wrenching force. I fell back and writhed on the ground. "I guess palling around with Chinky boy here must have affected your hearing, Spot. I said, 'Git!' but you moved the wrong way." He grabbed my collar and pulled me to my feet. Past his shoulder, I could see Matsuo's face in the shadows, silently urging me to use what he had taught me. Somewhere in my brain, I knew how to break the hold Mick had on my neck and double him over with pain in the process, but it wouldn't come to me. Fear had a tighter hold on me than Mick. I was a first-grade kid again, ready to wet my pants, afraid to strike back for fear that Mick might hurt me again, only worse. "I want to get something straight with you before you go, Spot. You weren't here tonight, right? You don't know nothing about some old nip getting killed in his shop, right? Right?" I nodded like a marionette. "Right, Mick. Right." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at Matsuo. "And you don't know nothing about him either. You don't even know him. Right, Spot?" Without even thinking, I said, "Right, Mick. Sure." And then I looked over at Matsuo and saw his shocked face. But what cut through me like a dull saw was the unfathomable hurt in his eyes. He couldn't believe that the lifelong friend who had promised to stand by him had just said he didn't even know him. I wanted to take the words back, but I couldn't. Mick still had a grip on me, and I couldn't say a thing on my own. "Good," he said, and gave me a shove. "Now get lost!" I stumbled away along the alley until I reached the street. Then I stopped and turned around. No one was behind me. No one was watching me from the other end. Slowly, stealthily, I slunk back to where I could peer into the area. It was dark, but I could see Matsuo's shorter, more compact figure surrounded by the taller whites. I could hear Mick saying something but couldn't make out the words. Suddenly, Matsuo whirled into motion, and I saw one of Mick's group double over with a grunt of pain. Then the melee. Flying fists and kicking feet. Matsuo hurled one of the whites into another, sending both to the ground. He tried to break free through the opening, but was tackled from behind. He bounded to his feet immediately, but was surrounded and again cut off from escape. Matsuo wasn't fighting the way I knew he could. He seemed mostly to be defending himself, not attacking. And I knew he could attack. I had seen him come at me in our practices with fists and feet flying, pulling the blows, of course, but devastatingly quick and effective. I saw none of that now. Even in this peril, he was still abiding by his Shin no On to Nagata. I could have helped him. I could have charged in and, using little more than the element of surprise, broken up the circle and given him a chance to escape. I played the scene over and over in my mind as I crouched behind my pile of garbage and watched him duck and dodge and crouch and thrust and parry within the circle of his attackers. Twice I actually half rose to my feet, but each time I started to go to him, something held me back. I was anchored with steel cables of fear. I wanted to move. I wanted to go to his side, but I could not. So I crouched there and felt the tears streak down my face and the sobs quake in my chest as I watched Mick and his gang wear Matsuo down. Then it happened. I saw one of the gang members stoop and lift something from the ground. I saw a pale blur rise and fall as what looked like a short length of 2x4 was brought into play. I saw Matsuo go down from a blow to the back of the head. I cried out in silence, feeling the pain myself, but still I couldn't move. I stayed rooted in my safe little garbage burrow and watched as they leapt upon him like a pack of alley dogs. I saw Matsuo curled into a pitiful little ball on the ground, trapped between a brick wall and his attackers as they crowded around him, each angling for the chance to kick him. And still I did not move. Then from somewhere behind me came a noise. I froze at the sound of wooden geta clacking up the alley from the street. From the corner of my eye I saw Nagata walk swiftly by, his bo tapping the ground like a walking stick. With no attempt at stealth, he stepped up behind the group and shifted his bo to a two-handed grip near the center. They were too preoccupied to notice him, and then, moving his staff like a kayak paddler's oar, he waded into them. Cries of shock and pain filled the alley as Matsuo's attackers were driven away from him. They tried to reform and bring Nagata down, but the big-bellied older man moved like quicksilver among them, his staff whirling, jabbing, poking, never still, until one of the battered and bloody youths staggered up the alley toward the street, moaning and clutching his belly. The others followed, Mick the first among them. The alleyway was now empty but for Nagata, Matsuo, and me. Nagata kneeled over Matsuo's still form. I held my breath, praying that Matsuo would move, and finally he did. I heard him cry out in pain as he rolled over onto his back. I saw his legs buckle under him more than once as he braced himself between Nagata and the wall and struggled to his feet. Finally he made it. With Nagata supporting him, the pair came my way down the alley.
"Word has just come from Japan," Nagata was saying. "The Emperor Taisho is dead. Your father wants you home."
If Matsuo heard, he gave no indication. They were almost on top of me now. I didn't move. Not a blink, not a breath. As they passed, I could see the agony in Matsuo's face. His eyes were closed against the pain as he clutched at his right ribs and breathed in short, quick, shallow gasps. And I thought I saw pain in his face beyond the physical, a pain that reached down to his very soul, the pain I had caused him. I don't know how long I huddled there in the cold and the garbage. I felt utterly miserable, unspeakably worthless. And then I heard a rattle in the debris a few feet away on the other side of the alley. A rat stopped and stared at me before scuttling away into the night. Then I, too, scuttled away.
"They're gone! This is incredible! All three of them gone!"
My father stormed through the living quarters above the garage, shouting at the empty rooms. "They went back to Japan," I said.
"Japan? How do you know?"
"I overheard them talking."
"And you didn't tell me?"
"It was only last night, Dad." I didn't want to mention last night, didn't want to think about it ever again. I would never have believed I could feel such shame and self-loathing. I was relieved Matsuo was gone because I knew I could never look him in the eye again. I couldn't even look myself in the eye.
"Didn't he even say goodbye?"
I shook my head, not daring to answer.
"Some friend," my father said. "Well, let's get back to the house. I swear, I'll never understand those people if I live to be 1,000.
We walked back through the garden, my father grumbling ahead of me while I kept my eyes down on the path, looking at anything but that garden, and thinking about what Nagata had said last night. "Your father wants you home." What could that mean? I had always assumed that Matsuo was an orphan. My father stopped short as we came up to the back door and I bumped into him.
"What the hell is that?" he said.
Sitting on the back doorstep was the stone I had given Matsuo for Christmas. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I burst out crying. My father put an arm around my shoulder, and I buried my face in his jacket and sobbed like a baby.
"It's okay, Frankie. I know you liked him, but you'll make other friends. Besides, he took off for the other side of the world without even saying goodbye. What kind of pal is that? He didn't deserve a friend like you."
The truth of that made me cry even harder. Part 2, 1927 to 1932. 1927, the year of the rabbit. January, Tokyo. This is Tokyo? Matsuo couldn't believe his eyes as he watched through the open window of the touring car. Where were all the beautiful Japanese people in their brightly colored kimonos and even brighter obis who were supposed to fill the streets of Tokyo? All he saw were dull drones. Businessmen in drab Western-style lounge suits and secretaries in tight, short skirts, all trudging along the streets with glum faces. Seeing them angered Matsuo, temporarily blotting out the dread and anticipation of knowing that he was minutes away from meeting his father and brother for the first time in his memory. He had spent every hour of the slow sail across the Pacific wondering how he would be received. But for the moment, those worries were gone, submerged in an insane urge to leap from the carriage and shout at the pedestrians, to send them scurrying to their homes, not to return until they were properly attired. And Tokyo itself. Where was the magic, the exotic atmosphere? The houses that crowded up to the street were flimsy-looking structures of wood and paper with no foundations and no chimneys, and only the narrowest of alleys between. Occasionally he saw a roof of clay tiles, but most seemed to use wooden slats. Where was the plan? All seemed to be chaos. Sushi bars next to kimono shops, next to hotels. Where was the neatness, the structure, the order Nagata had described to him in such glowing terms?
"Why the long and troubled face?"
said Nagata at his side. Matsuo hesitated. Dare he say it? "This is not what I expected, sensei. I thought Tokyo would be different." "It has changed much," Kimura said from the far side of the car. She did not seem to mind the changes. Her face radiated happiness at being back in her homeland.
Nagata nodded vigorously. "That it has. I have read of changes in the newspapers from home, but never realized they were so great. The fire that followed the great Kanto earthquake 2.5 years ago, that is to blame."
"Ah," said Kimura, "Namazu still shakes his great tail when he is angry, and the earth trembles." Matsuo searched his memory. Namazu. He knew that name.
Nagata said, "Surely you remember my telling you of the great catfish who swims among the islands of Japan and sometimes causes them to shake?"
"Of course. Yes, sensei. I remember now."
"Good. Some modern people call Namazu a silly superstition, but we know where the truth lies, don't we?"
"But why did Tokyo burn? I thought Namazu caused tsunamis." Matsuo remembered the news in September of 1923 that his family's summer home had narrowly missed destruction by a tidal wave.
"Sometimes, yes," Nagata said. "But this time, Namazu did not merely twitch his tail as he usually does. This time, he must have been terribly angry, for he caused the ground to heave and roll like the deck of a ship in a storm. The convulsions of the land caused Tokyo to burn for days. It was 3/4 destroyed before the fire was brought under control. Over 100,000 people died. Those who lived
escaped only with the clothes on their back and whatever valuables they could carry. Most wear Western clothes now because they lost everything and have no money left to replace their silk kimonos. Western styles are cheaper.
I see. Knowing the reason for this drabness gave Matsuo some peace of mind. For a while, it had almost seemed that he was back in the Nihonmachi section of San Francisco. It struck him then that he had grown up in a city recently rebuilt from a great earthquake and fire, and now he was in another one halfway across the world that was in the process of doing the same. Was he destined to dog the trail of disaster? They passed into the Marunouchi district that seemed little damaged. They then came to the moat-encircled Imperial Palace at the center of the Chiyodaku district. Matsuo recognized it immediately. The palace! It was not damaged?
You don't think Namazu would dare to harm the Son of Heaven, Nagata said. If you look now, you will see how the great walls just beyond the imperial moat are composed of huge stones laid one atop the other with no form of cement or grout between them. This makes them better able to withstand the tremors of the earth.
Matsuo wished he could see over those high walls. He knew that behind them lay hundreds of serene acres filled with woods and pools and gardens and pavilions. This was where the emperor lived and worked and played. Matsuo had noticed the occupants of a packed streetcar bow as one as the vehicle passed the gates of the imperial palace, so he was ready to bow along with Nagata and Kimura as their own car passed. Nagata gave him a small, approving smile. They went uphill then and turned off the main thoroughfare into a narrow, willow-lined street. Before he knew it, they were parked before a large two-story house with high walls of weathered teak and a black tiled roof. To the left of the entry gate stood a 4-foot-high kodomatsu of pine, bamboo, and a sprig of plum blossom, the New Year's decoration that was supposed to bring vigor, strength, and long life to all family members. Matsuo hoped he had been included in that wish. My family. My home. He drew a tremulous breath and felt a sharp jab of pain by which his ribs reminded him that they were not yet fully healed. And with the pain came the memory of how Frankie had run off and left him to face his white attackers alone. The memory of Frankie would be forever linked to pain, in his ribs and in his heart. But now was the time to push Frankie into the past, where he belonged and where he would always stay. Matsuo was home now. Inside, his family awaited him. Here was where he belonged, where he would spend the rest of his life. As the driver pulled open the gate, the front door to the house opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark green kimono embroidered with maple leaves stepped out, followed by a young man all in black. Matsuo recognized them instantly from the many photographs he had received over the years. "Father!" he cried, and broke into a run across the courtyard. Deep in the recesses of his mind, a voice sounding very much like Nagata's told him that proper filial piety demanded that he stop and bow before his father, but he ignored it. He ran straight ahead and actually increased his speed in the surge of incredible joy that splashed over him when he saw his father open his arms to him. And then he was in those arms, and they were folding around him. Despite his very best efforts, he burst into tears. Home at last. Hiroki returned his brother's bow. After that disgraceful display with father, Matsuo at least had the good manners not to hug him too. So this was the long-lost Matsuo, the little brother from America. He was quite a sight with his bruised face and stiff, splinted spine. He tried to hide it, but it was obvious to Hiroki that his younger brother walked with a limp. Even worse, he acted like a country bumpkin, bowing either too low or not bowing low enough. After burning an incense stick before the picture of Mother at the household shrine, he acted like a poorly trained puppy, running from one corner of the room to the next, touching and inspecting everything. Yet the joy in his face and his open adoration of Father was touching in a crude sort of way. Despite his reservations, Hiroki found himself responding to his younger brother's awe and almost serf-like deference to him. And all the while, the notorious Takijiro Nagata stood by the door, watching his protege like an approving parent. Eventually, Father went off to a corner of the room with Nagata, leaving Hiroki and Matsuo alone together. Hiroki turned to his brother. "Do you miss America?" Matsuo shook his head. Pain flickered across his features. "No, I have no friends there. My life is here." "But you are going back." Matsuo bristled visibly. "I am never going back." His vehemence startled Hiroki. "I think you'd better speak to Father about that." Matsuo shook his head. "I am never going back." "Why not? Is that where you got those bruises?" "He came by those wounds honorably," said Father from behind him. "Nagata-san has just explained the circumstances to me." He leaned forward and placed his hands on Matsuo's shoulders. "He subjected himself to a beating at the hands of hooligans rather than risk exposing his father to public ridicule. I am proud of you, my son, and of Nagata-san, who has done his work well." As Hiroki watched the old samurai beam and bow, he struggled to hide the resentment that flared within him. He maintained a calm, pleased expression. He could not remember Father ever honoring him so. "We have an important meeting tomorrow," Father said as he removed his hands from Matsuo's shoulders. He glanced at Nagata and then at Hiroki. "I believe Matsuo has proven himself worthy of attendance." "I am honored, Father," Matsuo said, bowing. Hiroki took a deep breath and let it out slowly. It wasn't going to be easy, but he was going to stay calm. Matsuo was a novelty now. Father would be concentrating on him, making a special effort to help the boy feel at home. This was natural, and Hiroki would not allow himself to be offended as long as his younger brother caused him no loss of face. The novelty of Matsuo's presence would wear thin very shortly, and Hiroki's natural superiority would manifest itself to all. Until then, he would pay no heed to the extra attentions and privileges lavished on his younger brother. After all, Hiroki was a lay acolyte of the Kakureta Kao and privy to secrets beyond the dreams of everyone else. He looked over and saw Father and Matsuo deep in animated conversation and felt all his muscles tighten. No, it was not going to be easy. "It will come. I will belong here." But how long until he no longer felt like a visitor? Perhaps it was unreasonable to expect his father and brother to take him into their hearts without getting to know him first. After all, he arrived here a stranger. He was of their own flesh and blood, yet still felt himself an outsider. It will come in time. He rolled up his futon now and stowed it in the closet. He spied his oak bokken standing in the corner of the closet and took it out. He had not practiced since leaving America. He thrust it through the belt of his kimono, then drew it out in a slashing motion. When he moved now, the pain in his side was bearable, but the ribs did not seem to be healing properly. They remained bent inward on his right flank, forming a fist-sized concavity in the otherwise smooth curve of his chest wall. The pain reminded him, as it always did, of Frankie. But instead of the gut-aching hurt the memory usually brought, today he missed Frankie. No! He slashed the wooden sword through the air. He could not miss that betrayer, only a little loneliness. And that would pass.
It was Nagata he missed, not Frankie. The man who had risen with him every morning and had structured the minutes and hours of each day for as long as Matsuo could remember, had returned to quarters at the rear of this house, tending to father's affairs, leaving an immense void in Matsuo's life. The world seemed empty without him, as empty as Japan. Where was the Japan he had been told about, had spent his days dreaming about? He hadn't found it here in Tokyo, and he hadn't found it on the day trips with his father and brother. He had felt a hint of it in Hayama when he had gazed upon the snow-capped majesty of Mount Fuji, but that was natural beauty. Where was the beauty of the Japanese people, the Japanese culture Nagata had never stopped telling him about? And where was the sense of honor which flowed from Nagata? Matsuo certainly found no evidence of it in the Tokyo papers, filled as they were with stories of trade wars between the industrial zaibatsu and political plots and conspiracies and assassinations. Did the Japan of his dreams exist at all, or was it all some fairy tale concocted by Nagata? One bright spot, though, had been yesterday's pilgrimage. At Matsuo's request, father had taken him to the Shinagawa district to visit the Sengakuji temple. As Matsuo walked through the Sanmon, the massive main gate of dark wood, he had felt the weight of the ages upon him. On a snowy December night more than 2 centuries ago, the 47 Ronin had retreated here after decapitating Lord Kira. They had satisfied their giri to their dead master. Here was where they chose to satisfy Chu. Here, within the grounds of the Senkakuji, they all committed seppuku. Matsuo walked reverently among headstones in the temple graveyard and lit a joss stick to their memory, feeling that here he was at least touching the hem of the Japan Nagata had told him about, the Japan he had expected. Giri lived in the ancient temple. He left the Sengakuji reluctantly, but was delighted on the way out to discover that the shoes he had left pointing inward on the steps when he had entered had been turned around to ease his exit. In the room his father had given him, Matsuo now stood barefoot on the tatami and began a slow kata, swinging the oak sword through the air in a ritualized set of movements, testing his flexibility. Yes, pain remained, but it felt good to have the bokken in his hands, to move again in the familiar patterns. As he loosened up, he accelerated into a string of the more complex iaijutsu kata, many of which involved leaping up from a crouching position and attacking an imaginary opponent. These were the most demanding, calling for brief slashing barrages interspersed with moments of statue-like stillness. As Matsuo whirled and slashed at his make-believe enemy, he caught sight of his brother standing in the doorway, watching him. Hiroki's face was set in its usual stern expression, but Matsuo detected a light in his eyes he had not seen before. Without a word, he disappeared from the doorway and returned in half a minute with a bokken of his own. He stepped into the room and removed his shirt. Matsuo noticed a dark mark above his right wrist. He looked closer and saw that it was a tattoo of some sort, a black hexagon with a meshwork center. Oblivious to his brother's stare, Hiroki flexed his muscular arms and shoulders, then bowed to Matsuo and took the ready stance with his bokken. Matsuo returned the bow and held his own wooden sword in the ready position. Then they circled each other. It took only a few cuts and slashes, all expertly pulled within a fraction of an inch so that only a puff of air touched him, for Matsuo to realize that his brother was an excellent swordsman. Hiroki's movements were quick, graceful, fluid, his style unique, at least to Matsuo. But then, the only style he had ever known was Nagata's. They wove patterns across the tatamis, Hiroki always on the offensive, Matsuo constantly parrying, dodging, and retreating, hampered by the stiffness in his rib cage and the burning pain there. After a while, He began to get a feel for the rhythm of Hiroki's thrusts, and when he sensed a pause coming, Matsuo stepped forward with a burst of strokes toward his brother's neck and chest, all whispering within a hair's breadth of the skin. Hiroki's eyes hardened as he responded with a blinding flurry of cuts that had Matsuo backpedaling across the room. As Matsuo twisted to avoid a particularly well-aimed thrust, he felt a searing pain lance through his chest wall from his broken ribs. The pain threw him off balance, and he fell to the side, ripping through the paper wall of his room and landing in the hall outside. The pain blinded him for a moment, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Hiroki standing over him, panting, smiling, and holding out his hand to him. Matsuo took it and allowed his brother to help him to his feet. He would have preferred to kneel on the floor and clutch at his ribs, but this was the first time since his arrival that his brother had smiled at him, and he did not wish to demean Hiroki's victory by calling attention to the prior injury. So he clenched his teeth and bowed. "Nagata-san has taught you well, little brother," Hiroki said, returning the bow. "I learned well and practiced hard." Matsuo saw his brother blink with surprise at his words. He cursed his mouth for allowing the American within him to speak. "Yes, well, I suppose that is true," Hiroki said, sounding just the slightest bit unsure of himself. Matsuo tried to cover his error. "But it is obvious that I was not taught as well as you were by your own sensei." He did not fully believe this. Although his brother was 4 years older and had that many extra years of training, he felt he might have beaten Hiroki, or at least fought him to a draw, if he had been able to move more freely. "I fear I am a poor samurai." "Samurai? Never call yourself that. You are of noble blood. Samurai serve you." "Yes, my brother." "Will I ever learn?" "But as for my training, I have had the advantage of many teachers. Every guard at the temple is adept in the art." "Temple?" Hiroki smiled again. "You will learn of that soon enough. But for now, let's go to the kotatsu and warm our feet. I wish to speak to you." Matsuo's spirits lifted at the invitation. Their rooms sat side by side on the second floor, overlooking the garden, separated only by a flimsy wall of translucent paper on a walnut frame, but it might as well have been granite block for the effectiveness of the way it divided them. This was the first time his brother had shown a desire to be with him. They slipped into woolen kimonos as Hiroki led the way to the ground floor and the kotatsu. They seated themselves around the small sunken heater in the floor of a room that overlooked the rear garden. Hiroki took the cushion nearest the window. Matsuo reveled in the warmth that flowed into his feet as he slipped them beneath the coverlet. It was said that warming the feet warmed the whole body, and he believed it. Hiroki withdrew a packet of cigarettes from a sleeve and offered one to Matsuo, who accepted. He knew father was somewhere in the house and wondered if he would disapprove of his smoking, but for now he wanted to share something with his brother. Hiroki held the match for him, and Matsuo struggled to suppress a cough as he inhaled. The tobacco was strong. They smoked in silence, the two brothers watching each other. Matsuo was fascinated at the way Hiroki held his cigarette between his thumb and forefinger with his palm up. Eventually, Hiroki began questioning him about America. At first, he asked about how he had been treated there, but then his questions moved into the area of troop strength and numbers of battleships and destroyers. "Why do you wish to know, brother?" "Because someday we will be at war with them," Hiroki said in a low voice. The certainty in his brother's tone startled Matsuo. "I'm sorry," he said, feeling as if he were letting Hiroki down. "I have no answers for you." "Then why did father send you there? You've learned nothing." Before Matsuo could frame a reply, he heard his father's voice behind him. "I did not send your brother to America to be a spy, Hiroki. I sent him there so he would be familiar with the American mind." He turned to Matsuo. The United States looms large in Japan's future. I plan for you, with your day-to-day knowledge of how Americans think and act, to play an important part in that future. But, Father, Matsuo said, feeling the room constrict around him, I know nothing. You know more than you think you do, the Baron said with a smile, and you shall know much more. That had an ominous ring to it, but Matsuo pushed all questions aside as his brother spoke. If it comes to war, Father, surely the Chinese and the British will pose more of a threat. We must learn not to think of war solely in terms of guns and soldiers and ships, but in terms of industry and trade and production. There are many kinds of war, and the hardest fought and most valuable victories will take place in the marketplace between countries. His eyes roamed the room and came to rest on a small 5-needle pine bonsai on a shelf in the corner. He motioned Hiroki toward the tree. Bring that over here. When Hiroki had placed it on the table between them, the Baron spoke again. Consider this tree as Japan. You will note that it is overdue for repotting and thus quite suitable for what I wish to show you. You will note how its root mass has increased to the point where it is actually lifting the entire tree, mossy base and all, out of its pot. There are 3 possible futures for this honorable tree. It may have its roots trimmed back and be repotted to reduce its capacity for any sort of substantial growth. Or it may be left untended as it is and eventually die, strangled by its own roots. Or, Matsuo leaned forward into the pause. Yes? Or it may be liberated from the restrictions of its pot to let its pent-up roots find new feeding grounds. Britain has its roots in India and Africa, and even in Hong Kong. The United States has the Philippines and Hawaii, and the United States doesn't even need roots, having only 31 people per square mile as compared to Japan's 400. All of our 80 million live on a group of islands the size of California. The roots of most of the European countries feed off Asia and the Pacific in one way or the other. Why not Japan? Of all countries, why not Japan? The fire in his father's eyes awed Matsuo. Here was a man who believed in Japan and would fight for her. All the wonderful things Nagata had said about his father were not only true, but had been understated. Just then, Cho, the head servant, appeared at the door and bowed. "What is it?" the Baron said. "Toyama-san is here." The Baron strode toward the door. "I have an important guest to see now, but think carefully on what I have said. When Japan spreads its roots, they will become most tightly entangled with America's." Matsuo turned to his brother after their father was gone. He whispered, "Toyama-san? The Toyama-san?" Hiroki's smile was indulgent. "Yes, little brother. Our father has the great and near great calling on him at all times." Matsuo stepped to the window and looked out at the garden below. Hiroki rose and hovered over his left shoulder. "That's Toyama?" "Yes." Even in faraway San Francisco, Matsuo had heard of Mitsuro Toyama. But it was difficult to believe that the thin, mild-looking, bespectacled gentleman strolling through the garden below was the organizer and head of the Kokuryukai, the Black Dragon Society, the most powerful secret society on the islands of Japan. "He may be known to the outside world as a super gangster," Hiroki said, "but he is also a super patriot. Anyone who denies the divinity of the emperor must soon answer to Toyama-san. He and father became allies in 1920 when Prince Yamagata was trying to cause a breach between our emperor, then Crown Prince Hirohito, and his betrothed, Princess Nagako. Hiroki then launched into a complicated outline of palace intrigue as the two feuding clans, the Choshus and the Satsumas, schemed to place one of their clan's women as Hirohito's bride-to-be. Through father's dexterous maneuvering, the Satsumas, the clan to which Matsuo's family belonged, succeeded in making a match between the crown prince and Nagako, daughter of Prince Kuniyoshi Kuni, an uncle of father's and a venerable member of the Satsuma clan. The Choshus were furious and tried bribery, extortion, slander, everything short of assassination to break up the relationship. Toyama-san came to Baron Okumo and offered his assistance. "Is he a clansman?" Matsuo asked. "No, he was sent." "By whom?" "By the kakureta kao," Hiroki said, with no little pride. "The hidden face? What is that?" "The order was furious," Hiroki continued, "that the Choshu clan would dare to try to reverse or even question a decision of the royal family. The Black Dragon Society has members in all levels of Japanese life, from the underworld up through the police to the palace guard. But since Toyama-san owes a debt to the Kakureta Kao, the Black Dragons are at the order's disposal. Needless to say, the path to the wedding between the Emperor-to-be and Princess Nagako was cleared of all obstructions." Matsuo shook his head slowly in wonder, still watching his father and the infamous Toyama in intimate conversation. "There is so much I have to learn about my family." "That is true," Hiroki indicated a watercolor on the wall. "See that painting?" Matsuo stood for a closer look. It showed a placid body of water with a gently smoking volcano on the horizon. "Father did it." Matsuo stared at the painting and felt a tranquility pour out of the soft blues of the water and the sky. My father did this? He felt Hiroki's hand gently come to rest on his shoulder. "Would you like to learn about your older brother?" "Oh, yes," Matsuo said, turning to face Hiroki. "Especially about the temple you mentioned." Hiroki's smile faded. "Yes, of course. Then learn you shall. My sensei at the temple wishes to speak to you. He has many questions about America, and many about you." Matsuo swallowed and tried to smile. Something about this temple struck an uneasy chord within him. Why Hiroki wanted to take him to the Kakureta Kao temple at night, Matsuo could not guess. What was wrong with the daytime? In the days since Hiroki had told him of the impending audience with the sensei, Shimazu-san, Matsuo had made inquiries of Cho, the chief of the household staff, and read all he could on the sect. What he had learned was intriguing but not comforting. The dark and brooding hidden face sect, with its stern code of behavior and its masked priests, who rarely left the temple and never showed their faces even to each other, was totally alien to his experience. Its heritage supposedly went back to the time of the great Jimmu, the first emperor, which was fitting since it was fanatically devoted to the preservation of the imperial line. Matsuo would have preferred to learn of the Kakureta Kao from afar, but he could imagine no graceful way to decline his brother's invitation. "You have never seen Tokyo at night, have you?" Hiroki said as they slid into the back seat of the touring car. Matsuo shook his head. "No." He didn't say that he hadn't liked it much during the day and doubted he would find it any more likable after dark. "I will show you then. The Tokyo of the night is an entirely different city from the Tokyo of the day." He gave a rapid-fire set of directions to the driver, and off they went. "How many districts in San Francisco specialize in nightlife?" Hiroki asked. Matsuo shrugged. He had heard of the Tenderloin and the Red Light District by the waterfront and assumed there were a few more. 4 or 5, maybe? "Tokyo has more than 30.
We haven't got time for them all, but I'll show you a good sampling.
Matsuo was agape at the seemingly endless array of bars, nightclubs, coffee houses, movie theaters, restaurants, beer halls, and geisha houses that passed outside their car windows. Everywhere, lights, 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 flashing and blinking every conceivable color. The tour started at the Ginza in the center of Tokyo with its crowds, its wide, bustling streets, and hundreds of bars and restaurants. But he sensed something strange, something wrong, something missing in the crowds of people filling the streets and sidewalks. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something didn't seem right. But then they were moving again, down to the Tsukiji district near the waterfront where the very rich found the most expensive geishas and restaurants among the canals. To Kagurasaka, filled with military men from the nearby war college. Around to Shinagawa, Ueno, and Shimbashi, crowded with suburbanites flocking from the railroad terminal. Through Kanda with its bookstores and drunken students, to the geisha quarter, Yotsuya, out to the willow-lined streets of Shibuya, the movie houses of Shinjuku, the open-air cafes of Ikebukuro. Finally, they passed through a great gate into a very crowded district. Narrow side streets wound away to either side, lined with shoulder-to-shoulder doorways, each with a tiny red light or lantern. A passing street sign read, Gojukken Machi, the street of 50 houses. "Where are we now?" Matsuo said. "Yoshiwara, the most famous red light district in all of the world. Love for sale." His older brother winked at him. "Perhaps I'll bring you down here sometime to sample its pleasures." Matsuo felt a stirring in his loins. He had seen pictures of lovemaking in the pillow book he had found in Nagata and Kimura's bedroom. Love for sale. It had an exciting ring to it. I've never even held a girl's hand. Hiroki tapped the driver on the shoulder. "To the temple!" As they drove through the streets of Yoshiwara with its moving murals of males in search of pleasure, it suddenly struck Matsuo what had been bothering him about the night's tour. No women. Except for prostitutes, bar girls, and an occasional geisha hurrying by in a rickshaw, the streets were filled with men only. Where are all the women? Behind the doors, of course. No, I mean the sisters, wives, and girlfriends of all these men. Hiroki glanced at him as if he were daft. Home, where they belong. Don't they go out on the town at night as well? Of course not. Matsuo looked out the window. The car was weaving along the Ginza again. As it crawled through a particularly thick tangle of cars, rickshaws, and pedestrians, he studied the faces of those outside, noting the staggering gaits, the too bright eyes, the too loud laughter, the desperation beneath the gaiety. Here was a Japan he never dreamed existed. Japan with its hat off, its collar loosened, and its pants down. Matsuo didn't like what he saw. He had witnessed nocturnal squalor and public drunkenness in San Francisco, but that had been balanced by the sight of men and women of all ages out together as couples, arm in arm, hand in hand. What he saw tonight seemed wrong. These were grown men out on the street, but they were acting like wild schoolboys on a binge, while their mothers and wives and sisters and girlfriends sat home alone. Was that fair? He hated raiding San Francisco in any way over Tokyo, so he sat back in the seat and closed his eyes. He couldn't bear looking at those faces any longer. The temple was a dark, shapeless blot against the sky. A cold wind off Tokyo Bay whistled up the street and knifed through Matsuo's thin coat as he hurried up the steps in Hiroki's wake. Except for the lone torch sputtering near the great iron-braced teak door, the building was completely dark. "Is anyone here?" he said as he caught up to his brother. "Of course. The priests live here." Matsuo resented the tone. Yes, he knew the priests lived here. It was just that it didn't look like anyone was here. All of Tokyo was lit up around them, yet this temple could have been a block of solid stone for all the signs of life it exhibited. Hiroki slammed the giant knocker against the door. Its clank echoed up and down the street. Its solid teak was carved with strange murals and ideograms. The door swung inward smoothly and silently. A tall figure stood just inside. The torchlight flickered off its dark, hooded robe. Matsuo stepped back, frightened. The face was masked. The eye holes looked black and empty as the night. Hiroki bowed, and the figure spoke. "Okumo-san," the voice echoed away behind the guard. "Shimazu-sensei is expecting me." "And who have you brought?" "My brother, Matsuo, from America." The hood turned toward him. "From America?" Matsuo wanted to cringe before those black eye holes, but held firm. He bowed low, trying to show great respect. "Enter." As they walked past the guard, Matsuo heard the door clang shut behind them, shutting out the torchlight. For a moment he was lost, disoriented in the blackness. Then, as his eyes adjusted, he saw a long corridor ahead, dimly lit by widely set chochin. His brother was a silhouette in front of him, moving away. So cold in here, colder than the January night outside. But Matsuo felt another kind of chill, a cold that crept into his soul. Not evil or malevolent, but an icy calm that only total certainty and unshakable purpose could bring. It seemed to permeate the walls and saturate the air. Didn't Hiroki feel it too? Or was he part of it? Matsuo shivered and hurried to catch up. "Aren't there any electric lights here?" He saw Hiroki shake his head in the dimness. "No electricity and no telephones. Little has changed within this temple over the past few hundred years." After a maze of turns and 2 downward flights of steps, they came to a small, barely furnished, lantern-lit room where a tall, lean figure with high, narrow shoulders waited. He wore a red mask and was robed and hooded in dark blue. But most striking were his eyes, dark green and piercing in their intensity. Matsuo had never seen eyes like these. He bowed with his brother, and both seated themselves before the priest. "So, is this the brother who will sit with you one day on the Imperial Council?" Shimazu said, his voice soft, like sand pouring into still water. Matsuo could see the green eyes flicking back and forth between them behind the red-embroidered silk of the mask. He was uncomfortable under their penetrating scrutiny. He looked closely at the mask and noticed with a shock that it was fitted under small flaps of skin along the hairline and in front of the ears. It hung loosely below the chin and jawbone and puffed out slightly when he spoke. Above his right wrist, Matsuo spotted a black hexagon tattoo with a meshwork center, identical to Hiroki's. "Is this the one I will kill?" Shimazu thought, relieved and yet strangely tense at being face to face with the younger Okumo brother at last. He was a fine-looking boy, fuller of face than Hiroki, but an undeniable family resemblance between them. The boy was a bit cowed by the temple, but even as Shimazu watched, he could see Matsuo adjusting. "One of you will have to die," he thought, looking from one to the other. Which one? Having use of the seers was a boon most times, but a burden at others. Almost 20 years ago at the Motsu, a seer had had a vision concerning Hiroki and his yet-to-be-conceived brother. Few currently in the temple knew of it. The vision was more convoluted than most, but it indicated that one of the Okumo brothers would have to be killed. But it hadn't been clear which one, and when. Shimazu trusted that in time he would know the who and the when. He prayed it would not be Hiroki. He had watched Hiroki develop from a toddler into a fine young man, devoted to the emperor and to the order. It could not be Hiroki who would die. It had to be the other Okumo, Matsuo. But how to know? Perhaps a few questions would help indicate the choice. Hiroki's sensei seemed very interested in America. Matsuo found that almost everyone he met in Japan seemed interested in America. But Shimazu's questions were different from Hiroki's. The sensei asked about resources and the nature of the people. Were they warlike or were they peaceful? Would they follow their leaders blindly into battle or would they hesitate and question? Were they hungry for conquest or were they growing fat and happy on what they had? Matsuo answered as best he could, drawing on what he had learned in his classes and what little he had seen of the huge country. Yet throughout the interrogation, he kept asking himself what was so important about America. He wanted no more to do with that country. He wanted to stay here in Japan and forget all about America. "Do you have any friends in America?" Shimazu asked. Matsuo felt a catch in his throat. He shook his head. "If Japan and America were at war, would you hesitate to fight against America?" "No." Matsuo was utterly sure of that reply. "What is the best thing you can say about America and Americans?" Matsuo thought on that one. He remembered the daily slights from strangers, the insults against the Japanese by California officials. He remembered Mick and Izumi-san's battered head, and Frankie denying him. Matsuo said, "It is big." "Very well. What is the worst thing you can say about America?" The words tripped out of his mouth on their own. "Its people do not know Giri." At his side, he heard Hiroki's sharp intake of breath and saw Shimazu's eyes widen behind their openings. To not know Giri was the greatest insult one man could hurl at another. It said that he was not fit for the company of honorable men, that he should be an outcast. Matsuo realized that he had just placed an entire nation in this category. Well, he had spoken the truth. Finally, Shimazu nodded with slow approval. "Yes, I think you will make an excellent addition to the Imperial Council." Normally, Matsuo would have basked in such approbation. Why, he wondered, did Shimazu's approval make him feel so uncomfortable, so unclean? Shimazu meditated a long while after the Okumo brothers had gone. Which is to die? He was more confused now than ever. He had been certain that the younger one would arrive full of American ideas and attitudes, that he would be enamored of Occidental ways. Such a boy would have made the choice easy. But young Matsuo was no soft, decadent American in Japanese skin. He was more like a young samurai ready to lop off heads for the emperor. The steel within him had been tempered in the furnace of America's racism. He was hard and he was resilient. He would make a fine weapon against the West. What disturbed him was the developing brotherly bond he sensed between Hiroki and Matsuo. That could prove to be a problem in the future. Hiroki might be so overcome with grief at his brother's death, and Shimazu felt certain it would be Matsuo who would die, that he might not function effectively. Shimazu would have to take measures to divide the brothers should the bond become too strong. No decision now, though. More time was needed. The elders of the order had put the matter of choosing which brother would die entirely in his hands. They were not pushing him, and so he would wait and watch. One slip, one sign that the younger one posed a danger, and Shimazu would snuff him out like a candle. And with that image in mind, he thought of Hiroki's fiancée. The time had come to do something about her. But he could not allow the elders to know of this plan, this death. He could not let anyone know. The slightest suspicion that he was behind the Mazaki girl's demise would destroy utterly his relationship with Hiroki. And she would have to die soon, before she left for America. Even though she would be thousands of miles away during her college years, Hiroki's thoughts would be drawn to her, distracting him from his destiny. Shimazu could not allow that. He went to the chest in the corner and lifted the lid. In the center lay a small case of ebony inlaid with ivory. He opened it and examined the contents. Doku ippen. Multiple slivers of wood, each resting on its own groove, each saturated with its own poison. Those in the upper tray were used for instant effect. Those below were subtler, bringing on death of a more lingering sort, but just as inevitable. Shimazu chose one of the latter variety. There must be no hint of foul play here. Meiko Mazaki's death must appear to be from purely natural causes. Tomorrow was the Hatsumode festival. Hiroki had mentioned that the Okumo and Mazaki families would be there. Shimazu would be there too. Matsuo caught his first glimpse of her outside the Kamedo Tenjin shrine during the Hatsumode festival. He was seated with his father and brother in the special section reserved for noble families. He had been agog at the colorful banners and streamers swirling through the air and the flower-decked floats rolling through the streets. Here was the Japan he sought, even though the effect was spoiled somewhat by the reality of the surrounding city. And then he saw her in her cherry blossom pink kimono with the flying crane embroidery and the pure white obi around her waist, standing slim and straight as she watched the procession with her wide, magnificent eyes. She was perfect. He had never dreamed that someone as lovely as she could exist. It seemed to Matsuo that the gods had created this delicate creature as an affront to all other members of her sex, to make all other women weep with envy. He saw little of the remainder of the procession. Red elephants in green kimonos would have passed him unnoticed. His eyes were for her alone, his mind consumed with devising a means of closing the gap between them. But before he had formulated a plan, the procession ended. He was ready to do something desperate. And then she was standing and turning his way and walking toward him with her parents close behind and actually smiling in his direction. Could this be happening? Could this vision possibly find him 1/10, 1/100th as attractive as he found her? It wasn't possible. This could only happen in a dream. But Matsuo wasn't dreaming. The vision and her parents stopped before him and bowed. She was even more lovely close up than she had been at long range. Her eyes, he could lose himself in those eyes. Matsuo suddenly realized he was gaping, and he hurriedly returned the bow along with his father and brother. "Count and Countess Mazaki," his father said, "kindly honor me by allowing me to introduce my son, Matsuo, recently returned from America." Matsuo followed through with the bowing and the amenities, all the while thinking, that name, Mazaki, why does it sound so familiar? Then his father said, "And this is their daughter, Meiko." Matsuo's stomach lurched and his knees suddenly felt weak. Meiko Mazaki. Of course he knew that name. Hiroki had mentioned it so many times. She was his betrothed. his bride-to-be. "Hello, Matsuo." She with a voice that was music, a choir of samisens playing a divine melody. "It is a long-awaited honor to meet Hiroki's brother." Matsuo bowed and stammered something as unintelligible to himself as it no doubt was to everybody else. He felt as if he were going to be sick. He wanted to die. Was there no justice in life? Not only was Hiroki allowed to grow up in Japan, but he was betrothed to the most beautiful woman in the world. It wasn't fair. He looked up and down the street, anywhere but at Meiko. He saw a mendicant monk moving their way through the crowd. He wore an inverted wicker basket over his head. He held the mouthpiece of a flute under the basket but was not playing. A fascinating figure, but Matsuo's eyes were drawn back to Meiko. Shimazu wove his way through the crowd outside the shrine. He could see quite well through the woven wickers of the basket over his head. On those rare occasions when he had to leave the temple, he found it most convenient to pose as a mendicant monk. The inverted basket covered him from the shoulders up and allowed him to see but not be seen. He would stop near a crowd, slide his wooden flute up under the basket, and play a few tunes. It amused him to collect a coin or two and then move on. He loathed leaving the temple unless absolutely necessary. But this was one of those crucial occasions. The removal of Meiko Mazaki was not something he could entrust to anyone else. No one but he would know the origin of the slow but relentless illness that would sap her strength over the next few weeks and then take her life. He continued weaving through the crowd, searching for her, the dokuippen waiting in a fold in his kimono. So this is Matsuo, Meiko thought, as she surreptitiously appraised him. The son who went to America. If the younger Okumo was any example of what life in America produced, she wanted no part of it. He didn't know how to act. She had noticed him staring at her with unabashed vulgarity throughout most of the procession, and he didn't even know how to bow properly. He was like a barbarian who had been taught the motions but none of the sensibilities of good behavior. His every thought could be read in his face, as if someone were painting them there in big, bold ideograms. Father couldn't send her to America. He simply couldn't. What if she returned like Matsuo Okumo? And yet, she could not deny something endearing about his awkwardness, a certain innocence, a certain vulnerability. She could sense how hard he was trying to please, trying to act properly, and almost against her will, her heart went out to him. He had been exposed to the Western world all his life. It was inevitable that some of its barbarisms would leave their mark. She spoke briefly to the Baron and to Hiroki, who seemed preoccupied. The two families began strolling along the street with the rest of the festival-goers. She returned her attention to Matsuo. Certainly, he was not unpleasing to look at. He resembled his brother in his muscular build and facial features, but his eyes were softer, less intense, less driven. Right now, those eyes were gazing at her. Maybe a few questions would help him compose himself. "Is it good to be in Japan after all that time in America?" she asked. His mouth fell open, and he glanced left and right as if to assure himself that it was he she was addressing. Finally he said, "Oh, yes, very good. Wonderful to be in Japan." He did not elaborate. Meiko wondered if his was typical of the conversational skill she could expect in America. She tried again. "How did you like America? Would you want to return?" Again he hesitated, but this time she sensed that he was unsure of what to say. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Hiroki lean closer, a concerned look tightening his features. "It is a very interesting country. Very different from Japan. If my father wishes, I will return there. but I would rather be in Japan than anywhere else in the world." As he spoke, she thought she saw a wave of pain pass through his eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it had come. She wondered what it could be, then gave a mental shrug. Being raised in a country like America was probably more painful than she could imagine. Ahead to her left, she saw a mendicant monk with a wicker basket over his head. He was moving against the flow of the crowd, angling in her general direction. He held a wooden flute in his one hand as he reached the other into the folds of his worn and tattered kimono. He looked so poor. She wished she had a coin to give him. She turned toward Matsuo again. "Will you be going to the Piers School?" she said, trying her English on him. He made the language switch without dropping a beat. "I start there next week." His English sounded different from her instructors, all of whom had studied in England. "Would you help me with the American dialect?" His face brightened. "I would be honored." The adoration that shone from his eyes when he raised his head made her blush. She turned away and was startled to see the basket-headed monk almost beside her. Shimazu had the dokuippen ready, held firmly between thumb and forefinger, poised to strike. Just a scratch was all that was required. A barely noticeable scrape of the point along the back of her hand as he passed. That was all. Tomorrow she would have a chill. The following day she would begin to run a fever. After that, her days would be numbered. He was about to step closer for the strike. He would pretend to be jostled by a passerby, would brush against her, bow low in abject apology, then be off. Then he saw the younger Okumo's face as he spoke to her. He's infatuated, utterly enthralled by her. Something stayed Shimazu's hand. He stopped and let them pass. He had never anticipated such an attraction between Meiko and Matsuo. This could be useful. The Mazaki girl could serve to divide the two brothers. A little friction would be good. Not too much, just enough to drive a wedge between them. That would be perfect. He did not want Hiroki to grieve too deeply when Matsuo died. For now, he would let the Mazaki girl live and wait to see what developed between Matsuo and her. He had time. After all, she was going away to America for 4 years. She might possibly return equally infatuated with Matsuo Okumo. Wouldn't that be interesting? February. This was it. He had found one. Hiroki's hands trembled as he scanned the ancient ideograms cascading down the yellowed paper. This scroll was of Kakureta Kao origin. Now he knew why he had been forced to learn so many esoteric ideograms during his education in the temple. Shimazu had been preparing him for this moment. He had come to this temple in Nando because he had learned that its library held many ancient scrolls. Some of those scrolls were rumored to be of Kakureta Kao origin, but no one was sure because it was so difficult to translate the ancient ideograms. So Hiroki had rushed here and had spent every spare hour of the past month sifting through the ancient, crumbling documents to find the one he sought, the one that held the secret to the Kuroi Kaze. And this could be it. Barely able to control his excitement, he began translating bits and pieces. But wait, what was this? He leaped ahead in the text. No, it can't be. Suddenly enraged, Hiroki raised the scroll to hurl it against the wall, but forced himself to stop. Another fruitless search. Another false lead. Another month wasted. He looked at the clutter of ancient scrolls and manuscripts around him and wanted to scatter them across the floor and kick them into dust. That was all they were worth. Slowly, he lowered the scroll and replaced it on the table. No, that wouldn't do at all. This was the 5th temple he had searched since last summer, and if he wanted the cooperation of the various Buddhist sects who maintained them, he had better comport himself with the utmost propriety. Word would spread quickly that the Okumo-san from the Kakureta Kao was belligerent and destructive. His inquiries after old manuscripts would go unanswered. His requests for time in the temple libraries would be refused. Not that it would matter if the other scrolls he found were like this one. Oh, it was a Kakureta Kao document, all right. Lists of the purchases for an ancient monastery's kitchen. Hardly what he was looking for. It seemed an impossible task. How could he search all the thousands of temples, shrines, and monasteries in Japan? He needed a staff of underlings, but he could not employ even one. No one must know that the order had lost the secret of the Kuroikaze. So how could he ask someone to aid him in the search if he could not tell them what they were looking for? He had thought of Matsuo, but discarded the notion. The seer had predicted that someone of noble blood would rediscover the secret of the Black Winds. Matsuo and he shared the same noble blood. He did not want to tempt fate by providing the wrong Okumo with an opportunity to find the scrolls. He was becoming fond of Matsuo. After all these years as an only child, he found he enjoyed having a brother. Matsuo had the rough edges of an uncut diamond, but it was not Matsuo's fault that he had been raised in America. It was a handicap he was struggling valiantly to overcome. And beneath it all, Hiroki sensed a heart that was firm and true in its devotion to the family and to the emperor. Hiroki let out a tired sigh and began shoving the crumbling scrolls back into their respective slots in the storage box. How many temples and shrines were there in Japan? Had anyone ever counted them? Perhaps better not to know the total. For as daunting as the task seemed, he would not give up. He would keep on looking, and he would find the secret of the Kuroikaze. He had to find it. The future of Japan depended on it. He wondered if Yajima was doing any better. He hoped not. April. Sagami Bay. Matsuo stood in the cold, wet sand, his toes inches from the waters of the bay. Spring. He turned in a slow circle. In the distance, a gentle plume of steam rose into the pale blue sky from the flat, snow-capped top of Fujiyama. At his feet, Sagami Bay stretched away into the Pacific, and up the slope from the shore, the cherry and apple trees were blooming with a riot of pinks and white. Was there a more beautiful place in the world than Japan in the spring? He could not imagine it. A sudden splash drew his attention to the water again. Father had surfaced and was wading toward shore, holding his net in the water before him. "Bring the glass jar, Matsuo." Matsuo grabbed the quart container from the sand and hurried out into the water to meet his father. It was cold, but easily bearable. He held the jar underwater as father pushed the contents of his net into it, then held it up in the sunlight. A tentacled, rubbery creature, smaller than his hand, darted in nervous circles within. "An octopus! Look at its tentacles. See the blue tips? I've never seen anything like it. And neither has the Emperor, I'll wager." "The Emperor?" Father stared at him. "Of course. You don't know? How could you? The Emperor and I have long shared an interest in marine biology. The summer palace is nearby in Hayama, and for many years while he was crown prince, we collected specimens together in these very waters. I may be more than 2 decades older than he, but I believe he considers me a friend." While his father toweled off, Matsuo considered this new revelation. Emperor Hirohito, a friend. No wonder father always spoke with such confidence about his 2 sons becoming imperial advisors. Matsuo stared out to sea again and wondered at his good fortune to be born into a wealthy, noble family, to have a father who shared a personal interest with the emperor himself. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder and turned to see that father was dry now, his jet-black hair, finely streaked with gray, combed straight back. He was dressed in the old, frayed kimono he used when working in his garden. His dark eyes were bright and gentle. "What are you thinking, my son?" "I'm thinking that I never want to leave here." Instantly, he regretted it. He knew his father planned for him to finish his education in America, and it was his oyano-on, his obligation to his parents, to follow that plan without question. Once again, the American that hid within him like a snail within its shell had spoken through his lips. "But separating myself from this serenity," he quickly added, "will only serve to make it even more beautiful when I return from college in America." "It will sadden me to see you go, but we must be honored that we serve a higher purpose." "I understand." But he didn't. Not really. "I want you to travel during those 4 years. Attend your classes and learn your American business courses well, but whenever you can, travel. See the country. Develop a sense of America and its people. That knowledge may prove to be of immense value to Japan in the future." "Business courses, father?" His father's hand nudged him into a walk along the waterline. They left the specimen jar behind. "Yes. We will be at war with America at some time in the future. How near or far in the future I cannot say, but there will be war." "But what good will business courses do in a war?" Father smiled. "Did I say it would be a shooting war? It may well come to that, I fear. Many of the military believe so, and they are itching for it, especially after the offense of the American Immigration Act. And if a military war is necessary for Japan, then so be it. We will fight." He stopped to pick up a scallop shell, white with deep red stripes. He rinsed it off and handed it to Matsuo. "A beauty, isn't it? Hold it for me." He began walking again. "But there are ways other than military war for Japan to assume its proper station as leader of all nations. We can dominate the world with trade." Matsuo's expression must have registered his inner puzzlement, for his father laughed. "You're not the first to look at me that way, my son, and I'm quite positive you won't be the last. But think. If you make the best products in the world, and you make them faster and finer than anyone else, the monies of the world will flow into your coffers. You will be exacting a tribute from all the other nations without unsheathing a single sword, without firing a single shot." Matsuo gazed into the bright, calm eyes that faced him and suddenly realized the greatness of his father. He remembered the pride in Hiroki's voice when he'd spoken of father that day he had beaten him in the Bokken exercise. He had not been fully able to appreciate that pride then. Now he could. Now he could see his father for what he really was, a man of vision who could not only see the future, but devise ways to shape it. "Are there many who agree with you?" He nodded thoughtfully. "A few. At this juncture, the country seems to be divided into those who want to turn their backs on the world and return to the samurai days, and those who want to westernize Japan until she is indistinguishable from the other industrial nations. Me, I'm influenced by the writings of Yoshida Shoin, the man who almost single-handedly sparked the Meiji Restoration. He believed firmly in contact with the West, trade with the West, but not total surrender to the West. He died almost 70 years ago, but his wisdom lives on. We must keep one foot in the past. We must never forget our cultural heritage, for it is the richest in the world. But We must keep the other foot in the present, for that is where we live, and our eyes must always be looking ahead. Everyone speaks of war as the only answer, Matsuo said, thinking of the newspapers and speakers on the radio. Not everyone, but very many, it's true. But either way, it will not lessen the importance of the roles you and Hiroki will play. Hiroki, with his education in the Hidden Face Temple, will be our foot in our warlike past. I see Hiroki playing a vital part in a shooting war. But you, my son, will be Japan's foot in the present. You will be a general in the other war, the one I mentioned before, the economic war. And our enemy in that war will surely be America. That is when you will play your part. If and when that war is declared, you, Matsuo, my son, may well become the most important man in Japan, perhaps in the world. Matsuo swallowed his dismay. As much as he wanted to please his father, he did not want to be the most important man in Japan, not if it meant going back to America, even for a day. December, San Francisco. Bet I know what you're thinking, Frankie. The sound of my father's voice startled me. I hadn't heard him come into the room. I had been standing at the window, watching a Navy gunboat steam out of the Golden Gate and vanish into the foggy Pacific. It looked cold and rough out there, which was just fine, because that was pretty much in tune with the way I felt. The news on the radio at that moment was fairly grim, too. In preparation for the arrival of 1928 next week, the announcer was recapping the big stories of the past year, mostly death and destruction. The lower Mississippi Valley flood, the Sacco and Vanzetti executions, Isadora Duncan's death, Lizzie Borden's death. It seemed to go on and on. Not a very good year, was it? I said. Are you kidding? Dad said. It was a great year. Don't listen to those radio guys. They're always down in the mouth. Look at all the good things that went on. Babe Ruth hit 60 homers. That fellow, Johnny Weissmuller, swam the 151 seconds. The Holland Tunnel opened between New Jersey and Manhattan. Something I'd like to see happen between here and Oakland, so we wouldn't have to depend on that damn ferry. And we've got talking pictures now. Don't tell me you didn't enjoy The Jazz Singer. You must have seen it 3 times. I forced a laugh. You win. It wasn't such a bad year. That's the spirit. Now, let me guess what you were thinking about when I came in. Bet you can't. I had been thinking about Matsuo. I hadn't wanted to think about him. I'd thought I'd had him well locked away in a quiet little used corner of my brain. But too often those memories wanted out, and when that happened, I didn't have much say. Especially on this day, the day after Christmas. A year ago today, I became a spineless turd and deserted my only friend. I wondered what Matsuo was doing, if he had found a better, truer friend. You were thinking about that old engineering scholarship, weren't you? Dad said, clapping me on the back. Yeah, the scholarship. Let him believe that. Let him believe anything but the truth. He didn't know the truth. Only Matsuo, Mick and his gang, and me. Matsuo was gone, and the rest of us weren't talking. For the 1000th time, I wished for a chance to go back and do it differently. But would I do it differently? I wasn't sure. And I loathed myself for that uncertainty. Not that it mattered. I'd never get another chance. And I'd never see Matsuo again. But you don't need a scholarship. If my stock portfolio keeps performing the way it has for the past year, I'll buy you a college.
Hell, if my stocks don't do anything at all next year, I'll still be able to buy you that college." My father had become obsessed with the stock market. All he talked about, all he seemed to think about. He even had a ticker here in his office at home. The market was a source of endless arguments between my mother and him. She said he was neglecting his own business and borrowing too much to add to his portfolio, and he'd say that thanks to his investments, they were now worth millions. I didn't know who was right, but when I heard my mother mention that he had taken out second and third mortgages on the house and on the plant, it made me uneasy. But what did I know? My father had built his company out of nothing, so he had to know a lot more than I did. I said, "I want that scholarship because it's something that no one can buy for me. I have to earn it all by myself." "Something wrong with my money?" Dad said. "Something wrong with the tool and die business? I thought you said you wanted to run it someday. But if you've changed your mind and now think you're too good for it, just let me know." "Dad, please." Was he just feeling defensive, or was he worried about my going to college? He never had. "You know me better than that. You know I want a chance to run the plant. It's just that—" How could I explain it to him? How could I tell him I needed to do something to make me feel better than someone who scuttled through alleys on his belly? "I'm waiting," he said. "All right. For me, it's not good enough to waltz into that plant and just step into your shoes. You deserve the plant. You built it out of nothing. But if I take it over, I want to be able to change things when they need changing. I want to make it the best plant in the world, and to do that, I'll need some training in engineering. And when I've made it the best in the world, then I'll deserve to call it mine." "I don't know, Frankie," Dad said, shaking his head. "I don't know if you can handle it. Know-how is only a small part. You've got to go out and meet people, glad hand them, grease their palms when necessary. I don't know if you're cut out for that. You know, kiddo, your mother and me, we worry about you." "Worry? About me?" I knew they thought I was strange, but I didn't let on. "Sure. After all, it's your senior year and you should be out with your friends having a good time instead of moping around here or hanging around the plant. Sometimes we wonder if we failed you somehow." "Sorry, Dad." "Don't be sorry. I'm the one who should be sorry. I'm sorry you're not enjoying life more. When I was your age, I spent every spare minute of every day sweating for a few dimes to keep my brothers and sisters fed. If I'd had the chances you've got now, I'd be out having the time of my life." "But I like the plant, Dad." "For God's sake, why? What do you want to get yourself involved in that for? Only a sucker would want to give himself an ulcer trying to manage a place like that." I was shocked. I thought you wanted me to take it over someday." "I did, but I didn't know what I know now. I don't want you to have to spend all your time running around brown-nosing a bunch of military brass to keep the orders coming in when there's money falling out of the air. Out of the air, Frankie, at the stock exchange." "I don't understand that stuff, Dad." "Maybe you'd better learn to understand it, Frankie, because I don't think you've got the stuff to run the company." The hurt I felt from those words must have shown on my face, because Dad gave my shoulder a quick squeeze. "Don't get me wrong, kiddo. I love you. And I think you'd do a great job running the plant. But that's a long way from running the company. To run the company, you've got to get out there and hustle every day for the orders. You've got to have lunch and make pleasant conversation with people you have no respect for. You got to invite people to your house that you wouldn't speak more than a few words to on the street. Sometimes you've got to shave points and jimmy balance sheets just to keep your head above water. Frankie, my boy, I don't think that's quite your cup of tea." "I could learn." I knew he was probably right, but I was too stubborn to admit it. "All I need is a chance." "Okay, you'll get your chance. But in the meantime, I want you to learn something else. First thing tomorrow morning when the New York Exchange is open, I'll give you some of my stocks to manage. The best way to learn is by doing. You'll have your own little portfolio to manage to help you get to know the ropes. But, Dad, no buts. I want you to get your feet wet. As soon as you do, you'll see what I mean. You'll learn early what I learned late. I used to work for money, but no more, kiddo, no more. Now I let money work for me. Reluctantly, I agreed, mostly to get him off my back, but also because I was intrigued by what he was saying. Money for nothing? It seemed too good to be true. But what did I know? But I wasn't giving up on that scholarship. Stocks or not, I was going to try for it. 1928. The Year of the Dragon. April, Tokyo. Nagata-sensei, Matsuo said, tell me what to do. He had performed the tea ceremony with Nagata, and now, as Matsuo sipped the green liquid, he saw Nagata, the man he loved and admired more than any in the world, put his cup on the low table between them, fold his hands over his ample belly, and fix his eyes on Matsuo's. Am I such a terrible teacher that you do not know? Am I to hang my head in shame when I go out in public now because my student does not know how to behave? Matsuo recognized the overstatement, but realized too that it wasn't far from the truth. How can I tell my father that I don't want to go back to America? Nagata's face grew stern. You cannot tell him that. It is your father's wish that you finish your education in America. It is your path toward taking your proper station. It is your parental on. Filial piety demands that you follow his wishes. Nagata lowered his voice. And, because your father plans for you to become an imperial advisor, one might even say that Chu demands that you return to America. Matsuo stiffened. Chu, the ultimate on, the endless, unrepayable obligation to the emperor. The discussion was over. To circumvent Chu was unthinkable. I will go to America, he said, fighting the heaviness within him. Of course you will. Nagata slapped his knees and smiled. Was there ever any doubt? Matsuo did not answer. His throat felt locked. He had been in Japan less than a year and a half. Only half a year remained. So little time. Nagata answered for him. Of course not. And think of it this way. Giri demands that you return to America and clear your name with those who beat you in such a cowardly fashion. It will take all of your cunning to devise a plan whereby you satisfy Giri without breaking a law and landing in an American prison. Matsuo instinctively ran a hand over his right flank where his ribs had been broken. He let his fingers dip into the concavity where the bones had healed improperly. Will you help me plan it? Nagata shook his head slowly. I will not be going with you. The statement so startled Matsuo that he nearly upset the table. But you must. I, too, must do the bidding of your father. Only for me it is nushi no on, duty to one's lord. And your father tells me that his estates need my attention. It is from those lands, deeded to your ancestors by the emperor himself many centuries ago, that your family fortune flows. I am honored by his trust. I must stay. Alone in America, Matsuo thought. The prospect of crossing the Pacific again was now doubly daunting. You are 17 now, Nagata was saying. You will be 18 not too long after you return to America. You will be a man. You will have to learn to live like one. Matsuo took a deep breath and calmed himself.
Yes, he could do that. He would have to do that.
Your hands are quite bruised, he heard Nagata say in an obvious attempt to change the subject.
Matsuo held them up, examining the blue of the fresh bruises and the yellow of the older ones. I have been studying te at the Shotokan dojo.
Ah, the Okinawan empty-hand defense. I have seen it since our return. Most impressive.
Shall I show you a kata? Matsuo stood and began going through his shurite movements, kicking and thrusting at the air. He worked on his kata daily for hours, making up for the years of experience the other students in the dojo had on him. He was nearing the top of his class. Soon, maybe, he would be the best. But his kicks and punches had new force and quickness today. He was losing himself in the routine, imagining Mick McGarrigle as his opponent. July, Sagami Bay. Matsuo whirled in the air and lashed out at him with a vicious kick. Hiroki drew his head back and closed his eyes against the spray of sand from his brother's foot as it passed within an inch of his jaw. Although the setting sun was red and low above the hills, and the two of them stood within a stone's throw of the bay, the July heat remained insufferable, hanging in the air like wet cotton. The damp sand in a wide circle around them was scuffed and pocked with their footprints, and here and there even an occasional body print. The beach was deserted but for Hiroki and his brother, both clad only in fundoshi, the air silent but for their harsh, rasping breaths as they circled and clashed and parted and circled again. Hiroki's chest burned from the exertion of the sparring exercise. He knew his younger brother had been studying te, but had never dreamed he had progressed this far in so short a time. His kicks, both high and low, were devastatingly accurate, and his hand strikes were flashing blurs in the humid air. Had they been engaged in a full-contact battle, Hiroki was sure he would have been down by now. He could barely lift his arms and was ready to drop, but he would not allow himself to call a halt. He could not admit defeat at his younger brother's hands. To his surprise, it was Matsuo who called the halt. Raising his hands, he dropped to the sand and sat there gasping. His chest heaved, except at the concavity on the right, where the ribs had been broken. "No more, brother. I am too out of breath. You have beaten me again." Hiroki flopped across from him. Matsuo had won. They both knew that. Yet his younger brother seemed content merely with the knowledge. He was not requiring an admission of defeat. Hiroki found that almost incomprehensible. "You have improved immensely, Matsuo." If Matsuo could save face for him, let it never be said that he could not repay in kind. "In fact, I doubt very much that there is another shuritaka in all of the world who has learned as fast as you." Matsuo bowed his head. "Funikashi-san is a supreme master and teacher. I practice often and have added a personal impetus to my kata." "And what is that?" "I fight the American boys who beat me, all of them, at once." "And do you win?" Matsuo smiled fiercely and nodded. "Yes, every time." "It is said that it is unwise to fight in anger. The mind becomes fogged by its heat." "The anger is gone," Matsuo said. "All that remains is the need to satisfy Giri." Hiroki understood. He could almost pity the Americans who were Matsuo's target. Almost. He stretched, feeling the tightness in his muscles seep away. His sweat was cooling and drying. He felt relaxed and close to his brother. "Speaking of America," he said, "I have a special duty to request of you." "You need only ask," Matsuo said as he stretched and massaged his own muscles. "I want you to watch over Meiko during your stay in America." Matsuo's brow furrowed. "I don't understand. How can I—" Meiko will be going to America after the enthronement. Like you, she is registered in the class of 1932 at the university near San Francisco. Matsuo looked dumbfounded. Berkeley? Yes. It is the wish of both fathers. Didn't you know? No? Of course I didn't know. How can I know something if nobody tells me? He was suddenly sitting up bolt straight, his eyes wide as the words tumbled from his lips. Meiko is going to America? To Berkeley? Of course. This has long been in the planning. And you approve? Hiroki settled his gaze on the calm blue line of the horizon and sought a share of its steadfastness. It is the will of the Count and fathers. I have no say in the matter. The thought of his Meiko alone in that land of barbarians was almost too much to bear. She would be chaperoned, of course. One of the Count's retainers and his wife would go along and maintain a home for her. Her absence for all that time was bad enough, but the realization that it would be another 4 years before they could be married, before he could touch her, pillow with her. He dreamed of wallowing in her innocence for a while, before teaching her the special things she had to do to please a man. This must be a terrible burden for you to bear, Matsuo said. But poor Meiko. She must leave Japan and live over there for 4 years. She must feel terrible. Hiroki was pierced with a sudden pang of guilt. He had never thought about how the prospect of living in America must be affecting Meiko, only of what it was doing to him. But what would you have me do, brother? Guard her, Hiroki said. Be the champion of her purity. But surely she would never look at a gaijin. Of course not. But she is young and impressionable. I would not want her to return unduly tainted by Western ways. Like me? Hiroki saw the pain and defensiveness in his brother's eyes. Yes, like you, would have been the honest answer. Yet Matsuo had shown himself to be a good and gracious younger brother today. He could certainly be half as gracious. Matsuo, he said levelly, for all the years you spent in America, you show yourself each day to be as much of a Japan man as anyone who was reared here. Hiroki was surprised and gratified at the sight of the tears that sprang into his brother's eyes before he bowed. Katajikenai, my brother. You have made me rich with those words. I shall stay close by Meiko's side throughout her stay in America. She shall return to you as she left, an honorable Japan woman. It was Hiroki's turn to bow. When he raised his head, Matsuo was on his feet and running toward the bay. Look at me! I'm going to swim back to America! His last words before he dove headfirst into the water were garbled, but Hiroki thought they sounded like, maybe going back won't be so bad after all. He didn't know what to make of that. November, Kyoto. Matsuo was in love. After almost 2 years in his homeland, he had finally found the Japan he had been seeking, Kyoto. He stood at dawn on the Togetsukyo, the moon-crossing bridge, and listened to the Oigawa flowing beneath his feet as he stared out at the misty ancient city, its multifaceted expanse of low-tiled roofs regularly interrupted by jutting temple pagodas. And over the whole scene towered Arashiyama, Storm Mountain. He had been so overwhelmed by the city that he had been struck dumb during the carriage ride from the station. He had strolled her streets and marveled at her temples and shrines, 2,000 of them, and her beautiful people, all properly kimonoed. He had toured endlessly, soaking up the essences of the city that was the spiritual heart of Japan, the Japan he longed for, the Japan he had dreamed of for so long. And now, It was the morning of the 10th of November, the day of the enthronement ceremonies, the event that had brought him here. He had been at the Kashikodokoro, the imperial sanctuary, with the other guests and dignitaries, Japanese and foreign, when Emperor Hirohito, dressed in a ceremonial robe of white silk damask, arrived with the empress to inform the sun goddess, Amaterasu, of his ascension to the throne. Matsuo was present now at the formal enthronement in the afternoon when the emperor, in bright orange robes colored like the sun, sat on a canopied throne next to his empress, and the air filled with the clamor of drums, gongs, and cymbals. He heard the emperor declare that he now occupied the throne of Japan, and henceforth his reign would be called Showa, enlightened peace. His heart filled to bursting, Matsuo bowed as low as he could, along with the rest of the throng. The second day of the ceremony was taken up with ritual baths and the ringing of bells throughout the city to summon all the emperor's ancestors. On the third day came the rite of Daijōsai, the Thanksgiving festival. All foreigners were excluded from this. The emperor bathed and donned a robe of pure white. After his hands were cleaned by a Shinto priest, he went out to the grounds of the imperial palace, where 2 huts had been constructed of raw pine and held together by vines. Barefoot, under an umbrella of woven rushes, he walked along a torchlit path upon a carpet of rushes which was rolled up after him so that no other might trod it. He entered the first hut, the curtains were drawn, and he was left alone within to serve and wait upon the goddess Amaterasu. Hours later, the emperor entered the second hut to repeat the ceremony. Finally, with the coming of the dawn, he retired. Matsuo had not slept at all during the entire 3 days. Far from tired, he felt exhilarated by the enthronement. He felt as if the centuries between himself and all his ancestors had been breached, and that they had been in silent communion with him throughout the ceremonies. He felt alive, refreshed, renewed. He was ready to face anything, even America. 1929, the year of the snake. October. The last Tuesday in October, a day I'll never forget. I had won the scholarship and was in my second year at the University of San Francisco. The engineering courses were going swimmingly. I had no morning classes on Tuesdays that semester, so I was home having coffee in the kitchen when I heard shouting from Dad's office down the hall. I looked at Mom. "What's going on?" She sighed. "Probably your father's made another killing in the market." She looked tired as she puffed on her cigarette and sipped her coffee. "I know you don't like the market," I began. "Don't like it? I hate it. It's not real." "He's making millions." "Millions on paper, but nothing real. A diamond is a real investment. Gold is real. You can hold them in your hand and know you really own them. Even this house—" She stopped herself. "I know it's mortgaged," I said. "Mortgaged to the hilt. He's borrowed against everything we own. It's one thing to take a flyer or two, but it's quite another to risk the roof over our heads." I stirred my coffee and said nothing. I had made heavy profits on the portfolio Dad had given me. Without telling him, I had sold most of it off 2 months ago and bought back the mortgages on the house. It was going to be my Christmas gift to both of them. But really to Mom, because I knew how she had nightmares of being kicked out on the street. I was tempted to let her in on the secret so she could rest easy, but that would have ruined the Christmas present. As I passed Dad's office, it sounded as if he were having a violent argument. He slammed down the phone as I peeked in. His face was ashen. "My God, we're losing everything!" Fear squeezed my gut. I had never seen him like this. positively frantic, striding from the ticker tape to the window, from the window to his desk, and from there back to the tape, running his hands through his hair as he muttered and shouted curses at the ceiling. He stopped moving only for glances at the ticker tape or for phone calls. "Dad, what's wrong?"
"The market! The bottom's dropping out of everything! Everything!"
"But didn't you tell me that a drop is just a signal to buy more at bargain prices?"
"A small drop, yes, but this is a catastrophe. All my margin accounts are calling. I've got to put up tens of thousands I don't have to cover them."
"Can't you sell?"
"Nobody's buying, and I'm already borrowed to the eyeballs. Somebody's got to do something about this, and fast. They should close the market and let things cool off."
He glanced at the clock on his desk.
"My God, it's only 10. 2 more hours to go in New York. If it keeps up like this, I'll be ruined. Completely ruined."
"It's not so bad, Dad.
Don't tell me what's bad,"
he screamed, his face turning scarlet.
"You have no idea of the magnitude of what's happening."
With his wild eyes and disheveled hair, he looked almost insane then, and it frightened me. I took a step back from him. "But, Dad—"
"Get out! Get out and leave me alone! I've got to think, and I can't do it with you standing there making inane remarks."
I left him there, shaking his fists at the air. I wanted to tell him that we still had the house, but guessed that now was not the best time. Maybe tomorrow, when he was more rational. But tomorrow never came for Dad. I awoke that night to my mother's screaming and followed the sound to the study, where my father sat in his chair at his desk, a bullet hole in his forehead and blood and brains splattered all over the wall behind him. It had been a short service after a brief closed casket wake, and now I stood at the graveside and cried openly as they lowered him into the ground. Maybe he hadn't been the best father in the world, and maybe he hadn't been around as much as other fathers, but he had always seen the good things in people and in life. He had made his share of mistakes, the worst being his final act, but he had had such vitality and enthusiasm that I forgave him. I missed him terribly. So I stood there, feeling hollow, beyond shock, beyond any emotion but grief after the ordeal of the past 2 days. Yet when I looked up at the graveside mourners, I received another shock. Far to the rear, standing next to a tree, was a vaguely familiar form. I wiped my eyes to clear my vision. It was Matsuo. It had been almost 3 years. He was taller, broader. His face was different, changed, distorted somehow, but there was no doubt in my mind that it was Matsuo. As soon as our eyes met, he turned and walked away. I wanted to run after him, but I couldn't leave my mother alone at the graveside. So I stood there in silence and watched him disappear into the greenery. Matsuo was back in America, but where? I knew I had to find him. I had to apologize. I had to explain. 1930. The Year of the Horse. January. I didn't think I'd ever get over not having Dad around, but after a while, the shock and the grief found their niches and our home life began to settle into a new pattern. That was when I began to search for Matsuo. I wandered around Japantown in my spare time, but never caught sight of him. I checked through the registration at the University of San Francisco, but no one named Okumo was listed. I was beginning to think I had been imagining things. As a last resort, I decided to try my luck across the bay. There were a number of Japanese students on the Berkeley campus. I thought I might talk to some of them and see if they could help me. Trouble was, I couldn't find any when I wanted to. I asked around the campus as to where I might find them. The general consensus was, "Who cares?" I gave up. Most likely, I had been imagining Matsuo's presence. I'd been under tremendous stress at the time, and my mind had picked someone out of a simpler, happier time to see. Sure, that was it. There was no other rational explanation. Why couldn't I make myself believe it? On what I had sworn was to be my last day of searching over at Berkeley, I was sitting in the student cafeteria drinking a cup of coffee when I had a vision. A group of girls, obviously just out of class, entered in a bunch, laughing, giggling, scanning the room to see if any of the big men on campus were present. Their eyes slid over me like brook water over a mossy rock. And then someone broke from their group and took a seat at an empty table where she sat alone, studying while she sipped and stirred her cup of tea. She was Japanese and wore a white silk kimono embroidered with pink cherry blossoms. Her hair was flawlessly black and straight, and her thick bangs blended perfectly with the rest of the hair that framed her face. And what a face! High cheekbones and dark, almond-shaped eyes, bow lips, and utterly flawless skin. I could not remember ever seeing a woman half so beautiful. I'm sure that to almost anyone else in the room she stuck out like a sore thumb, but to me she was a swan gliding through a pool filled with toads. I was mesmerized. I found myself on my feet and moving toward her. I stopped at her table where she sat alone. All the other girls had clustered elsewhere in clucking cliques. Finally, she looked up from her book. Meiko sat and thought of how miserable she was in America. She missed her mother and father. She missed her friends. She missed Japan. Most of all, she missed feeling that she belonged. If one, just one, American girl in all her classes had responded in kind to any of her friendly gestures, her whole outlook might have changed. But it seemed that she was condemned to be the different one in this university, condemned to be an outsider by her kimonos and her wooden geta and her difficulties with certain consonants. The boys who had approached her had been friendly enough at first, warmly lascivious in their approach and angrily cruel in their retreat when they discovered that she was not interested in any relationship that went beyond friendly conversation. Matsuo Okumo was the only person on this entire barbaric continent who kept her from despair. She had changed her mind about Hiroki's younger brother. He was not an ill-bred bumpkin who did not know proper behavior. She had seen his progress at the Gakushuin, where he had learned to act as a true Japan man almost perfectly. She qualified her approval with an almost because she had always been able to spot his faux pas, but only because she was watching for them. To any casual observer, Matsuo would have blended in perfectly. Here in America, it was almost the same. He could not hide his pigmentation or facial features, of course, but he managed to blend in extraordinarily well nonetheless. Meiko still found herself bowing at the slightest provocation. Matsuo had dropped immediately the bows that were such a part of daily Japanese life. His walk and even his posture had changed. He now moved like an American. And his English, utterly flawless. He seemed to have not the slightest bit of trouble with the alien consonants that plagued her so. And so attentive. He saw to it that she wanted for nothing. He toured her through San Francisco and the beautiful valleys inland. He had become her safe haven among the barbarians, and she found herself looking forward more and more to their times together. And yet, the better she got to know Matsuo, and the more she grew to like him, the less she understood him. Secrets hid deep within him, in places he let no one see. But that made him all the more interesting. She felt challenged to penetrate his mystery. He had unpredictable idiosyncrasies, such as his obsession with the American game of pool. Hardly a day would pass when she wanted to talk to him or be with him, and he would say that he had to go practice pool. Honestly, at times it was quite konnichiwa. Meiko started at the sound of an unfamiliar voice saying a familiar word. She looked up and saw a dark-haired American boy standing across the table, holding a tray with 2 cups and saucers. "Yes, hello and good day to you as well," she said, off balance from his use of her native tongue. The first time since her arrival that an American had spoken a single word of Japanese to her. "I brought you another tea," he said, in surprisingly good Japanese. "Kohi o nomimasu," she said quickly, telling him that she drank coffee. His flustered expression and his stammered, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but I thought I saw a tea bag by your cup," convinced her that he had understood her. "Actually, I hate kohi," she said in English. "I was just testing to see if you really spoke Japanese or had merely memorized a few phrases." "May I sit here?" he said. She could tell right then that he was terribly shy, but could not resist testing him again. "Hito de ippai de wa arimasen." He told her in near-perfect Japanese that he was well aware that the room was not crowded, but that he found this particular table the most appealing. She laughed. "How can I refuse?" His name was Frank Slater, an engineering major, and he was charming. His Japanese was surprisingly good, and since it was obvious that he wanted to try it out on her, she let him. The more he spoke, the better it got, and gradually his shyness drifted away. She liked him, whoever he was. "Have you been to Japan?" she asked. "No, but I'd like to visit someday." "Then how did you learn to speak my language so well?" He ran a hand across his face, and as his fingers brushed at the hair hanging over his forehead, she caught a glimpse of a purple mark running up from his left eye. "From a boyhood friend who was Japanese. He and his uncle taught me many things Japanese besides the language. We were the best of friends, grew up together, in fact. Then He returned to Japan suddenly 3 years ago, and I haven't seen him since. Or rather, I thought I saw him a couple of weeks ago, and I've been searching for him." "What's his name?" Meiko said. She had a strange feeling about this. "Maybe I know him." "His name's Matsuo Okumo. Have you heard of him?" Meiko was startled not only by Frank's mention of Matsuo's name, but by the way Matsuo himself suddenly appeared behind Frank like a ghost out of the night. "Is that him?" she said, gazing over Frank's head into Matsuo's eyes. Frank spun and leapt to his feet. "Matsuo!" He took an uncertain step forward, then retreated, as if repelled by what he saw. Then he stepped forward again, his arms rising as if to embrace him, but Matsuo turned instead to her and bowed. "Frankie and I have matters to discuss outside," he said. "Excuse us." He bowed again, then gripped Frank's upper arm and guided him from the cafeteria. Meiko sat mute and still. She'd seen a new look in Matsuo's eyes just now, so cold, so bleak, it chilled her to the marrow. She had never imagined him capable of such dark feelings, but they had been there for all to see, and Frank Slater seemed to be the cause. Matsuo. I'd found him. God, it was good to see him again. Now I could explain everything. But his face. My God, his nose had been broken and bent to the right. He was still clear-eyed and square-jawed, but that misshapen nose changed his face dramatically. I knew who was responsible for that deformity, and it made me sick. He had changed in other ways as well. As he strode ahead of me, I saw he had grown taller since we had parted, more sleekly muscular, with broader shoulders. And he moved differently. He had been vaguely tentative and hesitant in the past, but no longer. Here was a young man who knew exactly who he was and exactly where he was going. "Matsuo," I said, as soon as we stepped out into the hall. "I've been looking all over for you. Why didn't you—" "Stay away from her," he said coldly as he turned toward me. "She belongs to another." "Matsuo, I was only talking to her." He jabbed a finger at me. "Stay away." I backed up a step. I had rehearsed this meeting in my mind endlessly for 2 years. I had worked out a plausible explanation for my cowardice and had structured a convincing plea for understanding and forgiveness. But just as my courage had deserted me almost 2 years ago, so did my carefully rehearsed speech now. His eyes were cold and stony. I looked for anger there, or hatred, or pity, anything that might tell me I had a chance of being forgiven. In a desperate search for something to open with, I said, "Why were you at my father's funeral?" "To pay my respects, as you say. He was a fair man. He treated me as he did everyone else. I have found that rare in America. I was sorry to learn of his accident." I felt a now familiar lump forming in my throat. Accident. That was how it had been reported in the obituary. Some accident. I thank you for coming," I said. "But why didn't you wait around after the service? Mom would have liked to see you, and I've been wanting to talk to you for years." "There was nothing to say." "Matsuo, about that night, behind Izumi-san's store, there is still nothing to say." His voice was flat, toneless. "You've got to understand. I don't know what happened to me. I panicked." "It doesn't matter." "There's got to be some way I can make it up to you. We were best friends for so many years." With quick, sharp movements, Matsuo yanked his shirt free of his waistline and pulled it up far enough to bare his right ribs. My stomach turned at the sight of the indentation there. I suddenly saw Matsuo lying on the ground against the fence, and Mick McGarrigle's boot flying in and out, kicking him again and again. He pulled his shirt down and tucked it back in. "We can never be friends again, and you must never speak to Meiko again." Still, I heard no heat of anger or hatred in his voice. I would have much preferred that to the utter contempt there. He turned away and left me standing in the hall. I leaned against the wall, withering inside. Knowing that the best friend I'd ever had felt that way about me was devastating. Knowing that his feelings were justified made it even worse. But through the haze of pain, I heard a name echoing in my mind. Meiko. So that was her name. I hadn't even got around to asking her. Meiko. It sounded magical. I peered through the square window in the cafeteria door and saw her walking out the far door, alone. Meiko. I wanted to see her again, talk to her again. She had touched something in me. I didn't know what, and I didn't know how, but I had to be with her again. Matsuo could issue all the threats and warnings he wished. It didn't matter. I was going to find her again. 1931. The Year of the Ram. June. Matsuo played alone. Few of the other fellows who frequented the recreation room cared to test themselves against him anymore. He had started freshman year as the butt of their jokes, a buffoon of sorts, but they had let him play because he was easy pickings when money was on the table. That hadn't lasted too long. Now, as a junior, he had won it all back, and then some. Still, he knew he was not ready. He carefully lined up the shot, an important one. He had cleared the table of 2 racks in a row save for one last ball. Never before had he run this many balls without a miss. His game had changed when he began using the kyojutsu techniques Nagata had taught him with the bow and arrow. He let himself flow into the cue stick, become one with it as he had learned to do with the shaft of an arrow, aligning himself with the cue ball, letting himself slide forward along the green felt to send the little white sphere rolling toward the black 8-ball, to strike it and watch it bounce off the cushion and roll into the corner pocket. Matsuo straightened and smiled. Good, but still not good enough. He opened a window to let in some fresh air. Summer was almost here, and that meant Meiko would be returning to Japan until September. During that season, California would lose its one bright light. Just as well he had spent the last 2 summers traveling around America, and would do so again one final time. Berkeley without Meiko would be more than he could bear. He had found that he missed her less when he kept moving. Meiko. He blotted her face from his mind. She belonged to Hiroki. He had to keep reminding himself of that. If just for one moment he allowed himself to forget, no telling what he might do. Yet, even with his constant reminders, she haunted him night and day. So he had backed away from her, minimized their contact, avoided her whenever he could, watched over her, but from afar. Frank Slater stayed much closer. Despite warnings, Frank had persisted in keeping company with Meiko over the past 1.5 years. Matsuo had changed his mind and had allowed it to continue unchallenged. He saw no danger in Frank's presence and was amused at the ways the American contrived to accidentally run into Meiko all over the campus. No future in that relationship. Meiko was a perfectly proper Japan woman who would be returning home in June next year when they both graduated. Frank provided her with the companionship Matsuo could no longer trust himself with. He filled the empty hours with his studies and perfecting his pool game. He expended no effort to make any new friends. He had met a few guys who seemed blind to his race, but saw no reason to start relationships that had no future. And in the summers, he traveled. He had begun his trips tentatively, starting with the West Coast and Western states in the summer of 29. Last year, he had gone through the Midwest, taking notes all along the way, and next week he would strike out for the industrial Northeast. Nowhere had he found welcome. These were bad times in America. A great economic depression was ravaging the country, and the sight of a foreign face was met with violence and naked rage at worst, sullen, resentful tolerance at best. Those were the people. But it was the land that grabbed his attention, held him in thrall. The land. Since his first trip, he had found the immensity of the country mind-numbing. So many resources, such rich soil, so much room for growth. How could father's dream of competing industrially with America ever come true? He had been taught since a child that Japan was the nation blessed by the gods. If so, then the gods themselves must have lived here in America before they blessed Japan. Even in the grips of this terrible depression, he sensed the depth and breadth of the country's economic power. If this was the country father planned to engage in a trade war, he had his work cut out for him. Matsuo racked up another set, placed his cue ball, and leaned over the table. He blotted out the chatter from the far end of the room, along with the annoying refrain of Minnie the Moocher from the radio standing in the corner. Maybe tonight he could run the table 3 times in a row. He let himself flow into the cue. Lining himself up on the cue ball and the stack, he let himself fly. 4 giri. August. It felt good to be back in America, Meiko thought, as her ship sailed between the two cliffs that formed the Golden Gate. Until this summer, she had thought such a notion would be inconceivable, but during her 8 weeks back in Japan, she had found herself grumpy and restive, bored even. At first, she did not understand it. Her parents doted on her, as they had during her past 2 return trips, and as usual, she was the center of every social occasion along the shore of Sagami Bay, the prime source of knowledge about the giant land across the ocean. Even the Baron himself paid a visit to inquire as to how Matsuo was faring in America. And Hiroki had been properly attentive, at least so far as physical presence was concerned. But his mind was preoccupied, and he was ever running off to rummage through old temples and shrines. What should have been a perfect summer turned out anything but. Meiko sensed a growing distance between herself and everyone else she had once felt so close to. She could see Japan itself changing. With each trip home, she noticed an increasing number of military uniforms in the stores and on the streets, more this summer than ever before. With no war on, she found it vaguely disturbing. And as she and her family discussed the wedding plans for the spring of 1933, she felt none of the happiness she had expected. Where was the excitement, the sense of anticipation that should come with the approach of the most important day in her life? What was missing? She had moped about, wondering what was wrong with her. And then one day, she and her mother had discussed the date she would board ship to return to America, and she had felt her spirits lift. That was it. She longed to return to San Francisco, hungered for it, in fact. And with a rush of feeling, she knew why. Not the city itself, which indeed had its beauty, not the lush rolling hills of the countryside around it, not even the company of her one good American friend, Frank Slater, that drew her back. It was Matsuo. Meiko could not pinpoint when her feelings for him had changed. Certainly not overnight. A slow process instead, progressing from acquaintanceship to friendship to what? Love? Yes, love. She had come to see Matsuo as more than simply Hiroki's younger brother. She sensed his strength, his tenderness, his integrity. She found herself looking forward to his calls at the home where she stayed with one of her father's retainers and his wife, found herself hanging on to his words, waiting for his smiles, hungering for those times when he would hold her arm as they crossed the street. And she knew Matsuo felt it too. If not love, then at least a strong attraction. She could see it in his eyes, hear it in his voice. Most of all, she could see it in his face when he came in sight of her. All the tension and tautness that living in America caused in him flowed out of him. That had to be some sort of love. But what to do about it? Less than 2 years from now, she would wed Hiroki. But she was doing more than simply marrying Matsuo's brother. She was marrying the Mazaki family to the ancient nobility of the Okumos. The Mazakis were a noble family too, but their money came from the silk trade rather than from land deeded to them by a past emperor like the Okumos. The marriage would bring the Mazakis much closer to the imperial line. As Hiroki's wife, she would be cousin by marriage to the Empress Nagako, and Meiko's children would be blood cousins to the next emperor. Nothing could be allowed to stand in the way of that. The honor of her family was intimately involved here. Her course in life was set. Meiko wondered what an American girl would think of her situation. They had the freedom to marry whomever they pleased, but they had to wait to be asked and face the chance that the one who pleased them would not ask. They might go through life and never be asked. She had always thought the Japanese custom among respectable families of having the family select the spouse and arrange the marriage far superior. That way, there was no worry about the future, for the future was guaranteed. She would be a wife and mother and raise a family. And wasn't that the true purpose of marriage? To have children and preserve the continuity of family life? Marriage for love and love alone was silly Western thinking. Just look at all the trouble it caused in America. And yet, Meiko had to admit that now she could see the American side. She could not approve of it as a universal social custom, for that would lead to chaos, but she could not help fantasizing about marriage to Matsuo. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If only he had been the brother to stay home in Japan and Hiroki the one sent to America. Then she would be marrying Matsuo next spring, and she could have love and marriage while bringing great honor to her family. A beautiful fantasy, one she indulged in at every opportunity. But it would never be more than that. She would marry Hiroki and have his children. Not so bad, really. At least, she hoped not. But sometimes, when she caught Hiroki staring at her, she saw not love, not even hunger in his eyes. She sensed a ferocity there that sent a quake through her insides. Just her imagination, of course. Hiroki was an intense young man who focused all his energies into whatever he did. Their married life would be hectic, but at least Matsuo would be around. At least she would be able to see him and talk to him at family gatherings or when he came to visit his brother or his nephews and nieces. For now, she would make the most of her last year of maidenhood, reveling in whatever time she could have with him. Which wasn't much. Matsuo's calls and visits had become increasingly rare. He seemed to be stepping back, disengaging himself from all but the most necessary contact. At first she had been hurt, suspecting that he had found a woman who could give him more than she. But if that was true, why then did his face still change the way it always had when they ran into each other on the campus? And why did his eyes still embrace her as they always had? She didn't understand. Unless it was because Matsuo was afraid of his own feelings for her and was avoiding her to protect her honor and the honor of both their families. If that were the case, it only made her love him more. As her ship neared its mooring, she saw a familiar figure waiting on the dock, Frank Slater. She liked Frank. He was a good friend, a sweet, gentle man. She could not imagine what in the world could have happened between Matsuo and him to cause such enmity. Meiko's ship arrived ahead of schedule, but I was there when it docked. She was on one of the big Matson liners out of Honolulu. I'd had a letter from her telling me that she had to make the trip in 2 legs, from Yokohama to Hawaii, and then from Hawaii to San Francisco. Because of the immigration restriction, no Japanese passenger ship found it worthwhile coming here. The air vibrated with the bass boom of the huge liner's horn as the tugs nosed it into the dock, crowded with the families of people returning from Hawaiian vacations. I was up front. I'd been waiting since dawn. "Frank," she said when she saw me coming up the gangway. "What a surprise! I never expected you to be waiting." She looked absolutely radiant. Her dark eyes sparkled, and her smile was so big and bright I hurt inside. "Couldn't let you carry your bags by yourself, could I?" "Oh, you're sweet." She touched my arm as she said it. A perfectly innocent, friendly greeting as far as she was concerned, I'm sure, but the contact, the closeness, the scent of her set my heart to pounding and made me lightheaded. I think I actually staggered a little as I picked up her bags. I didn't understand my feelings. Easy to call it simple infatuation. Certainly, I was infatuated, but it went deeper than that. Was it love? How could it be love? How could I love someone from such an alien culture who considered my culture barbaric, who was engaged to be married and would be leaving for the other side of the world in less than a year? How could I love someone like that? But she was Meiko, and how could I do anything but love her? Her beauty had attracted me at first, but in the year and a half I had known her, I'd come to see past that. And she had changed in that time. Not her beauty, for if anything she grew more beautiful every year, but I could see monumental changes within her. When we first met in our sophomore year, she presented me with a mixture of vulnerability and snootiness. Although America frightened and awed her, she somehow managed the courage to look down her nose at us. But as time went by, I noticed a gradual softening of her parochial views until she could finally admit to the possibility that there might be other acceptable ways of life outside the social customs of Japan. She blossomed at Berkeley. Although the country was in economic chaos, the campus provided an oasis for those students who could afford tuition or who, like me, had a scholarship. And within that oasis, I could see Meiko's mind opening to the myriad possibilities life presented. Possibilities she hadn't even known existed, let alone actually considered for herself. And there, I thought, lay my chance. Hardly a moment passed that I didn't think about her at least once. Time flew when I was with her and crawled when I wasn't. I wanted her near me always. And so, sometime this fall, when I got up the nerve, I would ask her to marry me. I had to ask. I knew chances were slim to none that she'd have me, but I'd had encouragement from her during the past year. Not from anything she had said or done, actually, but rather from what she hadn't said or done. For instance, she hadn't been talking much about her fiancé. During her sophomore year, when we first met, all she could talk about was someone named Hiroki, whom her parents had arranged for her to marry. She seemed awfully reticent about exactly who he was, but she was certainly enthusiastic about the match. That had changed. She hardly mentioned him at all toward the end of our junior year. Perhaps a little time in America had taken the blush off the idea of an arranged marriage. The second encouraging sign was Matsuo's relative absence. A year and a half ago, I'd found it difficult to run into Meiko without Matsuo somewhere nearby. But as last winter had melted into spring, he seemed to spend less and less time at her side. Consequently, it became easier and easier for me to spend more time with Meiko, and I took full advantage of whatever opportunities presented. We became close. She liked me. I was sure of it. And that was why I thought that maybe, just maybe, I had a chance of persuading her to forget about her coming marriage to this Hiroki fellow and stay here with me in America. She would not have to worry about loss of face or social disgrace, for she would be away from all that. We could have a good life together here in America. I had almost a year to convince her of that. "Did Matsuo send you?" she said, as I tried to juggle all 4 pieces of her luggage. My stomach gave a little twist. "No, we're still not on the best of terms." Actually, we hadn't spoken since our sour reunion 18 months ago. But I had learned through Meiko that Matsuo had given her no details about our past together. I didn't know why he was keeping silent, but I was grateful. "He is supposed to meet me here at the dock." "Oh." I had assumed she had wanted me to meet her, but as I mentally reviewed her letter, I realized that she had only mentioned the date of her return in passing. "But I do thank you for coming. Why don't you wait with me? I do wish the 2 of you could be friends." So did I. But Matsuo had made it more than clear that we never could be. I don't think that would be a good idea, but I'll bring your bags down to the dock and you can wait there. You must be tired of this ship by now. Very tired. Thank you, Frank. You are too kind. We pushed through the crowd to the street. I left her in a shady spot where a growing number of other passengers were waiting to be picked up. I waved goodbye and made my retreat, but I didn't leave the scene. I found a doorway uphill from her that gave me a clear view of where she sat. I leaned back in the shadows, waiting and watching. If Matsuo didn't show up, I didn't want her to be stranded there. Matsuo arrived in a cab a few minutes later. He opened the door, stepped out, and before I knew it, they were in each other's arms. My mouth went dry as I watched them. This was not a friendly embrace. This was a hungry, needful. And then, as quickly as they had come together, they parted. Even from where I stood, I could see by the way they looked away from each other and went about the task of loading her luggage into the cab that they were both acutely embarrassed. And suddenly, it all became clear to me why Meiko spoke little of her fiancé and why Matsuo had been limiting his time with her. With a small lump in my throat and a bigger one in my chest, I left the doorway and walked away. Both were trapped in a no-win situation, and they knew it. I felt sorry for them, but I felt sorrier for myself. 1932. The Year of the Monkey. June. At last, it was time. Matsuo stood before the mirror in the dorm room he had to himself and inspected the goatee he had been growing since the first of the year. Patchy, ragged, and ugly. Quite ugly, but it served its purpose. He put on the horn-rimmed glasses he had recently purchased and considered the result. Even Nagata would have to look closely to recognize him. But the disguise needed one final touch. He folded a white handkerchief into a narrow band and tied it around his head as a hachimaki. Now he was ready for battle. A special kind of battle. One played with a tapered stick and 16 balls 2 1/4 inches in diameter on a field of green felt enclosed with cushioned bumpers. A game. But more than a game tonight. More than winning, more than money at stake. Tonight, Matsuo played for Giri. He took the ferry across the bay. He blocked out the talk around about the invasion of the American capital city by thousands of ex-servicemen demanding to cash their bonus certificates. Things were no more peaceful at home. The Japanese army had taken over Manchuria last fall and was consolidating its occupation there. And just last month, Prime Minister Inukai had been assassinated by army fanatics in his home before the eyes of his daughter, all because he had expressed a desire to cut the military budget. Was Japan as mad as the rest of the world? Matsuo hated that thought. He leaned forward against the ferry's front railing, drumming his fingers impatiently as he urged the sluggish craft forward through the night toward the lighted tower clock of the ferry building on the far side. He'd heard talk of building a long bridge across the bay, linking Oakland and San Francisco, and a huge suspension bridge across the Golden Gate. He remembered laughing at the idea when he had first heard it proposed, but after visiting New York City last summer and seeing the newly completed Empire State Building thrusting nearly a quarter mile into the sky, he laughed no longer. If anyone could do it, the Americans could. Much as he loathed them, he had to admit a grudging admiration for their can-do spirit. Even in the depths of the world's worst depression, they completed a building taller than anyone had ever dreamed possible. They built to the point where good sense told them to halt, and then kept going, up and up and up. Matsuo had gone to the top. The view from the observation deck had been awe-inspiring, and as he had stood there in the wind and looked down at the waterways and the teeming city below, he had thought of father and his talk of the coming confrontation with America. Japan could beat America in small things. Americans had no appreciation for fine, delicate work. But on a large scale, how could any country prevail against the people who didn't recognize when enough was enough, who didn't know when to quit? And what of home? Japan in Manchuria. He knew the province on the mainland would supply desperately needed raw materials for his homeland's growing industry, but still the thought of his country at war disturbed him. Surely Japan could find what it needed without killing people. After all, he had found a way to settle a grievance without resorting to brute force. Or at least he hoped so. He would know later tonight. He brushed away concerns of home. They were for the future. This was now. The ferry was pulling into its San Francisco dock, and he wanted no distractions during the conflict ahead. "How much for a billiard table for 2 hours?" Matsuo said, in a thick Japanese accent, to the florid-faced man behind the bar at O'Boyle's Pool Emporium. The place had been a tavern before Prohibition, but Matsuo figured that O'Boyle probably sold more liquor now than when it had been legal. Early yet, on this Wednesday night, with only a few drinkers lounging around in the smoky dimness. With repeal a certainty after the presidential election in the coming fall, no one was trying to hide what he was drinking. O'Boyle's had obviously seen better days. Through the grime that covered everything, Matsuo could see the sturdy grain of fine oak paneling on the walls and ceiling, and delicate decorative carving on the support columns. The huge beveled mirrors were as dirty and dingy as the front windows. On an elevated platform at the rear of the room, set off by a low oak railing, sat 3 billiard tables, each under a bright hanging lamp. No one was using them. "You mean a pool table?" said the man, O'Boyle himself. Matsuo exaggerated his accent to the point of caricature. "Yes, I wish to play pool." O'Boyle looked at him closely. "I can't tell if you're a Chink or a Jap, pal, but either way, you ain't playing in my joint." "Japanese, and the charge, I believe, is 50 cents per hour." Matsuo placed a silver dollar on the bar top. The charge was a dime an hour, he knew, with O'Boyle taking a 10% cut of whatever money was won. O'Boyle stared at the hard money for a full minute, then snatched it up. "Okay, just this once." Matsuo had already started toward the rear. There was, after all, a depression on. "But don't use the table on the left," O'Boyle called after him. Matsuo went to the wall rack and picked out a cue. Then he racked up the balls on the left table. "Hey," said O'Boyle, hurrying back. "Can't you understand English, you yellow jerk? I said not that table. It's reserved every Wednesday night." Matsuo looked him in the eye through the flat lenses in his glasses. "I like this one." Then he broke the stack. O'Boyle gave him a nasty smile as he nodded. "Okay, wise guy, have it your way. But someone is going to be very unhappy when he finds a Jap using his favorite table." Matsuo lined up a shot. He was counting on that. He played for 2 hours, acquainting himself with the table, until he heard a voice say, "Because you're just a stupid Jap who don't know no better, I'll let you off this time." Matsuo turned and faced the man who had spoken. Mick McGarrigle hadn't changed much. He still had red hair and freckles, still had the same squint, the same arrogant leer. He was beefier across the chest and abdomen, and had a new hat. Those were the only differences. He had brought his own cue stick and was now screwing the two halves together. 3 cronies flanked him.
My table, he said, and jerked his thumb toward the front door. Get lost! If a similar confrontation had occurred upon Matsuo's return to America, he would have hurled himself at Mick's throat and killed him. But tonight was different. Matsuo had been planning this moment for years. The anger and rage remained, but he kept cool and controlled behind his disguise. Matsuo looked him in the eye, waiting for some sign of recognition. None came. Good. His disguise was working. And why not? Between the hachimaki and the goatee, only his eyes and nose were visible. Those eyes sat behind glasses, and the nose had been broken by Mick during their last encounter. Matsuo had been watching O'Boyle's for over 3 years now. The first thing he had done upon returning to America was scour the seediest areas of San Francisco for Mick. He had found him here in O'Boyle's, on the downhill fringe of the Tenderloin, and for many nights had crouched at the rear window, watching as Mick won match after match against anyone who played him. Players were brought in from other pool halls in other sections of town and pitted against him, but Mick always won. He had a loyal band of followers who always bet with him and were never disappointed. Mick McGarrigle was a hero in O'Boyle's. His life centered around these pool tables where he was undisputed master. That was when Matsuo had decided to learn to play pool. "Oh?" he said. "Do you play billiards?" "Yeah, I play billiards all right." This brought a laugh from his companions. "I will surrender to a better player." "Get lost, Jap. I ain't wasting my time with the likes of you." Matsuo reached into his pocket and brought out 5 $20 gold pieces. "You wish, perhaps, to place a wager on a game?" Mick's eyes fairly bulged at the sight of the gold double eagles. Mick saw the light gleaming off the shiny surfaces of the coins and salivated. Things were tight hustling the tables, and he figured he'd be losing his laborer's job soon. Not much around to steal these days. $100 would set him up pretty. And besides, he'd heard talk about the government no longer using gold for money, so old coins were starting to disappear. One way or another, he was going to leave here tonight with those double eagles in his pocket. A crowd began to collect around the table. "I ain't got that kind of money," Mick said, wondering how he was going to work this. The Jap bowed. "Surely you have friends who will cover you." A chorus of excited cries saying they'd cover $2 or $5 broke from the crowd. Mick was warmed by the response from his friends, his fans. They were with him all the way. He'd never let them down. He emptied his pockets of whatever cash he had, while the O'Boyle's regulars dug deep into their meager funds for the chance to cover the remainder of the bet, supremely confident in their man's ability to beat this upstart Jap. Within minutes, $100 in paper and coin had appeared on Mick's side of the table. The Jap reached over and scooped it up. As he stuffed it all in his jacket pocket, everyone started yelling in protest. The Jap stared at them through his thick glasses. "The entire group of you does not think you can retrieve this money from one poor Jap, should he be the loser?" They quieted down at that. Mick looked hard at the yellow bastard. Something familiar about him. But they all looked pretty much alike, didn't they? Mick won the toss for break, but that gave the Jap the choice of game. He couldn't believe his luck when the guy picked Chicago, his best game. No one had beaten him at Chicago in 2 years. The crowd was grinning knowingly and nudging each other. Mick had all he could do to keep from laughing out loud. This was almost too good to be true. Matsuo knew very well that Chicago was Mick's favorite game. It was also the one Matsuo had been practicing for 3 years. It required sinking the 15 balls in numerical order.
The first player to reach 61 points won. He stood back and watched Mick break. He was an excellent player. That had been evident even from Matsuo's old vantage point at the rear window in the alley. Up close now, Mick's technique was even more impressive. He had excellent control and a surprisingly delicate touch. Matsuo watched with mounting tension as Mick ran his first rack and was progressing confidently through his second when he missed on his 29th ball. Matsuo glanced around at the onlookers. The 24 onlookers, mostly men, all in work clothes, were relaxed, smoking and drinking and having a good time. And why not? Their man had run 28 balls straight before Matsuo had lifted his cue. Taking his turn at the table, Matsuo settled down to the game, forgetting about Mick and remembering his kyojutsu training, making himself one with the cue stick. After he cleaned the table and ran the next rack, he looked up and noticed that the crowd wasn't quite so noisy or jocular. He glanced at Mick as the balls were being re-racked. He was seated on a bar stool in the corner with his cue stick across his lap, his face an unreadable mask. As Matsuo ran his third rack, the crowd became progressively more quiet. Another glance at Mick before he broke the fourth, and Matsuo saw that the freckled face was mottled with red. Perspiration beaded his forehead and upper lip. As Matsuo ran through the fourth rack, he tried to control his excitement, knowing that it would interfere with his game. But he found it hard to resist the mounting exultation as he saw his score creep closer and closer to the magic total of 61. Matsuo's score reached 60. 1 point to go. Mick was now a sickly pale. Matsuo took aim on the winning ball, number 14. He melted into the cue and called for the corner pocket. But as he thrust the cue stick forward, a heavy boot struck him in the left calf, causing his shot to strike off center. Reining in the anger that suddenly raced through him, Matsuo turned and looked at the man who had interfered with his shot. He stood well over 6 feet and grinned with mock innocence. "Got a cramp in my leg," he said. The crowd laughed. "So sorry to hear that," Matsuo said. He stepped up close to him and, using atemi, grasped the man's right leg above the knee, striking vital points with his thumb and forefinger. The man howled and dropped to the ground, clutching his leg. "Ah!" Matsuo said. "Another cramp! So sorry!" As some of the members of the crowd stepped forward menacingly, Matsuo turned his back and faced Mick. "Your turn," he said with a bow. Mick's color was returning to normal. He stared at Matsuo with a puzzled expression on his face. After a moment, he shrugged, leaned over the table, and sank the next ball. The crowd cheered as he cleaned the table and the balls were racked again. He ran his score up to 48 before he ran into trouble. 13 balls were on the table. Mick needed to sink the 4 for his next point, but he was trapped behind the 5 with no shot. He called safe and tapped the cue ball against the 5, leaving Matsuo without a shot. At least, that was the way it looked at first. But Matsuo didn't want to trade safe shots with Mick. He wanted an utterly demoralizing victory, and to achieve that, he would have to take risks. He studied the lay of the balls and traced a mental path in his mind. It was possible, just possible, but it would require the deftest touch imaginable. He leaned over the table and aimed the cue ball almost 180 degrees away from 4. He said, "Side pocket." It looked like an impossible shot, and he hoped that would keep any of Mick's backers from kicking him again. The already quiet room became as silent as a grave. Even the sound of breathing stopped. Melting into his cue stick more intimately than ever before, becoming one with it, he said a prayer to all his ancestors and let fly at the white ball. The cue ball banked off the near-end cushion, the side cushion, the far-end cushion, and then rolled toward the 14, losing momentum all the time, Matsuo held his breath as it tapped the ball and sent it rolling. The 4 caromed off the 15 and rolled right up to the lip of the side pocket where it paused, tottered, and rolled in. Amid a mass exhalation of stale air, someone started to cheer, then caught himself. I did it. I really did it. Matsuo wanted to shout, to get up on the green felt of the table and do a dance, but he couldn't. He had to remain cool and placid, had to maintain the role of the inscrutable Oriental. Moving slowly but precisely, Matsuo picked up his jacket and said to the tight-lipped, blanched-faced Mick, "Thank you for a very pleasant evening." He then turned to O'Boyle and handed him a wad of cash. "Drinks for everyone." Mick stood cold and numb with shock and shame. He'd lost. Lost to a Jap. This wasn't happening. He leapt out of his chair before anyone could laugh or shout or move away from the table. "Wait a minute, Jap. You ain't going anywhere until I get a chance to win back what I lost." The crowd watched in silence. "Graji." The Jap reached into his pocket, pulled out his original 5 $20 gold pieces, and set them in a pile on the felt surface of the pool table. "But I really don't want more of your money." "Don't worry," Mick flashed a confident sneer for the benefit of the regulars. "You ain't getting any." He turned to the crowd. "All right, who wants a piece of this action?" The regulars shuffled their feet, looked at each other, at the ground, anywhere but at him, then began to break up and wander back toward the bar. O'Boyle scurried ahead of them with his fistful of money. "Hey, where you going?" Mick said to their backs. "He used some cheap Jap tricks to beat me." "Maybe you better learn a few of those tricks yourself," somebody muttered. Their icy rejection was like a gut punch. He took a few steps after them. "I can beat him! You know I can! Cover me, and I'll get your money back!" "Already lost too much," somebody else said. "This can't be. They can't do this to me. Wait, fellas!" But they were gone. Only he and the Jap remained in the billiards area, facing each other across the still, silent green table. Matsuo watched Mick's slack face as his gaze flicked from the crowd at the bar to the pool table and back to the bar. His reputation was in ruins, his self-respect shattered. His one pride in life, his skill with a pool cue, had been won away from him in a humiliating defeat. Matsuo tried to dredge up a mote of pity for him, but kept seeing Izumi-san's bloody, broken head. He knew then that no matter how much humiliation he had inflicted on Mick, it was not enough. It would never be enough. In Japan, tonight's defeat might have been cause enough for Mick to consider killing himself. But this was America, and Matsuo knew that Mick would never have such grace. Finally, Mick's gaze came to rest on him. "How does it feel?" Matsuo said, dropping his accent and facing Mick squarely. "How do you like being a nobody?" "What?" Mick said dully. "You let them down, Mick. They put their hard-earned money on you, and you lost it. Lost it badly. They'll never trust you again. You're garbage as far as they're concerned." Mick's face grew mottled again. "You son of a bitch!" Spittle flecked his lower lip. He reversed his pool stick and charged around the table, swinging the heavy end toward Matsuo's head. Using his own cue like a bull, Matsuo easily parried the blow, then grabbed Mick's cue and ripped it from his grasp before he could swing again. Mick stared at his empty hands. Out of the corner of his eye, Matsuo noted that they had attracted the attention of the men at the bar. Sensing a fight, they began to drift over. "You surprise me, Mick," Matsuo said. "I didn't think you had the guts to attack anyone on your own.
Your style is more like sneaking up on an old Japanese shopkeeper when his back is turned, or attacking a lone Jap boy in a back alley with a group of your friends and trying to kick him to death. Mick's jaw dropped as he backed up a step. You! I knew there was something wrong about you. They told me you ran back to Japan. Matsuo bowed. Correct. But Chinky Boy is back now. And then he snapped Mick's pool cue in two. Damn your slanty eyes! Mick screamed. You're a dead man! He pushed through the growing crowd of amused onlookers and rushed behind the bar. Matsuo slipped into his jacket as he saw Mick and O'Boyle arguing and then struggling over something. Mick ran out from behind the bar with a revolver in his hand. The crowd parted before him. He stopped by the railing and pointed the pistol at Matsuo's head. The room became deathly silent. Matsuo's mind raced as he looked down the barrel of the gun. He saw Mick cock the hammer, heard the cylinder ratchet around, saw Mick's eyes narrow. Say goodbye, Jap. Matsuo dove forward, rolled and rammed his feet into Mick's belly. The air exploded from Mick in a whoosh, followed immediately by the deafening noise of the shot. The bullet went wild and high, sending the onlookers scurrying for cover. But as he staggered backward, Mick fired again, this time lower. Matsuo felt white-hot pain tear through his shoulder just to the left of his neck. He acted instinctively, leaping up through the gun smoke-filled air directly in front of Mick. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of red hair, shoved backward, and then rammed his fist into the freckled white of Mick's exposed throat. The pistol fell from Mick's hand as he dropped to his knees and clutched at his throat. Soft, strangled, gurgling noises wormed from his mouth as he tried to draw air through his crushed larynx. His eyes reddened and bulged as his face darkened toward a dusky blue. Shouting arose on all sides. He's choking to death! Get a doctor! He's dying! The Japs killed him! Get him! Matsuo felt himself grabbed from behind by 2 or 3 pairs of hands, sending fresh pain lancing through his shoulder. But the pain was blocked by the rage that exploded within him. Damn these Americans! He was the victim here. He had been unarmed and wounded by a man with a gun. Anyone with any honor would have been on his side. Yet now they were attacking him, just because he was Japanese. Marshalling all his skills, he flashed into action. A back kick and 2 elbow strikes freed him from those holding him, and then he was heading for the door. Though about 30 whites filled the room, and though Matsuo's left arm was nearly useless, they couldn't stop him. Those who tried were painfully ignorant of the style of fighting. Their faces revealed their shocked surprise as well as their pain as they fell like wheat before Matsuo's flying kicks and knife hand thrusts. In seconds, he was out the door and running up the ill-lit street. But he was not safe yet. A howling mob spewed from the tavern door and followed him uphill. Matsuo spurred himself on. He had to find a hiding place. He could not fight so many, especially with one arm damaged. He felt wetness in his left palm and glanced down as he passed beneath a street lamp. Red from blood dripping down his sleeve from the wound in his shoulder. He knew he couldn't bleed like this for long and stay ahead of that wolf pack. He had to hide. He picked a dark side street at random and ducked into it. The sidewalk was narrow, the houses pushing their front steps almost to the curb. He saw steps leading down under a front staircase to a basement apartment and fairly leaped into the welcoming blackness before his pursuers rounded the corner. He crouched in the darkest recess and waited. It seemed to take only seconds for the sound of hoarse, angry voices and running feet to approach his hiding place. Matsuo held his breath as they pounded by on the pavement above. Finally, they were gone. But not for long, he knew. They would run for maybe a block before figuring out that he must be hiding somewhere behind them. Then they would be back. But he had his plans already set. He would creep up the steps and check for stragglers. If none were about, he would run the other way.
He went to stand, and his knees buckled beneath him. Had he lost that much blood? Looking down, he saw a dark pool by his feet. He fought the panic that clutched at him. If he didn't get moving, he would be caught and probably strung up by his neck from the nearest lamppost, if he didn't bleed to death first. He gripped the knob on the door to the basement apartment, praying it would open, but the door held fast, locked. Desperate, he willed his rubbery legs to straighten. He was halfway to a standing position when the door opened, bathing him in light. He stood there, squinting in the dread illumination, pinned to the wall like some night-crawling insect. "Get out of here!" said a woman's voice, but gruff and coarse, like the screech of a rusted hinge. Matsuo looked up at the bulky form silhouetted in the doorway. The face was totally in shadow. "Get away from my door!" "I can't." And it was true. He knew his legs would not take him up the stairs. A shotgun appeared, seemingly out of the air. Light glinted along its double-barreled length as it swung forward and pointed at his face. "Get, or I'll shoot!" Matsuo could see no way out for him. He looked up to where he guessed the woman's eyes should be. "Shoot," he said. "It will be a far more honorable death than the one your countrymen have planned for me." The barrels wavered. "What countrymen?" "From O'Boyle's." "You're a Japo, ain't you? And sweet Jesus, you're bleeding. What did you do to get them riled at you?" "They'll be here in a few minutes. They can tell you." "Damn it to hell!" The shotgun disappeared, and a pair of strong arms helped Matsuo the rest of the way to his feet and into the apartment. From the doorway, he managed to stumble to a chair at the room's only table. The woman closed the door and leaned the shotgun in the corner next to the door molding. Matsuo saw a portly woman of about 60 years, wearing a calico dress with a long apron tied around her neck and waist. Her gray hair was pulled back into a bun. Wire-rimmed glasses sat on her red nose and cheeks. She came over to him and gasped. "Look at you! Shuck that coat!" She helped him out of the blood-soaked jacket and the underlying shirts. Then she leaned over his shoulder, adjusting her glasses as she inspected the wound at close range. She grunted. "Not too bad. A bloody one, but I seen worse." She went into another room and returned with a basin of water. "Who shot you?" "An old acquaintance," Matsuo said. His breath hissed in and out as she bathed the area with cool water. "Another Japo?" "No. American." "Why?" "I beat him at pool." "Pool? He shot you for that?" "I made him look very bad." "And he's out there looking for you so he can finish the job, right?" "No," Matsuo hesitated, then decided to be honest with this woman. For some reason, perhaps the tender way she was cleaning his wound, he trusted her. "He's dead. I killed him." Her hands paused in their ministrations, then continued. "All this happened in O'Boyle's?" "Yes," she snorted. "Serves you right for frequenting that den of iniquity. Although I must say, I'm surprised they even let someone like you in there." "That's another part of the problem." Matsuo studied her weathered face as she leaned over him. "May I ask your name?" "Worth. Betsy Worth. You can call me Mrs. Worth." She straightened up. "There. Now it's ready for some stitches." "Stitches?" Matsuo looked over at his shoulder. Mick's bullet had torn up a triangular flap of flesh as it passed through the meaty area above the left collarbone. Mrs. Worth had cleaned away the blood and pressed the flap back into place, but blood still oozed slowly from beneath the edges. "Are you a nurse?" "Yes and no," she said, returning with her sewing basket. "Never worked in a hospital or anything like that, but when Mr. Worth and me lived in Colorado,
He and his friends used to go hunting for meat nearly every week. Hardly was a time when one of them wouldn't come back hurt or mauled or even accidentally shot by himself or one of the others. I've mended lots of injured men in my time."
She had been threading a curved needle as she spoke. Now she appeared to be ready.
"Okay, this'll smart a bit."
Matsuo gritted his teeth as she sat down behind him. He felt the needle pierce his skin, felt the thread pull through his flesh, felt the tug as a knot was tied. It hurt, but it was bearable. Suddenly he heard voices outside. His heart sank. They had found him. "It's them," he said. Mrs. Worth must have heard them too, for she was already helping him to his feet and guiding him toward the back room. Matsuo's head swam and blotches of blackness jittered before his eyes as he moved. She left him leaning against the wall as she hurried back to the table. He had a vague impression of a darkened bedroom behind him. Fists began hammering on the door to the apartment.
"Hello in there," said a voice. "Open up."
"Coming," she said, as she gathered up Matsuo's bloody clothes and pulled the chair toward the back room where she set it beside him and dropped the clothes behind it. "Sit and be quiet," she said, as she helped Matsuo ease into the chair. Then she closed the door. Matsuo inched the chair forward and opened the door crack so he could see into the front room.
"Hold your horses,"
Mrs. Worth said, as the pounding on the door continued. Matsuo saw her lift the sawed-off shotgun by the barrel with her left hand and hold it behind her ample frame as she opened the door with her right.
"What is it?"
she said, her tone ringing with true annoyance. She effectively blocked the doorway with her bulk, but Matsuo saw at least half a dozen faces in the stairwell peering into the apartment over and around her.
"There's a killer on the loose," somebody said. "A Jap."
"A killer?" Mrs. Worth said. "And just who did he kill?"
"A friend of ours, down at O'Boyle's. We know he's been here."
"And how would you know that?"
"Blood. He left a trail of it down the steps, and there's a big splotch of it right here outside your door. Where is he?"
"I found him right where you're standing. I told him to get, just like I'm telling you."
"And he left?"
The tone was incredulous.
"You don't see him here, do you?"
"No offense, ma'am," said the voice,
"but he's pretty dangerous, and I don't think he'd run off just on your say-so. Maybe we'd better come in and look around just to be sure he's not forcing you."
Matsuo saw Mrs. Worth draw the scattergun around to the front of her where it disappeared from view. He could see the men in the stairwell almost stumble over each other as they backed up with widened eyes.
"He found this very persuasive," she said.
Nervous laughter echoed into the apartment.
"I'll bet he sure as hell did," someone said. "Which way did he go?"
"I didn't watch him go. Now, if you gentlemen don't mind, I'll get back to my sewing." So saying, she closed the door. Matsuo watched her turn the key in the lock and then press her ear against the door. After a while, she straightened and leaned the shotgun back in its corner. Matsuo opened the bedroom door all the way as she approached him. He stared into her scowling face in wonder. No words could express his gratitude, but he had to try. "Thank you. But why?"
"I know their type. Met plenty of them in Colorado."
She helped him back to the kitchen table, where he sat in the other chair.
"The kind back there used to say the only good Injun was a dead Injun. These fellows are no different. Mr. Worth, however, had different ideas. He thought some of the finest men he ever knew were Injuns."
Matsuo noted the past tense. "Is he—"
"Passed away a long time ago. Bear got him bad. One of his Injun friends carried him all the way back to our cabin."
As if to punish Matsuo for asking her about her late husband, she jabbed the needle into his shoulder for another stitch.
"I tried my best to patch him up, but he began to fever. He died in my arms. I've always been grateful to that Injun for giving me that last chance to be with him."
"I'm not an Indian," Matsuo said, as she knotted the thread.
"You'll do."
She waited with him until dawn. She said anyone looking for him would have given up by then, and probably wouldn't recognize him without his beard anyway.
"Now remember what I told you. Keep that wound clean. Don't let no fluids build up in it. Keep it draining."
She had sutured the flap loosely into place, covered it with a salve and a dry compress, then wrapped the shoulder in a long strip of bedsheet. That done, she had heated up some soup and made him eat it despite his protests of nausea. While he ate, she had washed most of the blood out of his coat. As it had hung by the stove to dry, she shaved his goatee, then forced more soup into him.
"And keep changing that dressing today, maybe every 2 or 3 hours."
I will. He rose to his feet. He felt stronger, strong enough to make the walk back to the Oakland ferry. "How can I repay you?" She had already refused the money he had offered her.
"Just get home safe. Don't get yourself into trouble along the way, or all my needlework will have been for nothing."
He looked into her eyes. "There must be something." Mrs. Worth reached for the scattergun.
"Get!"
Matsuo bowed. "I am indebted, eternally."
"Get!"
Matsuo got. With a warm glow inside, he climbed the stairs into the milky first light of day. The paper money he had won still crinkled in his pocket, but all the $20 gold double eagles he had brought with him now lay hidden in Mrs. Worth's sugar bowl. She would find them when she had her next cup of tea. He began walking toward the ferry dock. The pain in his shoulder had subsided to a dull, throbbing ache. The streets were deserted. His jacket was damp, but the air was warm and clean and salty. It was good to be alive. It was wonderful to be alive. And best of all, he and Meiko would set sail for Japan the day after tomorrow, never again, he prayed, to set foot in this thrice-cursed country he hated so. He craved the blessed day when he could bid farewell to a land that produced cowards like Frank Slater and beasts like Mick McGarrigle. And brave, noble people like Mrs. Worth. He sighed and shook his head as he walked. Why was nothing ever simple? Part 3, 1933 to 1937. 1933, the year of the rooster. April, San Francisco. I sat, waiting to see Commander Foster, mentally humming Stormy Weather. The lyrics were certainly appropriate to the times, especially the gloom and misery everywhere part. I had been looking for work for 10 months and come up empty-handed all around. Franklin D. Roosevelt was officially president now, but I hadn't seen any magic yet. Still panic in the streets. I remembered the hordes of frightened faces crowded in front of all the locked doors in the financial district last month when he closed the banks by presidential order. And now he was taking us off the gold standard. Things were looking pretty black. "Frankie!" I looked up and saw Commander Foster motioning me toward his office. "Come on in." The commander had been one of the few business associates of my father to show up at his funeral. I hated trying to trade on Dad's old contacts, but I was desperate. I was even willing to work for the Navy. We made polite chit-chat for the required interval. He was a gray-haired, jowly, fatherly fellow with an easy smile, but the smile faded when he got down to business.
I'm afraid the news isn't good, Frankie. You know I'd help you if I could. I liked your dad. He was an honest man who knew his stuff. You could rely on anything machined in the Slater plant. And because of that, I've gone to bat for you. But Frankie, the Navy's rotten with engineers. There's not enough to do for the ones we already have. I had expected something like this, but that didn't make it any less disappointing. I guess my face showed it. But look, he said, trying to cheer me up. The government will be starting all sorts of public works programs soon. They'll be building dams and roads and monuments and the like. They'll need engineers. But I need something now. I can't wait until fall or next year. Mom had sold the house and we'd moved into a smaller place. We had it free and clear, but taxes and living expenses were eating up all our savings. I would have loved an apartment of my own, but that was out of the question. He shrugged. All I can offer you is a berth as an ordinary seaman, and I'll have to pull strings even for that. An ordinary seaman. I didn't even need a high school education for that. I had an engineering degree and I couldn't use it. I'd be mopping decks. I said nothing. If only you had some special talent. Do you play a horn, or take shorthand and speak French or German? The only language I speak besides English is Japanese, but I doubt— Commander Foster's eyes lit. Japanese? Do you really? You're not kidding me. I learned it from our gardener as a kid. Why didn't you say so? I know someone who's been crying the blues because he can't find enough Navy men who speak Japanese. Why would— We're keeping a close eye on the Japs these days. They're getting uppity. Marched themselves out of the League of Nations last month, saying if we didn't like what they were doing in Manchuria, we could stuff it. Oh, yes, we're watching those monkeys. And Ellis Zacharias, an old classmate of mine from Annapolis, is with the Office of Naval Intelligence now, and he's looking for someone just like you. I'll call him today. He stood up and extended his hand across the table. Welcome to the United States Navy, Frankie. May, Tokyo. Looking back, Meiko would wonder how a day so full of horror could have started so innocently. She remembered riding in the car with her family, all heading out of town for a spring weekend on Sagami Bay. The sun had been shining as they drove toward the train station. The 60-mile ride south along the coast to their summer home between Odawara and Atami promised to be pleasant and peaceful. She had been thinking about her upcoming wedding. 1 week, and I will be a married woman. She wondered where the time had gone. It seemed she had been back in Japan only a few weeks, and here it was almost a year since she and Matsuo had returned. She had been so busy with wedding preparations. Perhaps that was why time had passed so quickly. She had forced herself into bouts of frenzied activity. It helped blot Matsuo out of her mind. And Matsuo, for his part, had resolutely avoided her, which made it easier for both of them. A week from tomorrow, she would wed Hiroki. And once she bore his child, the Mazaki family would be forever linked to the noble Okumo line. Such a signal honor for her to be chosen as the instrument of that linkage, to bring such honor to her family. But she didn't want to be married to Hiroki Okumo. Something about him made her vaguely uneasy. Maybe it was because she wanted his brother. She shuddered. She was thinking the unthinkable. She had to banish such thoughts from her mind forever. Yet how things change. 4 years ago, she had been looking forward to this day with joyful anticipation, aching for its arrival. Now she dreaded it. Matsuo was only part of the reason. She had gone to America and lived there for 4 years, something beyond the imagining of any Japan woman,
and beyond the experience of most Japan men. She had changed. Hiroki had changed, too. He was still terribly handsome, but as she had come to know him better since her return to Japan, she realized his thoughts and interests were far removed from anything that mattered to her. She had seen hints of the widening gap between them over the years, but now it had become a chasm. All he talked of was politics, every form of politics, national, international, military, imperial. And he was constantly running off to investigate this temple or that shrine in some remote area of Japan. Becoming a good husband, a man interested in knowing her and being her companion, seemed of no real interest to him. But it was not her place to complain or object. She glanced up at her father, sitting in the front seat next to the driver. The wedding was enormously important to him, a lavish Shinto ceremony with many members of the Imperial Council present. His political influence would balloon after next week. Politics. Even her father had caught the infection. Probably from Baron Okumo and Hiroki, the three of them had become fast friends in recent years. Even this weekend, which was supposed to allow the family one final brief respite before the whirlwind of last-minute preparations next week, had been turned into a political maneuver. Under Minister Nitobi was meeting them at the station and accompanying them to Sagami Bay. Meiko didn't fully understand the politics of the situation, or even what, precisely, Mr. Nitobi was under minister of. Neither her father nor her future husband thought she should bother her head with such things, but she had gathered that he carried a certain amount of influence in regard to some critical matter, and that his ideas were quite a bit more liberal than those of the Baron, Hiroki, and her father. An accidental meeting of the Baron and the Underminister was planned for tomorrow evening to see if the Baron might persuade him to see things more their way. Underminister Nitobi's car pulled up before Tokyo Station just behind theirs. He was a short, squat little man in a charcoal-gray business suit and a derby. He sported a pencil-lined mustache. His smiles did not seem to extend beyond his lips. Meiko took an instant dislike to him, and thought her father greeted him with undue courtesy, being gracious to the point of unctuousness. Porters came running for the baggage, and they all walked into the red brick station as a group. Her father had arranged for a private car, and so they bypassed the long ticket lines and headed straight for the platform. It was almost time. Shimazu stood against a wall and played his wooden flute. Through the weave of his wicker helmet, he watched the crowds of passengers swirl and eddy across the wide open floor of Tokyo Station. He despised this building. It had been built in the shadow of the Imperial Palace almost 20 years ago, during the Meiji period, but instead of being classical Japanese in design, it had been constructed of red brick and concrete with a slate roof, slavishly modeled on the great rail station in Amsterdam. Shimazu fervently promised himself to see this and other Western-inspired abominations around Tokyo reduced to rubble after the coming war, when the Emperor's reign was secured. He searched the crowd and found the particular person he was looking for, a gaunt, nervous young man who paced back and forth along the length of the platform. Anyone else watching him would think that he had an important appointment to keep and his train was late. Shimazu knew otherwise. The young man was a student and a member of the Shinpeitai. He was here to kill 2 people. Shimazu knew who. After all, he had been coaching the youth for months, inflaming him, honing his rage, directing its force against those who would stand in the way of the Son of Heaven, assuming his proper place as ruler of the world. Those 2 people would appear. Shimazu watched the main entrance and played another tune. He was barely halfway through it when the targets entered. But nothing precipitous would happen, at least not until the train pulled into the station. As they waited for the train to arrive, Meiko wandered around the station. She stopped to read one of the posters plastered on the walls. The nearest had been affixed to one of the stone columns. Shinpei Tai. 1. The soldiers of the gods are ready with celestial swords to accomplish the restoration of Showa as their life mission for the glory of the empire. 2. The soldiers of the gods denounce all institutions and activities which are based on liberalism and socialism, and aim to establish a government and economic policy and a culture which shall be based upon the position of the emperor. And 3. The soldiers of the gods aim at the annihilation of the leaders of the financial groups, the leaders of the political parties, the villains of the imperial entourage and their watchdogs who are obstructing the progress of the empire. They shall thereby establish the imperial restoration and proclaim the imperial rule throughout the world. "Ah," said a voice at Meiko's shoulder. "The Shinpei Tai, the soldiers of the gods, the heaven-sent troops." Under Minister Nitobi was smiling, but he didn't seem amused. Behind him, Meiko could see the station filling with travelers. "What does it mean?" "It means no matter who you are, whether a member of the Zaibatsu or the major political parties or even the imperial court, do not criticize the adventurism of the military, or you may fall victim to the celestial swords of the Shinpei Tai." "But who are they?" "The rank and file are made up mostly of young military officers, fanatically devoted to the emperor and to Kodo." "Ah, yes," Meiko said. "Kodo." Hiroki had spoken of little else since her return. Originally, it signified devotion to the will of the emperor, but had rapidly become a code word for expansionism. "But I fear the Shinpei Tai leaders are less devoted than they claim. Some would actually like to see the emperor removed." Meiko gasped. "I can't believe that." "I don't want to believe it either, but I'm afraid it is a fact. Our emperor is a gentle man. He opposes the militarism which grips this land by the throat. They think that shows weakness and a willingness to accommodate and even accept domination by the white races. They even whisper that he is personally weak, unable to father a son." Meiko was speechless. Such talk bordered on blasphemy. It was unconscionable. And yet she had heard grumblings against the emperor in her own house. Hints from her father, Hiroki, and the Baron that he was too timid in foreign affairs, a better marine biologist than national leader, and worries about his fathering 4 daughters and no sons with the Empress Nagako. No member of the Satsumas, of which Nagako was a clanswoman, would rest easy until she had delivered a male heir to the throne of the sun. Until that day, the rival Choshu clan would agitate for the emperor to bed with a concubine, preferably a Choshu virgin, to assure continuity of the imperial line, unbroken now for thousands of years. Yet she knew that no matter what their complaints and dissatisfactions with the emperor, they would never plot against him. "Why, just this week," Under Minister Nitobi was saying, "I sent a long letter to the Diet denouncing the Shinpei Tai and the forces behind it." He puffed himself up with pride. "It caused quite a stir, of that I can assure you." "You aren't afraid?" She could hear the train approaching from the switching yard. The station was very crowded now, with military uniforms prominent among the travelers. "Of course not," he said with a snort, but Meiko caught a trace of uneasiness in his eyes. "And even if I was, I would still speak out.
We can't let these fanatics bully us into letting them have their way with whatever of our nation's resources they wish to use. There have to be limits.
Meiko realized that despite his pompous air and his affectations, Under Minister Nitobi was quite a courageous man. As he excused himself to rejoin their traveling party, she looked back at the proclamation. The openly threatening tone, the steel-hard, unyielding self-righteousness of the words chilled her. What was happening in the islands of the gods? Meiko heard the train begin to pull into the station. She hurried to join her family and prepare to board. Now, Shimazu thought, mentally urging the student forward. First Nitobi, then the girl. Now! He had no choice at this point. He had been unable to get near the Mazaki girl since her return from America. During the warmer seasons, she was out of town at her family's summer home. In less hospitable weather, she had been out of reach in either her house or a car. Too late now for a delicate touch. The wedding was only a week away. Besides, this way served a dual purpose. A meddlesome politician would die along with the girl. If only a rift had developed during the 4 years the girl had been away. If only Hiroki were not so determined to marry her. If only the younger Okumo had given in to his feelings and seduced her in America. If only he had persuaded her to marry him and stay there with him, then this risky business would be unnecessary. But Matsuo Okumo had demonstrated his depth of character by resisting the strong feelings Shimazu knew burned within him. So it is up to me, he thought. Maybe this wasn't necessary. Maybe Hiroki's drive, his singleness of vision, would not be diluted by a wife and family. Maybe. Shimazu could not take that chance. He sensed Hiroki's crucial role in the future of the order. Nothing could be allowed to interfere with that. And so the Mazaki girl had to die here in this occidental obscenity of a rail station, today, this morning, now. The student had been prepared. He knew what to do. In secret meetings over cups of sake in a room dark as the space behind a blind man's eyes, he had been convinced of the treason implicit in every word and gesture made by Under Minister Nitobi, and of the seductive web of treachery woven around the Under Minister by Viscount Mazaki's American-educated daughter. The student was convinced that both had to die. And now, as the train rolled into the station, the student started toward the Mazaki party. At last. As she stood with her father and the Under Minister, Meiko saw a young man burst from the crowd to her left. He was shouting something as he ran toward her group, but she could not pick out the words. His hand came out of his coat pocket and he waved it about. He was close enough now for Meiko to see that he held a small pistol. She screamed in terror, and as she did, Under Minister Nitobi turned around. The young man cried, "Tenchu!" and began firing. The Under Minister tried to duck and run, but could not avoid the bullets. He cried out and spun as he clutched his chest. Bright red blood surged first from his white shirt front, then exploded from his head as his derby flew into the air. He collapsed on the platform as his derby rolled away. His body shuddered violently, then was still. "Tenchu!" the young man cried again, brandishing his smoking pistol. Then he turned and pointed it at Meiko's face. She saw the round opening of the muzzle, could almost look down the bore, saw the wild eyes aiming along the barrel. Horrified, she tried to run, but she couldn't move. Suddenly, Meiko felt an impact on her shoulder. She was shoved aside just as the gun fired. But even as she fell, she saw the gunman take aim at her again. The hammer snapped down with a click, but there was no shot. The man screamed in frustration and hurled himself headlong in front of the approaching train. The train station wavered before her as she lay paralyzed on the floor, watching a scarlet pool spread slowly from under Minister Nitobi's body. The air filled with cries of panic and terror. She tore her eyes from the under-minister's body and rose to her knees. She turned and gasped. Someone else was down, further away, near the edge of the platform. She stumbled forward. No, it can't be. That figure on the ground, it looked like... She stopped as she reached the fallen man. "Father!" Blood covered his head, dripping down over his right eye. It ran from his nose and his right ear. As she wiped his face with her kimono, he opened his eyes. They were dull, and he blinked repeatedly, as if trying to focus them. "Meiko," he said in a barely audible voice. "Why?" Then his eyes closed, and he said no more. Meiko screamed for a doctor, an ambulance, anyone who could help her father. Count Mazaki, shot! Hiroki's mind whirled as he strode through the halls of Tokyo Hospital, walking as quickly as he could, but still unable to keep up with Matsuo a full 2 paces ahead of him and pulling away. How could such a thing happen? Under Minister Nitobi would not be missed. He was a stone in the path of Japan's destiny. But Count Mazaki, a man who is not only a staunch political ally, but destined to be his father-in-law as well, shot by a gunman crying Tenchu. Punishment of heaven, indeed. This was disaster. In his heart, Hiroki knew he was not free of guilt. After all, hadn't he been party to the rise of the more violent and headstrong factions in the armed forces? The Kakureta Kao had allied itself with the Black Dragon Society to promote kodo among the military men, especially the young officers. Hiroki had been playing a pivotal part, acting as liaison between the Order and the Black Dragons. Their plans had been successful beyond their greatest expectations. The army was now straining at its leash, fairly howling to be let loose upon the world to fight for the glory of the Emperor and Japan. Too successful, perhaps. Count Mazaki might be dead by now. Up ahead, he saw the Mazaki family clustered at the end of the hall. Meiko sat in a chair apart from the others, elbows on her knees and face resting in her hands, the picture of dejection. She looked up at their approach, and Hiroki saw her expression crumble into naked grief. With a sob, she ran forward with her arms outstretched. He stopped to embrace her, but she never reached him. She flung herself into Matsuo's arms and clung to him as if he were the last solid thing in a world that was crumbling to dust. Hiroki's heart stumbled over a beat. What is this? Could it be? Hiroki discarded the thought. Since returning from America, Matsuo had been a stranger to Tokyo. Between basic training and studying for his commission in naval intelligence and his growing obsession with learning to fly, he had been away from home far more often than not. And when home, he never visited the Mazakis, even when invited. No, he was sure there could be nothing between his brother and his bride-to-be. She embraced him because he had been closest. That was all. Nothing more. Yet he could not deny that the sight of his bride-to-be in his brother's arms touched a raw nerve deep within him. Hiroki is watching. Matsuo pulled Meiko's arms from around his neck. He could think of nothing in this world he wanted more than to crush her against him and absorb her quaking sobs. He would stand here all day and hold her and smooth her hair and dry her tears if that was what she needed. But Hiroki was standing right behind them, and he knew he must not allow this embrace to last a moment longer. He pulled away and turned her toward his brother. Dazedly, she went to Hiroki. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. She leaned against Hiroki now, but her eyes were on Matsuo. He's not... Matsuo did not want to finish the sentence. Meiko straightened and seemed to gather herself together. No, he's alive. Just barely. The bullet struck him in the head. He's in surgery now. She began to sob again. He may die. He'll live, Matsuo told her with a confidence he did not feel. He is strong and brave. He will live. But he lost so much blood, and even if he lives, there might be brain damage. Matsuo ached to hold her. It took all his strength to keep from reaching out to her. He thrust his hands deep into the pockets of his naval uniform, while Hiroki stood there placidly with his hands folded in front of him. Matsuo tried to will his brother to at least put a comforting hand on Meiko's shoulder, but he did not move. It's a terrible thing, Hiroki said. The bullets were obviously meant for Under Minister Nitobi, but that does not mitigate the tragedy. Matsuo could stand it no longer. He took Meiko by the arm and led her back down the hall. Let's all sit down. It was going to be a long, long night. December, Tokyo. Hiroki stood amid the laughing, back-slapping celebrants and raised his cup of sake. He said a silent prayer to heaven, then downed it in one swallow. All of Tokyo was celebrating, and as soon as the word spread, all of Japan would join in. It had happened only minutes before. The siren on the wall of the Imperial Palace had blasted twice. Twice! Empress Nagako had begun labor last night, and now the baby had been born. 2 blasts meant a boy. The Emperor had a son. Japan now had an heir to the throne, and he was a Satsuma. The next emperor would have the blood of the Satsuma clan in his veins. Indeed, was cause for celebration. He looked around at his fellow celebrants, gathered here in their customary private room on the second floor of a restaurant near Sanno Hill. Close by stood father, speaking to Mitsuro Toyama and his protege, Koki Hirota, along with other higher-ups in the Kokuryukai, the Black Dragon Society. 2 special military guests were present today, General Terauchi from the Army and Admiral Nagano from the Navy. The purpose was to draw the 2 service chiefs closer to their circle, bring them around to a wider view of the Empire's future possibilities as a world power. Hiroki was present ostensibly as the Baron's son, but it was no secret that he represented the interests of the Kakureta Kao. Count Masaki had survived his wound, but was still too infirm to attend. They had been meeting frequently during the year with other like-minded nobles and statesmen to discuss ways and means of steering Japan to her proper destiny. Their circle of influence was widening steadily, to the point where political observers in the press were referring to them as Toseiha, the control faction. But all year long, as they had gathered their resources, the specter of the Empress giving birth to another daughter had hung over them like a daikatana. Should a female child be born, the Emperor would be under immense pressure to seek a male heir from a concubine, a woman of the Choshu clan. Now we can move ahead, Hiroki thought. Now the world will be ours. He waved to Matsuo as he entered the room wearing his navy uniform. He rarely attended these gatherings, but the birth of an heir to the throne was a special occasion. All reports on Matsuo's progress in the officers' school were wildly enthusiastic. He was a quick learner, and the intelligence service was avidly courting him. His knowledge of idiomatic American English would prove invaluable in the translation of monitored transmissions between the ships of the American Pacific Fleet. Hiroki was proud of his younger brother. "Isn't it wonderful?" Matsuo cried, beaming his jubilation. "It is a sign from heaven, a sign to us and to all the world. Our time has come." Matsuo's smile broadened as he refused the cup of sake. "Yes, good times for the Empire." The group eventually quieted. Hiroki joined the circle around his father. He noted Matsuo hanging back, an interested listener but not an active participant in the discussion. "We must now broaden our efforts," Father said. "Not only must we continue working to place the right men in the strategic cabinet posts, but we must begin to undermine the influence of the Kodo faction. They look only north and west. They are like dumb oxen wearing blinders. They see nothing else. They think only of Manchuria and China and Russia and Japan's future. I say, why not look south to the Philippines and Malaysia? Why not east? The whole of the Pacific Ocean lies on our doorstep. Countless untapped resources." He walked from man to man as he spoke, weaving his spell. Hiroki watched in silent admiration, wishing he could speak half so eloquently, especially since these were exactly the sentiments of the Kakureta Kao. "Many will say, what about Great Britain? What about America? I say we confront them. The Pacific is ours. Our goal should be to make it a Japanese lake." Cheers filled the room. "Hakko-ichiya!" Hiroki cried and raised his cup of sake. The others raised their own in response to Shimazu's favorite expression. It meant the 8 corners of the world under one roof. The Toseiha was in full agreement as to which country's roof that should be. "But what of America?" Admiral Nagano said after the cups had been drained. "If the Empire confronts her, it will be on the sea. The burden will fall to the Navy. The Navy does not wish to take that confrontation lightly." Save the Emperor from faint-hearted admirals, Hiroki thought, but said nothing. Father replied with a respectful bow. "A wise and perceptive judgment. But America and Britain are staggering under the worst economic depression in their combined histories. They have never been more vulnerable." "It might be useful," Toyama said, "to hear what the Honorable Baron's American-educated son has to say on the matter." Father turned to Matsuo and raised his eyebrows. Hiroki saw his brother start as if he had received an electric shock, saw him swallow hard before he spoke. Hiroki suppressed a smile. Matsuo, the great authority in America, was obviously unprepared for this. "Timing will..." He swallowed again. "Timing will be all-important in any conflict with the Americans. We know that although their navy has a sizable number of ships at its disposal, most of them have been deactivated, what the Americans call mothballed, and are rusting at anchor in bays around the country. Because of the huge mothball fleet, they are building few new ships. In another 6 to 8 years, those old ships will be hopelessly obsolete as well as rusted beyond repair." Hiroki watched the assembled leaders of the Toseiha smile and nod at each other. He also noted the interest in the eyes of General Terauchi and Admiral Nagano. They liked what they heard. This meeting was working out very well. Matsuo's American experience was indeed proving to be an asset. "But a wise man should never take the United States for granted," Matsuo continued. "Words, maps, statistics, even photographs cannot convey an accurate conception of the enormous resources in that country. Even the Americans themselves don't realize what they have. What good are resources, Toyama said, no matter how boundless, to an inferior race?" Matsuo bowed. "Yes, Toyama-san, I heartily agree. They are barbarians without our inner strength and resolve, and they do not have a divine emperor to inspire them, and they may be weakened by their depression, but—" He paused. "I am not sure how to say this. I have no way to prove this, but I have sensed that there are a few Americans, and all it takes is a few, who do not know the meaning of the words, 'It cannot be done.' There is something in America that cultivates this kind of person. I have stood a quarter-mile in the air atop one of their buildings. I have crossed great rivers on their bridges. Give that person enough time and enough resources, and he will do the impossible. That is why, in any conflict with the Americans, we must strike decisively with lightning swiftness and then settle. We will never survive a protracted war with them. He could see that this did not sit well with Toyama or the rest of the Toseiha. The service chiefs looked concerned too, and it was plain that father was embarrassed because of it. Hiroki cursed his younger brother for such negative talk in front of these important men. But then, Matsuo did not have the benefit of the seer's vision. He did not know that there would be a great war and that Japan would win. It fell to him to ease the mood, not for Matsuo's sake, but for father's. But why worry about America now? Hiroki said into the silence. We cannot hope to face any country successfully with the present makeup of the cabinet, and we certainly cannot think of turning our eyes east while the Kodo clique controls the young officers. As he listened to the murmurs of agreement around the room, he was warmed by father's grateful look. He decided to cap the moment with a final toast. To the end of the Kodo clique's power, and to the end of short-sighted cabinet members who impede the destiny of Japan. Hiroki glanced across the room at Toyama, who bowed almost imperceptibly in his direction. Only days ago, the Black Dragon Society and the Kakureta Kao had initiated a plan that would translate Hiroki's toast into reality. 1934. The Year of the Dog. October. Sagami Bay. Meiko sat with Matsuo and watched her father doze in his chair. The poor thing was exhausted. And well he should be after the way she had walked him around the garden today. She too was tired. Her father's left arm and leg were steadily gaining strength, but still very weak, and he had to lean heavily on her. Matsuo had stopped by and had taken the weight for the last circuit. She looked at Matsuo. He had knocked on the door one steamy summer day 2 months ago and said he was here to pay his respects to the Count. But Meiko had known from his manner that her father was not the main reason for his visit. He had been so tentative that day, so hesitant and skittish, like a forest animal ready to bolt at the crack of a twig. Slowly, after weeks of regular visits, he had learned to relax. He would help with her father. Then he would sit with her here at the stone table, and they would talk softly, never touching, always keeping the table between them. Matsuo was scrupulous about propriety when they were together, but that did not keep the servants from whispering and peeking at them through windows and doorways. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if all life could be like this?" he said, as they watched evening grow toward night. "So peaceful here, now that summer is gone." She gazed down the slope to where the rising moon glimmered on the bay. Soon it would be too cool to spend much time in the garden. She murmured her agreement. "The only thing that can compare with it is flying," he said. "Being alone in the air with the clouds and seeing the earth drift by below." He looked at her. "Except that when I fly, I am alone." "Would you take me someday? I would love to fly through a cloud with you." He suddenly became animated. "Yes, I could bring you to my flight school at Kasumigaura and get permission to use a 2-seater. That would be wonderful." She loved the excitement in his eyes whenever he spoke of flying. She wondered at the powerful fascination it held for him. Just once, before it was too late, she wanted to share it with him. But she doubted that day would ever come. "Someday," she said, fighting the urge to reach over and take his hand. The light faded from his eyes. "Yes, someday." "Hiroki came by yesterday." She did not want to change the subject, but knew she had to mention this. She saw Matsuo stiffen. Oh? He was inquiring after father, and asking about the wedding. I'm not surprised, Matsuo said in a flat voice. It was supposed to have been 18 months ago. 18 months. Yes, he reminded me of that. What did you tell him? What I always tell him, what I tell everyone, the truth. I am my father's only daughter. I will stay with my mother to nurse him until he is well, or until he is as well as he can be. As long as he keeps trying, I will keep trying. I will not give up until he gives up. You have already worked a small miracle. The doctors said he would never speak again, yet he is talking. They said he would never be on his feet again, but look at what he was able to do today. Your time with him has certainly not been wasted. Yet, father wants me to go ahead with the marriage. She saw Matsuo straighten in his chair. And? She had bargained with father. Before the shooting, such a thing would have been unthinkable, but their relationship had changed. She was no longer just his daughter. She had become his nurse and healer and constant companion as well. She could berate him and scold him and tell him what to do when she was working with him. And now she could strike a deal. Her temerity amazed her. Probably amazed father, too. I will be married to Hiroki in the spring of 1936. We will decide on a new date for the wedding that winter, no matter how little or how much progress my father has made by then. Another 18 months. Does my brother agree? Yes, I left him no choice. Meiko had presented the extra 1.5 year wait to Hiroki as her father's wish. He had appeared frustrated and perhaps a little angry. He always has the choice of convincing my father to cancel the marriage arrangement, Matsuo said. How she prayed he would. It would leave her free to marry another. Do you think it is possible he would do that? Had Matsuo heard any rumblings of dissatisfaction with her in his home? Hiroki has many matters to occupy his mind. They will make the time pass quickly for him, and my father would never cause the Count to lose face. To cancel a marriage arrangement while the bride's father is recovering from an assassin's bullet? Matsuo shook his head slowly, and she knew, sadly. That would be unthinkable. Meiko's heart sank. Matsuo was right. Sooner or later, she was destined to be Hiroki's wife. She felt no hope, saw no way out. Tears filled her eyes. She willed them away, but they ignored her and began to slide down her cheeks. She wished she were one of those American girls she had pitied years ago. Better to have no prospect of marriage than to be this close to the one she loved and yet forever separated by an impenetrable barrier. Her chest constricted as a sob escaped her. Matsuo twisted in his seat. He half rose, then sat again. In the dark, she saw his hand slide across the table. It waited there, palm up, open. She thought about the servants and how they'd talk if they saw them sitting in the dark holding hands. May the evil kami take their eyes and tongues. She reached out and laid her hand on Matsuo's. She shivered at the contact. Their fingers touched, softly, tentatively at first, then intertwined and locked together. Look at the night, he said after a while, his voice low and thick. One is allowed only so many perfect, starry nights such as this in a lifetime. They are precious. Meiko looked into his eyes and knew his pain was as great as hers. Yes, she bit back another sob. Yes, they are. 1935, the year of the boar. March, Tokyo. Hiroki knelt in his master's quarters in the temple. "Toyama-san and his black dragons are doing their part, then?" Shimazu asked. "It is going well enough, I suppose, but I had hoped that things would move more swiftly." Lately it seemed that nothing was going his way, neither in his personal life, in his public life, nor in his work for the temple. Meiko had become maddeningly obstinate about the wedding. She kept insisting that as long as her father was making progress in his recovery, her duty was to stay by his side and aid him in every way possible until he was the man he had once been. Hiroki had no argument that would overcome Oyano On, her duty to her family, and he had to admit that Count Masaki was making progress, but so slowly, infuriatingly so. Hiroki wanted Meiko on his futon, thirsted for the time when he could bend her to his needs. He felt the beginnings of arousal. Yes, there would come a time when Meiko would make up for this endless delay. Shimazu laughed behind his mask. "Ah, Hiroki, always the impatient one. The ground must be carefully tilled if the seeds we sow are to bear the full, rich harvest we desire. In this case, a stunted harvest will be worse than no harvest at all." Hiroki bowed his acceptance. Shimazu was right, as always. And as for his work with Toyama and the Black Dragons, "If only I weren't hampered by the need for discretion," he said. "So many of these young fanatic army officers are members of the Black Dragon Society, and so many are enraged at the army's passive role, that keeping them stirred up is simple. What is difficult is keeping them stirred up and constrained at the same time." "Of course, but it would work against our purposes for our involvement to be known. Mark my words. When the explosion comes, and after next February's elections, it will come with a vengeance. You must be able to wring your hands in dismay and publicly demand with righteous anger that the miscreants be punished." "I understand." "It is important that you do. The resultant purge will move the army more firmly into line with the Order's views, leaving it ready to strike in the proper direction at the proper time." "Yes, but it is difficult to wait." "We all wait for things. We here at the temple wait for news of the rediscovery of the Kuroi-kaze." Hiroki's muscles tensed. "Has something new been uncovered?" "Not yet, but I do not fear. The secret of the Black Winds will be unearthed. It has been foreseen. Someone will find it. Yajima is searching especially diligently." "Yes, Yajima." Hiroki caught himself. "I am searching when I can. I wish him well." "I should hope so. It does not matter who finds the scrolls, only that they be found in time." "Oh, but it did matter. It must be me. But how?" He had so many other things to do. He was stretching himself to the breaking point. Too much to do. Too much. But Hiroki knew that more than the scrolls themselves were at stake. They had provided reason enough at first for him to scour the cellars and attics and refuse piles of temple after temple and shrine after shrine across the countryside. But he knew of other benefits for one ready and willing to seize them. The one who unearthed the lost secret of the Kuroi-kaze would immediately wield enormous new influence within the order, and influence within the Kakureta Kao could be translated into influence throughout Japan. During the past few years, Hiroki had come to appreciate how the range of the order's power and influence was more far-reaching than he had ever imagined. In the imperial palace, the armed forces, the highest offices of the government, the press, and all the zaibatsu, men who either were partly educated in the temple or owed the order a favor. None would forget his debt. Hiroki had a plan that would test the order's influence. He did not know how Shimazu would react to it, so he had decided on an oblique approach. And now was as good a time as any to broach it. "Sensei," he said carefully, "do you believe the Emperor is receiving all the respect and adulation he is due?" "There can never be enough," Shimazu answered patly. "All that can be given is still insufficient." But he thought, whence does that question arise? He studied Hiroki. He was hiding something. What was he planning that he was keeping secret? "I realize that," Hiroki said, "but foreigners do not. I hear them snicker when we bow as he passes, and academics and intellectuals here in the Emperor's own land are writing and lecturing that he is not divine, that he is a mortal like the rest of us. They say he is a constitutional monarch and nothing more." Shimazu maintained an impassive expression. He had a vague idea of where Hiroki was leading him. He played along. "This is nothing new. We have always had doubters among us. They are small voices. But they are becoming louder, I fear. And they are dangerous voices, especially now when we are trying to prepare the country for the coming war. We must form a seamless wall behind our emperor when we challenge the world. There must be no cracks of doubt, no matter how small, to mar that wall." "Perhaps you are right," Shimazu said, nodding slowly. "What do you have in mind?" "We must find a way to make it completely unacceptable, illegal, to say or write anything that even suggests that the emperor is less than divine or subject to man-made laws. Is there any way the order can work to bring such laws into being?" Shimazu noted with amusement that Hiroki was holding his breath as he waited for an answer. After a lengthy pause, he said, "There are ways." He watched Hiroki exhale slowly in an attempt to hide his elation. He knew what his pupil had in mind now. Hiroki was borrowing a trick from the Tokugawa shoguns. They had removed the emperor from temporal power, yet they reinforced his divine nature at every opportunity. The idea was elegant in its simplicity. If one deifies the emperor to a sufficient degree, one can lead his children anywhere in his name. He was glad to see Hiroki planning so far ahead with such subtlety. This was what he had groomed him for since he was a child, and glad his thoughts seemed far from marriage. Let them stay away. As long as no definite wedding date was set, Shimazu would forget about the Mazaki girl and let her go her way. But should a wedding become imminent again... In the meantime, he would advise the elders of Hiroki's plan and recommend that they support it. In this case, it might work to the emperor's advantage. 1936, the year of the rat. February. Matsuo found his brother standing on the eastern edge of Hibiya Park, across from the Imperial Hotel. He was watching a civilian and a young army captain in conversation, perhaps 100 feet away. On closer scrutiny, Matsuo recognized the civilian as Toyama himself. As Matsuo approached, the two walked away through the park. "Ah, Matsuo," Hiroki said with a smile. "A beautiful day, is it not? Such interesting sights." Matsuo shivered in the cold. Hibiya Park was a dreary place in the winter with its leafless trees and lifeless flower beds. Snow was piled along the edges of the walkway, and the heavy air hinted at more to come. "Look up there, for instance," Hiroki said, pointing to the upper level of the 2-story Imperial Hotel across the street. Matsuo glanced up at the sturdy modern building. Was this why Hiroki had talked him into a leisurely stroll on a day as cold and dreary as this? To study the architecture of the Imperial Hotel? Where? On the second floor, the third window from the left. See the man there? Matsuo squinted through the hazy air. Yes, a balding man, either American or European, in a white shirt, leaning out the window, craning his neck, peering off to the right toward the Imperial Palace. What of him? He thinks he has the perfect perch from which to watch our emperor as he passes. Hiroki's smile took a malicious twist. He is about to be disabused of that misconception. He bowed toward the hotel. Shall we move in for a closer look? Puzzled by Hiroki's words and purpose, Matsuo shrugged. If you wish, I might even suggest that we go into the lobby where it is warmer. Are you cold? Hiroki seemed oblivious to the chill. Perhaps we should find some place to have a cup of hot sake after the emperor passes. Matsuo hunched his shoulders inside his naval uniform and matched his brother's stride. He glanced at his epaulets and saw moisture condensing on the brass lieutenant's insignia he had so carefully buffed to a high gloss last night. As he followed his brother toward the hotel, he glanced up again at the window where the Occidental man waited. As he watched, the man turned and cried out with a surprise. Then he saw pairs of hands drag him from the window. Matsuo grabbed Hiroki's arm and pointed to the now empty window. Without looking up, his brother said, I know. They crossed the street as the Imperial entourage approached. When they reached the courtyard of the hotel, the front doors flew open. Matsuo watched with alarm as squads of military police hauled Western civilians, some not even fully dressed, out of the hotel and into the cold. They lined them up along the curb, facing the street. Matsuo would have gone over to find out what the matter was, but the entourage was upon them at that moment. He turned toward the street and bowed as the emperor passed. He noted out of the corner of his eye that the soldiers made the foreigners bow low along with everyone else. When the emperor had passed, the soldiers walked off and left the dazed, shaken foreigners standing in the cold, looking at each other in bewilderment. Matsuo finally understood, and it made him uneasy. He saw Hiroki watching them. His grin was like flint. Is that why you brought me out today? To see that display? I wanted to see it for myself. He smiled more warmly at Matsuo. And I wanted some company. Besides, I thought it would be enlightening for you. You approve of that, don't you? He had a suspicion that Hiroki and the Kakureta Kao were involved in the undisputed frenzy to reinforce the emperor's divine nature, a frenzy that had swept through the government, the military, and the press during the past year. But he hesitated to say that aloud. Of course. Don't you approve of giving the Son of Heaven his due respect? My reverence for the emperor is deep, as you well know. But I am Japanese. Matsuo pointed to the shivering Westerners as they hurried back into the warmth of the Imperial Hotel. They are not. But as you also well know, my brother, it is now forbidden by law to look down upon the emperor or to stand in any way above him as he passes. Laws don't create reverence. It must come from here. He pointed to his heart. Not from the barrel of a gun. Reverence can be learned, and if learned well, it becomes a lifelong habit. The people must not become too comfortable with the emperor's divinity. It must remain miraculous. The same goes for foreigners. These have been taught a valuable lesson today, one they are unlikely to forget. If you were a visitor in Rome, would you care for that sort of treatment every time the Pope passed your hotel? Hiroki smiled thinly. I see no reason for me to ever visit Rome. Matsuo was discovering a new arrogance in his brother. Or perhaps it had been there all along, and only now was it coming out of hiding. He began walking along the street, away from the hotel. Hiroki fell in beside him. Matsuo said,
Has it occurred to you that all the articles and laws and public demonstrations reinforcing the divinity of the emperor during the past year are just a little too well-timed to be truly spontaneous? Is my brother hinting, Hiroki said, arching his eyebrows, that a faction is manipulating the press and the populace? I don't think it is impossible. Looking at the whole picture, I find it reeks of orchestration. It might not be wise to discuss such a theory so openly. If indeed such diverse and widespread events are orchestrated, one must consider the breadth and reach of the power of the maestros. And beware. Matsuo studied his brother's bland expression. I shall. Good. And it might also be wise to avoid the Sanno Hill area during the next few days. Why? Matsuo looked toward the rise beyond the imperial palace, where the new diet building was nearing completion. The diet and the prime minister's residence, the heart of Japan's civil government, occupied Sanno Hill. Something is in the wind, Hiroki said in a flat tone. Yesterday's elections dealt a blow to the Kodo faction's representation in the diet. I fear they might do something rash. Do not take my words lightly. Matsuo could read nothing in Hiroki's expression. He knew his brother well enough, however, to sense that he was fairly vibrating with suppressed excitement. Hiroki could barely contain himself. It took a supreme effort of will to remain seated, warming his feet near the sunken kotatsu while sipping his breakfast tea with his father and brother. He wanted to be up and pacing, burning the nervous energy that tingled through every nerve in his body, setting his heart to racing and his palms to sweating. Something was about to break. The army's young officers were like caged animals that had been mistreated too long. Under the order's guidance, Toyama's black dragons had fanned the aggressive fervor of the officers to the combustion point. They strained at the leash to be let loose upon China and secure it for the emperor. The setbacks in the recent election had them frothing at the mouth. They were ready to run wild. But when? This morning? Tonight? Could it be that it had already happened and the news simply had not arrived yet? He couldn't bear this tension. At least his family was safe. Father would not be going to Sanno Hill today, and he had warned Matsuo yesterday. His brother was home this morning, walking about the room with a heavy, sand-filled ceramic jar dangling from the fingertips of each hand. Matsuo wore a gray, half-sleeve kimono that exposed his forearms. Hiroki watched the muscles ripple and bulge as he slowly levered the jars up and down, back and forth. He realized that the strength in his younger brother's hands had to be enormous to manipulate those heavy jars so easily with only his fingertips. "Are you still so devoted to Shurite?" he asked, hoping some idle conversation would hasten the passage of time. "It's no longer Shurite," Matsuo said. "The Okinawan masters had an enclave last year and agreed to combine the many Te disciplines and call them all by one name, Karate." Hiroki debated enrolling in a dojo himself when the sudden jangle of the phone made him jump, splattering hot tea on his arm. Cho answered it and called father to the phone. Hiroki watched his father's face blanch as he listened with the receiver pressed hard against his ear. "The army is in revolt," he cried as he hung up. "Prime Minister Okada has been assassinated and his residence taken over by the rebels. They have dug in and occupied the routes to the diet. The imperial palace is ringed with mutinous troops." Hiroki suddenly went cold, despite the warmth from the kotatsu. Why would they ring the palace? "The emperor!" Matsuo cried, dropping his jars. "Have they—" "The emperor is safe, for now. No troops have crossed the moat to the palace grounds." "Are they guarding him or holding him captive?" Hiroki asked. "That is not clear, but there is more." His voice shook as he spoke. "Murder squads have struck all over Tokyo. General Watanabe is dead, shot down along with his wife and his servants. Finance Minister Takahashi is also dead. Admiral Suzuki was wounded, and Count Makino narrowly escaped with his life. But worst of all, Viscount Saito has been murdered. Only last night, hours ago, I had dinner with him and Ambassador Grew at the American Embassy. We watched a silly American movie, Naughty Marietta.
Father hung his head and covered his eyes.
They shot him 36 times.
Hiroki was alarmed now. The others Father had mentioned were all moderates who questioned and challenged the army's moves in China and Manchuria. Logical that the rebel fanatics would attack them. But old Saito-san? A gentle old man, the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, at least 80 years of age, dead. To what purpose? What was happening?
Animals,
Matsuo growled.
I fear you do the beasts of the field a disservice,
Father said. He had regained his composure now. Hiroki was about to excuse himself when Cho hurried into the room.
Soldiers, my lord, at the front door.
Oh no, Hiroki thought, as terror caught him in an icy grip. Not here. Before he or Father could reply, a young second lieutenant came up behind Cho and pushed him out of the way.
Baron Okumo,
he said.
I am he, Father shouted, stepping forward. How dare you come into...
The officer drew his pistol and pointed it at Father, crying,
Tenchu!
Paralyzed with horror, Hiroki stood rooted to the spot. He didn't even see Matsuo move, but suddenly his brother was there, knifing the edge of his hand down onto the officer's gun arm with a kiai shout. He heard the distinct crack of bone as the gun went off, the bullet tearing through the floor. Matsuo then became a blur of motion. With a howl of rage, he hammered the officer into the next room, sending him reeling into the enlisted men he had brought with him. Hiroki then pushed Cho toward Father. Take him out back! He then followed on his brother's heels. Matsuo needed help. He counted 6 of them, all armed with old Arisaka rifles, and could tell from the shocked expressions on the soldiers' faces that they had not expected to run into anything like Matsuo. No sooner had their leader reeled into them than Matsuo was upon them, filling the air with his cries as his fists and feet flew in all directions. Hiroki made a quick assessment, saw 3 of the soldiers desperately trying to defend themselves against Matsuo's onslaught, 2 trying to help their bloodied officer to his feet, and the last one stepping back and aiming his rifle at Matsuo. Hiroki launched himself at that one, knocking him down before he could fire. Contact with the other man ignited something within him. His fear evaporated into a blood rage. These men were in his home. They wanted to kill his father. He ripped the rifle from the soldier's grip and smashed the butt plate against his head. Once, then again. He felt something give on the second blow. The man shuddered and lay still. As he turned, one of the soldiers near the officer raised his rifle toward him. Hiroki lunged, hurling his stolen rifle into the soldier's face, then following it with a kick to the upper belly and a back-fist blow to the temple. The soldier went down in a heap. Looking up, he saw that Matsuo had already disposed of one of his opponents and had the other 2 backpedaling toward the door. The remaining soldier near Hiroki joined them in flight as they all turned and ran. But they didn't run far. As soon as they were in the open courtyard, they turned in the snow and began firing their rifles. Hiroki and Matsuo crouched inside the door on either side as bullets sang through the house or thudded into the front wall. Hiroki breathed a prayer of thanks to the kami of the house that the builder had chosen thick teak planking for the front. The firing was wild, the soldiers discharging their weapons as fast as they could work the bolts. "I think they're trying to hold us down," Matsuo said. "Watch for someone sneaking around the side." That was a disturbing thought, but probably accurate. Hiroki glanced around at the side windows, looking for any sign of movement. He hoped Father was safe. The front room was a mess. Blood smeared much of the floor where 3 soldiers lay still, and the young lieutenant groaned through the bloody ruin of his mouth.
Hiroki crawled over to where the officer's pistol lay on the floor and retrieved it. He held it up, offering it to Matsuo across the doorway, but his younger brother looked at it with disdain and shook his head. "Still think of yourself as a damn samurai, eh?" He checked the pistol. 5 shots left. He decided to save them for the unlucky soldier who poked his head in a side window. The stream of bullets continued for a few minutes more, then stopped. Hiroki heard a few guttural grunts, and then all was quiet. He watched Matsuo cautiously peek around the doorframe, then saw his face break into a wide grin as he leaped to his feet in the doorway and bowed. Hiroki looked out. There, on the front walk, stood Nagata, fastidiously cleaning the blood from the long blade of his katana. The snow all around him was bright red. One soldier lay headless to his left, another crouched in the bushes, gripping his wrist as his life spurted out of the stump where his hand had been. "There were 3 of them out here," Hiroki said. Nagata bowed. "I heard a shot and came to investigate. I met him on the side of the house. I left him there." Hiroki marveled at this stout man of iron in his late 60s. He had vanquished 3 younger men, the total of whose years probably did not equal his, and appeared to give the deed little more importance than removing some unsightly weeds from the garden. Nagata flourished and sheathed the katana in one smooth motion. "But why would soldiers attack the house of the Baron?" Hiroki spun and walked back to where the wounded officer lay. "That is what I'm going to find out right now." The young lieutenant was dazed, and his words were barely intelligible through his broken teeth. Father walked in as Hiroki twisted his broken arm in an effort to get him to talk. "Why this house? Why assassinate Baron Okumo? Why?" "Captain Ando added his name to the list this morning. He is disloyal to the imperial throne. He seeks to make Japan subservient to the United States." "How can you say such a thing?" Father said, his hands trembling as he reached for the front of the lieutenant's uniform jacket. "I have spent my life seeking to make Japan the mightiest nation on earth. Captain Ando said you were observed at the American embassy last night with the traitor Count Saito." He raised his voice. "Tenchu! Death to all traitors to the Emperor!" "I was bargaining for oil and scrap metal," Father shouted. "Don't waste your breath, Father," Matsuo said. "He is not worthy of it. You do not owe his type any explanation." Hiroki motioned to Nagata to drag the lieutenant out as he had the 3 enlisted men. It was understood that there would be no trial. He tried to control the trembling within. Part, he knew, was a reaction to the battle, but mostly it arose from fear. If he and Matsuo and Nagata had not been here, if Matsuo had not acted so quickly, Father would be dead, and it would be entirely his fault. Not supposed to happen this way. Not in the plan. Only the foot-dragging, tunnel-visioned politicians were to be eliminated, not his own father. He repressed another tremor. Had he started something he could not control? Father walked slowly into the back room, obviously shaken. "Father," Hiroki said, "I wish to be alone for a while, to think." Feeling rejected, but understanding the turmoil his father must be experiencing, Hiroki stood with Matsuo in the front room for a moment, surveying the carnage. Matsuo spoke first. "We fight well together, my brother," he said, bowing. Hiroki returned the bow. "Yes, we defended our home well, but it was you who saved Father's life." "Only from the first shot. We saved him together." Hiroki bowed again. He felt very close to Matsuo at this moment. Today's battle had forged a bond, one he hoped would never dissolve. Perhaps it never would, but he knew deep in his heart that the course he was setting for his life and his country might test that bond to the limit.
He had gone too far now to turn back, even if he wanted to. March. Matsuo stared at the front page of the morning edition of Yomiuri. The Ni-ni-roku Jiken, as the February 26 mutiny was now being called, was over. The rebellious troops had been arrested and carted off. The tablecloths they had flown as flags from the buildings they had occupied had been taken down, and all seemed quiet in Tokyo. But the entire Japanese government was reeling from the loss of so many of its elder statesmen. Matsuo's thoughts were wrenched back to the present by the photograph in the lower right-hand corner of the newspaper's front page. 2 young army officers were pictured, identified as Captains Nonaka and Ando, the 2 who signed the manifesto issued by the mutineers on the day of the rebellion. According to the lieutenant who had tried to slay father, Ando had been the one who had ordered the killing, and the other one, Nonaka, Matsuo had seen him before. Yes, in Hibiya Park, talking to Toyama the day before the rebellion. "There will be no public trial," father was saying as he entered the room. He seemed to have recovered from the shock and was back in command. Hiroki, Toyama, and other members of the Toseiha followed him in. General Terauchi and Admiral Nagano were present as well. An almost constant round of meetings at various houses and back rooms had followed the rebellion. "What we need now is a plan of action," Toyama said. "What do we do now? Can this tragedy—" "Tragedy?" Matsuo thought. "You were behind it." "Be turned to the advantage of the Toseiha? I realize that may sound callous, but perhaps this is a heaven-sent opportunity." He looked around the room. "Any ideas?" Suddenly tense, Matsuo focused his attention on the group. He suddenly realized that the future of Japan might well be decided here in this room by this group of men. Hopefully, they would realize the volatility of the army and act to curb its power. Hiroki spoke up. "What we see before us are 2 gaping voids. I propose that the Kodo elements that have been ripped from the army be replaced by officers with a broader view of what Japan can accomplish, officers who can see beyond Russia, China, and Manchuria, who are sympathetic to the Toseiha." As nods of agreement came from all the cushions, Matsuo realized with a jolt that this had been planned. He was sure Hiroki had cooked up and rehearsed this speech for days, perhaps weeks, yet he was delivering it as if he were making it up as he went along. Matsuo listened with growing horror. "And as for the government, 7 elder statesmen, some called them moderates, but I thought of them as dragging anchors, have been assassinated, creating a void in the government. My father has told me that the emperor has called in Prince Sanjoni to choose a new prime minister. I think we should bend all our efforts towards seeing that men who think like us fill that void, and that a member of Toseiha becomes the new prime minister. I believe our esteemed friend and patriot, Koki Hirota, would make an excellent choice." Matsuo lifted the newspaper to hide the relief that must have been obvious on his face. A member of the Black Dragon Society as prime minister? They were known the world over as gangsters. It was ludicrous. The emperor would never approve such a choice. By the end of the week, Matsuo heard with astonishment that Hirota had been summoned to the palace by Prince Sanjoni, where he accepted the emperor's mandate to form a new government. And only 2 weeks later, he learned that General Terauchi had been appointed Minister of War and Admiral Nagano was Minister of Marine. The Toseiha, the control faction, had begun to live up to its name. But Matsuo recalled Hiroki's offhand remark years ago about how the Black Dragon Society answered to the Kakureta Kao. He wondered who ultimately might be controlling the Toseiha. With a chill, he remembered green eyes peering at him through a silk mask and thought he had his answer. 1937, the year of the ox. March. You cannot die, sensei. Matsuo knelt beside the futon where Nagata lay, breathing heavily. The old samurai was bathed in perspiration, and his skin was deathly pale. Matsuo could hear fluid bubbling in his lungs as he breathed. He had been like this since Matsuo's arrival, restless, feverish, unresponsive even when one shouted his name. Cho had brought him the news, and he had rushed here immediately from the naval building. Upon his arrival, Kimura had told him that it had begun with chest pain last night. The doctor had come and diagnosed a severe heart attack. Nagata had refused to go to a hospital and had made her swear not to take him if he could no longer decide for himself. He had been like this since dawn. My sensei is dying. Aboard the train on his way here, Matsuo had been unable to grasp that simple fact. He had somehow assumed that Nagata was indestructible and would always be there, somewhere, for him to go to when he needed advice, or just someone to talk to. But now that Matsuo was here, now that he saw his old master, he knew. Death hovered in the air, waiting for Nagata. Grief tore at him, making him want to cry out his pain. He held it back, for he knew Nagata would want him to be strong for Kimura. Most of all, he felt terror. Terror at the prospect of facing life without Nagata somewhere behind him, guarding the back. And anguish that the most important man in his life was going to slip away without ever hearing Matsuo tell him what he had meant to him. Nagata-sensei, he said softly, gripping the leathery skin of his teacher's hand when Kimura had left the room for a few minutes. This is Matsuo speaking. I know you cannot hear me, but I must say this to you. I am the son of Baron Okumo, but you will always be my father. You raised me. You taught me. You gave me a part of yourself I always have with me. I will keep that part of you safe. I will never sully it by forgetting what you taught me. All that I am and all that I will be, whatever good I do in this world, is because of the part of you that has become mine. As long as I live, so will you. Matsuo gasped as Nagata's eyes opened slowly and fixed on him. Don't ever say that, he whispered between gurgling breaths. Baron is your father. Owe your life to him. Talking like an American now. Matsuo silently bowed his head, but in his mind he said, Then so be it. You are the true father of this man. Kimura came in and rushed to her husband's side when she saw that his eyes were open. Matsuo backed away to let them be alone. After a while, Kimura beckoned him closer. He has a request. Her lips trembled, but her eyes were dry. She was proving a worthy samurai wife. My daisho, Nagata said in a barely audible voice. Bequeath it to your care. Matsuo looked over to where the two Masamune blades in their pearl-inlaid scabbards rested one above the other on the black-lacquered katana kake. The honor of such a gift left Matsuo weak all over. I cannot. You must. The old samurai suddenly seemed to have found a pocket of strength. His voice grew stronger. The katana, called the Gaijin Masamune, has magic in it.
The destiny of the empire and beyond is coiled within it. It fought the masked monks hundreds of years ago, would have triumphed had not the black winds carried the day for the monks. I fear the time will soon come when it will be called upon to drink the blood of the Kakureta Kao again.
That was Hiroki's order. Did he mean? I don't understand, Nagata-san.
The monks wanted you. Still want you, I think. Came to your father and asked to take you into their temple. You were not yet born, not yet conceived. Pressed too hard. Baron was alarmed. Had me bring you to America to keep you from them. Take the daisho and keep it near. It will serve you well.
I am not worthy. Nagata managed the smile as the force drained from his voice.
Way you defended home during Niniroku Jiken. Proud to have been your sensei. No one more worthy.
And then he closed his eyes, and soon his breathing stopped. But a trace of the smile remained on his face. Matsuo lay on his futon that night and turned Nagata's last words over and over in his mind. Came to your father and asked to take you into their temple. You were not yet born, not yet conceived. How could they have known? And what could they have wanted with him? A chilling thought. And what a father! Had he sent him to the United States to learn American ways, or to hide him from the monks? Which was the truth? Or were both partially true? Was that why he had been forbidden to draw attention to himself in America? Why he had never been allowed to return to Japan even for a visit until he was well into his teens? Matsuo lifted the two swords of the daisho from the floor beside his futon and cradled them in his arms as he had as a frightened child. He wondered about the nightmares that had plagued him back then. Could those figures crawling toward him have been monks of the Kakureta Kao? He shivered with the memory of his terror. The dream had never recurred in the decade or so since his return to Japan. He was glad to be rid of them. With the swords resting comfortably against him, he drifted off to sleep, and found himself standing in an open field full of armed men under a flawless spring sky. Miles away, on a rise at the far end of a rocky peninsula, sat a huge, squat, three-tiered pagoda. He gazed through the eye-holes of his steel helmet at the hundreds of armored samurai flanking him on either side. All seemed to be waiting for something. What? And then some were pointing toward the temple. 4 horsemen were approaching, bearing a litter between them. It took a long while for them to arrive. When they were close enough to make out their features, Matsuo saw they had none. Each wore a silk mask over his face. They stopped amid the assembled samurai, gently lowered the litter to the ground, then turned and rode back toward the temple. Matsuo watched them for a moment, then turned his attention to what they had delivered. It appeared to be a basket made of black wicker, no bigger than a small coffin. One of the shogun's officers approached the basket and gingerly lifted the lid. He peered in, then removed his helmet and reached into the basket. He appeared to jostle something within. When he glanced up again, his expression was one of concerned bewilderment. He motioned others closer for a look. Matsuo stepped forward, curious to see what the Kakureta Kao guards had delivered. But as he neared the basket, he noticed a slight dimming of the light. He looked up and saw a tiny spot of black hovering in the sky, growing bigger by the moment. And the bigger it became, the more rapidly it spread, oozing across the sky like the blackest oil poured on the surface of clear water. It swallowed the sun, casting the whole plain into darkness. A wind began to blow, rising to a cold, dank, sour gale that tore at Matsuo's armor. The horses reared and whinnied, some bolted. Otherwise courageous men bolted too, running in all directions in wild panic. Matsuo held his ground in the fading light, fighting the fear and the overwhelming sense of hopelessness that seeped through his pores. Whatever was happening, it sprang from something in that black basket, that wicker coffin. If he could get to it, maybe he could stop this madness. But the wind blew harder, knocking him off his feet. As he crawled toward the basket, desperate to reach it before the light failed completely and he would be unable to find it, he noticed that the grass all around him stood utterly still. He was fighting a wind of hurricane proportions that did not flutter a single blade of grass. But something else was happening to the grass. It was dying, withering, turning brown as he watched. The wind howled in his ears and tore through his soul as utter blackness engulfed the plain. No hope. He could not see his hand before his face. He pulled the short wakizashi from its scabbard and forced himself to a kneeling position. No use. He positioned the point over his abdomen. No use at all. He woke up, sweating and trembling. A new dream. Worse than the other. The despair, the hopelessness. He looked down and saw the moonlight through the window gleam from the bare blade of the wakizashi in his hand. Slowly, carefully, he slid it back into his scabbard. The black wind. The wind that bends not the trees. I've seen it. It really happened. He calmed himself and caressed the daisho. These blades had been there. They had been passed down through the centuries to Nagata, and now to him. Why? What did it mean? Why him? So many questions, but none more insistent than the one that would plague him all his days until he knew the answer. What had been in that black wicker basket? July. Sagami Bay. Do you think Hiroki has forgotten about me? Matsuo stared at Meiko as she sat on the planking next to the centerboard housing. She wore a short pink kimono that exposed her legs to the knees. She had tied a matching scarf around her head to hold her hair down in the breeze. But the single triangular sail found little movement in the air, barely enough to feel it ease the dinghy across the still waters of the bay. He leaned back against the transom, his right hand on the rudder handle, instinctively guiding the boat on a broad reach off the easterly breeze coming over the port side. You're very beautiful. Meiko smiled and bowed her head. That's not what I asked you. Yes, I think he's forgotten about you. For now. Sooner or later, though, he will remember. Meiko's smile disappeared, and she looked away toward the land. Matsuo knew her thoughts. Her father had made a near-complete recovery. Count Masaki's words were slightly slurred, and he still needed a cane when he walked, but on the whole, he could hold his own with the other members of the Toseiha. Meiko had no further means of delaying the marriage when Hiroki next demanded a wedding date. I pray that day will never come, he thought. The frantic schedule of meetings and rallies Hiroki had maintained in the year and a half since the mutiny had kept him too preoccupied and too busy to make time for a wedding. He voiced what he hoped was a cheering thought. Then again, It might be a very long time before the thought of marriage finds room in his mind. Meiko trailed her hand in the water and said nothing. Yes, it might very well be a long time before the storm of activity that swirled around his father and brother abated. So much had happened. So much was still happening. Koki Hirota's government had lasted barely a year. Prince Konoye was now prime minister, but he was unable to rein in the militarists. Even now, in China, Japanese troops were skirmishing with Chiang Kai-shek's garrisons in Wanping and at the Marco Polo Bridge outside Peking. Matsuo glanced over his shoulder at the coast, now so far behind them. The bathers were barely visible near the shore, and the neighboring Okumo and Mazaki houses were mere blotches on the hillside. Even now, on a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon, the Toseiha was meeting at the Mazaki house to confer on how to turn the China situation to its advantage. He turned back to Meiko and drank in the sight of her as she nestled her chin on her arm where it rested on the gunwale and gazed into the shimmering water. She was everything he wanted in life. The Toseiha could offer him nothing. All he wanted was right here with him in this little boat. Let them plot and plan. I'm where I want to be. Hiroki stood at the far end of the garden and gazed down the slope at the calm expanse of Sagami Bay. Father, Toyama, and the other members of the Toseiha sat behind him at the tables near the house. To his right, he could hear the chatter and clatter from the Mazaki kitchen as the servants gossiped and cleaned up after the midday meal. Lots of sails dotted the bay, tiny white confetti on a field of blue-green. Meiko was down there. Meiko and his brother. They saw a lot of each other, those two. He wondered why that didn't concern him. Perhaps it was because he had watched them when they were together and saw that they acted more like old friends, more like brother and sister than secretive lovers. He knew it should have bothered him. His brother and his future wife shared something apart from him, something special that excluded him. Why wasn't he jealous? Because she was with Matsuo. His brother was an honorable man, totally devoted to his family. He would die rather than bring a breath of scandal to the family. If he could not trust Meiko with Matsuo, then he could trust her with no one. He sighed. And to be completely honest, perhaps it served his purposes to have Meiko occupied with Matsuo. Too much happening too fast these days. The headlong pace of events would not screech to a halt and wait for him to marry. A wedding would be such a distraction now. And yet, perhaps he had better bring up the subject with Meiko. Perhaps set a date. Next spring. Maybe things would quiet down by next spring. He would ask her soon, but not today. Perhaps tomorrow. By next week, for sure. The chatter of the servants in the kitchen distracted him for a moment. They were gossiping about how the Countess Mazaki's new green kimono had to be returned because she had grown another size since she had been fitted for it. He smiled and shook his head. No secrets in a house with too many servants. Before turning back to the Toseiha and the Chinese question, he took one last look at the bay, wondering which sailboat held Meiko and Matsuo. Meiko sensed Matsuo watching her. She watched him in turn, sitting there by the tiller in his loose light blue shirt and his white shorts, like the captain of a battleship. They had become so close, had seen so much of each other during her father's recovery period, that no one in the Mazaki household, either here at the bay or in Tokyo, seemed to pay much attention to his frequent comings and goings whenever he was released from his duties at naval intelligence. He had become a fixture around the house as unnoticed as the fusuma and shoji that slid back and forth to join and divide the rooms. Meiko was well satisfied with that arrangement. And yet, as close as they were, a wall remained between them, a wall of on. They might occasionally hold hands through a chink in that wall, but she knew that Matsuo's on to his brother and his respect for Meiko's on to her father and her family honor prevented him from surrendering to the passion she sensed within him. "We are alone," he said. Casually, as if he did it every day, he reached out with his foot and stroked one of her bare soles with his great toe. A thrill ran up her leg and spread through her pelvis. She smiled and pulled her foot away. "No relatives, no nosy servants, just us. That's nice." Much more than nice, dreamlike. To one side sat the smoking volcano of Mihara, on the other the watchful snow-capped peak of Mount Fuji, and all around the gently rippling water of Sagami Bay. Nature seemed to be putting on a show especially for them. Suddenly, Meiko heard laughter from the water. She raised her head and shielded her eyes against the glare. Finally, she located the source. "Look," she said, pointing to the east. "We're not alone after all." A small skiff floated at anchor perhaps 100 yards away. As she watched, two people bobbed to the surface and dropped a number of gray-brown objects over the side into their boat. Then they climbed out, naked, one male and the other female. With little hesitation, they dove into the water again. She bolted upright. "Oysters! They found an oyster bed!" She looked at Matsuo. "Let's dive for our own." His eyes lit. "A feast!" He turned the boat into the wind, then dropped the little three-tined anchor off the bow. "Last one to bring up an oyster has to open them," she cried. Matsuo glanced at her and grinned. "You haven't a chance of winning." "Is that so, Okuma-san?" Meiko hesitated for a moment. It was customary to dive for oysters in the nude, but she hesitated to bare herself before Matsuo, afraid it might remove the last few flimsy barriers that kept them apart. She thought about it a moment, then decided she didn't care. Let the kami of the bay and the boat decide what would happen. Matsuo watched with dry-mouthed fascination as Meiko untied her obi, opened her kimono, and let it drop to the deck. For a moment, she stood before him, clad only in loose white silk panties. Her breasts were small but firm and full, their nipples erect. He caught a glimpse of her narrow waist, her tiny navel, the curve of her hips, and her skin. Her skin was truly flawless. Then, with a laugh and a wave, she was over the side and into the water in a quick, clean dive. He stood in the gently rocking boat, gaping at the rising bubbles and widening rings until the luffing sail knocked the boom into his back. He nearly tumbled overboard. He reminded himself that he had seen pearl divers before, doing their work in the nude, but he had never seen, never dreamed, never expected. With trembling hands, he stripped down to his fundoshi and dove in after her. As he knifed into the warm water, he caught sight of a pale blur rising to his right. He angled around and kicked back toward the surface. "Where were you?" Meiko said, laughing and gasping. The water had plastered her hair along the sides of her head. She was more beautiful than ever. "I just got in," he said as casually as he could. "Find any?" "Not yet, but I will." A breath, a graceful surface dive, and she was gone again. Matsuo dove after her. The deeper he went, the cooler and darker the water became, but he could still see Meiko ahead of him. She reached bottom first and began to hunt over the rocks. He stroked down to a rock nearby but could not drag his gaze from her breasts, buoyant and bobbing as she turned this way and that. Her silk briefs had become transparent in the water, revealing the dark mound of her pubes. He saw her grab at something, then lunge toward the surface. With bursting lungs and heart, Matsuo followed her up. Meiko held on to the gunwale and waited for Matsuo to appear. "I found one!" she shouted as he broke the surface. She held up the dark, rough, oblong shell. "I'm first!" She saw him frown sternly. "Let me see that." He swam to her side. "How do I know it's not just an empty shell?" "It's alive, all right," she laughed. "And it has a pearl inside. I just know it." He clung with one hand to the boat, and as he examined the oyster, his kicking legs brushed against hers, sending a thrill to her very core. She had seen him on the beach before and noticed his muscular physique, but she had never been this close. She watched the ripple of the muscles under his skin as he turned the shell this way and that. She fought an urge to reach out and feel them move under her hand. When he looked up from the shell, she saw his eyes and wondered if her own desire showed as much as his. She was suddenly afraid. It had been a game of sorts until now, the baring of flesh, the closeness in the water, the not-so-accidental touches, a reckless tempting of fate. "Let's dive for more," she said. "There's a whole bed of them down there." Matsuo didn't move. Neither did she. He dropped the oyster into the water between them. She saw it sink out of sight, twirling like a falling elm seed in spring. "Meiko!" He put his free hand on her shoulder. His touch was hot. It sent a wave of warmth across her shoulders and down to her submerged breasts. He drew her near. When she felt her nipples brush against his chest, the warmth burst into flame. She gave into it. Yielding to Matsuo's pull, she slipped her arms around his neck and drew herself closer. "This is wrong," he said in a hoarse whisper. Realizing this was their last chance to stop, she said, "I know." Their bodies pressed together, their lips met, and she forgot about last chances and stopping. She wanted Matsuo, wanted all of him, and knew he wanted her. Nothing else mattered now. Matsuo delighted in Meiko's sigh as he ground his lips against hers. He had never felt like this. The electric euphoria of her breasts and legs and abdomen pressing against him. He wanted to wrap both arms around her and crush her even more tightly against him, but knew they would sink if he let go of the boat. So he gripped the gunwale with one hand and caressed her bare back and flanks with the other. She moaned low in her throat as he squeezed his hand between their bodies and found her breasts. From there he slid his fingers down to and then under the waistband of her briefs to the silky mound of her pubes. Electric pulses of pleasure surged through him as Meiko reached down and tugged at his fundoshi, loosening it. He kicked it free while slipping off her briefs. And then he felt her seal herself against him with her arms around his neck and her legs wrapped tightly around his hips. She stiffened and cried out twice as he gently entered her, and then he turned so he could grip the gunwale with both hands. He glanced at Meiko as she clung between him and the boat, eyes closed, head thrown back, breath hissing through her teeth as she rode him up and down. Matsuo closed his own eyes and let the sun, the water, the sky, and the boat slip away until there was only Meiko and he. He felt the slow explosion building within him. He sensed Meiko stiffening, arching back, her legs tightening around him like a velvet vice. Suddenly she cried out and crushed her lips to his, and he exploded within her. Slowly, the world returned. "Speak to me, Matsuo." She lay sated and comfortable in the crook of his arm as he steered the boat back toward the land. He had been so quiet since they had climbed back into the boat. Her underpants and his fundoshi were gone, probably on the bottom of the bay, and so they were naked under their clothes. She shivered. The air was warm, but felt chilly after the heat of their lovemaking. What was Matsuo thinking? Did he regret what had happened? She wasn't quite sure of her own feelings. Joy and sadness tangled within her. The joy of knowing that even if she did have to spend the rest of her life with Hiroki, she would have this day to keep and cherish. The sadness of knowing the joy she would be missing all those years. But Matsuo, he lived by such a strict code. Did he share a similar mix of feelings, or was he filled with guilt? Did he hate her now? Did he feel that he had been seduced into betraying his brother and that she was to blame? If only he would say something. "Did I seduce you?" she asked. He nodded gravely. "That's not fair," she wanted to say, but stopped herself. Had that been what she had intended all along by removing her kimono and baring herself to him? "Do you really believe that?" He nodded again, but this time he smiled. "Yes, you seduced me, but not today. It was 10 years ago last January at the Hatsu-Umode festival." She nearly melted with relief. Her hand was resting on his abdomen. She moved it down to his shorts. Through the white fabric, she felt him swell and harden under her fingers. "It's like magic," she thought, stroking him gently. She had perused her parents' pillow books in secret over the years, but had never touched a man before today, and it was all so new, just like magic. Tingling pleasure started at a white-hot center in his groin where Meiko caressed him and spread throughout Matsuo's body. Only one explanation for how he felt. He had drowned and had been carried off to heaven. He didn't remember drowning, but only in heaven could he feel like this. I should hate myself. Ever since they had climbed back into the boat, he had waited to be overwhelmed with self-loathing. And why not? He had vowed to love Meiko from afar and be satisfied with that. He had broken that vow. He had betrayed his brother's trust. He had sullied his family honor by deflowering his brother's bride-to-be. He felt guilty, yes, but he didn't hate himself. He could, perhaps, justify this afternoon by saying that Hiroki no longer cared about his marriage to Meiko, that he had squandered his right to her by frequenting his prostitutes and their dark services, and by foregoing countless opportunities to set a new date. But to his surprise, Matsuo felt no need to go through moral and ethical gymnastics to save face with himself. Because he loved Meiko. He loved her more than any woman in the world, and that seemed to be all he needed to know. He trailed his free hand up along her inner thigh to the slick moisture between her legs. She shuddered and bent her knee to make room for his fingers. By the time they reached the shore below his family's house, they both were gasping with need. Matsuo beached the boat, pulled it up on the sand, and uncleated the main sheet. Without waiting to make sure the sail slipped all the way down the mast, he grabbed Meiko's hand and led her up the hill at a run. He did not have to pull her. He led her to the 10-tatami garden cottage that had served as Nagata's quarters when he accompanied the family to Sagami Bay. It had been empty since his death. He threw open the door and they leaped inside. It was hot and stuffy within, but he barely noticed. The door wasn't even closed before she was in his arms and he was kissing her, and they were pulling at each other's clothes, the seams of the garments protesting as they were discarded. A breeze swung the door open, and as Matsuo reached to push it closed, he thought he saw someone out on the walk behind the bushes. But he had only a fleeting glimpse before the door swung shut. He heard the latch catch, and then he forgot about everything else. for Meiko was hot against him and her lips were searching for his. Hiroki walked to the southeast corner of the garden and looked out on the bay once more. The Toseiha members had departed, and now the sun was settling down the sky behind him. The beach below was still crowded. He saw a dinghy with its sail on the sand. It looked like the family boat, but Meiko and Matsuo were nowhere about. As he scanned the bay, he noticed a sudden hush in the servants' area to his right. All the chatter had died away, leaving only one male voice speaking. With a start, he recognized it as Cho's. Wondering what the head servant of the Okumo household could be saying that would be of such interest to the Mazaki help, he edged closer to the window. After hearing only a few sentences, he staggered away, feeling as if the ground were heaving under him in an earthquake. Matsuo and Meiko, naked, together. With rage screaming through him, Hiroki turned and ran down the path toward home. If it was true, and he knew with a sick, certain dread that it was, he would kill Matsuo. All this time, pillowing with Meiko while he had not been allowed to touch her. Kill him! Visions of Matsuo's blurred fists attacking the soldiers who came to kill father last year swam before his eyes. He stopped. He was sure Matsuo would be too ashamed to defend himself, but what if he fought back? Caution broke through the maelstrom of emotions storming around him. He fought for control. Even if he killed Matsuo, and Meiko too, to feel his fingers around her throat, he would only hurt father more deeply by bringing notoriety as well as disgrace to the family. He needed father with him. If he found them now, on his own, he would have to bear the humiliation alone. If father were there, however, the greater share of humiliation by far would be Matsuo's. He turned and rushed up to where father sat with the count. "Oh, Matsuo," Meiko said, as she lay beside him on the wooden plank floor and ran her fingers lightly along his jaw. The second time had been even more wonderful than the first. She felt so at peace with the world. How can this be wrong? Let's not talk about that. Let's just lie here and enjoy this while we can. Because very soon we'll have to go to our homes and pretend that nothing has happened. That will be the hardest part, won't it? She watched him nod solemnly. It seems almost impossible to do. To see you and be with you and pretend that we're only friends. Can we do it? We have to. Forever? I can't imagine being apart from you forever. Then what are we going to do? Before Matsuo could answer, he heard footsteps outside. He was reaching for their clothes when the door flew open and the bright light of day fell upon them. It's true. Hiroki felt the world tilt around him as he and father stared through the open door at Matsuo and Meiko on the floor of the garden cottage. He saw their nakedness, saw the swell of Meiko's breasts, the dark triangle between her legs, the wet gleam on her thigh, saw the shocked looks on their faces as they tried to cover themselves. He wanted to shout, wanted to rush in and throttle them both. Betrayed. Made a fool of by his own brother. Rage crowded the corners of his vision, blind rage and, dare he admit it even to himself, lust. The sight of Meiko's naked body had aroused him so suddenly and so powerfully that he didn't know whether he wanted to beat her or rape her, or both. He stepped forward, but felt a restraining arm. "Get dressed," father said in a calm voice to the two in the cottage. "We will meet you out here." He closed the door and looked at Hiroki. "I am very sorry for you, my son, but we must remain calm." "She was to be my wife," Hiroki said, restraining his voice from a shout. This is not to be borne. How could father stay so calm after what he had just seen?
The marriage is impossible now, that is certain. But how did you learn?
I overheard Cho telling the Mazaki servants while I was in their garden. The servants, no. Hiroki screamed to himself. They would be laughing at him. How could he bear this loss of face?
My heart bleeds for you, Hiroki, father said. But none of this can be undone. So we must find the best way to deal with it. Whatever we do, we must not let it distract us from our greater purpose. Calm yourself.
Hiroki clenched his jaw and said nothing. How long has this been going on? Matsuo and Meiko, his only brother and his bride-to-be, how could they do this to him? How could they betray and humiliate him so? What had he ever done to them to deserve this? How long have I been a fool? This could not be forgotten. This could not be swept out the door like so much household dust. This could not go unatoned. There had to be payment. The scales would have to be balanced somehow. Father had told him to be calm, so he calmed himself. He let the heat of his grief and rage cool and turn to ice.
What will we do? Meiko clutched her kimono tightly around her. Despite the heat in the closed room, she felt cold. Matsuo had his shorts back on and was shrugging into his shirt. His face was grim in the dimness. We will do what we have to do. We have no choices that I can see. We will step outside and face the music, as the Americans say. Then you will return to your home, and I... She waited, but he did not go on. Suddenly, she was terrified. You will what? I can no longer live as an honorable man after bringing such disgrace to my family. His voice trailed off again. You can't be thinking of... Her lips refused to form the word seppuku. He turned his face away. Meiko crushed both hands over her mouth. The thought of Matsuo cutting open his belly, she felt her gorge rise. No! He rose to his feet. What else is there for me to do? You can't, she said, rising in front of him and clasping her arms around him. You're not a samurai. You don't have to make amends to your daimyo. This is a family matter. He led her toward the door. Matsuo, speak to me. He said nothing. He opened the door, and in the stream of light she saw his stony expression. She wanted to scream. Then she saw Hiroki and the Baron staring at her with equally stony faces. The weight of their disapproval almost drove her to her knees. She felt vulnerable and dirty, like some loathsome thing that had been dragged out from under a rock to cower before them naked and squinting in the unaccustomed light. The shame and revulsion overcame her, and she fled, sobbing as she ran home. Matsuo sensed what Meiko was feeling and longed to run after her, but that would be a luxury he did not deserve. Now he had to face his father and brother. As he bowed low to them, he saw that father's face was impassive with, yes, a trace of hurt in his eyes, but the true depth of whatever he was feeling was almost perfectly hidden. Hiroki, however, was a different story. Although usually adept at hiding his feelings, his brother radiated cold rage. Matsuo knew with a sick feeling that not only had he disgraced himself and his family, but he had poisoned forever his relationship with his brother. He saw only one honorable course open to him. If you will wait for me here, he said, before either of them could speak, I will return with the means of rectifying this matter.
Without waiting for a reply, he hurried away to his room. Once there, he went directly to the table where Nagata's daisho rested and lifted both swords from the katana-kake. He held them, one in each hand, and felt the power of their former owner coursing through them. "Help me be strong in this," he prayed to the swords. He shuddered. Did he have the courage? Could he do this to himself? Failing would only bring further dishonor. He ran into Father and Hiroki in the garden, just outside the house. "I thought that was your intent," Father said sternly. "I forbid it." "But, Father, give me those," he said, holding out his hand. Didn't he understand? While Matsuo hesitated, his father took a step closer with his hand still outstretched. With a mixture of reluctance and relief, he gave the swords over. But the look of disappointment that flashed across Hiroki's face at that instant hurt him as much as a sword thrust to his belly. "I will have no more thoughts of seppuku from you," Father said. "This matter does not warrant such drama." "Father," he said, bowing and cursing the relief that flooded through him, "I have dishonored the family." "That is true. Your behavior today was shameful. But fortunately, it remains a private matter between the two families, and the dishonor is shared equally by both families, for Count Masaki's daughter is no less culpable than my son." Matsuo bowed again, speechless with gratitude that Father could find some light in the sea of darkness that had engulfed him. "We must also take into account the fact that although engaged to your brother, she was not yet your brother's wife. Had she been, your transgression would be truly unforgivable. I hold it as true in my heart that you would have held your brother's wife sacred, and that—" he sighed. He seemed to hesitate here and glance at Hiroki. "That it never would have happened if the marriage had not been delayed so long." Matsuo bowed again, awed by his father's compassion and wisdom, but aware of the pain hidden in his voice. "But the factors I have mentioned serve only to blunt the dishonor you have done to the family. They in no way mitigate the wound you have inflicted upon your own brother." Matsuo knew that too well. He could not bring himself to meet his brother's eyes. Hiroki could hardly believe his ears. What was Father saying? Why was he diluting Matsuo's guilt, intimating that he shared part of his brother's shame? He felt as if he were going to explode. The injustice of Father's defense of Matsuo, his all-too-clear attempt to preserve the younger brother's status in the family at the expense of Hiroki's honor and face, only increased the pressure building within. But he could say nothing. Father said, "And there is one more reason, an overwhelming reason, why you must banish all thoughts of seppuku." He paused, then said, "Chu." Hiroki saw a puzzled look cross Matsuo's face, a look that must have mirrored his own. "You have a special knowledge that will be of vital importance to the Emperor in the near future, and that future draws nearer every day." Matsuo frowned. Word has come from Tokyo that tomorrow morning an ultimatum will be presented to the Chinese garrison in Peking to leave the area. If they refuse, and there is no question in my mind that they will, Japan will declare war. Once that happens, you can rest assured that Britain and the U.S. will not let it pass unchallenged." He watched his father lay a gentle hand on Matsuo's shoulder. The gesture felt to Hiroki like a slap in the face. He wanted to shout, "I am the injured party. He is the transgressor. Why this show of tenderness?" "That is when your American experiences will begin to bear fruit. Now and in the coming years,
the Emperor, through the Imperial Council, will be calling on you more and more. You must not deny him your special knowledge by so ungrateful a gesture as seppuku. Your Emperor needs you. You must be there for him. It is true." Hearing once again about Matsuo's great value to the Emperor made Hiroki want to vomit. All he had heard from his brother so far about the United States were timid words of caution. Is that what Japan could expect from Matsuo Okumo's vaunted American expertise? If so, Japan would be better off if he did commit seppuku. And Hiroki would gladly act as his dear brother's second, standing ready to deliver the beheading stroke after he had slit his belly. Meiko leaned against the outer wall of her house, panting. She fought to catch her breath, but it eluded her. She had to compose herself. She could not walk into the house in this state. She had to be calm. What to do now? The question echoed endlessly in her mind. How to tell father? How to let him know without reversing the gains he had made with his health? She knew she had to break the news to him before Baron Okumo did, but how? How could she make those words come out of her mouth? She could tell mother. She would swoon, Meiko was sure, but after that she might be able to help. But as concerned as she was with her family, her worry for Matsuo swallowed everything else. The look on his face when she had left him. She felt sure he would try seppuku if someone didn't stop him. She straightened and pushed herself away from the wall, still hot from the sun. She had to know about Matsuo, had to know he was safe and alive before she could even think about anything else. As she rounded the corner of the house, she saw Kikou crossing the garden. She called her over. "I have an errand for you," she told the servant girl. "I want you to go to the Baron's house and find the younger Okumo-san." Kikou's eyes widened. Meiko would never have sent a servant to find Matsuo in the past, but there was nothing left to hide now, and she had to know. "Say nothing to him. Merely see that he is well, and then come directly back to me. I will be waiting right here." The girl hurried off, and Meiko paced. "I hope someday your brother will be able to forgive you," father was saying. "I do not expect him to be able to do so now, and would not ask him to try. Still, it is my hope that before long the two of you will be able to bury today in your pasts and share a brotherly trust and love again." Matsuo glanced at Hiroki, but saw only cold, steely anger in his face. Without a word, Hiroki turned his back on him and walked toward the house. "I fear, however," father said in a low voice as he watched Hiroki go, "that you have inflicted a wound that may never heal." He turned his stern gaze on Matsuo. "You have wounded me as well, my son. I never dreamed you would disappoint me so." The cut of those words was as painful as anything he could inflict upon himself with the wakizashi. Cho came running at father's call. Matsuo watched him hand the swords to the servant, saying, "Return these to their katana-kake." Then he too walked off, leaving Matsuo alone with Cho. Still clutching the swords, the servant dropped to his knees before Matsuo. "It is all my fault, Okumo-san," he said with a sob. "What do you mean?" Matsuo asked, angry and disheartened that the servants already knew what had happened. "I saw you and Miss Mazaki. I whispered it to the other servants. Your brother must have overheard. It is all my fault. I should have my tongue cut out." For an instant, Matsuo was ready to agree with him, then saw the tears on the man's face. He clapped his hand gently on a quaking shoulder. "It is my fault, Cho. No one else's." But Cho did not seem to be listening as he rose and carried the swords back to the house.
Matsuo looked up to the clear blue, perfect sky. It had started out with the promise of a lovely day and had progressed into an utterly glorious day. Yet now all was tainted. Why? Why did this have to happen? And Meiko? What terrors must she be going through? He ached to run to her, but fought the urge. He had to stay away, even though they needed each other now more than ever before, if only to give comfort. He did not know how long he stood there. A scream of horror split the air. Matsuo spun. It seemed to have come from the house, from the north wing. He ran inside and found Kazuko standing in the hall with her hands clasped over her face, her fingers digging into her forehead. "What's wrong? Did you scream?" The maid spread her hands and gaped at him. "Okumo-san! You're alive!" "Of course I'm alive. What made you think—" "Kiko screamed and said you were dead, that you had committed seppuku." "Kiko? From Count Masaki's house? What was she doing here?" "I do not know. I was afraid to look in your room." A sickening thought suddenly occurred to Matsuo. He brushed by Kazuko and hurried up the hall. Hiroki and father were coming from the other end. Matsuo turned into his room and stopped abruptly at the entrance. A man lay face down on a blood-soaked futon before the mounted daisho. Matsuo had never seen so much blood. Could it all be from one man? Steeling himself against the revulsion welling up in him, he stepped forward and touched the man's shoulder. Even though he could feel still warm flesh through the fabric, Matsuo knew he was dead. He lifted a limp, unexpectedly heavy shoulder. With the short black hair and the loose kimono, it could have been anyone, but Matsuo knew who it was without looking. Even so, he sprang back in horror when he actually saw the face above the slit throat. "Cho!" Father and Hiroki rushed into the room then. They turned the body over without ceremony. "Who has done this?" Father cried. "He did it himself." "With your daisho?" Matsuo shook his head sadly. No. Cho would never think to defile those swords with his peasant blood. He pointed to the bloody knife in Cho's lifeless hand. "There's the weapon, and look, he even brought his own futon so he wouldn't sully the floor with his blood." "But why?" Father said. Matsuo was too choked with grief to speak, but Hiroki had no such problem. "He left my brother a message," he said, then strode from the room. "I forgave him, Father. I told him that." "But he could not forgive himself." Father's voice was anything but gentle. "He saw something he should not have seen. Because of it, he could not go on as a member of this household, and since there was no other place for him, he could not go on living." Then he too turned and left. Miserable and alone, Matsuo stood with his hands on the swords of the daisho as the weeping servants tended to Cho's body behind him. His whole life seemed to be crumbling before his eyes. A trust broken, a reputation defiled, a betrothal sundered, a good man's life snuffed out. By all the gods, what else would happen before this black day ended? Meiko had heard the scream from the Okumo house and waited in the lengthening shadows of the garden with her heart thudding madly in her chest. She prayed that it wasn't Matsuo. It can't be Matsuo. It simply can't be. But when Kiko stumbled into the garden, gasping, tears streaming down her face, Meiko knew something terrible had happened. She leaped to meet the servant girl. "Kiko, what?" "He's dead," she screamed. Meiko felt her knees give way and she slumped onto a seat. You must be mistaken. I saw him. His room was open as I passed, and I looked in and saw him on the floor, and the blood. Oh, the blood. No, no, no. Feeling as if she had been stabbed through the heart, Meiko forced herself to her feet and staggered away from the sobbing Kiko. She stumbled toward the bay, her mind numb, her feet following the path out of habit. Matsuo gone. It didn't seem possible. Never to see him again, even from afar, or hear his voice, or his rare laugh. A world without Matsuo was unthinkable. A dark world. A world she had no desire to live in. The bathers were gone, the beach in shadow. To her right, the Okumo dinghy nosed into the sand with the rising tide lapping against her stern. On impulse, she pulled the boat into the water and hopped inside. She dropped the rudder and centerboard, then raised the sail. Soon she was underway. The breeze had swung around and was coming off the land. Tears slid down her cheeks as she looked back and bid her home farewell. She knew what she had to do, knew it was best for all concerned. And now, with the decision made, she felt a great sense of peace sweep through her. She let the sail drag the boom all the way out to starboard and ran before the wind, due east, into the Pacific. Head down, Matsuo plodded along the beach. He needed to be away from the house and had remembered the sailboat, so he had come down to secure it against the tide. It was gone. He looked around in the deepening dusk and saw someone standing at the water's edge not far away. He approached and recognized one of the Mazaki servant girls. He called to her, "Have you seen our sailboat?" The girl turned toward him, then took a sudden step backward. "What's wrong with you?" he said. She screamed and began to run. Matsuo bolted after her, catching her easily. She wailed with fear as he gripped her arm and halted her flight. "Stop that!" he shouted. "You know me! I won't hurt you!" "Okumo-san! You are dead! I saw you!" Matsuo was nonplussed for a moment, then remembered the scream earlier when Cho's body was discovered. That wasn't me. But it should have been. That was Cho. Her hands flew to the sides of her head. "Oh no! I told her it was you!" "Who? Meiko?" "Yes. Oh, please don't be angry." Poor Meiko. She would be blaming herself. "Where is she?" "I saw her take the sailboat." Fingers of ice clamped around Matsuo's heart. He looked out at the dark, empty expanse of the bay, searching frantically, futilely for a patch of white. "How long ago?" "Over an hour. I was waiting for her when you spoke to me." Matsuo spun and ran for the house. Night had fallen. It was time. Meiko wasn't afraid. Normally, the darkness and the rolling swells of the ocean would have combined to terrify her. Now they only served her purpose. Even the dark leviathan shadows of the freighters that bounced her like a piece of cork in their wakes as they glided past on the crest of high tide could not faze her. She turned the boat into the gentle breeze, then knelt and said a prayer to the sea to take her quickly. She stood and began to undress, then stopped. The clothes would weigh her down. Good. As she refastened her obi, she took one last look at the lights that rimmed Sagami Bay and the Izu Peninsula. A brief look, for she knew if she hesitated too long, she would lose her courage. She dove overboard. The water was cold. She broke surface and began to swim further out to sea. She could be anywhere. Matsuo stood in the cockpit of the borrowed inboard runabout, keeping its engine at full throttle, steering with one hand while he worked the spotlight with the other. His arms and legs were lead weights, the muscles at the back of his neck knotted with tension, but he could not allow himself a moment's rest. He knew it would be sheer luck if he found her. Had she run before the wind, straight out to the Pacific, or had she aimed for Oshima? Had she tacked south along the shore of the peninsula, or was she somewhere among the Izu-Shichito, the 7 Izu Islands? Even in full daylight, it would be a difficult search, but at night... If only he had some inkling of the direction she had chosen. He searched on, calling her name, sweeping the dark water with his light, vowing to continue until he was out of gas, and then return at first light. He fought back the choking fear that he would never find her. No, he would find her, no matter how long it took. So cold, so tired, so weak. Meiko didn't know how long she had been swimming. It seemed like an eternity. Her arms were so heavy she could barely lift them, and her legs dragged her down, kicking fitfully. Her lungs ached, and her eyes burned from the salt. Time had lost all meaning. There was only the night and the ocean. For a while, the boat had followed her, a vague white form flowing with the current and the easterly breeze. Then she had lost sight of it. How long ago had that been? From somewhere behind her she heard a crash of splintering wood, but was too weak to turn and look. Not that she would have been able to see anything in the darkness anyway. She slipped beneath a swell and swallowed some water. With her last strength, she fought to the surface and managed to cough it out. She took a final breath before she went under again. No strength left. Her arms floated still and useless above her head. Her legs hung below. Panic stabbed her as she realized she didn't really want to die, that she was afraid to die. She wanted air. She tried to regain the surface, but was too weak to do anything to save herself. Her last air bubbled out through her lips, and she gulped water. Air. But it was too far away. A roaring filled her ears, and the water began to glow around her. She waited for the gods of the sea to take her. Matsuo sat on the beach just south of Atami, looking at the remains of the sailboat. A pair of fishermen had found it at dawn and had sculled into shore with what was left of it in tow. The port side was stove in, the sail torn, the mast broken like a chopstick. Grief constricted his throat as he visualized the scene in his mind's eye. Meiko aboard the tiny boat, a giant freighter looming out of the dark, its prow catching the boat, cutting it nearly in two, throwing her overboard to drown while the freighter sailed onward, completely oblivious to the death of the person who most brightened Matsuo's world. He lowered his head into his hands and wept. Tokyo. You didn't hurt him? Shimazu had never been so frightened. Tell me he's still alive. Of course he's alive, Hiroki said, obviously offended. Why is Matsuo's welfare so important, especially after what he has done? Shimazu sagged back on his cushion, weak with relief. I feared you might have done something rash. And if I had? Hiroki's abandonment of his characteristic respectful tone demonstrated the depth of his wounds. There must be no bloodshed between you and your brother. Is that clear? Never. Hiroki stiffened. Why do you say that? Because the future of Japan may well rest on both your shoulders. The Emperor needs you both. Hiroki lowered his head and said nothing. Shimazu longed to tell him of the day 30 years ago when a seer performed the ancient Motsu rite on the children brought to the temple. He held them in his arms and foretold their future as it related to the order. There had been little of interest until he had cradled Baron Okumo's firstborn son, Hiroki, and pronounced the words that had electrified all present. "I see this one and another, a brother. Rejoice! One will raise the order to the greatest glory of all its days. But beware! One bears the seeds of the order's destruction. And beware! Should one spill the lifeblood of the other, the order will be no more." Many of the order present that day had wanted to slay Hiroki and the mother of the unborn child as well, but Shimazu, then but a young monk in the outer circles, had spoken out. He had called upon the order to take up the challenge of the vision, to reach for the greatness it offered. If both children were killed, the threat to the order would be eliminated, but the order would also lose its chance to rise to the greatest glory of all its days. Why couldn't the order educate both brothers in the temple where they could be closely observed? When one developed signs of being dangerous, he would be eliminated before he could cause any harm. After much debate among the elders, the majority sided with the spirit of Shimazu's call to greatness. It was decided to approach Baron Okumo. The Baron had bargained hard. In return for his firstborn, he wanted promises of support for his plans to make Japan a world power. Since the Baron's ideas were perfectly aligned with the Order's, a deal had been struck. But when the subject of his second son was brought up, the Baron became extremely wary. The elders had been too precipitous. The child had not yet been conceived. The Baron gave Hiroki to the Order for education, but refused to make any promises regarding his next child. Shimazu was given the task of overseeing Hiroki's training, and all went well until 1910, when the Baron's second son was born. Instead of giving the younger brother over to the Order, Baron Okumo had sent him off to America. The elders had taken this as a sure sign that the younger brother was the dangerous one. Shimazu was not so sure. One brother must be killed, but which one? The question had haunted Shimazu since the day he had been given charge of the Okumo matter. Did one brother carry the seeds of glory and the other the seeds of destruction, or were they both contained in one? Spill the lifeblood. What did that mean? A mere wound or fratricide? If only the seer's visions were more precise. Whatever the true meaning, he knew that to be safe there must be no violence between the Okumo brothers. Yesterday's incident on Sagami Bay had been a close call, yet everything had worked out to perfection. He had long felt the interests of the Order and the Empire were best served by preventing Hiroki from marrying and to cause a rift between him and his brother. And yesterday, in a matter of hours, the Okumo brothers had become permanently estranged, while Hiroki's bride-to-be had become food for the fish of Sagami Bay. Surely the infinite face was watching over him. But did too much animosity remain between the brothers? He said, "Do you feel you must still satisfy your giri with your brother?" "My father has forbidden it, but—" "Before you answer fully, consider this. The woman who betrayed you is dead. The servant who found them out is dead. Your brother must bear the weight of those 2 lost lives and endure the shame of his deed whenever he enters his home. Do you not think the scales are balanced?" Shimazu waited for an answer, but Hiroki said nothing. "I am not asking you to forgive your brother. I ask only that you consider the 2 lives already spent as payment enough for the face you have lost. Hate your brother, but still find a way to work with him." Hiroki sighed.
My Giri is satisfied. I will not pursue Matsuo any further. Excellent. Rejoice. Today is a wonderful day. We move upon China.
Hiroki smiled, but it was a wan smile, without heart. That would change. Shimazu was sure of it. Part 4. 1940 to 1941. 1940, the year of the dragon. June, Honolulu. I decided to take the long way out to Pearl. I had to drive out to the base a few times a week. My office in downtown Honolulu was 8 miles to the harbor by the usual route, but if I had the time, I like to stretch the miles out to 10. On especially beautiful days, I could stretch to an even dozen. And this was one hell of a beautiful day. Soft blue sky above, the trades blowing just enough to rustle the algaroba and monkey pod trees and keep you cool. Definitely a day for the 12-mile route. I left my cubicle in the district intelligence office and headed for my car. I had 2 jobs for naval intelligence these days. Mornings, I translated Japanese intercepts for the DIO, and afternoons, I did administrative work for ONI out at Pearl. I got into my Navy car and followed King Street West, or Ewa, as the natives say. I turned on the car radio and KGBM was playing, appropriately enough, the song everyone was singing, You Are My Sunshine. Hard to believe most of Europe was in chains. Czechoslovakia, Albania, Poland, Finland, Norway, the Netherlands, and Belgium, all fallen. And only yesterday the Germans had marched into Paris. To the west, the Japanese were pushing deeper and deeper into China and had taken over Hainan and the Spratly Islands. I was glad America was staying out of it. I didn't want to go to war. Didn't know anybody who did. All I wanted was to stay right here on the islands. I drove past the Punch Bowl, the extinct volcanic crater that looms over downtown Honolulu, and continued on out of town to where King joined Moanalua Road, then followed that north of the Salt Lake and into Halewa Heights. When I reached the top of my favorite rise, I pulled over, stepped out of the car, lit a cigarette, and gloried in the scenery. Clouds jammed the peaks of the Ko'olau Mountains behind me. Ahead, the long slope down to the deep blue water of Pearl Harbor was broken by the stacks of the Aiya sugar mill, and out on the green Ewa plain, stretching beyond Pearl to the Waianae Mountains, white smoke rose from a square of land where a section of sugarcane was being burned prior to harvest. 2 years here, and still I felt like a malihini. I couldn't get enough of the islands. I'd been transferred from the 11th Naval District in San Diego in January of 1938, just a few weeks after the Japs sank the USS Panay on the Yangtze River off Nanking. Even though all sorts of official apologies were made and accepted by the diplomats, the Office of Naval Intelligence decided then it was time to beef up its Japan-watching force in the Pacific. Because I could speak Japanese, I was transferred to Honolulu ONI. I loved these islands. It wasn't always that way. I hadn't wanted to be 2,000 miles from Frisco, but the depression had been getting worse instead of better, so when the Navy told me to get out here, I didn't see any choice. I got, and I've never regretted it. I caught the rhythm of the islands immediately, found myself moving to it naturally, as if I'd been born for it. I sensed it faintly on the day I stepped off the transport in Pearl Harbor's East Lock and knew within a week that I didn't want to leave here. And as time went on, I became determined never to leave. What was there to go back for? Mom was remarried and happy in her new life. We exchanged an occasional letter and presents at Christmas and on birthdays, but she didn't need me and I didn't need her. California,
All of North America, in fact, held nothing for me. Besides, I was in paradise. I loved everything about the islands, the people, the terrain, the trade winds, the special ambience they called the aloha spirit. I loved them all. Even loved the fruit. Frank Slater, the world's greatest melon hater, loved papaya. I spent my time off at Waikiki where I paid one of the beach boys to teach this haole to ride the surf, and in a week I was holding my own with the waves off the Kuhio sea wall. I even picked up a working knowledge of island patois, something like pidgin but distinct in its own way. It wasn't easy. With only a dozen or so letters in their alphabet, everything tends to sound alike. The islands worked a gradual magic on me. Just as my days on the beach burned my skin and caused it to peel away, leaving a new tanned layer beneath, so my time on Oahu caused the old Frank Slater from California to peel away and be left behind on the sand like so much useless baggage. I finished my cigarette and drove slowly downhill to Pearl. At the main gate, the Marine on duty knew me on sight and waved me past with just a glance at my windshield sticker. I drove up to the intelligence office, a low, white, flat-roofed building just a stone's throw away from Simpak HQ. I glanced out at the new battleship moorings along Ford Island, a splotch of green in the middle of Pearl's East Loch that sported an airfield and a few hangars. The harbor was quiet today. Few ships in port. I watched the big hammerhead crane by the dry docks swing a refitted tug into the water, then I went inside. Captain Harrison Thornton was grumbling and muttering when I reached the office. I had made lieutenant junior grade, and Harry was my senior officer. He'd been assigned to the 14th Naval District last year and seemed deliriously happy with everything about his Hawaiian post, except the paperwork. He was an old boy who knew nothing of naval intelligence. From what I gathered, almost no one assigned to command the 14th DIO ever did. Hawaii was a special post, considered a pre-retirement plum for favored senior officers who'd kept in touch with friends from their academy days who were now in high places. I was sure Harry had thought he'd landed a cushy job, until last month. That was when Pearl Harbor had replaced San Diego as the official base of the Pacific Fleet, and that meant a lot more work for the 14th District Intelligence Office, and for Harry Thornton. "Damn Roosevelt and damn Stark," he was saying as he rummaged through the pile of papers on his desk. He had a round face and a receding hairline that made his forehead seem to go on forever, thick, bushy eyebrows and thin, almost non-existent lips. And he was sweating, always sweating. No matter the temperature, and admittedly it was hot today, or the time of day. Even in the early morning, when he had just come from home in a fresh uniform, Harry's forehead was always beaded with sweat, his shirt always wet in the underarms and down the middle of his back. And that ceiling fan was always going round. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Ah!" he grimaced with disgust. "We need more help. We can't even keep up with the movements of the ships in and out of the harbor. How are we supposed to coordinate any intelligence?" "Look at it this way," I told him. "If we can't keep it straight, how can the Japs?" He flashed me a smile with no humor in it. "They've probably got plenty of help. There's 150,000 of them on these islands. There, that should make you feel lucky. You've only got, 100 ships in the entire fleet, and 102, if you please. Okay, 102 ships to keep track of. I've got 10 times that many Jap agents on Oahu alone. Want to trade?" I shook my head. I had a lot of drudge work on my end, mainly the translating I had to do every day, but all in all, I had it pretty good. I had my own little cubicle in the Honolulu DIO office where, as long as I got my translating done, I could come and go pretty much as I pleased. Then I had my paper shuffling out here, limited mostly to Navy personnel and contractors who did work for the Navy. Occasionally, I did surveillance work, which had its drudge aspects, but at least I was up and moving about. I worked along with the FBI field office over in the Federal Building to keep tabs on the comings and goings at the Japanese consulate. I also investigated any Japanese locals whose wires home sounded suspicious. I was to report directly to Harry anything that even remotely related to Pearl Harbor and the Pacific Fleet. "Anything of interest?" Harry asked, shaking out a Camel and offering me one. I took it and lit both with my Zippo, then dropped into a chair. "You know all the good stuff's purple." Harry's thick eyebrows oscillated like Groucho Marx's. "Word has it that purple is just about broken." I was out of the chair and leaning over his desk so fast that I startled him. "Purple? Broken?" I was whispering, even though no one else was around to hear me. "They say Friedman's on the brink." I sat down again, my mind buzzing. Purple was the most complicated Japanese cipher, used on all the high-level diplomatic dispatches. God, if we could break purple. "We'll know everything they're telling each other," Harry said. "Won't that be nice?" I saw something malicious in his smile. "What are you getting at?" "Think of all the extra translating to be done." I laughed. "But at least I'll be translating something worthwhile. Most of what I hear now is empty conversation." Cracking purple. The possibilities spun through my head for the rest of the day. When I finished my paper shuffling, I took the shorter, more southerly route back. I listened to Burns and Allen on KGU as I followed the narrow road past Hickam Field, Rogers Airport, and the marshes along Ke'ehi Lagoon. Further toward town, the huge Dole pineapple stood high on its steel legs, challenging the Aloha Tower as tallest structure in Honolulu. I had 2 stops to make before returning to my apartment in Kalihi. The first was up on Nu'uanu Avenue, in the vicinity of number 1742, the Japanese consulate. I parked in front of a house a few hundred feet up the street and strolled into the yard. The place belonged to a former Navy man, and he let us stop by whenever we wanted. I climbed the monkey pod tree in his backyard and picked up the field glasses we kept in a notch there. I watched the backyard of the consulate for a few minutes. Nothing going on, so I replaced the glasses and left. All a charade. We now had a tap on one of their telephone lines that got us more information in a week than all the hundreds and hundreds of man-hours we had spent in that tree getting bleary-eyed peering through those glasses. But we were afraid to stop watching them altogether. It was possible the Japs knew we used the tree. If we suddenly stopped, they might get suspicious that we had another source of information. So we took turns making short stops at the tree on Nu'uanu Avenue. On the way home, I stopped in at the Bon Marché on North King. I didn't shop there as a rule, but I'd spotted an ad in the Honolulu Advertiser about a sale on shirts. I needed to replace a couple of worn ones. I passed the counter where a Japanese woman was working, and it must have been a full minute before it struck me. I know her. I hurried back and watched her from across the aisle, stunned and speechless. It seemed as impossible as it was improbable, but I knew her. Meiko. 8 years had passed since I'd last seen her, but I hadn't forgotten her. I'd find myself thinking about her, visualizing her face at the oddest times. And here she was, in Honolulu. And as I recognized her, I knew there had been a tragedy. What else could make her end up working as a Honolulu shop girl? Something awful must have happened. I stepped up to the counter where she was rearranging the nylon stockings under the glass. "Aloha," I said. She looked up. "Aloha. Yes, sir. Can I help you?" Close up, I could see how she had changed. Still hauntingly beautiful, her hair as black as the vault of the night and just as glossy as I remembered it.
But she'd lost weight and looked drawn. Her almond eyes were still bright and deep, but so much life had gone out of her. A stranger wouldn't notice, but I was no stranger. It seemed as if someone had tapped her and drained off most of her vitality. "Sir?" she said, looking at me strangely. I guess I had been staring at her. I racked my brain for something infinitely clever to say, some brilliant quip that would bring a smile of instant recognition to her face. I settled for, "Meiko, it's me, Frank Slater, from college." She stepped back as if I had just said boo. I guess I had changed too in those 8 years. For one thing, I was wearing a Navy uniform. For another, years of carrying and paddling a 10-foot solid redwood surfboard through the waves off Kuhio had filled me out and left me almost as brown as a native. An unexpected benefit of the tan was that it made my Slater stain almost invisible. I hardly thought about it anymore. "Oh, Frank," she said, reaching out to me. "It is you!" I grabbed both her hands and squeezed. If the counter hadn't been between us, I would have hugged her. "But what are you doing here?" we both said at once and laughed. A floor manager strolled by with a sour look on his face. Meiko's smile evaporated. "Maybe you'd better go. They hired me because a lot of Japanese shop here, but the department manager would love an excuse to get rid of me." "Can we talk somewhere?" Suddenly I could feel her withdraw. She didn't move away, but I could sense doors and windows slamming shut all around her. "I have to work," she said in a low voice, her eyes avoiding mine as she began realigning the boxes of stockings on the glass countertop. "What about lunch?" "They only give me half an hour." "That's a start." "And I brought mine." "Dinner, then?" "I don't know." "We've got a lot of years to cover." She finally looked up at me. "All of them bad." Sometimes it's good to talk about bad things, especially with an old friend. She suddenly became interested in those damn stockings again. "I don't deserve any friends." This was worse than I could have thought. The old Meiko, who had loved life and liked herself, had been replaced by a different Meiko, defensive, defeated, a stranger. But I wasn't giving up. I sensed the old Meiko still in there somewhere. The one who used to sit on the hill overlooking San Francisco Bay and gaze out on the water and smile with such inner peace and tranquility that you'd have thought she had the world on a string. If she was, how sweet it would be to find her and lead her out. "Dinner," I said, as if it had been decided, "and we'll talk about the weather and nothing more, if that's what you want." She said nothing, and I waited. I wasn't going to be put off. Finally, she shrugged. "If you wish." She didn't want to be picked up at her home, so I arranged to meet her in front of the store. 7 o'clock sharp. I was already planning what I would wear. I had seen a white tropical worsted suit on sale at the Hub. I'd splurge $27.50 on that, and then make reservations at the Royal Hawaiian. This was no routine date. I was going to make this a big night. I looked at her and wondered if anyone could make Meiko happy again. I had to try. As I left her there, aligning and realigning the nylons, my heart ached. What had happened? Tense and jittery, Meiko stood in front of the Bon Marché and waited. She berated herself for letting Frank talk her into dinner, but he had been so persistent. She had tried to cancel out, tried to call him. She found the number of a Slater, FX, in the phone book and called from the phone down the hall from her room, but there had been no answer. That had left her with 2 choices: keep the date or simply not show up. Frank didn't know where she lived. But he knew where she worked and would come by tomorrow to find out why she had broken their date.
She could not face that, and she couldn't quit the job. She needed the paltry wage the Bon Marché paid her. She had no choice. So now she stood in the waning light, dressed in the only good dress she had. She hoped Frank didn't plan to take her anywhere fancy. As the clock hurried toward 7, she wondered at the vagaries of fate. The one American in the world who knew her well enough to recognize her turning up on this very island. And yet, why didn't she want to see him? Meiko knew the answer. Because Frank had known her before. He knew the old Meiko, the Meiko who no longer existed, the Meiko she would have to pretend to be tonight. Frank was from the past, and the past was gone. Or so she had thought that morning 3 years ago, when she awakened to bright light and pain, with every muscle fiber in her body afire, every movement a knife thrust of agony. She was in a hammock in a tiny room. Sunlight streamed through a round window, a porthole. The smell of steamed fish filled the air. A sweaty, portly man in a stained kimono with a thick Osaka accent leaned over her and told her she was aboard the Tsurumaru, and how sorry they were for striking her little boat last night, and how she shouldn't have been out sailing in the dark without at least a lantern. As it was, if he hadn't been on deck having a smoke at that moment and heard the collision, she would have been left behind to drown. By lucky chance, the searchlight found her as she was going down. The gods had saved her. Why? The man had said the freighter could not take her back to Japan. She would have to sail with them to their first port of call and make arrangements for a trip back. Meiko decided that must be the way the gods wanted it. Perhaps they wished her to live, but not in Japan. They had sent her away. If so, she would go wherever they wished. Japan offered only disgrace for her, and grief. The first port of call was Honolulu, and here Meiko had decided to stay. She did not want Frank to see her dingy little one-room apartment in a run-down tenement off Hotel Street. So tiny and cluttered, she would have been humiliated to have him call for her there. Yet it was all she could afford on what she earned, so why be embarrassed? None of her acquaintances, and she had no real friends on Oahu, only acquaintances, found anything wrong with her apartment. Why did I agree to this? She asked herself for the 100th time. If she hadn't been so shocked to see him, she would have been able to think up some excuse that would save him face and allow her the solitude she craved. She suddenly felt very tired. She didn't want to be the old Meiko tonight. She didn't even know if she could be. She just wanted to be left alone in the new life she had made for herself, without her family, without Japan, and without Matsuo. Her heart sank when the car pulled in to the curb and Frank jumped out, smiling and holding a hyacinth corsage in his hand. 7 o'clock sharp, not a minute early, not a minute late. She had to admit he looked dashing in his white suit. With little ado, he handed her the corsage, presented his arm, and led her to the car. "Any place in particular you'd like to eat?" he said, once they were moving through the traffic. Alone in my apartment, she thought, but said, "Anywhere you choose will be fine with me, Frank." "Ever eaten at the Royal Hawaiian?" "No." And even if she'd had the desire to eat there, she never could have afforded it. "I think you'll like it." "I don't think I'm dressed properly." "You're beautiful." As they drove on in silence, Meiko studied Frank. How he had changed. He seemed bigger physically. His shoulders were broader, and the sun had lightened his hair and darkened his skin so that his blue eyes seemed to shine from his face. She sensed he had changed within as well. No longer the timid college boy, he was a man now.
one who held himself erect and looked the world in the eye as if he were no longer afraid of it. He parked in front of a huge pink stucco structure with a vaguely caravanserai look and guided her through the lobby to a terrace that led down to the beach. They leaned against the rail and gazed out at the surf for a moment. Then Frank looked to their left. "Diamond Head's pretty with the setting sun shining on it, don't you think?" "Where's Diamond Head?" she said. "I've never seen it." He gaped at her. "How long have you been here?" 3 years. 3 interminable years. Is something wrong? You mean to tell me you've been here that long and you're still a Malihini who hasn't seen Diamond Head? I'm sorry. Is that wrong? No, not at all, he said quickly. It's surprising, that's all. He pointed to the dark brown mountain of volcanic rock towering over the far end of the beach. That's it. It doesn't look like a diamond to me. You're right. Looks more like Gibraltar. Actually, it got its name from the calcite crystals sailors found there in the last century and mistook for diamonds. He led her to the dining room where she learned they had reservations. The room seemed too formal for what she was wearing. She was glad the lighting was low, but she felt awkward until safely seated behind a table in one of the booths. She hesitated when the waiter inquired about cocktails. Frank suggested a Mai Tai and ordered a Kirin beer for himself. "In honor of you," he said with a smile. He made valiant attempts at small talk, rambling on about the islands, about how the biggest and best hotels on Waikiki were owned by someone named Matson, who also owned the steamship line that brought the vacationers here from the States. Frank seemed to envy Matson. She noticed a tension in him, as if he were skirting a subject. Meiko tried to hold up her end, but despite her best efforts, the conversation ended with their first drink. Finally, silence. It stretched out uncomfortably until Frank said, "Something happened between you and Matsuo, didn't it?" The question so startled Meiko that she knocked over her drink. As a wet splotch darkened the pink of the tablecloth to red, she felt panic clutch at her throat. How could he know? How could anyone know? She couldn't breathe. She had to get out where she could get some air. She struggled out from behind the table and ran across the empty dance floor toward the entrance, and from there toward the beach. The fresh, salty night air quelled her gasping, but she ran on, tripping, losing her shoes in the sand as she passed another hotel. Finally, she stopped under a huge banyan tree. She leaned against the massive trunk and began to sob. She heard the soft scuff of shoes on the sand behind her, then Frank's voice. "I'm sorry. That was stupid. I was desperate for something to say and desperate to know. I'm sorry." She turned and saw him standing there with her shoes in his hand. "But how did you know?" "I knew how he felt about you, how you felt about him. I could see from your face this morning that something awful has happened in your life." He shrugged his shoulders. "Put all that together with the fact that you're living alone 3,000 miles from home, and it can mean only one thing." "You knew he loved me?" Meiko was shocked. "Did he tell you?" Frank smiled, ruefully, she thought. "No, we didn't talk much. But anyone who saw you together or heard you talk about him..." His voice trailed off. Were we so transparent? She thought. Did everybody know? "I'm sorry," he said after a long silence. "Let's finish dinner, and I promise I won't mention it again." "I'm not hungry." Frank exhaled loudly. "I'm glad you said that. I've lost my appetite too." He pointed to the street that paralleled the beach. "Want to walk?" "I want to tell you what happened, The words surprised her even as she spoke them. "You don't have to. It can wait." "No, it has to be now." Suddenly, she was bursting to unload the burden of what had happened. She had been holding it tight within her for so long, 3 years that felt like forever, walling it off like a festering sore, and now it screamed for release, as if it had been waiting for the right person to come along, someone who knew Matsuo, someone who might share the pain with her. They walked along a narrow street lined with stately ironwood trees, he with his hands in his pockets, she with her arms folded tightly across her chest. The story gushed out of her. She felt she was not so much telling it as setting it free. "Good Lord," I thought, as I held Meiko against me and let her sob. "What she's been through." We had circled around and started back on the sand above the surf line when she broke down. I pulled her against me and told her to let it go. She was so small and frail in the circle of my arms, and there seemed to be no end to her tears. I tried to absorb her pain. She had years of unexpressed grief stored up, and I would hold her until it was all cried out, even if it took all night. I tried to avoid the thought of Matsuo killing himself, but could not. Seppuku. The horror of jabbing a knife into his belly and ripping it across, then up toward his chest, made my intestines coil with revulsion. But it was so like him to do something so Japanese. I could almost sense his feeling that he would be ripping the last traces of America out of him with that final act, and would thereby go to his beyond as a true son of Japan. A useless death. And the worst part of it for me was knowing he had gone to his grave thinking as he did of me. I had always hoped deep inside that someday I'd get the chance to square myself with Matsuo. That hope was gone now. I held Meiko tighter, trying to release my pain with hers. I thought about what could have happened to her. She would have drowned out there if that freighter hadn't hit her sailboat. A few yards to the left or right. I pressed her more tightly against me, thinking how the strange turns of life were decided by seconds and minutes, by feet and inches. I'd been in Honolulu 2.5 years, Meiko for 3. I must have passed the Bon Marché dozens of times during the year she had been working there, yet only today had I stopped in and passed the stocking counter when she was there. If she had been bending down behind the counter, or if I had borne left instead of right upon entering the store, I'd have missed her. Seconds and inches. Meiko pushed herself away, and I let her go, reluctantly. "I am so sorry," she said, turning away. "Don't be. You never have to apologize to me." I had a thought. I hesitated, then plunged on. "Did Matsuo ever tell you what happened between us?" I saw her shake her head in the moonlight. "No." "Well then, I guess it's time for me to do a little soul-baring myself." I held my hand out to her, hoping she'd take it. "I'll tell you on the way back to the parking lot." She placed her hand in mine, and suddenly I felt lightheaded. Touching her made me realize how deep my emotions ran where Meiko was concerned. I had written them off as youthful infatuation with a girl I could never have, a romanticizing of the unattainable. Yet here, now, on the Waikiki beach, she no longer seemed an impossible dream. September, Tokyo. Hiroki stood in an upper chamber of the Diet Building and surveyed the gathering. Most of the men here would be part of the Imperial Conference, due to begin within the hour. The excitement and anticipation was palpable. Hiroki shared it. This might well be the most important Imperial Conference in the history of the Empire. Where is your brother? Koki Hirota said as he stood next to Hiroki. My brother? Matsuo is home. Why do you ask? Hirota's face was bland. I am thinking that it is best for our plans that he not be present at the Imperial Conference. He might voice sentiments similar to those he expressed when the Crown Prince was born. Hiroki nodded. Yes, I quite agree. Matsuo certainly had no place here. Hiroki wondered if he still bore his brother ill will. No, no longer. Such equanimity might not have been possible had Meiko lived on as a constant reminder of the incident, but with her dead, it became merely an unfortunate episode to be overlooked and forgotten in the interest of family harmony. I am glad, too, that Admiral Yamamoto will not be attending, Koki was saying. Hiroki glanced over to where the short, thick-set naval officer in a metal-encrusted uniform stood, speaking to a cluster of listeners. Why is that? He sounds much like your brother. Does he? He had been ready to do almost anything short of murder to keep Matsuo from attending the Imperial Conference. He would not normally have been invited, but if father had got it into his head that he wanted Matsuo there, an invitation would have been issued. Hiroki's fears had proved groundless. Matsuo had no interest in politics. After the incident at the summer house, he had retreated from the family. For the first year, he had limited his contact to visits for birthdays and an occasional local festival, spending most of his time with naval intelligence. He had thrown himself into the work, transferred to Panama for 2 years to set up a clearinghouse for intelligence from America, and now he was back. He was gaining quite a reputation as an expert on America. For that reason, he might have been invited to the conference if the Toseiha had not screened all invitations, weeding out any participants who might speak against the alliance. They wanted no dark clouds of doubt over the conference. Curious now about Yamamoto, Hiroki sidled closer to the group, trying to make his movement appear to be aimless wandering. As he stopped to listen, a member of the cluster courteously brought him into the conversation. Ah, Okumo-san, the Admiral was just describing what he sees as the drawbacks of the tripartite alliance. Hiroki knew that after the Imperial Conference today, when the Emperor himself would give approval to Japan's alignment with Germany and Italy, the alliance would be a fact, with only the formal documents to be signed. But he knew that Yamamoto had attended Harvard and had been naval attaché in Washington, D.C. for a number of years. He was curious to hear what the man had to say. He bowed to him. I would be honored to hear the Admiral's thoughts. Yamamoto returned the bow. As I have been saying, I find many drawbacks, but the two most glaring are these. The pact intimates that Japan has something to gain from alliance with Germany and Italy. I disagree. I find their conduct of the war in Europe despicable. Any association with them taints Japan's honor as a nation. Hiroki made no reply, although he had to admit that under normal circumstances he would fully agree with Yamamoto's sentiments. But the tripartite alliance was a political necessity at the moment. It could be broken later. But the most ominous outcome of the alliance is that it means war with the United States. Does the Admiral feel that Japan should fear war with the United States? I feel Japan should avoid any war she cannot win. The group's attention was suddenly focused entirely on Hiroki. He did not feel he should leave that statement unanswered. The United States is led by a sick, crippled old man who is advised by a cabinet of other sick old men. We have nothing to fear from the likes of them. Yamamoto shook his head slowly. It will not be sick old men who build the ships and aircraft they can send after us in an endless stream. It will not be sick old men milling their uniforms and machining their rifles and growing their food.
It will not be sick old men marching against us. He straightened his shoulders. If war must be, I will fight like 1,000 devils for Japan. We can give the Americans the fight of their lives for 6 months. After that, they will simply overwhelm us with their material superiority, no matter how bravely we fight. He bowed and strode away. As the group broke up, Hiroki watched the admiral leave the room. He realized why Yamamoto had taken his last chance to speak against the alliance. After today, the alliance would carry the approval of the imperial will, and no voice could be raised against it. But Koki had been right. Yamamoto did sound like Matsuo. Did it mean something that the two men in Japan most knowledgeable about the United States were the two who seemed to fear war with her most? A disquieting thought, one he did not allow himself to dwell on. Hiroki knelt beside his father in the imperial palace. He kept his back rigid, his hands on his knees. He had already bowed so low that his forehead had touched the rough surface of the tatami beneath him. Above him on the dais, the emperor himself sat on an ornately carved throne before a screen of delicately woven gold. Hiroki would never get used to how meek and bookish this son of heaven looked, with his smooth round face, his sparse mustache, and his owlish eyes behind the thick lenses of his glasses. Arrayed before him on either side of Hiroki were the highest-ranking officers and politicians in Japan, all on their knees, supplicants before a god. Hiroki bit down on the inside of his cheek to suppress the tension pounding within him. An imperial conference is a formality, he told himself for the 1,000th time. Just a formality. The government had made a firm decision to join the German-Italian Axis and transform it into a three-way alliance. By tradition and by the law of the Meiji Constitution, the government had to petition the emperor's sanction on a national policy of such enormity. The emperor had no true veto power, however, and had never been known to attempt one. The emperor's role at an imperial conference was to hear the decisions of his advisers and to make no comment. Just a formality. But rumor had it that the emperor was uneasy about the alliance, and that made Hiroki very anxious. One word, one syllable, one hint of disapproval by so much as the arching of an eyebrow, and the alliance would be off. Months, years of maneuvering by the Toseiha and its allies would fall into complete disarray. And if that happened, Hiroki knew he would be largely to blame. After all, hadn't he proposed the idea of saturating the nation with the idea of the emperor's indisputable divinity? Hadn't he urged the members of the Toseiha to use their influence in the Diet to pass laws which made it a punishable offense even to imply otherwise? He had taken the plan from history. The Tokugawa shoguns had done exactly the same thing. They had bolstered the emperor's divine status, made him a remote god whose every whim was a mandate to his subjects. And then they had ruled for centuries, doing whatever they pleased in his name. The country was again at that stage. With the emperor effectively isolated from his public and the workings of his government, the Toseiha could do almost whatever it wished in his name. A nearly foolproof situation, except for a full-dress imperial conference such as this. The emperor's divine status could backfire here if he made an objection known. Hiroki listened as the last of the cabinet members and service chiefs rose, bowed, and gave his reasons why he thought the emperor should accept the tripartite alliance. He watched the emperor sit mute and expressionless on his throne. This was the moment. If the emperor did as he should, and let the conference end without comment, the nation's future course would be set, the point of no return.
Once the tripartite alliance was signed, there could be no turning back. Emperor Hirohito did not move. Instead of rising to signal the end of the imperial conference, he sat like a stone carving, his eyes unreadable behind his thick lenses. The conference room fell into utter silence. The rustle of clothing, even the soft susurration of human breath stopped as the emperor leaned forward a few degrees. Is he going to speak? Hiroki broke out in a sweat over his entire body. He could feel the droplets of perspiration collect on his forehead and upper lip. Why is he waiting? As the seconds ticked by in the frozen room, Hiroki's heart picked up tempo until he thought it would leap out of his chest. And then, very suddenly, it was over. Without a word, the emperor rose to leave. As Hiroki bowed his head to the tatami along with all the others, it took all of his control to suppress a shout of joy. We've done it! He wanted to run and tell Shimazu, nothing can stop us now. 1941, the year of the snake. January. The Au Channel off Maui. Meiko watched Frank as he leaned over the side of the boat with his head in a bucket, a glass-bottom bucket. He was looking for humpbacks. You have to see them, he had said with unbridled enthusiasm. They come to the channel every winter to mate. You have to see the whales. And so here they were in a tiny outboard motorboat off Lahaina, peering into the water. Actually, she had seen plenty of whales already, gliding up and gracefully breaking the surface to blow spume and take a breath, and then down again in a graceful glide, so monstrously huge and yet so undeniably gentle. Anything but gentle, however, when they launched their 40 or 50 tons entirely out of the water to land in an explosion of spray and a slap like a cannon shot. They were frightening then. But Frank was not content to watch them broach from a distance. He wanted to watch them down below, at home, in the depths. "There's one!" he cried, his voice echoing in the bucket. "A big one!" He slid the bucket toward her along the surface of the water. "Quick! Straight down!" She looked, and in the flickering light filtering through the crystalline water, she saw smaller, rainbow-colored fish in the upper layers, triggers, trumpets, unicorns, tangs, and butterflies, and below them, not one, but 3 humpback whales passing in 2 different directions. "Where are you going?" she wondered. "What are you thinking?" She sensed a lumbering wa about them, a contagious inner peace that Meiko could sense seeping into her soul by small degrees as she watched them. And then they were gone. But the tranquility remained. She watched for a while, but they did not return. She slid the bucket back to Frank. "They are beautiful." He grinned. "I told you you'd love it. Maybe we can see some more." Meiko watched him put his head back down into the bucket and thought of the many things Frank had helped her see in the past months. The world had been a gray, drab, empty place during the years since Matsuo's death. She had spent that time in a state of emotional anesthesia, a living death, really, with no joy, no pain, no pleasure, no hopes, no plans for the future. Sleepwalking through life. Now she was awake again, with the salt smell of the water, the sun overhead in a blue sky, and the 4 islands around them, the lush green hills of Maui and Lanai on either side, the squat massiveness of Molokai behind, each wearing its white lei of clouds. Far to the south sat their poor, stunted sister, low, brown, barren Kaho'olawe. And all about, These great, gentle leviathans leaping and gliding back and forth between the surface and the depths. She had been here for years and had never seen any of this beauty before. Now she was feeling what she had thought she would never feel again, peace. And she owed it all to Frank. She watched him now, craning his neck into that bucket. A good, kind, gentle man. He had celebrated his 30th birthday last summer, and yet still took such boyish pleasure in the wonders of the world. Since their reunion, his quiet love of life had slowly infected her until she too felt alive again. 8 months with Frank now, and growing closer all the time, but yet to share that ultimate closeness. Sitting here in this little boat with him brought back memories of another sunny day in another boat nearly 4 years ago. Suddenly, she saw Matsuo sitting against the transom with his arm draped over the steering arm of the outboard motor. She blinked her eyes, and he was gone, but his memory lingered. Matsuo had been so different, always in motion, always chasing something and never finding it. He had always seemed at odds with the world around him, always fighting for his place in it. Currents of turbulence seemed to follow him wherever he went. The world was always an exciting place when he was around. She wondered how she could be attracted to two such opposite poles. Perhaps because the last thing she needed in her life right now was excitement. She needed Frank. "Good Lord!" he cried as he straightened abruptly. He threw the bucket into the boat and grabbed one of the paddles. "What's wrong?" Meiko said, alarmed at his frantic motion. "There's one coming up." He pointed behind her between strokes. "Right over there." Meiko turned and saw nothing but calm water. She kept watching as Frank kept paddling. Suddenly, the water directly to her left surged up and fell away as a huge, smooth, glistening gray mass rose to the surface. The globe of an eye bigger than her fist stared impassively in passing. She squealed as the bubbling blowhole appeared and showered the boat with warm, salty spume. "Touch it!" Frank shouted. She glanced back and saw him leaning precariously out over the gunwale with his arm stretched to its limit. She looked back at the whale as its flank glided along the surface, paralleling the boat's course in a slow, graceful arc. She too reached out and touched the whale. Its hide was smooth and slick, surprisingly soft. She let her hand slide along its skin, a gleaming surface that seemed to go on forever. Finally, the whale sank from sight and touch, a tail fin brushing the bottom of the boat as it sounded again, totally oblivious to the touch of the two humans and the puny craft in which they floated. "We did it!" Frank said breathlessly. He was slumped over the gunwale, staring dazedly at the water. "We actually touched one! I've always wanted to do that. It was like touching a god," Meiko said, staring at her slick palm. She looked up to find Frank gazing at her in wonder. "Yeah, that's exactly how it was." He reached out his hand to her, and she took it. The hands that had touched the god joined over the water. March, Tokyo. To relieve his tension, Matsuo paced back and forth along the length of the spacious office in the Navy building. The Admiral had sent word that he wanted to speak to him on an important matter. He had been attending the annual Nehang-e, the ceremony of nirvana, at the Tofukuji in Kyoto, where he had meditated in the Karasansui-type garden in the founder's hall of the temple, seeking tranquility in its mixture of greenery and white sand. He had found himself gravitating more and more to the ancient city since Meiko's death, and had missed it terribly during the years in Panama. Kyoto had become a sanctuary of sorts for him. The agelessness of its countless shrines and temples, and the beauty of its surrounding hills acted as buffers against the growing strife throughout the rest of Japan. He could walk where so many emperors had walked when Kyoto was the imperial city, or sit beneath the trees surrounding the 5-story pagoda of the Toji temple, or catch the reflection of the gold-foiled upper levels of the Kinkakuji in the placid water that lapped its foundation. He would try to imagine himself living in a less turbulent time. The only other place where he could find similar peace was high in the air, with Japan spread green, blue, and serene below him. He found no peace on his futon, that was certain, especially on nights when he slept with Nagata's daisho within reach. Every so often, the swords would provide him with dreams of Meiko, happy dreams in which she was still alive and walking along an endless shore with someone. He could never see the other, but sensed he was not Japanese. Yet Meiko seemed content. Were these sword dreams, as he came to call them, visions of the next life? If so, he was glad Meiko was happy. He heard a door open behind him. Matsuo turned and bowed as Admiral Yamamoto, wearing an unadorned blue wool pea jacket, entered. The Admiral returned his bow, then embraced him. "It has been a long time since Kasumigaura," he said. "Are you still adding to your flight time?" Matsuo nodded. "Whenever possible. And you?" "The same, although each passing year affords me less time to escape into the air." He gestured to the chair opposite his desk. "Please, sit down." As he took his seat, Matsuo scrutinized his old commander, who remained standing. Yamamoto had been in charge of the Navy flight school at Kasumigaura when Matsuo had gone there for training. The Admiral had infected him with his vision of air power as an integral part of sea power. Yamamoto had moved on from Kasumigaura to director of the Aeronautical Department of the Navy, and from there to his present position as commander of the Combined Fleet. Matsuo remembered him as an indefatigable gambler who would think nothing of playing poker, shogi, or bridge all night. But despite the years and all the late nights, he looked little older than when Matsuo had last seen him. His hair was as short and bristly, his jaw as square, his eyes as bright as ever. "It is the year of the snake, and next month I will turn 57 years old," he said, as he walked to the window and stood gazing out at Tokyo awakening to spring. He paused, then turned and looked Matsuo in the eye. "I fear that by the time I am 58, we will be at war with America." Matsuo stood silent and stunned. Japan was already at war with China and had annexed portions of the Dutch and French territories in Indochina. Matsuo knew the chest-beating militarists like War Minister Tojo were building toward a wider conflict, perhaps even a challenge to the U.S., but to hear Admiral Yamamoto say it with such conviction was devastating. "Surely there's some way to avoid that," Matsuo managed to say. Yamamoto shook his head. "I'm afraid not. From what I remember of our discussions at Kasumigaura, I know your views on war with America are at odds with your brother's. I share your views. We've both seen America from the inside. We both know that Japan cannot survive a war of any duration against it. But the empire must either expand soon or turn inward forever. If we move into the Philippines, which we must if we expand southward, we run the risk of war with America." He moved to a map of the Pacific on the wall and pointed to Hawaii. Matsuo noted the stumps of the 2 fingers he had lost at the Battle of Tsushima in the Russo-Japanese War. "Its Pacific Fleet has been stationed here for the past 9 months, already halfway to Japan. When war is declared," he swept his right arm westward from Hawaii,
It will move the rest of the way toward us." He swept his left arm eastward from Japan. "The Imperial Navy will rush to meet it." The two arms met in the center of the Western Pacific. "We may or may not win the ensuing battle. I think we will. But even so, our fleet will be severely damaged. And as we work to rebuild, how are we to hold the Philippines, Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, and Singapore without a navy?" "I don't know," Matsuo said. "But I do know that the Americans will be rebuilding too, and faster than we." Yamamoto nodded curtly. "Exactly. If only I could make the Supreme Command see that." "You must," Matsuo said. "We must." "No, I have tried in vain for months. They have decided not to hear what displeases them, so—" He took a deep breath. "If we cannot change the way they think on Sanno Hill, we must change the way we meet the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Do you remember how the Japanese Navy opened the war with the Russians in 1904? Of course Matsuo knew. Japanese torpedo boats had surprised the Russian fleet off Port Arthur and sank some of its best battleships. It was an historic naval victory. But what did that have to do with... And then the parallel struck him like a dash of cold water in the face. "You don't mean—" Admiral Yamamoto pointed to the area of the Pacific where his arms had met. "We must not meet here. We must meet and defeat them here." His stubby finger jabbed at Hawaii. Matsuo shot out of his seat toward the map. The audacity of the plan. It was brilliant. The Americans had moved their fleet from San Diego to Pearl Harbor as an obvious warning to Japan. Hiroki had called the U.S. fleet's presence in the trade lanes Taiheiyo no Gan, a cancer in the Pacific. But Admiral Yamamoto's plan would make use of that very nearness and turn it to Japan's advantage. "Can it work?" Matsuo said, breathless. "I don't know. That's why I called you here. We have reams of intelligence concerning Oahu and Pearl Harbor, but none of it specifically geared to planning an attack." "From the air, of course." Yamamoto smiled. "Of course. But I need to know if an air attack on the harbor is feasible. That will be your job. I've arranged with intelligence to relieve you of your present duties and assign you to me. You will report directly to me, and only to me." Matsuo gazed at the map on which the Hawaiian Islands were small splotches of green and brown on a field of blue. "If we can catch them there with enough ships in port—" "There must be a minimum of 4 battleships at dock to make the attack worthwhile. Hopefully, we can catch an aircraft carrier there too. Since we will have to go to war with them eventually, the object of the attack will be to deal a crippling blow at the outset with no damage to us. That will afford us time to consolidate our gains in the Philippines and the East Indies. Within 6 to 9 months after we open hostilities, we should be able to sue for peace on favorable terms. Japan's economic future will be guaranteed, and we will have avoided a protracted war with an enemy we cannot defeat." Matsuo could not take his eyes off the map. "You do not intend to hold the Hawaiian Islands?" When he heard no reply, he looked up and saw the admiral staring at him, grinning broadly. "Sir?" "Excellent," he said, clamping a hand on Matsuo's shoulder. "You are thinking like an admiral. A lightning strike at the harbor and the airports, cripple them and leave them to lick their wounds, might buy us enough time. But if we occupy the Hawaiians, we will rob them of a staging area in the Central Pacific, leaving us still more time to consolidate in the South Pacific and providing us with an extremely valuable bargaining chip when we sit down to talk peace. Yes, we will return the Hawaiians to you if you will acknowledge our gains in Asia and the South Pacific." "I see only one problem, sir," Matsuo said hesitantly. "And what is that? Speak up." "If I remember my history correctly,
In 1904, we broke off diplomatic relations with the Russians and immediately attacked their fleet. Then we declared war. Yamamoto nodded.
Yes, that's true. Go on.
I think that would be a major mistake with the Americans. We must declare war first, then attack immediately. But by all means, we must declare war first.
It is the honorable thing to do, I agree, Yamamoto said with narrowed eyes. But do I sense another more strategic reason?
Yes, sir. The isolationists.
The Admiral's eyes widened. Yes, of course. You are absolutely right.
Matsuo knew of few Japanese to whom he could have said that one word and sparked such complete understanding. Only someone who had spent the Admiral's years in America would know how its people loathed the thought of a foreign war, and how many of its legislators reflected that sentiment. Those legislators would impede the conduct of any war that smacked of adventurism or where they thought Americans should mind their own business. Japan had to take advantage of that sentiment. From what I have been hearing from America, Matsuo said, I believe their President Roosevelt wants war. He has tried everything else to bring his country out of its economic depression. War is the only thing left. But I am sure we can count on the isolationist sentiment to impede or greatly slow any rush to declare war on us, as long as they don't feel they have been stabbed in the back. We must play extremely fair with America. We must declare war first, then attack, and attack only military targets. If we attack Oahu, we must strictly avoid any direct damage to Honolulu. Anything else, and the isolationists will be clamoring for our heads louder than anybody else.
An excellent point, Yamamoto said. I will make it an integral part of the plan from the start, and already I see that I was wise in choosing you for this assignment. He guided Matsuo toward the door. But before we get to concrete plans, we must first have a feasibility study. That will be your job. If the island is too well protected, or the waters around it too well watched, or if they keep most of the fleet at sea, there is no point in attacking Pearl Harbor.
He sobered and stood silent for a moment. His voice was grim as he spoke.
I also chose you because I know you dread war with the United States as much as I. I want you to hold on to that dread and keep it in mind as we make plans I hope we never have to use. Pray that by some miracle we will be diverted from this course.
The enormity of the responsibility suddenly crashed down on Matsuo. That, and the honor of knowing that Admiral Yamamoto had handpicked him for the task, rendered him momentarily speechless. He bowed and left the office in a daze. Once outside in the fresh air, he quieted his emotions and decided to get directly to work. But as he hurried toward the intelligence offices, he could almost sense the wheels of history turning about him. "What do you know about Pearl Harbor?" he asked Lieutenant Shigeo Mikawa after they had shared some tea and friendly conversation in his office. He knew Shigeo had been concentrating his intelligence efforts on Hawaii. Shigeo was reed-thin and smoked incessantly, seeming to pride himself on the fact that he could light a cigarette and not remove it once from between his lips until he was done with it. He spoke around one now, squinting against the smoke that drifted up into his eyes. He grinned.
"Everything. Absolutely everything. What do you want to know?"
"How about some maps and pictures to start?"
"Simple."
He pulled open one cabinet drawer after another.
"I have topographical maps of Oahu and nautical charts of Pearl Harbor. I have hundreds of pictures of the harbor. Would you prefer color or black and white?"
Matsuo was astounded. "Where did you get all this?" Shigeo passed him the maps.
"I had our agents buy them at government offices and at bait and tackle shops. You can keep these. I've got plenty.
And the photos?
Color?
Why not?
Shigeo pulled out a large envelope. Take your pick. I've got duplicates of almost everything.
Matsuo dumped the contents onto Shigeo's desk. He picked up one photo after another. Their colors and focus were perfect. He noticed that some of the best had scalloped edges. He turned one over. It was stamped and carried an address in a residential district of Tokyo. A handwritten message said, "Isn't this lovely?" The printed inscription in the upper left corner of the card read, "Ford Island, the pearl in the harbor." Matsuo laughed out loud. A postcard! This was going to be easier than he had anticipated. March, Honolulu. I awoke to the sound of Meiko sobbing. Tiny sobs, muffled, but each one causing a gentle quake in the bed. We had first made love here in my Kalihi apartment about a month ago, and she had been spending the night with increasing frequency ever since. As I rolled over to look at her, she turned away, but I saw the little heaves of her bare shoulders. I gently pulled her back to face me. Her eyes were red and puffy. Her cheeks glistened with tears. I wondered if she might be thinking about Matsuo, and a knot formed in my belly. I didn't want her thinking about Matsuo. I wanted her thinking about me. "Meiko, what's wrong?" "I'm so happy," she said, and burst into a full-fledged cry. She clung to me like ivy to a tree. "If this means you're happy," I said after a while, "what do you do when you're sad?" That managed to raise a tearful smile. "So, come on now. Tell me, what's wrong?" "I'm just happy," she said with a little shrug. "I never thought I'd be happy again." She held me tighter. "But I am." Meiko could not know how those words made me feel. The past month had meant more to me than any other time in my life. Making love, being together every night, and spending every day off together. It was like a dream come true. I had never felt this close to a woman before. I wanted it to go on forever. I wanted to make it official. "Then marry me." "Oh, Frank," she said, loosening her grip. I wouldn't let her go. You've begged off twice already, not this time. Say yes or no. And if no, give me a good reason." "Very well," she said, staring at the ceiling. "You are an American naval officer. I am Japanese. The United States and Japan are on less than friendly terms, and no one seems to expect any improvement in the near future. A Japanese wife could be very harmful to your career." She looked at me and caught me smiling. "It's not funny," she said. "How long did you rehearse that?" "Never. It's just that I've been thinking about it." "Oh, you have you?" That meant a lot to me. "Well, I've been thinking about it too, but I've done something about it." I got out of bed and went to the top drawer of my dresser. Under my socks was the envelope I was looking for. I brought it back to her. "Remember that little jaunt I had to take to Maui last week? I bought something when I was there." I handed her the envelope. She pulled out the piece of paper, read it, then looked up at me. "Is this a deed?" I nodded. "To 100 acres of sugarcane on Maui. A descendant of one of the original missionaries is selling off some of his land. I have an option on more." "Why?" I settled back on the pillow. "I've been thinking about it for a couple of years now, and I finally made up my mind. When my present hitch is up, I'm not going to re-enlist. I'm going to become a cane farmer." "But you don't know anything about farming." "I'll learn." I ran a finger up her arm, over her shoulder, and down to her breast. "We'll learn." Her eyes were wide. "You're giving up the Navy?"
Yep. I'm never leaving the islands. I can't imagine living anywhere else. This is paradise. The only thing that will make it less than perfect is not having you with me.
But Frank,
No buts. Your being Japanese won't hurt my Navy career because I won't have one. And on Maui, you'll probably be better accepted than me.
she was silent. At least she wasn't saying no. I prodded her.
What do you say? We'll go over there and ignore the rest of the world. Let it all go to hell in a handbasket. We'll have each other, and we'll have our farm. Besides cane, we'll grow papaya and pineapples and breadfruit and guava and bananas. We may never be rich, but we'll sure as hell never go hungry.
We'd be away from everyone, wouldn't we? She said, gazing off into space. Our own little world, where no one will care if you're Japanese or Martian. She hugged me, then got up and went to where her purse sat on a chair. I watched her slim, naked body as she searched through it. Desire rose in me. She returned to the bed with the bank book and placed it in my hand.
What's this?
$300, my savings. A small dowry, but I hope you'll accept it.
Dowry?
Then it hit me.
Does that mean you'll marry me?
She nodded, smiling, and we embraced. I almost cheered and I almost cried. Now I had everything.
When?
Whenever you say. I have no family to invite. I thought about that. If I can get some leave next week, we can get married Friday and honeymoon on our plantation. How's that sound? Wonderful, she said softly, then pressed her slim little body against me. I kissed her, and as I drew her closer, the telephone rang. It was Harry Thornton.
The Salt Lake City's in port, he said, and its captain was here looking for you. I was annoyed at being pulled away from Meiko. So? Captain Zacharias asked for you specifically.
Zacharias? Ellis Zacharias? Is he there?
He's over at Sinkpak now, but he's going to stop in on his way back. He wants to get together with us before he has to ship out. I don't know what he thinks is so damn important, but see if you can get over here by noon.
I'll be there. As I hung up, Meiko said, What was that about?
My old commanding officer when I was in San Diego is in Pearl. I'm going to meet with him later.
You admire him, don't you? She said, watching me closely.
I think Ellis Zacharias is the savviest man in naval intelligence, but I don't want to talk about him. I want to talk about us. Where were we?
Meiko slid against me. We weren't talking. Captain Ellis M. Zacharias, dark-haired, lean-boned, and lean-featured, was sitting in Harry's office puffing on a cigarette when I got there. I wanted to throw my arms around him, but settled instead for a firm handshake.
You look brown as a beach boy, Frank, he said. Don't they give you any work to do at this country club?
Sure. All officers must go to the beach and swim at least twice a day. He laughed, and I said, Come on, I'll buy you lunch.
Sounds good to me.
We strolled over to the officers' club, the two of us catching up on people we knew during the old days in the San Diego District Intelligence Office, while Harry tagged along and looked bored. We got ourselves a table and ordered drinks. Noon was a little early for me, but I ordered a scotch with Zach. Harry had a gin and tonic. Finally, I asked the question that had been plaguing me for months. What are you up to with the Salt Lake City? He looked amused.
What do you mean?
Is it secret? If it is, I'll shut up. But I've got to say there's something awful strange about the former Chief Intelligence Officer of the 11th Naval District commanding a heavy cruiser. Are you on a special intelligence assignment? He shook his head. I'm out of intelligence. I'm now a cruiser commander. Nothing special. They told me last November they were reassigning me from ONI to the Salt Lake City, and so that's where I am. That's it. I couldn't believe it. Zack had been in intelligence for a quarter century, had done duty in Japan, and spoke the language like a native. The Japanese knew him well and respected him. Why on earth would O&I isolate him on a cruiser running interference for battleships and carriers just when relationships with Japan were getting hotter and hotter? There's got to be more to it. I mean, I know you aren't exactly the most popular guy with the Navy Department. Stark doesn't like to hear criticism. Admiral Richardson used to command the Pacific Fleet, but I'm sure you heard his assessment of Pearl Harbor when Stark said the president wanted the fleet moved here. I nodded. Called it a goddamn mousetrap. Right. And is Richardson still fleet commander? Hell no. The president told Stark to get someone a little less outspoken. So Kimmel's in and Richardson's out. I'm out too. But that doesn't make any sense at all. Neither does putting the Pacific Fleet in Pearl. I'm in full agreement with Richardson. He stared out the window at the harbor. Pearl is a goddamn mousetrap. Oh, come now, Captain, Harry said. It's not so bad. And it puts the fleet right in the thick of things. Zack looked at him. That's what I'm afraid of. I didn't like the sound of that. What do you mean? He turned toward us. I just brought the Salt Lake City through that bottleneck out there. It comes down to less than 500 yards across, and it's so damn shallow I was afraid my keel would drag if I did better than 10 knots. A carrier or a big fatty like the Arizona would have to crawl out of here. You need a full spring tide and a good half-day's notice of attack to clear Pearl for action. Come on, Harry said. What attack? Zack's mouth twisted. I had a nice long chat with Kichisaburo Nomura as he was passing through Frisco last month. I know, I said, and was glad I could say it. Nomura was the new Japanese ambassador to Washington, and I had been keeping track of any intercepts that concerned him. Zack gave me a little salute with his glass. Still on your toes, Frank. I was real sorry to lose you to the 14th District. It's little meetings like that make me think you're still with intelligence. He shook his head. Nope. Saw Nomura on my own. We know each other from way back. He says Japan doesn't want war, wants everything nice. He isn't lying, but I'll bet he's been lied to. The guys in power in Tokyo are hungry. Just push them a little, and it'll mean war. You think they'll attack Pearl? Harry said, sitting up straight and putting his glass down. I'm certain of it. If they decide to go to war with us, that's what they'll do. Historically, it's the way they operate, and it makes good sense, too. If they can knock out 4 or more fatties here, they can then pretty much do what they want in the Philippines and the East Indies. After all, they already outnumber us 2-1 in the Pacific. We'll see them coming, Harry said. We'll blast them to kingdom come. Will you? I've just been over this with Kimmel, and I'm not so sure. You need constant air reconnaissance in a 500-mile radius for proper warning. Most of those old PBYs on Ford Island are grounded for lack of parts. We don't need a 500-mile lead on an attacking fleet to prepare for them. Harry's tone was becoming downright belligerent. Zack shook his head slowly. I'm not talking about a sea battle. War will begin with an air attack on our fleet on a weekend, probably on a Sunday morning, downwind from the north. He was making me uneasy. You're really serious, aren't you? I'll put it this way, he said, his expression grim. If U.S.-Japanese relations deteriorate any further, I'd have a lot of trouble sleeping nights if my ship was berthed here, especially if there were 4 or more battleships in port with me. We were all silent, and I guess Zack thought he was being too much of a wet blanket. He put down his glass and clapped his hands. Well, this is all just backroom theorizing. Maybe Nomura will be able to patch things up, and we won't have to worry about war. And even if things do deteriorate, at least you've got purple magic to tip you off to anything big about to happen. Zack was referring to the intricate little electric machine that had been developed to decrypt the Japanese PAK2 cipher, known to us as purple. You fed cipher gibberish into one end, and it printed out clear Japanese or English on the other. To anyone who slaved as I did, decoding and deciphering messages all day, those little machines were indeed magic. "Purple magic?" I said. "I wish the hell we did. The only magic we've got is geared to the old red code." Zach's face went slack. "God! The Japanese haven't used red since 37. You mean to tell me you're practically on top of Japan here, and you don't do any purple deciphering?" I shook my head. "Nope. We have to depend on summaries from the Navy Department, when they get around to sending them to us. I tell you, Zach, it's frustrating as hell." Harry said nothing. "Let's order some food," Zach said after a moment. "I don't know what the hell's going on, but it makes me want to get drunk. And I don't want to get drunk. Yet. So, let's eat." The three of us studiously avoided the subject of Japan during the meal, but I only picked at my food. I'd lost my appetite. April 23rd, Tokyo. Matsuo forced his sticky eyes open. He had been up till 4 this morning with Shigeo, poring over a flood of reports from Oahu. Thunder rumbled outside as rain tapped against the window he had draped to keep out the daylight. That explained the dimness of the room. He fumbled for his watch on the floor next to the futon and squinted at the dial. 10:15. Another roll of thunder. Was that what had awakened him? He needed more sleep. Just a little more. As he dropped the watch and started to roll over, his eye caught a faint glow from the daisho. He looked closer. Light was leaking from within the scabbard of Nagata's daikatana, glowing where its lip met the hilt guard. In an instant he was on his feet, hovering over the katanakake, yet hesitating to touch the sword. Was this a dream, or... Taking a breath, he grabbed the scabbard, gripped the hilt, pulled, and winced in the dazzling white light blazing from the blade, but not evenly. Only portions of the blade were alight. The entire cutting edge, yes, but behind that lay a random pattern of many small dead areas that only reflected the glow around them. The lacy display mimicked the blade's uneven finish. Something had set the steel, or parts of it, afire. He touched the blade with his free hand and found it cool to the touch. Where did this cold fire come from? And then, as he watched, the light faded, leaving only an afterimage floating in the darkness. Matsuo stood and stared at the blade. What had just happened here? He hadn't imagined it. He was wide awake, standing in his bedroom on a stormy Suiyobi morning. But the blade that had always comforted him seemed changed. He still sensed its strength, but it felt different. He had the oddest feeling that it had been asleep all these years, and now something had awakened it. June, Tokyo. Germany has attacked Russia! Shimazu heard Hiroki's words and felt his pulse quicken. You are certain? Absolutely. I had it confirmed before I came. It begins. Shimazu could feel events lining up, gathering momentum toward war. As April had become May, the seers had reported a disturbance in the face, a sense that something cataclysmic was about to happen. But the disturbance had calmed and nothing else had been reported. Until now. With the Germans attacking her western flank, Russia would withdraw its forces from the Chinese and Manchurian borders, allowing Japan to reduce her own troop concentrations in those areas. The lessening of pressure on the empire's Asian territories left the order with a long-awaited opportunity to make Japan look south and move south. Shimazu knew that those the order had maneuvered into positions of power would not let the opportunity pass.
The Supreme Command is responding?
Yes, the chiefs of service are already moving to call the reservists to colors and begin conscription. They will also be recalling the merchant fleet. All this will take time, of course, but the wheels are already in motion.
Shimazu nodded. Excellent. We have no time to waste.
An understatement. The Chinese adventure was costing Japan 28,000 gallons of oil per day. Reserves were almost non-existent. The empire needed a constant supply of rubber, tin, and iron, as well as oil to hold the Asian possessions.
It begins now, he told Hiroki. The French, the Dutch, the British, and the Americans are all around us, stealing our needs from our own table.
He spread his arms.
This is our part of the world. We want it back, and we will take it back.
July, Honolulu. Meiko didn't understand why Frank was so jumpy. He had been up since before dawn, pacing their apartment like a caged tiger, repeatedly stepping outside and looking up at the sky, then coming back in and pacing again. He would sit at his desk and stare at the papers he had brought home from Pearl. As a rule, he relished the extra sleep he could get on a Saturday morning. Dawn was lightening the sky now. Meiko heard the faint sound of a plane's engine and saw Frank's head lift as he heard it too. Without a word, he leaped to the balcony and stared like a madman into the empty sky. She had asked him earlier if anything was wrong, but his answer had been vague. At first, she had thought he might have overdone it last night at Captain Thornton's 4th of July party. After all, Frank's stomach had been bothering him lately, even without the hot dogs, hamburgers, and corn on the cob the captain had served. But when she thought about it, she remembered that Frank had eaten very little last night and had limited himself to a few beers from the keg. She was worried about her husband. She had come to care so deeply for Frank, and she was learning to love him. Not that she hadn't loved him on their wedding day. She had, but not as she had loved Matsuo. She doubted she would ever again share that intensity of feeling with anyone else. Was that because of Matsuo himself, or because he had been her first love? It didn't matter. Matsuo was in the past and gone forever, and she was learning to love Frank more each day. She got out of bed, wrapped her kimono around her, and joined him on the balcony. He jumped when she slipped her arms around him. "Won't you tell me what's wrong?" He turned and looked at her. "Let's take a little ride. I'll try to explain it once we get there." He acted as if he were guilty of something, and that made Meiko uneasy. They drove west to a hill overlooking Pearl Harbor. Frank drew her out of the car and walked her up a small rise to a clump of algaroba trees. Frank put his arm around her shoulders as they looked down on the still sleeping harbor. The first rays of the sun began to warm her. "Pearl Harbor is cursed, you know," he said in a low voice. "The story goes that the great shark goddess, Ka'apuahu, lived in the East Loch, that it's a sacred place. They started building Dry Dock Number 1 back about the time I was born, and had nothing but trouble, weird accidents, freak injuries. Then, in 1913, when they were putting the finishing touches on it, the whole thing suddenly burst apart for no known reason, shattering 4 years' work in minutes. And later, when they drained it out again, they found the body of a gigantic shark at the bottom." Meiko shivered. "What happened after that?" "They got a big kahuna to make the proper sacrifices, and everything went smoothly from then on. But some of the natives still say it's cursed, that the goddess wouldn't have wanted anything built there. Is that why you're so tense? He laughed, but it sounded strained.
No, it's just that I've been here 4 years now, and I've never seen so many ships in the harbor.
But yesterday was the 4th of July.
I know, and it's brought most of the Pacific Fleet in for the long day weekend.
Frank, I still don't understand. What's wrong with that?
He sighed, paused, then took a deep breath.
He seemed reluctant to speak.
A man I respect very much said to watch out for a Saturday or Sunday morning when 4 or more battleships are in port along with a carrier or 2. He said, if Japan decides to go to war with us, she'll look for that situation and launch a surprise air attack.
He pointed at the ship-filled harbor.
Take a look. Most of the Pacific Fleet is asleep down there, sitting ducks.
You don't think Japan is going to attack us, do you?
The thought horrified her. Frank's arm tightened around her shoulders. I don't know what to think. There's nothing I want less. But with the way the rest of the world is going to hell, how long can it be before some of the madness touches us here?
Meiko felt cold all over. But we're so far away from everything.
He shook his head. No, we're right in the middle of it. And something big is brewing. We got word just Wednesday that Japan has ordered 2 million reservists and draftees to colors. Something's going to happen. He looked heavenward. But please, God, not here. Not here.
Why haven't you told me any of this?
He looked sheepish, but said nothing. Meiko looked up in wonder at her husband and hugged him.
You're worried about me, aren't you? More than anything else, you're worried about me.
Yes. You, me, us. If we go to war, I won't have any choice about re-upping. We won't get to be Maui cane farmers. And if we go to war with Japan, God, that'll be so hard on you. Meiko knew what he was thinking. His concern touched her.
Not as hard as you think. I'm barely tolerated by the officers' wives as it is. If they snubbed me completely, it would be only a shade of difference.
But I'll be doing everything I can to defeat your country. Won't that? With Matsuo dead and her family dishonored because of her, Japan held nothing for her. But she didn't want to mention Matsuo now. She searched for another way to reassure Frank.
Hawaii is my country now,
she said finally. His laugh was good to hear after such a grim conversation. I don't know what I did to deserve you.
It must have been something terrible. But truly, I hope you are never sorry you married me, Frank.
He enfolded her in his arms. Sorry? I can't even imagine that. She snuggled against him and sensed that he'd relaxed some. Yet, when she glanced up at his face, she saw him scanning the horizon.
Still worrying?
Sorry. He looked embarrassed at being caught. I just won't be able to rest easy until this weekend is over and the fleet puts out to sea again. After that, we'll have a long breather. Pearl won't be this crowded again until December. August, Tokyo. The uppermost floor of the Order's 5-story pagoda was dark. The stifling heat and humidity of the Tokyo summer hung in the air and clung to their bodies as the 5 of them sat cross-legged in a rough circle around the single candle.
It goes well, then,
said Elder Yonai. He was the most ancient member of the order, merely a trunk and a head. His limbs had long since been removed at the hips and shoulders. He lay propped on pillows. Shimazu waited for Hiroki to answer.
He had brought him here to the Elder Council without warning and knew he was in a state of shock. But Shimazu had wanted the elders to hear firsthand the news from outside. Hiroki finally found his voice. "Exceedingly well, Elder. So well, in fact, that I am sure the events of the past few weeks must be the handiwork of the gods themselves." Elder Ryusaku, who was also a seer, nodded non-committally, causing the candlelight to flicker in empty sockets visible through the eye holes in his mask. "Perhaps, but give us details. What has been the progression of events?" Hiroki cleared his throat and ticked off the points on his trembling fingers. "Germany attacks Russia. We sign a non-aggression pact with Russia, thus freeing thousands of our troops from the Russian-Manchurian border. We arrange with the Vichy French to move into their Indochina holdings to mine their raw materials. When President Roosevelt hears of this, he insults us by ordering a freeze of all Japanese assets in the United States. The British quickly follow suit. Then the American president goes even further." "Yes," Shimazu said, "the embargo." Even though it fits so perfectly into the order's plans, he could not help but feel a flare of resentment. The long-fingered hands of Kakuichi, an elder with no voice and no legs, flickered in the air. Yonai translated. "The empire is cut off completely?" "No trade with us, except for cotton and food," Shimazu said. "And what is the local reaction?" Elder Ryusaku asked. Hiroki smiled. "If you listen to the wind, you can hear it carrying the angry voices of our people, raised against the United States of America. We had to put extra police in front of the American embassy to protect it from the raging crowds. They now appreciate that the British and the Americans are trying to strangle us. Without their oil, iron, scrap metal, coal, and all their other raw materials, Japan will be bankrupt in 6 months. The British and Americans have left us no choice. We must expand southward. Our very survival depends on it." All were silent for a moment. Eventually, Elder Yonai spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps it is the handiwork of the gods we are seeing. But it is not often that the gods move with so little ambiguity. I wonder if this President Roosevelt is not using us as a foil for his own purposes. It is well known that he loathes the Third Reich and its military successes in Europe, and that he would rush to war if only his country would let him. And it is plain to see that it would be to America's great strategic advantage to engage Germany before Britain falls, which it surely must do after Germany takes Moscow and defeats Russia." His gaze bored into Hiroki. "Is this President Roosevelt taunting us? Is he trying to provoke us into a rash act before we are fully prepared? Could he want to use Japan, a signer of the Tripartite Act, as a stepping stone to war with Germany?" Hiroki hesitated, then, "Perhaps that is his plan, Elder. And perhaps his hatred of us plays a part as well. I still burn from his remarks 3 years ago after we moved into China. Remember? He said we were diseased and should be quarantined." "Remember!" Shimazu cried, unable to control the fury boiling up in him. "The arrogance of the man! How convenient for this feeble old scion to forget the history of his own nation. Only a century and a half ago, the United States was a small Caucasian cancer on the east coast of North America. Since then, it has spread across the continent, obliterating the native Indians and Mexicans with liquor and disease and bullets. But still, it wasn't satisfied. It spread to Alaska and far into the Pacific on the Aleutians, and then to the Hawaiians and Wake and Midway. Then it leaped into our midst in the Philippines, joining the other cancers of the British and Dutch and French. And this Roosevelt now dares to challenge our expansion into China? This man needs a lesson. He needs his nose rubbed in the dirt of his own filthy history.
Shimazu realized with a start that he was on his feet and shouting. Hiroki sat in mute wonder. He had never seen Shimazu so angry, and in front of the elders no less. Hiroki could barely muster the courage to speak. To show such emotion was unthinkable. Yet he continued to be amazed at his sensei's grasp of the international situation. This seemingly simple monk, who never left his temple, had his fingers on pulses around the world. Another reminder never to underestimate the reach of his sensei.
If it is war President Roosevelt wants, Elder Ryusaku said in a calm voice after Shimazu had reseated himself, then war he shall have. But it will be on the Emperor's terms. We will strike when ready, and not a moment sooner. And what a strike it will be, Hiroki thought. He had ferreted out some of Yamamoto's still developing plan to attack Pearl Harbor. Brilliant. He almost wanted to laugh aloud now as he thought of it. The admiral had been such a fierce opponent of war with the United States that Hiroki had wondered if he could be counted on as commander of the combined fleet. But apparently, once he had accepted the inevitability of the war he did not want, he had become a tiger. Yes, everything was perfect. The limbless Elder Yonai translated Elder Kakuichi's hand signs. How is your search for the scrolls progressing? Very slowly, I'm afraid, Hiroki said, knowing his evasiveness was as transparent as spring water. Shimazu and the three elders, even the eyeless Ryusaku, were staring at him, and he felt himself wilt. How was it he could bend the nation to his vision and yet still feel like a child when seated before these aging, reclusive monks? Sometimes he resented the awe the order inspired in him. I know you are working hard to assure Japan's future and see that she fulfills her destiny, Shimazu said gravely. But you must not submerge yourself so completely in political activities that you lose sight of your quest. Remember the vision. In the coming war, Japan must have the Black Winds. Hiroki closed his eyes. He could not find enough hours in the day. If only he was free to have others look for him, if only the loss of the scrolls did not have to be such a closely guarded secret. Elder Ryusaku said, I understand that Yajima has given up his search of the Kanto Plain and turned south. Apparently, he has gleaned some information that leads him there. I hope you will shoulder your share of the burden of this quest. It is important to the Emperor and all of Japan. Do not fail us. I shall not, Hiroki said, with a confidence he did not feel, for he had no idea where he would find the time to do the painstaking searches the quest required. He suddenly straightened his back and bowed. I shall not. You look ready to bite someone, Shigeo said as he walked into Matsuo's cramped, jumbled office at intelligence headquarters. I am losing patience with America, Matsuo growled. You? Perhaps we really are headed for war. Matsuo sat and ground his teeth as he thought about the American embargo. They want war with us. The only explanation. He was angry. He had been talking down the prospects of war with the United States to everyone he knew, hoping that would somehow make a difference. But instead, the events of the past few weeks had changed the prospects from hopefully unlikely to inevitable. As it stood now, Japan would either have to accept a hobbled, crippled, infirm existence or go to war. Which suddenly made his intelligence gathering all the more crucial. His mind buzzed with facts and figures, elevations, depressions, glide paths, and on and on. Commander Fuchida wanted absolute confirmation that the water around Ford Island, where the battleships and carriers would be moored, was truly only 45 feet deep. He was having trouble with the bomber-borne torpedoes. They were plunging to the bottom and lodging in the mud during practice runs, and he and Commander Genda were desperate to find a solution. Genda also had to know the thickness of the steel plates on the decks of the battleships, so he would be able to devise the proper armor-piercing fittings for the bombs. Details, details. They made his head ache. Shigeo dropped a photo on his desk. "It appears that the watchers are being watched." Matsuo picked up the photo. "What's this?" "It was taken out one of the rear windows of our Hawaiian consulate." "It's just a bunch of trees." Shigeo pointed to one of those trees. "Not quite. There's someone in one of those trees." "Really?" "Yes. Someone surveys the consulate regularly. This fellow is the most frequent peeper." Shigeo dropped another photo on the desk. A different lens had been used, clearly revealing the figure of a man in one of the trees studying the consulate through a pair of field glasses. His face was obscured by his hands and the field glasses themselves. "I wonder who he's with, FBI or ONI?" "We waited for him to come out from the trees and took this." Shigeo dropped a third photo on the desk. It showed a sandy-haired man of about 30 opening a car door. "He's with ONI. His name is—" "Frank Slater!" Matsuo cried. Shigeo was dumbfounded. "How?" Matsuo barely heard him. Frank Slater, on Oahu with U.S. Naval Intelligence, was keeping an eye on the Japanese consulate. Incredible. Yet there was a queer sort of logic to it. Frank's father had been involved with the Navy, and Frank knew Japanese. Matsuo had taught him most of it. What more natural place for him to be stationed than Oahu? "But we only found out about him today. How could you—" "Did you actually think you were going to tell me something I didn't already know?" Matsuo said. It never hurt to keep Shigeo slightly off balance. It made him work harder. "What else do you know about him?" "Well, he's been on the island 4 years, works mostly as a translator, and, oh yes, he has a Japanese wife." A Japanese wife, Matsuo thought. How interesting. "Good. Now that you know who he is, what are you going to do about him?" "For one thing," Shigeo said, "I'm going to inform the consulate to keep its more sensitive contacts out of the backyard on Nu'uanu Avenue. For another, I'm going to have some of our people investigate Lieutenant Slater's wife. Maybe we can persuade her to—" "Stop right there. You'll do nothing of the sort." Shigeo looked confused. "We do it all the time. It's standard procedure when an American is married to a Japanese." Matsuo's mind raced. Although time had tempered somewhat his youthful hatred for Frank Slater, he still harbored only contempt for the man. He was a potential enemy, and Matsuo should have been willing, even anxious, to do anything necessary to squeeze some intelligence out of him. Anything. Yet, to attempt to subvert Frank's Japanese wife— He shook his head. There had to be limits, even to what he would condone in the name of intelligence. But he couldn't let Shigeo know there was anything personal in the decision. It might alert him. If he knows we're on to him, he might decide we know about his little treetop surveillance and drop it. But if he keeps it up, we can let him see only those people and activities we want him to see in the backyard of the consulate, and that might work to our advantage." Shigeo shrugged and nodded. "I suppose so." but he didn't seem convinced. Forget Frank Slater's wife. Concentrate instead on learning the thickness of the armor plating on the Arizona's deck. He felt his anger surge up again. If it was war the Americans wanted, it was war they would have. A war like they had never known. November, Honolulu. Zach was back in port, and I could tell he was angry. He'd put in a request to SINCPAC headquarters to meet with Saburo Kurusu, Japan's ambassador-at-large and general international troubleshooter, while he was passing through Hawaii, supposedly on a peace mission to the States. "Kurusu and I go back a ways," he told me as we sat in my cubicle in the downtown DIO building. "I know I could have squeezed something out of him, maybe get a feel for how sincere this so-called message of peace he's ferrying to Washington is." "They wouldn't okay it?" He shook his head. "I got orders that kept me on ship doing nothing until he was gone." I could sense his frustration. It mirrored my own. No one seemed to be taking naval intelligence seriously. Since Admiral Turner had taken over war plans last year, he had bullied the intelligence services into funneling all their gatherings through his office. ONI was nothing more than a note-keeping operation now. We could gather and translate and pass on, but we could issue no warnings, no alerts. Everything had to go through war plans, and then maybe, if Turner saw fit, some of it would be disseminated back to us. Turner had complete control of all service intelligence. No wonder they called him Terrible Turner. And then, just last month, the powers that be had named Rear Admiral Wilkinson as Chief of Naval Intelligence, our fourth chief in a year. Zach said, "I know Ping." "Ping?" "Wilkinson's nickname. He was 3 years ahead of me at the academy. A good man, Medal of Honor and all. But he's never had a damn thing to do with any sort of intelligence in his entire career. Neither has your Captain Thornton. It seems to be a pattern, doesn't it?" "A pattern of stupidity?" Zach leaned forward. "Look, you've got a job to do. You go ahead and do that job as best as you can in spite of what's going on at the top, figuring that somewhere along the line it will make a difference. And above all else, you keep your mouth shut when it comes to criticizing how things are being handled at the top." "Like you?" I said with a laugh. Everyone in naval intelligence knew how outspoken Zach had been about the administration of ONI. His expression was grim. "No, not like me. Look where I am, piloting a cruiser." I said nothing. He'd made his point. "You get purple magic yet?" he asked. "No. An 8th machine became available and I pleaded for it, but it went to London." "London? The Brits already have 2. "I know." He shook his head in disgust. "Keep watching the skies, my friend. Watch for an air attack on Pearl. And soon. Tojo became the Japanese premier last month." "I know. Kamisori, the razor. Not a nickname to give one much faith in Kurusu's mission of peace." "That's why I wanted the chance to speak to him. I know Tojo. He's as militaristic and nationalistic as they come. He's not particularly bright, but he's very persuasive. And those he can't persuade, he'll blackmail. He used to command the Kempeitai, the Japanese equivalent of the Gestapo, and still has strong ties there. I know for a fact that he's got dossiers on just about everyone in the Japanese government. He became premier without giving up the posts of war minister and home minister. Believe me, he did not come into all that power simply on brains and good looks." We laughed about that. Then Zach went back to the Salt Lake City, and I went home to Meiko. My time with her was the only time I could relax and feel real again. Most days, my jaw ached from gritting my teeth. After my talk with Zach, I needed her more than ever.
The apartment was empty when I got home, so I fiddled with some of the paperwork I'd brought from Pearl. I knew where Meiko was, walking the Ala Moana beach. She did that a lot. I was pretty sure she was content being married to me. I did my best to make her happy, but it was so hard to tell with someone like Meiko. She wasn't raised to expect love and happiness in marriage. If it happened, fine, a bonus. But love was not the primary purpose of marriage for the Japanese. Preservation of the family and, through the family, the social order. That's what marriage was all about in Japan. But those walks, I had a feeling she was thinking about him, about Matsuo. She never mentioned him, but I sensed she wasn't over him yet, that she might never be. I sensed that he had touched a place in her that I hadn't found yet. But I was searching for it, searching all the time. Tokyo. Matsuo tossed and rolled on the futon in his apartment. The tension, the excitement, the electric charge of the coming conflict had made sleep increasingly difficult, almost impossible at times. The very air seemed to crackle with the all-or-nothing sentiments of the premier and his supporters. Matsuo had taken an instant disliking to General Hideki Tojo. He found the man's personal manner offensive, particularly in his almost slavish imitation of the German fascists. Tojo was considered by many to be a clear thinker and an incisive speaker. Matsuo did not share that opinion, deciding that the general probably earned that reputation because he was much more direct than most in his pattern of speech, cutting through the typical indirection of Japanese discussion. But he had to admit the man was effective as a leader. He had infused the country with a war mentality. He had set it in motion and was increasing the momentum. Even Matsuo felt himself caught up in the heady atmosphere, the giddy challenge of risking everything on a national level. He was even beginning to think there might be a chance of winning. In the hours before dawn, when he would lie awake and try to sort out and order the myriad facts he had been accumulating since his first conference with Yamamoto, a small voice would whisper, "This is madness! Madness!" He would listen and agree. But during the day, the frenetic commotion of his work schedule would drown it out. All was ready. Commander Genda had solved the problem of the nose-diving torpedoes by fixing simple wooden stabilizers to their fins. Fins had been fitted on armor-piercing shells, readying them for the 16-inch armor plate of the battleship decks. The cruise ship Taiyo-maru had made a test run along the intended course of the carrier fleet, going north and then running east halfway between the Aleutians and Midway, then turning south toward the Hawaiians. Not a single American vessel or plane was sighted during the entire trip. With the arrival of the carrier Shokaku just yesterday, the strike force of carriers, destroyers, cruisers, submarines, and tankers, 32 ships in all, was now fully assembled at Tankam Bay in the chilly Kuriles and awaiting the word to go. No troop ships were coming along. Tojo and his war ministry had vetoed the plan to take and hold the Hawaiians because of the extra manpower it would involve. Matsuo suspected that Japan would regret that decision, but it was out of his hands. As the sky began to turn the color of the April cherry blossoms on the banks of the Edogawa, Matsuo gave up on sleep. He rolled up his futon, stowed it in the closet, and went outside for the traditional cold morning bath. When he arrived at Naval Intelligence, Shigeo was already there. Although Matsuo had said not a word to him of Yamamoto's plan, Shigeo had deduced what was afoot long ago. He had the good manners, however, not to mention it, although his increased enthusiasm for Pearl Harbor intelligence spoke volumes.
He handed Matsuo some recent aerial photographs of Pearl. They were stunning. "Where did you get these?"
I had one of our people take a tourist sightseeing flight in a rental plane out of John Rogers Airport. As you can see, the Pearl anchorage is filling up. Lots of big ships. 2 of them major carriers, the Lexington and the Enterprise.
Matsuo studied the top photo. "You're sure of their identity?"
"Confirmed and reconfirmed."
"Battleships?"
"4 in port."
Matsuo shuffled through the photos. The 4 battleships anchored off Ford Island in the middle of the harbor looked utterly defenseless. Something about that bothered him. Shigeo must have noted his troubled expression.
"Something wrong?"
he said as he lit another cigarette.
"I don't know. I have a strange feeling about all this." "Why? It's perfect."
"Perhaps it's too perfect." The harbor was so open, the ships so vulnerable, it all gave Matsuo a vague, eerie sense of invitation, as if a giant finger were beckoning behind the photographs. But that was ridiculous. He handed the packet back to Shigeo and glanced through the other piles of prints on the desk. Photos of the Schofield, Wheeler, Hickam, and Ewa air bases, and many of the beaches west of Pearl Harbor and eastward toward Honolulu. He had ordered these in anticipation of the now scrubbed invasion of the island. He came upon one that showed a lone woman strolling the sand near the waterline. He laughed and held it up to Shigeo.
"Your photographer has an eye for the woman as well as the military installations."
Shigeo grinned.
"Sure. Helps maintain the cover of a camera hobbyist."
Matsuo was about to toss the photo back into the pile when something about the woman caught his eye. It was a long shot, and her facial features were blurred, but something about the shape of her head, the way she held her shoulders, struck a resonance in a corner of his memory. Something familiar about her. The memory dangled just out of reach.
"You like her?"
Shigeo said.
"She's a pretty one."
"How can you tell? You can't see her face."
"Oh, we've got plenty of other shots of her. She walks that stretch of beach frequently. She's married to an intelligence officer. You said not to approach her, but I felt it wouldn't hurt to build a photo file on her anyway."
The memory was creeping closer, almost in sight now.
"I don't remember telling you not to approach anyone." "You most certainly did, back in August. You were pretty emphatic about it, too. Leave Lieutenant Frank Slater's wife alone."
Mrs. Frank Slater. And then it came to him. The woman in the photo, she reminded him of Meiko. Frank had known Meiko, had been very obviously attracted to her during their college years. Had he found and married someone who resembled her? An eerie thought. A chill ran up Matsuo's spine.
"What's Mrs. Slater's name?"
Shigeo pulled a slim file from a drawer. He flipped through it and pulled out a white card.
Meiko Slater."
Matsuo felt his legs go soft on him. He quickly pulled a chair around from the side of the desk and dropped into it. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came. Finally, he managed a single word. "Photos?" Shigeo gave him a strange look as he handed him the file. Matsuo ignored him. Didn't even bother with attempting an explanation. He simply sat there with the file in his hands, trembling inside and out.
"Are you all right? You look like you're going to be sick."
Matsuo barely heard him. Could it be her? Could she be alive? After a while, he calmed himself with the assurance that Frank Slater could not possibly be married to Meiko, his Meiko. Still, as he opened the file, he felt his entire body break out in a cold sweat. He saw the top photo, the face of a Japanese woman. Even through the black and white graininess, he could see the perfect skin and lips, the almond eyes that spoke to his soul. Matsuo held his breath as he flipped through the other photos. They all confirmed the first. Meiko. She's alive. he cried, leaping up and throwing the folder of photos into the air. "She's alive!" He was laughing and crying simultaneously as he hugged the astonished Shigeo, who must have thought that his superior had gone completely mad. Meiko was alive, on Oahu, married to Frank Slater. He didn't care if she was married to Franklin D. Roosevelt. She was alive. And he didn't care if he had to lie, cheat, falsify reports, or steal a cruiser. One way or another, Matsuo would find a way to get to Hawaii and bring her back. December 2nd, Tokyo. Hiroki sat in the high-ceilinged conference room in the Navy building and listened to the foreign minister with growing irritation.
I have come to learn that we are planning to commence hostilities against America and Britain this weekend, Minister Togo was saying. But I have not been told where or exactly when. Shigenori Togo was being difficult, as usual. It seemed to be his nature. In 1939, as ambassador to Berlin, he had opposed an alliance with Germany, and it had been necessary to pull him from that post and send him to Moscow. The pompous little man might be foreign minister, but he had no right to dictate policy to the supreme command. He strutted around the meeting room, shaking his index finger in the air like a teacher trying to impress some point upon his students. He was especially bold because Premier Tojo was absent. "We must beg secrecy on that," Army Chief of Staff Sugiyama replied. "You may beg secrecy on the where, but I must know the when in order to prepare a formal declaration of war." Nagano, Navy Chief of Staff, said, "But we are planning a surprise attack. Without a formal declaration?" His tone and expression were frankly shocked. "That is contrary to procedures in the Hague Conventions. We need the element of surprise to guarantee our southern objectives. At the cost of our national honor?" He is beginning to sound like Matsuo and Yamamoto, Hiroki thought, but held his tongue for now. "It is too late," Admiral Nagano said. "The plans are already set in motion." "Then change the plans. I demand a formal notice of termination of negotiations and declaration of war. And I am quite sure the Emperor will feel the same way should I ask him." This had gone far enough. Hiroki knew it was time for him to speak. "May I have the honor of offering a comment?" Foreign Minister Togo nodded. "Of course, Okumo-san. I am most anxious to hear the thoughts of the Empire's first Minister of Military and Economic Coordination." Hiroki made a tiny bow. His was a new post with a mandate to see to it that the precious resources in the soon-to-be-conquered territories were put to full use in an efficient, organized manner. It was a sinecure at the moment. His real work would begin with the war. "The foreign minister is quite correct," he said. "Japan must act in accordance with the Hague Conventions. A formal declaration will be sent to Washington before a single shot is fired." He noted the shocked faces of the members of the High Command with no little amusement. "And will you assure me," Togo said, obviously suspicious, "that there will be an adequate interval between the declaration and the attack?" "We will adhere to the very letter of the Hague Conventions." Foreign Minister Togo bowed. "Excellent! Excellent!" He bowed again and left the room, which erupted with confused and angry murmurs as soon as the doors were closed. "Be calm," Hiroki said. "I cannot be calm," Nagano cried. "If we follow the Hague Conventions, we must call off the Hawaii raid. We will lose too many aircraft if they are waiting for us." "Have any of you read the Hague Conventions?" They all hesitated, then shook their heads. "Then allow me to inform you. The conventions prescribe no minimum time interval. We shall give Washington half an hour's notice. The letter of the law will be satisfied, but they will not have time to mobilize a defense." The members of the High Command smiled and laughed as they clustered around and clapped him on the back. Sake was poured, and Hiroki offered the toast that had become his trademark. "To the day we have tea in Washington." Honolulu. Tuesday started off bad and got steadily worse. I was already walking on pins and needles. Had been since Thanksgiving, when the Navy Department issued a war warning, saying negotiations had broken off and that an aggressive move by Japan is expected within the next few days. The trouble was, nobody seemed to think that Pearl would be the object of the aggressive move. Everyone seemed convinced that Japan would strike south at the Philippines, or maybe at Wake, but definitely not at Hawaii. The following day, Admiral Halsey took his flagship, the carrier Enterprise, to Wake to beef up defenses there. Singpak's response to the war warning? A Stage 1 alert, which meant that security around the base would be tightened against possible enemy sabotage. No more. I had spent a very bad weekend watching the harbor fill up with more and more ships as Battleship Row off Ford Island thickened with heavies. We had 80-odd ships in port, 8 big battleships, plus the carrier Lexington among them. A tempting target. So when Monday morning came, I was relieved that Pearl was still in one piece, but I was exhausted and frazzled too. Here, it was Tuesday, and I still hadn't quite recovered from the weekend. I didn't need bad news, but I began getting it almost immediately. Pete Jeffries, an ensign from the radio monitoring section, started things on their downhill course by sticking his head into my office. "Guess what the Japanese fleet did yesterday?" His tone was anything but ominous, perturbed mostly. "What now?" "They changed all their call signs again." "Again? They did that just a month ago." "Well, I guess they liked it so much they wanted to do it again." He sighed. "Now we've got to start from scratch, figuring out who's talking to who out there." "Good luck," I said, and smiled as he waved goodbye. But the smile disappeared as soon as he was gone. It was unheard of for a navy to change the radio call signals of its warships twice in the space of 1 month. It required a massive amount of red tape and paperwork, and usually caused a day or two of confusion in the warship's own communications. Not something a fleet did without sufficient cause and careful consideration. To change the call signals on November 1st and then again on December 1st had to mean something. But what? I worked through lunch translating deciphered lower-level messages from Japan into English. Garbage. Nothing but garbage. Here I was, working on worthless conversations that shouldn't even have been ciphered, while the really important stuff, the purple communiques, were sailing right past us on the airwaves to be deciphered and translated in Washington, and then trickled down to us here on Oahu when the Washington office saw fit. For 8 months now, I had been trying to get a purple magic machine, but it was like butting my head against a stone wall. The Washington office kept telling me it was assessing the situation to see if 14th ONI had sufficient need of purple magic. Every time I called to see what progress had been made, I got the old bureaucratic standby, "We're working on it." Harry Thornton was no help. His attitude seemed to be that if God had intended for us to have a purple magic machine, we'd have one. And why fret? The Washington office would let us know if anything important came through. Besides, not having purple magic meant that much less for 14th ONI to do. Things got worse after lunch when I went to take my turn monitoring our wiretap into the Japanese consulate. I was to relieve Jeff Kaluta, but I found him disassembling all our equipment. "What's going on? Something wrong with the tap?" He gave me a disgusted look. "Yeah, we don't have one anymore." "Oh, hell. How did they catch on?" "They didn't." He stepped behind me and closed the door to the room. "It was cancelled on our end." As I stood there in mute shock, he told me the whole story. A linesman from the Mutual Telephone Company had discreetly reported to ONI and to the FBI that he had come across both our wiretaps into the Japanese consulate on Nu'uanu Avenue. He hadn't mentioned anything to the Japanese consulate, and he wanted to know what we wanted him to do about them. Bob Shivers over at the FBI office in the Federal Building told him not to touch the FBI line and forget about what he had found. But what happened to ours? That asshole Thornton canceled it. Before I knew exactly where I was going, I was out the door, down to the street, into my car, and headed for Pearl. I took the short route and ignored the scenery. I was in a door-kicking, wall-pounding rage, and I hadn't cooled much by the time I got to Harry's office. But I managed to tuck it out of sight when I walked through the door. "Yes, Frank," he said from behind his cluttered desk. "What's on your mind?" "If I may speak plainly, why the hell did you cancel our wiretap into the Japanese consulate?" Thornton's eyebrows rose in surprise. "I should think the reasoning would be obvious. Japanese-American relations are at the rupture point. That linesman is going to talk. Word about the tap is going to spread. With all the agents the Japs have on Oahu, how long do you think it'll be before they know they're tapped? That might be all they need to set them off." My jaw ached. "Sir, if Japanese-American relations are as bad as you say, doesn't that make an inside line on what they're doing more important than ever? Especially since we don't have purple magic? I never approved of that tap, but since it was operating when I arrived, I let it stand. Public knowledge of a wiretap makes us look sneaky. I think we should be above that sort of thing. A war warning has been issued. Don't you think? If the Japs hit anywhere, it won't be here. It'll be to their south. That's the area they want. They won't even come this way. Even Wake is too far east for them. Remember, they're after oil and raw materials. There's nothing out here they want." I went to the window and pointed out to the harbor. "There'll be 96 ships sitting out there this weekend, including heavy battleships and a carrier." "No carrier," Thornton said. "The Lexington weighs anchor for Midway on Thursday." "Great!" I could hear my voice rising, but I couldn't help it. "Just great! We get a war warning, and we send the Big E and the Lex, our extra sources of battle-ready aircraft, off into the Western Pacific." "We have aircraft." "Sure, but we don't have the recon planes to give us fair warning. Have you forgotten the 54 brand-new PBY-5s we just got?" "No, I haven't forgotten them. But they're so new, they're still on shakedown flights, and we don't have any spare parts. We need recon." "Halsey's conducting recon all the way to Wake, and Newton will be doing the same when he takes the Lex to Midway. We'll have plenty of recon." "Not to the north, where we need it most. You heard Zach. They'll hit us from the north on a weekend." Thornton laughed. "You and Zacharias, you've both been reading too many Yellow Peril novels. Too many pulp magazines." His laughter only infuriated me. He had seen me reading a copy of Operator No. 5 a few months ago and wasn't going to let me forget it. "We aren't in a novel. This is real life. And real life is going to remain peaceful here on Oahu." I wanted to scream. Isn't anybody listening? But I said nothing. It was no use. Nothing to do but salute and leave. Thornton was a hopeless case, but he was no worse than anybody else. Everyone seemed to have their heads in the sand. If only someone like Zach were in charge, then we'd be ready.